liked this until I heard him do that, and now I gotta go and get. Now I gotta spend $500. All right, we'll do it. Screw it. Screw it. We'll buy it today. I don't care. Let's see here. What the hell is this? What is this? This is. Did you kill a Sasquatch? What is this? Who is that? Is that oh, it's Beyonce? Ugh, why do people do this? All right, there's one. Apparently she's a Muppet. Who else? See, is this her daughter? Her daughter looks nice. You could have just dressed like that, dude. Who's this, Rihanna? This is so stupid. Why are we talking about this? It's a timeline cleanse. All right, let's go. Who else? Who is that? I don't care. Vogue. All right. Kim, what's her name? Nicole Kidman. I'm not gay. I don't have an opinion about fashion. This doesn't look horrible, I guess. I don't know. All right. All right. I mean, you should have cast her as Helena Troy. Look, she at least looks like she can fight. If you're gonna put her into a Greek biopic, not biopic. What is it called? What is it called? Who cares? Anyway, that's enough of that. All right. Why Trump? Why is Trump fighting with the Pope again? What is he doing now? What did he do? This Pope is this Pope is woke, and Trump has 0 Fs. So I understand, right? I just think that maybe, I don't know if you guys agree with me or not. Maybe this is a pick your battles thing. Maybe don't fight with the Pope, right? Is it or that? I don't know. Like, I don't think this is something that I agree. If you told me to pick, I'm picking Trump over this woke Pope. However, it's like, do we need to do this? Let's see. Trump trolls the Pope. Somebody in the chat goes, Trump trolls the Pope. He does. I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm just saying, can it backfire? Maybe. We'll see. Let's see. I don't think it's going to be any real consequence. With MAGA, there's people, the virtue signalers that, clutch their pearls. They're just like the left. So we don't have to worry about them. Let's see here. Donald Trump has issued another verbal attack against Pope Leo, accusing the pontiff of endangering a lot of Catholics because he thinks it's fine for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. The remarks come 2 days before Marco Rubio, the U.S. Secretary of State and press secretary now. Did you guys see this? Hold on. Let's have fun today. Did you guys see that Marco Rubio, the man of many hats, has did the press secretary, took over Kaylee?
Okay, so these are not like Navy ships. But nonetheless, they come fast at these boats, try to swarm them, try to harm them. We're not going to let that happen. So 7 of them now sit at the bottom of the sea, along with, by the way, the rest of Iran's Navy.
Yeah, Marco Rubio, because Caroline Leavitt is on maternity leave. Marco Rubio was the press secretary yesterday, and somebody did that at my request, or at least found it after I requested it, and that just made me happy. All right. Speaking to Hugh Hewitt, I think he's in danger. Okay, so Trump was speaking to Hugh Hewitt, a prominent conservative radio talk show host. Trump said the Pope would rather talk about the fact that it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. You see, what I noticed is when these stories come out, right, here's what happened, right? If you read this, you'd think that Trump was just sitting around doing nothing. And then he grabbed his phone and he was like, I'm going to attack the Pope and I'm going to tweet about the Pope, right? And that now that we read, that's actually not what happened, right? So he was asked a question because people, and I understand this. I understand why somebody would, ask him about it. But there are people that sometimes will set him up and be like, be like, hey, so we should talk about the Pope because I want you to attack the Pope. And I'm not saying that Hugh Hewitt did that, but it does happen a lot on mainstream media where they'll ask him something, he'll answer, and then they'll come out and they'll go, Trump attacked the Pope. And it's like, well, he kind of just answered a question. So, I mean, is that really something like that is Trump's fault? Like, I don't know. Either way, I think that if Trump was gonna, I think if Trump took a different approach and just said, you know what, I disagree with the Pope, but everybody's entitled to their opinion, and just sort of let this one go, I don't think it would be a bad thing. But again, I'm not sure it's really that consequential. So who knows? Who's spamming the chat? Voted? Is it voted? Voter? I don't know if that's spam. Is somebody's typing out vote? Did you go vote? Is that what you're saying? All right. Trump-backed Republicans. Final story. And we'll spend a good amount of time on the Woke Wednesday. Final story. Trump-backed Republicans win big in Indiana primaries. That's we already kind of covered this. A majority of Indiana Republican legislators whose opponents were backed by Donald Trump lost their primaries on Tuesday, giving the president wins in the deep red state just months after lawmakers rejected his redistricting plan. Of the seven Trump-endorsed challengers to state, why can't I talk today? Of the 7 Trump-endorsed challengers to state Senate candidates, at least 5 won. I think it was 6, actually. I think the final number was 6. The vote turned into a statewide referendum on political retribution and a test of Republicans' staying power after the party's state lawmakers resisted Donald Trump's bruising campaign to pressure them into redrawing congressional districts. Okay, seven state senators who voted against the redistricting push faced challengers endorsed by the president, et cetera, et cetera. So we already covered this. Basically, everybody Trump endorsed, almost, not everybody, but most of them won. We got Mark Mesmer, Aaron Hookchin, Jim Jordan, obviously, Bob Latta, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Vivek Ramaswamy also won. This wasn't, look, Vivek was going to be, he was going to smoke him no matter who, right? That was already projected. But Vivek's a controversial figure in the conservative movement because of his position on H-1Bs, because of how he came in and sort of jumped into MAGA, but then sort of got distance from it. You don't really see him involved as much as he used to be when he was a candidate and he was running against Trump. So I don't know about Vivek. I'm not 100% sure, but I wouldn't say that I'm like anti or I don't have any huge reservations about him. But I just think that at this point, I think we should be picky, but not too picky. Does that make sense? We need to win, right? I'm not saying that we need to install rhinos. I'm saying quite the opposite, right? We need to get people like Thomas Massie out of there. We need to get people that are supporting the Dignity Act, supporting rhino policies. We need to get all of them out of there. But we also need to flip. We need to flip, and we need to take whatever we can get in terms of making sure that we expand the majority and just get votes, get seats, redistrict, and hopefully, which I'm not super confident about, pass the Save America Act. We'll see. We'll see. Republicans over Democrats. Yeah, and anybody that's like, talking about, like Nick Fuentes is like, I'm a Democrat now. It's like, okay, good, go, bye, right? And speaking of Nick Fuentes, we're going to get to him in a minute. But let's start off with this, right? Here is, check this out, right? I had Eli make this thumbnail before somebody left this comment, okay? And I want you to see how accurate the thumbnail is based on how these people reacted. Racism is woke. White people are the problem. Black people are the problem. Me saying, actually, that ideology, both those statements are the actual problem. One of Chud the Builder's followers wrote this. The left claims all white people are bad, and we know that's not true. Chud claims all black people are bad, and we know the majority are. See the difference? And I'm like, define bad. And first of all, you can tell this dude's not American because of how he spells neighborhood. Move to a black neighborhood and see. I lived in a black neighborhood. The majority of black people there were not bad. Why would they be? I grew up in Boston, right? And my parents were very good co-parents, but they divorced when I was born. Right? They were still friends. They were still great parents. But my dad lived in Hyde Park, in a black neighborhood, a very black neighborhood. I spent a lot of my childhood in like the Beach Street projects in Rosendale. A lot of my friends were black. I'd say half of them. My buddy Dante, who's still like a brother to me today, he's black. He lived with us for years. I grew up with black people, right? It's not a flex. I'm not saying I know a black guy, right? It's not saying that means anything, that qualifies me to have any conversations. But what it does qualify me to do is to debunk the claim that most black people are, quote, bad. They're not, right? Statistically, they're 12% of the population and they commit 52% of the crime. Why is that? Is it because they're black? No. It's not because they're black. It's like you're not born, they're not pit bulls, right? You're not born bad. No, it's a, you know what? I'm just gonna play my reply to a person. I'm not gonna say who because it's from a DM and I'm not gonna share DMs without permission. But here's a reply I gave to somebody that I consider a friend who was disagreeing with me. Okay, and this person was saying, yeah, you know what? Chud may be, going about it a little extreme, but he's doing a huge service because black people say this stuff about us and they get away with it and we're being attacked. And I'm like, okay, here. So this is a portion of my response to this person, and take a listen, because patting myself on the back a little bit, I think this is the best way to respond to people who have this opinion. When you use these generalizations, right? Like these people, they're fucking niggers, they're chimps, this, that, and the other. Well, dude, you're just as bad as the fucking left then, because they claim that all white people. I forgot the language in there, but my bad.
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid with the effing.
I did not mean. I didn't mean to throw that at you without a warning. I'm not sure if I keep swearing. I try my best here. Everyone knows that, but that was a little oof. All right, let's play the rest anyway. People are bad. How is that behavior any different than what they do? So I mean, if you want to become the thing you hate, this is a great way to do it. I mean, if there's a better way to do it, right? You call them out, but you do it in a methodical way, and you attack their ideas and you debate their ideas, but you don't just fucking do exactly what they do back to them, because it's just a vicious cycle that'll never end. And nobody wins this war that you hope happens. It doesn't end with a victor. It ends with the destruction of the American culture, that all men are created equal, right? You want to fix the fucking black problem? Fucking stop voting Democrat. Get people to stop voting Democrat, because it's not the melanin in their skin. It's fucking Democrat-run policies, keeping low-income communities fucking dependent on the government and replacing the father figure with the social structure. So, I mean, that's a long thing to fix. It's not going to be fixed with a race war. A race war won't do anything. It'll just be BLM 2.0, and it'll just create this fucking downfall. So, I mean, no, he's wrong. You're okay. So, pardon the language. I'm very passionate. I speak in cursive, but you understand what? Do you understand what I'm saying there? It's like, look, if your solution, let's say we do have an issue with how racist black people are towards white people, right? Let's say that's a problem that should be addressed, okay? Because it exists, all right? I mean, there are many people in the black community that are racist to white people, right? You're not going to hear any argument from me there. But do you fix that problem by being racist to black people? I mean, I don't see how that logic would ever, I don't see how you could ever make a claim that by doing that, you're doing a service and you're creating some positive change. It's not, that's insane to say. And I'm a little tired of the gaslighting especially with how people who support Chud, we'll get to him in a minute, make a claim that he's not racist. He's only going up to people and asking them questions like, do you support free speech? And again, we're going to hear the N-word again, all right? I'm sorry, guys. It's not something I want to play. It's something that you need to hear because it's what he's doing. You need to hear it. I'm not going to bleep it. Just listen and cover your ears if that's something that you just think is unconscionable to ever hit the drums inside of your head. Because he's not asking questions. And this video is proof.
Yes, sir. Come on, get some burgers. But we got to make sure you believe in free speech first.
Okay, so he's walking up to homeless people with food, and he's saying, I will give you this food, but in order to get this food, instead of just giving it to them, you have to do something for this food. We have to make sure that you believe in free speech.
Yes or no? So white people can say nigger.
You get it? I tried to pause it so you wouldn't hear it, okay?
You got it. Come on, if you believe in free speech, it's free speech. You don't believe in it? Come on, here. You got to tell me. Yes or no? Yes or no? You believe in free speech? Yeah, like people can say what.
I'm trying to pause it so you don't hear it.
In America, free speech.
It depends on it depends on what you say.
Can white people say nigger?
There you go. All right, I paused it perfectly.
No.
No.
Come on, that's not. Come on, bro. We passed that.
Now, hold on. I want to make a point before we continue this video. If what Chud and his supporters are saying is true, that black people are violent, black people hate white people, black people are the aggressors, why didn't any of these people beat the ever-living shit out of him? Right? I mean, it seems to me like if they were so bad, right? The second that came out of his mouth, he's not. I don't see him holding a gun or holding pepper spray. He's holding burgers. So isn't he kind of proving that they're pretty tolerant? And look at the response from this guy, and how rational, reasonable, and accurate it actually is.
Free speech.
You brought up the wrong way. You was taught the wrong way.
No.
There we go. Hey, he's like, no, man, you're bringing it up the wrong way. I like this guy.
No,
So
free speech.
You come on. No. Say something else better than that, bro.
Say something else better than that. Yeah, I like that. Don't say hard R's. What's wrong with you? You're the problem.
Don't do that.
So the First Amendment says you can say whatever you want.
But still, but you know what we went through. Don't bring
I don't.
that back
I
up.
don't know what you
All
gonna
that
do.
shit we done went through about that.
Don't matter.
Don't bring
We're all equal now.
So yeah, what that guy's saying is, you know how many people use that word against us in a hateful manner, and you're just throwing it around? Oh, but you guys say it to each other. Well, no, what they did was they took the power back by changing the inflection of the word. Instead of a hard R, they flipped it to a term of endearment that they use on each other to take the power away from the people that used it to hurt them, right? He knows exactly what he's doing by bringing it back to the hard R, and this guy still doesn't beat the shit out of him.
But why would you bring it up?
You equal or no? Are we equal?
I'm equal.
No, am I equal?
Yes, but don't say
So
that.
I can say what you say.
I don't say that. I don't cracker. I don't say you fucking white.
Yeah, we don't care. We don't.
Okay. I also want you to notice something else. He isn't giving him the burgers. He put the burgers back in the cooler because they won't say that he's allowed to say that. That is not somebody who's a positive force in a movement. That's not somebody who's doing a service. That's not somebody who's creating change. That's not somebody who is a champion for free speech. That's a grifter. That's a clout chaser. That is a sensationalist. And I really hate to agree with Nick Fuentes. And I'm going to show you how to agree with Nick Fuentes without agreeing with Nick Fuentes. Because too many people make this mistake, right? There are far too many people that grab a clip from Nick Fuentes and go, see, look how awesome Nick Fuentes is. No. It's broken clock theory, right? Here's Nick Fuentes' take on Chud.
Rambunctious.
I don't believe that. I don't think that's true. That's not the issue. I mean, that would be an issue, but the issue is like the stuff that they're doing is just, to me, it's not nice. I don't believe in that. Okay. And I saw Chud the Builder got a little bent out of shape about what I said. I don't think I said anything derogatory. I don't like that approach. That's not my approach.
Okay. So what Nick is saying is Chud the Builder is not nice because Chud the Builder goes out on the street and confronts people, and he doesn't like confrontational man on the street. I agree with that. Like, I hate seeing people that go out and like interrupt people's day and try to get clicks. I don't even like it. I don't like it when those guys go outside of police stations and try to bait cops and like I have the right to be here, so I'm gonna record, and like those people are assholes. I don't like when Chud does it. I don't like the only people I would say I think like get a pass are like the people that go up and like give people free money. Or like, you know, the people who mow somebody's lawn or do some type of charitable thing. But for the most part, leave people the hell alone and stop trying to go viral by confronting strangers. That being said, the glaring hypocrisy from Nick Fuentes saying somebody else is not nice for their language is out. It's just so rich because Nick Fuentes is the one who says that like Jews are what did he say? He said that Jews should be thrown in jail or something like that. He's just I've done this video a while back when he was on Steven Crowder, because Steven Crowder tried to make the claim like Nick has never called for the death of Jews. He actually has, right? He says that, you know, the people who practice the religion of Judaism, if he goes we ever got into power, should be thrown in jail or given the death penalty. And I'm like, so Nick, you're bad too. All right? Stop sitting here trying to say that what he's doing is wrong, right? And act like you're some moral superiority figure because what you do is not confrontational. It's still hateful. It's still anti-Semitism. It's you're still a piece of shit. You're just a different kind of piece of shit.
It's one thing to be vicious to the people in the arena. You want to be
okay. So yeah, so it's okay to call out Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin and call them Jews and say, like, you know, people, public figures, because they're Jewish, they're less than human. But when you go up to people on the street and do it, it's so much different.
vicious to Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin. That's fair game. They're in the arena. But I really don't like that approach of antagonizing people in public. I just don't.
Now, what is the difference between antagonizing people in public and antagonizing people publicly, right? Proximity. That's really the only difference between what Chud is doing and what Nick is doing. I get it. Nick doesn't use the hard R. Well, actually, no, wait, he does, doesn't he? Wait, he does. I just remembered. I think that he does. I don't think that he always puts the AH on it. So Nick is basically just a glaring example of hypocrisy, as always, because he thinks that if you're sitting behind a camera in the comfort of your own home, you can dehumanize people, but when you do it on the street, that's wrong. You're both awful. You're just garbage, right? I can agree with Nick that Chud is bad without praising Nick. Take notes, people. This is how you do it. I'm putting on a masterclass on how to cover when Nick Fuentes makes a good point.
I just don't like that in general, not even just for politics, but I think that people have enough on their plate. You don't know what people are going through, and people have enough problems. People are trying to get to work, or they're trying to do their thing, or they got something.
All right, I think you get the point. All right, so what this guy's doing is wrong. What this guy's doing is wrong. What this person, who I don't know, just AI, is saying is wrong. Wrong. You're all the problem. And it's all woke, right? And woke is always bad. Woke is identity politics. Woke is racism. It's classism. It's just a bunch of gobbledygook about who is responsible for why your life sucks. And if the answer is not you, you're probably woke, right? You are in control of your life. The only thing you are in control of, actually, is how you react to things that happen to you, right? It's basically like if you are blaming a boogeyman or a demographic of people or a people group or an entity or somebody else for everything, then you're shifting responsibility, right? I know that we spent a long time rightfully criticizing the left, right? But I have really shifted a lot of my focus onto calling out my own side, because I realized that the blaming the left for all your problems, right, is fine if it's warranted, but refusing to call out the problems in your own party, on your own side, with your own people, right, is exactly what they do. So there has to be a balance, and we spent so much time pointing fingers, not realizing there were three pointing back at us. So we have to do that. We still have to call out the bad behavior on the other side. We still have to call out failed Democrat leadership. We still have to call out the left's crazy ideology of socialism, communism, Marxism. But we also have to call out the right's, pandering to ideologies like ultranationalism and Islamism, right? So let's go to Megyn Kelly, who said the quiet part out loud. Let's see here. Just post it. Yeah. This is a problem that we have to address on our side if we are going to ever be able to look at the other side and say, you have a problem. You cannot sit there and judge other people for not doing what you're not doing. But here, listen to Megyn Kelly, Nathan Livingstone, Milk Bar. He always puts together these bangers of showing the before and after. And Tucker, Megyn, Candace, all these people, they continuously give him endless content because they keep on flip-flopping. But check this out. Check out what Megyn said.
Islam is not consistent with the values of America, of the West. They should stay in countries that don't care about keeping church and state separated. They should stay in countries that don't care about protecting free speech. They should stay in countries that don't care about women's rights.
Hold on. Make sure you're taking a look. If you're listening on audio, these two clips are 3 months apart. This is January 26th and May 26th. This is this year. Both of them are from this year.
It's where Islam can fester and grow. It's great. I mean, I'm sure if that's like your thing and you don't care about like genital mutilation, you might really enjoy living in an Islamic country. If you don't mind living in a life as a woman where you have to keep every inch of your body except for your eyeballs covered, yeah, it's someplace in the Middle East could be for you. It's not my thing. It's not America's thing. And it's not a thing that we should want or encourage in the West.
Oh, you know what? January, Megyn Kelly is spot on. I agree with every single thing that January of this year, Megyn Kelly just said. I have been saying for a long time, I do not hate Muslims, but we should segregate, right? Because Islam is and always will be incompatible with the West. It's oil and water. We cannot coexist with an ideology that demands we convert to their ideology. And if we don't, we should be killed. It's impossible to coexist with that. But that doesn't mean they're going to do it. Yep, I agree. But there's 2 billion Muslims. If 10% of them hate you, if 10% of them are radicalized, we have 200 million terrorists. And I don't like those numbers against 360 million people when half of the country seems to be buddying up with them. It's simple math. We can't coexist with Islam. Megyn Kelly in January of 2026 is spot on. So let's see what Megyn Kelly said.
He's understanding there may be some new listeners over here, like he's gotten very, very popular lately. I read with Muslim viewers because he's been standing up for Islam, and I have to tell you, Mark, it's been something I've noticed just since I've gotten sort of more clear-eyed on Israel, that a lot of the anti-Muslim rhetoric that's put out there originates with people who are very, very pro-Israel, who kind of need us to demonize them. Right. And I've taken a look recently at my own rhetoric on this to say, have I been manipulated? I want to make sure I'm not getting manipulated. There's no such thing as Islamophobia. You are not only entitled to, quote, fear Islam, I would argue it's your duty as a Christian to stand up and fight against it. He's having a lot of Muslim viewers flock to him. And so while he may have lost some contingent of the Fox News audience that's very, very pro-Israel and, pro-Trump, and you can't say anything about Trump, for every one of those who leaves, there is another newer, younger audience member who does want to hear these traditional lines challenged and hear just new independent thinking. I mean, I'm experiencing some of that myself. It is not consistent with the values of the West or America, and therefore you have no problem. You should have no problem standing up against it.
These people keep on losing debates to themselves.
Islam is not consistent with the...
Look, I have changed my opinions on things. I have admitted I was wrong on things. I have received new information that has, enlightened me to the ignorance of the way that I reported on things. I have never in my life changed my opinion on the dangers of radical Islam. I have never in my life changed my opinions on the dangers of communism, on the dangers of Marxism, leftism in general, right? The leftist ideology, the woke ideology. I have never in my life changed that opinion. Like micro, not macro. That is too big of a belief to change. And she did it in 3 months. So if you see somebody who has a macro adjustment, and sometimes these macro adjustments keep going back and forth, right? I love Israel. I hate Israel. I love the Jews. I hate the Jews. That person is not somebody that you should ever look to for advice, opinions, as a thought leader, as a person who's contributing to the conversation of ideas, right? That's a grifter. There is a reason why they are changing their opinion, and when it's a big macro change like that, the reason is usually never, I truly believe what I'm saying, right? It's most likely audience capture, right? It's most likely that they are licking their finger, holding it up, and seeing where the wind's blowing, and they're changing their opinion to change with their audience's opinion, right? Which is exactly why our adversaries will flood these people's channels with bots, will flood these people's channels with information that they think they want them to parrot, right? Propaganda. And if you're a grifter, which is, by definition, somebody who is dishonest so that they can monetize, their opinions, then, you're such an easy target. Like all these people have to do is convince you that your comment section is the real world. And boom, there you go. You are now a puppet. You are now a useful idiot. If they can convince you in your comment section that it is financially beneficial for you to hold this viewpoint because the people in your comment section hold that viewpoint, and those are the people that pay your salary, you will change your opinion. I won't, but if you're a grifter, you will. And never listen to those people, and learn how to spot those people. Do a better job at judging people based on their actual words, right? Not like whether or not you like them, not a vibe. This is what they do with Trump. I don't like Trump's personality. I don't care about his personality. I don't care about his mean tweets, right? He's been very consistent. He delivers results, and you may not like him, but I said this yesterday, I think it was, or it's like, he didn't have to do this. Like, how is he monetarily gaining from his presidency? Oh, he's made money. He was making money before he was president. He was a billionaire. He didn't have to do this. It's not financially in his interest to be the president. He's doing it for a different reason. And that's why I support Trump. So it's 8:59. Quick shout out, and then we're going to get you over to Sean Farish for Ungoverned. Bad Moon, Kimberly K, LFA producers in here. My man Eli, best thumbnails in the business. Family Low, Jay Tyler, Crazy Moan McGroin, One Sandman, Moose 4 Trump, and Bob the Comedian. All right, boys and girls, Sean's coming up. And I will see you tomorrow for 2A Thursday tomorrow. So we will see you then. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you later.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're
Go
not
join.
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
that just we are the only society on earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Good morning and happy Wednesday to the Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, McGroy Nation. We are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Wednesday to you, to everybody, especially those of you in the great states of Indiana, Ohio, and right here in the great state of Tennessee. A huge, huge day yesterday. By the way, I would be remiss if I didn't say happy Star Wars Day again. Today is Revenge of the Sixth. So it is the final edition of Star Wars Day. Although, you know, if you're as big a Star Wars fan as I am, every day is Star Wars Day. That's okay. It was a good night for the good guys last night. Everywhere. It was a good night for the good guys last night. In Indiana, I think you saw 6 out of 7. Right? In Indiana, you saw 6 out of 7 of those squishy Senate rhinos who wanted to, or they didn't want to, they successfully rejected the redistricting efforts try and squeeze a couple more seats out of Indiana. 6 out of 7 of them are gone. See ya. See you later. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Bye. Bye. In Ohio, Vivek Ramaswamy won his primary. I know there's, mixed feelings on him and some of the things that he said and all of these. The fact of the matter is, you had these folks that were acting like it was going to be a lot closer than it was. It wasn't close. And I know that there are prediction markets that are saying that Vivek is going to lose the governor's race in Ohio. I don't see it. I don't see it. I mean, he's got work to do, but I just don't see that happening when all is said and done in November. That's not to say that you can coast and put your feet up and act like it's a given if you're in Ohio. It's not. And it is perfectly fine to, ask Vivek Ramaswamy at this point in time. Maybe you did support somebody else in the primary. I don't know. It is perfectly fine to ask him to earn your vote. That's fine too. You've got 6 months before the general election in Ohio. And here in Tennessee, and I don't want to just make light of it or do something short about it, we had a huge night last night. And we're going to talk about that here in just a second because, that could be the whole show. It's not going to be the whole show, but that could be the whole show because what Brennan and I experienced last night, and not just last night, but the last few months, is how it should be. By it, what is it? How politics should be, how a campaign should be run, how a group of volunteers should conduct themselves, how a candidate should present himself or herself. Last night and the last couple of months that we were involved with the Kenneth Barrett for Sheriff campaign, what we experienced is the way it should be. And it's not hard. Not to say the work is not hard. But to do what was done here in Rutherford County, Tennessee, anybody can do this. I'm not trying to take away from the work that was done, but we'll get into it. It's not a complicated formula. So let me get to a word from our friends over at OFP Farms, because we're going to celebrate all morning. It's going to be a feel-good morning. There's a lot of feel-good stories. Last night, bottom line, was a great night for the good guys. You want to, they say, punch a Nazi. Don't do that, because that's against the law. Unless, of course, the Nazi swings first. But flip off a doomer today. MAGA is dead? You think so? I don't think so. All right, let me get to a word from our friends at OFP Farms. It is OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean. Mother's Day right around the corner. Take a look. OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN. OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean. Folks, Mother's Day right around the corner. You got to get in while the getting's good. 20% off. Their Mother's Day gift boxes are more than just a gift. They are an absolute experience. This Mother's Day, give mom more than a gift. Give her a moment to feel pampered and truly treasured at OFP Farms. Every single product is handcrafted right on their farm using fresh goat milk and grass-fed tallow. Rich, nourishing ingredients that her skin will love. It is more than just skincare. It is a daily reminder that she deserves to slow down, care for herself, and feel appreciated. For a limited time, enjoy 20% off your entire order with the code Sean, SHAWN. Clean ingredients, small batches, real results. It's an experience. These boxes, you open it up, and you're like, wow, this was put together with a little bit of TLC, tender love and care. We love it. OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com. From the farm to your mom's skin, because mom deserves to feel this good every day, not just on Mother's Day. OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean, SHAWN. This 20% off sale runs until May 10th, which is Mother's Day. That is, once again, OFP, Oscar Foxtrot Papa, farms.com, promo code SHAWN. Next up, next sponsor, a word from our friends at Armra Colostrum. I am now a full-fledged believer in colostrum. This stuff is, well, it's great. It really is. Nature's first food. It is a superfood. You know, I'm always looking out for ways to strengthen my immunity, my gut health, improve my fitness and metabolism, enhance my skin and hair radiance. That is what Armra Colostrum can do for you, and then some. Colostrum is the first nutrition that we get in life and contains all the essential nutrients that our bodies need in order to thrive. Colostrum can help reactivate your hair growth and help your skin glow, can help fortify your gut health and ignite your metabolism, and it can help fuel your fitness, performance, and recovery. Why would you not want to take this stuff? Especially when I tell you that you can get it for 30% off at tryarmor.com/LFATV, ARMRA.com/LFATV. That is ARMRA.com/LFATV for up to 30% off. 30% off. TryArmor.com/LFATV. TryArmRA.com/LFATV. All right. Indiana was a big deal. Ohio was a big deal. But we're going to go hyper local just for a little bit. Because this is how politics can be, and this is how politics should be. A lot of people, whether it's at the dinner table, family gatherings, wherever you're at, maybe it's a church service, they go, oh, I don't want to get involved. It's too nasty. And they're not wrong. It's very nasty. Or it could be very nasty. And in many cases, it gets very nasty. For no reason other than people just want to win, and they let their worst side of them come out. We've seen this. Seen it back in New York. If Jackie's in the chat, I'm not sure if Jackie's in the chat this morning. She's in the Jackie knows exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, the story, we could write a book about all the crazy. I learned new stuff about myself every day when I lived on Long Island the last couple months. There new stuff. It was great. It's always funny that we were accused of taking like absurd amounts of money, and the number kept going up. It was like we were getting interest. It was great. Politics does not have to be a nasty experience. There may be nasty things that happen in a campaign, but it doesn't need to be a nasty experience. Let me have your ear for, well, I have your ear for about an hour, but let me have your undivided attention for just a second. Okay? I put this little post together, a longer post together this morning, and I just want to use it as a guideline to go over what happened here in Rutherford County, Tennessee last night, because it was freaking awesome. Let's rewind back to March of 2025. Brennan and I were swatted at our home. And while that was a terrible experience, and it was a terrible experience, rather than kind of spiral into this kind of self-wallowing, this, we're not throwing a pity party. We're going to turn it into fuel. That's what we did. It became, they say, what is your why? That became our why. March of 2025. Rutherford County Sheriff's Office. And by the way, they conducted themselves professionally. They did everything right here. And thankfully, that's how they handled themselves, because it could have gone a lot different. March of 2025 was a terrible experience for us. And that would become our why. That would become our fuel. You know me, I love local politics, whether it was in New York. Now we're settled in Tennessee. So last November, I was invited to speak at an event here in our county. And after I had done my bit on stage, we met a man by the name of Kenneth Barrett. This was November of 2025. And he introduced himself as a man who was running for Rutherford County Sheriff. I said, Sheriff, huh? Interesting. So I grabbed Brennan. I said, Brennan, this man right here, Kenneth Barrett, he's running for sheriff. He's running for sheriff of Rutherford County. And that night, we got this business card right here from him, this campaign, November of 2025. And he was surrounded by a fairly large group of people, none of whom we've ever met before. We wound up meeting the man who told us he remembered that SWAT call that sent, an unbelievable number of heavily armed police officers to our home in March 2025. And he remembered saying, if these really were actual gunshots, if this was a real situation, more people probably would have called it in and said they heard gunshots. Instead, it was just that, one fake call that came in. The guy was pretending to be me. And so that's the reason why Rutherford County Sheriff's Office actually called me before pounding on the door. That was a man that was with Kenneth Barrett that night. So coming out of that conversation, I said, this guy surrounds himself with pretty good people. Obviously, with what we went through in March of 2025, hearing and talking with somebody who says they're running for county sheriff, it piqued our interest. We then got to know Kenneth, his family, and his campaign in the early stages of January of 2026. We met them at another county event. State Representative Mike Sparks had a chili cook-off. He was hanging out there. We talked again. We went to dinner a couple of weeks later. After those conversations with Kenneth and his amazing wife, Sandy, and other members of the campaign team, we decided, we'd go to a fundraiser, right? Steaks and Sweethearts. And that was a packed out room. And we saw the energy. We had, a couple more good experiences with members of the campaign there. We said, we're going to volunteer. We're going to help them in the primary alongside many other incredible volunteers in this county, Rutherford County, Tennessee. Well, last night, Kenneth Barrett won the GOP primary for Rutherford County Sheriff in Tennessee by 22 points. It was a three-way race. This campaign was run and managed by people who never ran a political campaign before. Very talented, very qualified people. His campaign manager, Jennifer Yates, is an event planner, super organized, on top of everything, but never ran a political campaign before. Kenneth had never run for office before. They paid attention to politics, but were never the name on the ballot. When I tell you that this campaign did everything right, I mean everything. You know why? Because they didn't overcomplicate it. Nothing was forced. Nothing was fake. There were no lies that needed to be propped up and maintained. It was genuine. The candidate, Kenneth Barrett, was visible and transparent for a year and a half. If there was an event in this county, he was going to be there. The volunteers remained positive, as hard as that was, and stayed out of the negative social media chatter surrounding this race and other races in this county. Things got nasty here. The hard work was done on the ground, door to door, putting up signs, all the way up to the night before the election. 30 plus people getting together in one room, reaching over 3,000 voters by text, one by one. Not press a button, robocall, one by one, the night before the election. I've worked on and I've been involved with a lot of campaigns over the last 6+ years. And none of them were as fun to work with as this one. Not because of the end result, right? Not just because we won, because of the people. The candidate, the campaign leadership, the volunteer base, the friendships that we made, and the experiences that we all shared together. That's the way this is supposed to be. Find a reason to get involved in your local politics. And I hope it's not because you get swatted. Find a reason, whatever your cause is. If it's education, if it's your tax rate, if it's some sort of environmental cause, whatever it may be, find a reason to get involved in your local politics. Find a candidate to rally around. Build your government from the ground up. Find your why and jump in. If we all do this, we can't lose. Last night's experience, that payoff last night, the jubilation in that room, it was just great. But the craziest part about it and the best part about it is the feeling in the room last night was the same feeling. I mean, yeah, there was some anxiety and like, oh my gosh, I just want this to be over and I can't wait till we get the results. But this campaign was positive. The term happy warrior, like the late Phyllis Schlafly, would be proud of what this campaign did. This campaign, this Kenneth Barrett for Sheriff campaign, ought to be studied. It goes to show you don't need fancy consultants. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. You don't need to this is polling well in this. Just get out, be yourselves, be genuine, be happy, talk about your campaign with a smile. And folks, this is what happens. Look at these results. 52% of the vote in a three-way race. It wasn't even close. You got a 2,300 vote lead after early voting. It wasn't even close. And this right here says it all, this picture. It's Kenneth. His wife is over there on the left in the red, and his two daughters right there in the middle, all smiles. And that is the way it was the entire campaign. That's the way it should be. That's the way it could be. That's the way it will be if we want to make it that way. Get involved. I can't stress this enough. And we still have one more election to win. August 6th is the general here in Rutherford County, Tennessee. So he's not the next sheriff-elect yet, but you win the Republican primary in Rutherford County, you're generally presumed. It's barring something very bad, he will be the next sheriff of Rutherford County. So an amazing group of people that we've gotten to know outside of just the political, hey, we're going to the campaign. They're our friends. Amazing. I even got a new hat. Our boy Seth. He's like, here's a hat. Look at this hat. This hat's beautiful. It's great. And to put a bow on this whole thing, as we were leaving last night, Kenneth's older daughter, Kylie, she stops and goes, can you please do it? I'm thinking Trump for a friend of hers. No, can you please do the turtle from Finding? They get a kick out of me doing the turtle. So we had to, you so totally rock, squirt. Well, give me some fin. Brennan didn't give me some fin.
I totally dropped
She
the
spaced
ball
out.
on that one.
I was like, give me the fin!
I was fried by that point.
Noggin. Dude. All right.
You never really know, but when they know, you'll know,
I'll tell you what, it was a great experience all around. Great experience all around. And so fine, you sent the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office to our house, and we just decided we were going to play a role in electing the new sheriff. No big deal.
Well, now we have a bunch of good friends.
That's it. And a bunch of good friends. Bam. All right, let's get to let me take a quick break. I wanted to go through that and just give you that. Folks, I'm just telling you, this campaign, Jennifer Yates, her husband Steve, and so many other folks that were involved in this campaign, they did. When I tell you they did everything right, you should study it, but you don't really have to study it. You just have to do the right thing. What did Kenneth say last night on stage? If you always do the right thing, you'll never be wrong. It's that simple. And there's nobody. And there was plenty of chatter, negative, all the crap that was being said about people. And he kept telling everybody, don't get involved in that. That's what they wanted. They wanted us to get in the weeds in social media. They wanted to bring the campaign down to their level, and it just didn't happen. It's great.
You know what's funny?
Yeah.
Jelly Bean doesn't even know it's walking around in the sheriff's yard.
Jelly Bean. Yes. Kenneth there's a stray cat that wanders around Kenneth's yard that he calls Jelly Bean. And that cat has no idea its name is Jelly Bean. He said, what's up, Jelly Bean? The cat just kept walking. Brennan goes, that cat has no idea his name is Jelly Bean. Kenneth damn near spit out his drink. It was Jelly Bean. Jelly Bean has no idea he's living with the sheriff.
I know.
That's so funny. Way to go, Jelly Bean. Even
That's
Jelly
a good
Bean.
place to squat.
Even Jelly Bean had a good night. All right. Even Jelly Bean had a good night. Just an amazing group of people.
Oh yeah.
Just an amazing. He said about Laura Kuntz, right? They got a Brady bunch. She's like, I don't know, 90 kids in that family.
There's so many kids.
And the youngest is like the craziest, little Isla, right?
She's so good though. Like she's
maniac.
got a lot of energy, but it's like good. It's not destructive. It's
no,
good.
She's not destructive. She's
just
a
always
life force.
She
though.
is. I really like that whole group of people.
Great group of people. Fan and Nick and all these guys. I mean, I can go through the Cody. Oh, you gotta love Cody.
Oh yeah.
Cody
He's
starts
like
every
an
meeting.
Oak tree just walking around. He's so tall.
He's an oak tree, but he starts every meeting with a prayer, and everybody stays grounded, and it's just a great group. I'll tell you, it's like quintessential Tennessee.
Yeah.
That's what you expect. And that's what we got.
Good old boys taking control and taking over and getting stuff done.
How it is.
Yeah.
And just so many hard workers. It was just amazing. It's amazing. So there's your feel-good story of the morning. Folks, it's possible to do it. Do it. Get involved in your local politics. You're not going to not every campaign that you're going to get involved in is going to be a winner. But I guarantee you're going to have experiences like this. You're going to meet friends. You're going to get back together and do it again in the next campaign cycle. And I don't think you'll regret doing that. If we all do that, we will never lose. All right. A quick word from our friends at Silent. Folks, let's face it. Your phone is a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals, they are all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. And the craziest part about it is they're not asking. They just take it, right? They just take your data. You're not supposed to do that. Listen, that is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It is the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you. To protect your family, protect your freedom, and secure your digital footprint, all you got to do is drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com, slnt.com. Silence! Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/SHAWN. All right. Let's go to Indiana. Anybody from Indiana in the chat? Indiana. Big night. It was a big night for Indiana last night. 6 out of the 7. 6, 7. Gotta do it.
No.
I know it's not the thing anymore, but it's like stuck in my head. 6, 7. It means nothing. I remember we were at the Turning Point event like last October at Taylor Sharp, and he was kept doing it, and I kept doing it to him. He kept getting the biggest kick out of it. I said, Taylor, what does this mean? He says, it just means 6, 7. I said, stop messing with me. What? He goes, no, it really genuinely means nothing. Okay. Indiana Rhino bloodbath. Bloodbath hoax. Indiana Rhino bloodbath. Rhinos lose bigly in Indiana. Several Rhino state senators on Tuesday evening, 6 out of 7 of them, lost their primary elections. Trump-endorsed candidates swept Indiana on Tuesday night. Excuse me. I thought MAGA was dead. Oh, your MAGA movement's dead, bro. There's no more MAGA. The support is completely falling apart. Oh, yeah? Okay, Doomer. Indiana Rhino bloodbath. In December, President Trump unleashed on the spineless Indiana Republicans who torpedoed a slam dunk redistricting bill that would have handed the GOP a 9-0 congressional stranglehold on Indiana. As the Gateway Pundit reported, by the way, keep Jim and Joe Hoft, the brothers, in your prayers. They're dealing with some medical stuff. One of them just had a stroke. So keep them in your prayers. The Indiana State Senate stunningly killed a proposed congressional redistricting map that would have not locked in a 9-0 Republican congressional delegation, even though Republicans hold 40 of the chamber's 50 seats. The bill failed after more than half the Senate Republicans voted against it, effectively doing the Democrats' work for them. There were 21 Republicans who voted no. 21 Republicans who voted no. And many of them were unseated last night. State Senator Travis Holdman, who had served in the state Senate since 2008 and is the third most powerful Republican in the chamber, gone, defeated by real estate agent Blake Feicher. 80-year-old State Senator Jim Buck, unseated by Tipton County Commission member Tracy Powell after serving in the legislature since 1994. Jim Buck was facing his first primary since joining the Senate in 2008, had the support of Mike Pence, the former vice president and Indiana governor. State Senator Greg Walker was set to retire last year after 20 years in the chamber, but reversed course amid the redistricting fight, where he notably broke down in tears, speaking about his fear for the future of the party and if the legislature caved to Donald Trump's demands. He lost to State Representative Michelle Davis, who launched her campaign before Walker decided to run again, but ended up staying in the primary race and won Trump's endorsement. Elsewhere, State Senator Linda Rogers, who owns and manages a golf course and a home building company, lost her primary to Dr. Brian Schmutzler, an anesthesiologist. And State Senator Dan Dernolk, who represents a district in the northern part of the state near Chicago, was defeated by Trevor DeVries, an insurance broker. The only state senator who won appears to be Greg Good. Good bested Vigo County Councilmember Brenda Wilson, who was backed by Trump and Alexandra Wilson, a network engineer. But the bottom line is many of the Senate rhinos who were up for re-election lost their primaries. Folks, lock in real quick. The time to take out your frustration with the GOP is not in the general election. It is in the primary. If you are unsatisfied with what your representatives are doing in Congress, at the state level, in the legislature, whether it's at the Senate or the House or whatever, however your legislature is composed in your states, at the county level, on your county commission or council or whatever it's called in your county, at the school board level, at the library board level, at the HOA level, if you are unsatisfied with your representation from your elected officials, the time to take out that frustration is not in the general election. I'm sitting out the midterms. That's not going to help you, because if you do that, you're now making it more likely that a Democrat is going to take power. And if you think your representation is bad with a rhino, well, we lived through 4 years of Democrat control, and it wasn't fun, was it? No, it was not fun. The time to take out your frustration on bad or inadequate, what you deem inadequate, leadership and representation from GOP representatives is in the primary. Get involved in your primary. Oh, what's the matter? They're just going to rig it anyway. Really? Did they rig it in Indiana? 6 out of 7 squishy rhinos who were on, who had a primary challenge, who rejected the redistricting efforts, lost. That is how it gets done. That is how you affect change. The only reason I don't say that the primary is more important than the general is because in the general, you are running against the Democrat. But the primary is just as important as the general, because that is where you select your candidates. That is how you get better candidates, through the primaries. If you're unhappy with your representative Maria Salazar in Florida because she's backing the Dignity Act, then get behind a primary challenger. Even if they don't win, get involved there, because when you put a challenge and you put an alternative on that primary ballot, it's more than just a name on a piece of paper. What is it when you get a primary challenge, when you get another name on that ballot? It's ideas. Clearly, They're two different candidates. They have different ideas somewhere. And the best thing about our side of the aisle, more ideas, not less. More speech, not less. More conversations, not less. The free exchange of ideas is alive and well on our side of the aisle. Get involved in your primaries. Even if you don't think your candidate can win and your candidate just represents a niche, whether it's MAHA, whether it's education, whether it's taxes, whether it's some local issue in your community, get that candidate and that idea on the ballot. Because even if you lose the primary, you can then take that coalition that got behind the candidate who you supported and meet with the candidate who won the primary and say, listen, we want to support you in the general against the Democrats, but we need your commitment that you're going to represent this niche issue. And if you do, then you will win the support of that candidate who got 13 or 14 or 20 or 30 or 40% of the vote. That is how it's done, guys. It's not easy. It takes a lot of time. It is annoying. It is cumbersome, but that is how we win. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Even if you lose a primary, the ideas that set you apart from the other candidates on the ballot and the winning candidate on the ballot still have a chance to be incorporated into that candidate's platform in order to earn your vote. Now, I understand, what if that candidate gets in office and they just betray their promises? Fine. Then guess what? In a couple of years, you do it again. Look at Brandon Herrera in Texas. He went through a couple of cycles where he lost until this cycle where he won. And he's going to go to Congress. It is so important to take over your primaries, to be involved in your primaries. You're not always going to win. But when your candidate, if your candidate doesn't win and your candidate represents that niche, that education niche, that MAHA niche, whatever taxation, or it's books in a library, or it's whatever. If your candidate represents that idea that sets him or her apart from the others, and the others win, and your candidate doesn't, you can take that coalition to the winning candidate and say, if you want our support, we need you to get behind this cause. And then your idea still survives the primary. Then your niche still survives the primary. That is how you make change. And it happens incrementally. One by one, little by little, chip away at that foundation. Swing that sledgehammer and just keep going. That is how you do this. That is how it gets done. So to anybody who wants to tell you, the system is broken. There's no hope. MAGA is dead. MAGA is not dead. MAGA is alive and well. MAGA is the people who care, who don't just bitch and moan on social media all day. Oh, nothing is happening. I'm voting Democrat. Yeah. You're not helping anybody win. But the people who we worked with the Barrett campaign, the folks who were involved up there in Indiana, the folks who were involved up in Ohio in Vivek's primary and the other statewide races in Ohio that went very well for MAGA candidates. Those are the people who are actually doing real world stuff that are going to achieve real world results. And that means a hell of a lot more than your little ratios on the internet. It means a hell of a lot more than the amount of clicks you generate on your podcast. It means a hell of a lot more than the amount of money you may be bringing in on X or YouTube, or the amount of followers you may have on Instagram or TikTok, or the amount of live stream views you have in real time while you're on. What means the most? It's the real world results, the real world actions, and the real world work done by real world people. And that is why MAGA is not dead. And it was proven last night in Indiana, in Ohio, and right here in Rutherford County, Tennessee. So to the doomers, get some. Or shut the fuck up and get involved in your communities. Tired of all this online whining. When's the last time you think the Hodge twins knocked on a door? When's the last, oh, well, they're too high profile. Nobody gives a damn who they are. Hell, they don't even know who they are. They don't know their ass from their elbow. When's the last time you saw Candace Owens knock on a door? Oh, the security threat. Really? She was out amongst strangers not too long ago. Give me a break. Get out and do something in the real world. All right. Let's take another break. Let's do a little bit from Cove Pure. Okay? Cove Pure is, listen, there was a conversation in this county about the landfill and about what it's doing to our drinking water. We didn't even know that there's potentially some really bad things getting, seeping into our drinking water in this county. Last year, we dealt with when the lake turns over, the algae, and it tasted like, I can't even think about. Oh
no.
That's not an act.
Oh no. Oh my gosh.
I can't even think about what it tasted like. It was so disgusting. Ugh. Stop. I got to think of something else.
Think about
Coke
Rice
beer.
Krispie treats.
Rice Krispie treats. Yeah. Rice Krispie treats. Yum.
Okay.
We started drinking the bottled water last year when that whole thing happened, and now we have this partnership with Cove Pure, and we're never going to have to worry about that again because this thing is amazing. Cove Pure, folks, your water. This is very important. You drink it every day. You don't want to be drinking bad water. You don't want to be drinking water with chemicals in it or, bad organic material or even just water that tastes bad. You don't want to do that. Okay? You don't want to do that. Folks, if Flint, Michigan taught this country anything, is that the government's word on your water is worth exactly nothing. And Flint wasn't a one-off. The problem is everywhere. That is why we purify every drop of water in this house with Cove Pure. Here's what the government doesn't tell you about your drinking water. The testing method that utilities use to check lead levels is specifically designed to collect the least contaminated sample, not the worst. Listen, lead has no taste, it has no smell, and it does not change the color of your water, so it's almost impossible for you to detect. But here's the scary part. There is no safe level of lead exposure. None. Even very low levels of lead are directly linked to brain damage, learning disabilities, and irreversible developmental harm in children. Cove Pure removes that from the equation. It's certified to eliminate up to 99.9% of contaminants. That includes lead, but also includes PFAs, fluoride, and pharmaceuticals. And setup could not be easier. No plumbers, no drilling. You just put it on your counter, you fill it up, and you plug it in. And the Cove Pure does the rest of the work. It filters out what's, total dissolved solids. TDS, it says it on the screen. You can make so many jokes about it. Like, hey, we're removing the TDS from our water so we don't wind up like some other crazy people out there. We don't get sick, both physically and in the head. My wife loves it. Brennan loves her Cove Pure. She loves the instant hot feature. You can go in there, boom, boiling water comes out of the Cove Pure in seconds. It is awesome. You don't have to wait for any kettles to boil. One tap, and it is ready to go instantly. Your city says it tested the water, says it's fine. Don't worry about it. Drink it. Flint, Michigan did the same thing. Cove Pure is what you put in between that track record and your family's water. So go to covepure.com/Sean. Because you're a listener of the show, you're going to get $250 off for a limited time. That is Cove Pure. COVEPURE.com/Sean. $250 off of this amazing investment for your family. If I told you that you could make a lifetime investment in your family and I can give it to you at a $250 discount, you would take it. $250 off. Cove Pure, COVEPURE.com/Sean. I know folks in the chat, they love it. So check it out, covepure.com/SHAWN. Another big news out of Virginia right now. They're starting to panic. We told you about a week and a half ago in Virginia that, the actions of the Virginia State Supreme Court not lifting that preliminary injunction regarding the certification of the referendum with the gerrymandered maps, the new congressional maps, kind of we were reading tea leaves a little bit. We're like, no, this might mean this thing's going to fail in court. Folks, Democrats, former Democrat strategist Dan Turrentine reported that leading Democrats in Virginia believe their redistricting plan, which was narrowly approved by voters a couple weeks ago, or is not going to survive in court. Quote, what I was told is they now think it's less than 50% that the court will let the certification go through, Turrentine said in a clip posted to X. The time they don't believe is on their side, he added moments later, and what apparently transpired over the weekend, and this person would know, he's talking about a person he was talking to, they're in contact with the people that he says the governor's staff is now snipping at the Senate Majority Leader and House Speaker that they warned them last fall this would not pass legal review. Turrentine made those comments on the Huddle podcast, which he co-hosts with journalist Rachel Bade and former White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer. In other words, Abigail Spanberger's office doubted the legality of Democrats' redistricting plan, but they tried it anyway. And things aren't looking too hot in Virginia. So, again, optimism. You look at Virginia and you go, oh my gosh, they're going to squeeze 4 seats out of it, right? And then Mustard down in Florida, DeSantis was like, wrong.
Mustard.
Wrong. For those of you who don't know why we call him Mustard, you got to listen to 1210 WPHT.
Mustard.
He is just Mustard. It's so I got to actually ask Nick for that drop. I need Mustard on my board.
That's
too.
So funny.
Mustard. It's great. And DeSantis making fun of Hakeem Jeffries. Maximum warfare. It's great. So just think of it. California and Texas kind of cancel each other out. Florida +4 for Republicans. Virginia was going to be a +4 for Democrats, but no, looks like that's going to fail. Louisiana is going to squeeze out a seat. Tennessee is going to squeeze out a seat. Alabama is going to squeeze out, it looks like, 2 more seats. And the great Chad Caton. How about the great Chad Caton? And I'm fired up too on X. I totally forgot about this. Let me get you this information talking about getting involved. And there are few people who are more involved in their local affairs and national affairs, but really local affairs than the great Chad Caton, who is an incredible guy. Here you go. South Carolina. House Speaker moves to redistrict. They can do it in spite of the governor. Representative Adam Morgan in South Carolina. The House will take up a resolution that includes reapportionment, paving the way for a special session. So they may be able to squeeze out more seats in South Carolina as well. Folks, for the love of everything you hold dear, please just get involved. When you get involved, that's where the change happens. That's where the good things happen. I'm telling you right now, not that we're going to win the midterms, but that we've got the best chance that the Republicans have ever had to win the midterms in a year where we also occupied the presidency. We can do this. We are on the precipice of doing something historic in 6 months. Please do not doom her. Please do not blackpill. Please do not check out. More engagement, not less. More participation, not less. If anything, if there's anything you can learn from today's show, more participation, not less. Whether you're in a sheriff's campaign, whether you're in a state senate campaign, whether you're pushing for redistricting in your states, whatever it is, get involved, please. And it doesn't have to be pulling teeth. It can be fun. We worked our butts off, but we had fun with the group of people that we worked with the Kenneth Barrett for Sheriff campaign. Please get involved. Okay. I want to pivot to some fun stuff. I've got some fun stuff. But before I do that, I want to get to a word from one of our sponsors, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum, and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Thank you, Jeremy and Golden Crest, for being a part of the show. Rosebud1990 in the chat. Great question. Says, what's your opinion on yard signs? Do you think they move the needle? Let me make this analogy for you. Alone, they don't win elections. But they work. There's a synergy between the yard signs and the placement of these signs and the candidate's name being visible around the area where he or she is running. And then when you go knock on a door, like, for example, Brendan's talking about it in the chat too, when we would be knocking on doors and I would ask, we're here with Kenneth Barrett for sheriff. Have you heard of Kenneth? And a lot of times, how many times, Brendan, did we hear? Yeah, I see his signs, right?
Yeah.
So you're a homeowner, right? And you're driving around town, you're going to work, the supermarket, whatever, and you see signs of this candidate, and then the campaign knocks on your door, and they ask, have you heard of him? I go, yeah, I've seen his signs. You see, it works together. It's like you're never going to reach peak physical shape just by dieting. You're never going to reach peak physical shape just by exercising. But if you do both together, you can really throw your fitness and your health and everything to a higher level. So yard signs work together with door-to-door campaigning, work together with text banking, work together with phone calls, work together with mailers. And all of those things together, you bake it and you get the cake. That's my answer on yard signs. Okay. You guys see Marco Rubio yesterday? Let me just let me read to you something I posted on April 13th. Just want to prove to you you're not wasting your time here, okay? April 13th, I posted the following. Are there any mines? I'll show you. There you go. Are there any mines in the Strait of Hormuz? Come on, get on the screen. There you go. Are there any mines in the Strait of Hormuz? You see it on your screen right there, right? The Iranians are allegedly said they don't even know where the mines are. How do you forget where the mines are? Did they place mines? Nobody knows for sure. But the mere threat of mines in the Strait has caused a major issue. Now, imagine if the threat of mines is this significant. Imagine how much worse it would be if they had nuclear weapons. Iran is holding the world hostage without nuclear weapons. They cannot be allowed to obtain a nuke. Ever. Okay. Well, I'm just going to play for you Marco Rubio basically saying that exact thing yesterday, filling in for Caroline Leavitt. He's got a new job, interim press secretary. He should do this every day. He was great yesterday. Listen.
Everybody needs to think about it this way. If Iran had a nuclear weapon and they decided to close the straits and make our gas prices like $9 a gallon or $8 a gallon, we wouldn't be able to do anything about it because they have a nuclear weapon. And a nuclear-armed Iran could do whatever the hell they want with the straits, and there's nothing anyone would be able to do about it. And that's one of the many reasons, apart from like the massive loss of life in a nuclear strike, why Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. I mean, so this is an example of if they had a nuclear weapon, they closed the straits and they would tell the world, what are you going to do about it? We have a nuclear weapon. We can attack you with it. That's the world none of us want to leave behind. It won't happen under this president's watch, but some future president and in the future Americans will have to deal with this. So it's just one more example of why these guys can never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon.
I mean, did he read my tweet? He follows me on Instagram. Did he read my tweet? No, it's just common sense. April 13th, I posted that Iran is holding the world hostage without nuclear weapons. They cannot be allowed to obtain a nuke ever. Here is Rubio again on that very topic.
The president basically said is that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon because they would use it against places that have a lot of Catholics and Christians and others for that matter. It goes back to the central point. I think the president, without trying to speak for him, but I think I can characterize it this way. He doesn't understand why anybody, leave aside the Pope, the president, and I, for that matter, I think most people, I cannot understand why anyone would think that it's a good idea for Iran to ever have a nuclear weapon. Look what they're doing with the Straits right now. They're holding the whole world hostage. They have these sailors, on commercial ships that are going to starve to death out there. They don't care. They don't care that this is melting down the economies around the world, even of their own allies. This is what they're doing with the Straits. What do you think they would do if they had a nuclear weapon? They would hold the world hostage with that nuclear weapon. That's what they would do. They would do exactly to the world with a nuclear weapon what they're doing now with the Straits. And I think the president's point is how anyone cannot see that as an unacceptable outcome and an unacceptable risk is beyond him. It's puzzling. And someone has to do something about it. The difference between this president and like the 6 presidents that preceded him were that he's the only one that's actually been willing to do something about it. Everyone says Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, but you got to do something about it at some point. And he's been willing to address that threat. And that's what he promised he would do when he got elected, by the way, is to address threats like this.
I mean, I'm not going to even offer any other commentary because I said the same thing a couple weeks ago. I would admit I'm getting a little impatient with the, resolution here, but we got to let it play out. These things don't happen overnight. Donald Trump also announcing that we're ending or pausing Project Freedom because, again, we're giving Iran a chance to make a deal, which I'm like, here we go again. We're going around in circles, but it's not out of character for Trump to do this. This is how he operates. He always wants to make a deal first. Fine. That is what we voted for. That is what we voted for. I said with Israel and Gaza, I said if I was Bibi Netanyahu, I would have gone. There would be no Hamas. Gone. Goodbye. Yeah, if I was Trump and I don't know. They're doing things a little differently. Hey, we'll see where it goes. I maintain this, that there is nobody else that I'd want in charge than this administration dealing with Iran right now. Okay, finally. Nick Fuentes has come out of the closet. No, he's not gay yet. But he's just about there because he admitted the thing that we've been saying about him for a long time. He admitted that he's a Democrat, folks. We told you. All the people who were, Nick Fuentes is on your side. Stop attacking your own side. Stop the infighting. It's never infighting. He's a Democrat. Don't just listen to me. Listen to him.
I care about affordability. I care about foreign interventions. I care about the border. I'm a non-woke moderate Democrat. I think the GOP needs to be destroyed. I think the corrupt criminal government of Trump needs to be slowed down. We need to impeach the orange. It's time to put this nigga in a peach. Trump needs to be placed inside of a crystal. He needs to be impeached. This fat orange tiny hands needs to be impeached. And then in 28, no Vance, no Rubio. We have to burn down the whole party.
There he is. There he is. Oh, stop the infighting. Nick Fuentes and you have a lot more in common. Nope, I'm not a moderate Democrat. Hell no. Next time, you idiots, not you in the chat, the folks that were doing the stop the infighting, just listen. The signs were always there. And now I have Groyper. Oh, but that's AI. That's not AI. I know you're ashamed of them. That's not AI. You've been duped. Whether it was willfully, I love this, or ignorance, you've been duped. It was a psyop the whole time. You have her, you have Fuentes, you have Candace saying we have to unite with the populist left. Ian Carroll saying the same thing. The whole time it was a psyop. We were right again. Jeremy Herrell up next here on rumble.com/LFA-TV. We're off to join the great Michael Patrick Leahy talking about all things Tennessee on the Michael Patrick Leahy Show from 11 a.m. to 12 Central Time. Check it out at Michael P. Leahy on X. Jeremy Herrell up next here on rumble.com/LFA-TV. Make sure you hit that follow button. Make sure you hit that like button. We appreciate everybody for being here. Great night for the good guys last night, and I think more great nights are ahead. As President Trump would say, we will never give up, we will never give in, we will never ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Wednesday. We'll honk them. I don't know if we should or shouldn't, but I did it anyway because it is Mo. And it's a good day. Have a great rest of your day. We'll be back here tomorrow, same time, same place. Rumble.com/LFATV. Jeremy Herrell up next here on Rumble.com/LFATV. Have a great rest of your Wednesday, and thank you for your attention to this matter.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Wow, what a night across the United States of America. MAGA is not just alive and well. Looks like to me, with all these elections, all these primaries that we've gone through this year, MAGA is thriving and killing that BS narrative of MAGA is dead. You are locked and loaded right here on rumble.com/LFATV. This is Live from America. My name is Jeremy Herrell. Please give it up for the one and the only producer Eli, putting in that work, baby.
What's going on, LFA TV family and Patriots? It's time to rumble. It's time to share. We got to get these numbers up. Let's get our crowd back. Let's get some Patriots in here. Let's keep kicking ass in America, and let's get to work.
Bobby Driver, how you doing? Claire is in the building. Reese, Trishy, Amanda is here. Bad Moon and Arrow Pink, J Deeds, B Hops, Wheezy and Jennifer Webster, Danes, Redline Live, Barb Naylor, Big Mac, Suzanne, Erica Falconberry, GR Messick, Willie Rumble, the likes of which no one, Xena, LJ Sin, C Ward, Roxanne, Kikolo, Charlotte, Jennifer, Scotty, Jod Hoppin, Redneck, and Khaki. Danny, good morning, good morning. Hey, guys, you know what the worst part about Wednesdays are? Is that I don't get to do Rise Up and Worship with, well, those who tune in that early anyway. So I can't wait until 11 o'clock, but I'll tell you this. This morning, producer Eli and I, in the absence of producer Frankie and Eli doing so much lately, we were seconds away from not being able to have visuals for you, just audio. And I think we were down to maybe 10 seconds left, and we got it working. Praise God, right? So even though I didn't get to worship with all of you this morning, we got to experience a miracle 10 seconds before the show started. So big shout out to God, first of all. Big shout out to producer Eli. Big shout out to LFA TV, the audience. And a big, huge, it was a huge win. It was a huge win last night. It showed that MAGA's still alive, and it looks like now Indiana might be ripe for the redistricting picking. Ladies and gentlemen, all right, we're going to start today's show with our Vice President of the United States of America. Here on Wednesday, May 6th, year of our Lord, 2026. We all know that Vice President J.D. Vance has been tasked with overseeing the fraud division from the White House, going state by state as it pertains to health care, Medicare, child care, and any of these so-called programs, non-profit programs and companies that are getting taxpayer dollars, both federal and state. Now, J.D. Vance doesn't have the ability to go into a state audit or a state investigation, but if he determines that there is fraud going on at a federal level, well, then the state legislature can get involved as well. So he's going around the country. He's talking about this waste, fraud, and abuse and the trillions of dollars that is wasted and fraudulently stolen in this country, decade after decade, year after year, minute after minute, hour after hour. So we're going to go to Vice President J.D. Vance. Thank you, Jane. Jane said, Jeremy, you're on my TV. You're shared on my phone. Let's go. Thank you, Jane. God bless you. It's warriors like you that make things like Indiana happen last night. Listen to what our vice president, keep saying president, listen to what our vice president has to say about food stamps and dead people.
That we've got 355,000 people on SNAP benefits receiving double benefits. That we've got 186,000 dead people getting SNAP benefits. 186,000 dead Americans getting food stamps right now. Now, I know the fake news media is going to say that the big headline from this speech is J.D. Vance proposes that we take away food stamps. That's what they're going to say. I actually think that we should take food stamps away from dead people. I'm guilty of that. I think that's a reasonable thing. I also was talking to Brooke backstage, and she said, you know that there are people who have this is not a joke. There are people who have Lamborghinis who currently receive SNAP benefits. I said, that's interesting. You know, I'm a pretty conservative guy, but I would think that like 95% of the United States of America would agree that if you are wealthy enough to afford a Lamborghini, then you are wealthy enough to not receive SNAP benefits from the American people. Is that common sense? And I could go down and down the list. We just served 22 investigatory procedures. The Department of Justice, we went from discovering what happened in Minneapolis to serving 22, subpoenas so that we could go after the fraud that's happening in Minneapolis. And we did that in just 3 months. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, when we find crime, those people are going to go to prison for defrauding you because that's exactly how it should be.
That's right. And I don't think that's hyperbole. He's got no reason to go across the country and say, we are going to put these people in prison. And like I said, look, hey, if I was right about the next video that you're going to see, and if I just happen to be, through the grace of God, right about what's going to happen with the world changing where they get their oil from and our possible future price of gas being $1.50 or less, then I could possibly be right on the fact that once these midterms are over and we win them in a historic fashion, keeping the House, the Senate, and the White House, which is almost impossible for an incumbent in the White House to do, if we get to the midterms, or when we get to the midterms and we win, you're going to see Trump in his last 2 years drain the swamp. And once he does that, did he then hold to all of his promises? You might be able to find something that he said over the last few years that he wanted to do that he didn't accomplish. But what were his main promises? Secure the border. Bring manufacturing, job, and wealth back to this country. Deport. That's still got to happen. And drain the swamp. Those were his promises. Eli, Nazis everywhere. Want to go ahead and get rid of that bot, please? I don't want to say I told you so.
I care about affordability. I care about foreign interventions. I care about the border. I'm a non-woke moderate Democrat. I think the GOP needs to be destroyed. I think the corrupt...
Stop. So the reason I'm playing this little dipshit is because he hates J.D. Vance. He thinks J.D. Vance and the people at Palantir are like the identical evil twin of the Jews. That they're all in this big cabal together and that they're trying to take out Trump. That's what Fuentes here, who was the number one black pillar to get all of these people, the MTGs, the Megyn Kellys, the Alex Joneses, he was the SPLC PSYOP chief of black pillars. And we heard what again?
I care about affordability. I care about foreign interventions. I care about the border. I'm a non-woke moderate Democrat. I think the GOP needs to be destroyed. I think the corrupt criminal government of Trump needs to be slowed down. We need to impeach the orange. It's time to put this nigga in a peach. Trump needs to be placed inside of a crystal. He needs to be impeached. This fat orange, tiny hands needs to be impeached. And then in 28, no Vance, no Rubio. We have to burn down the whole party. I care.
There it is, folks. There it is. And I know there's going to be people in here going, you don't even have to give this guy any attention. First of all, he gets plenty of attention. He doesn't need little old, 4,000 of us giving him attention. He's got enough attention. He was the catalyst of this black pill movement that you see today. Saying MAGA is dead. People like Ryan Mattis swung off this dude's nether regions like it was a rope in a jungle. Oh, right to his butthole. These people have been regurgitating his lines for the last year. And we still kick names and took ass in Indiana last night. Eli.
I think what you mean was took names and kicked ass?
Yeah, he really kicked his, you know what I meant. Did that on purpose, actually. So, now what? Now what with the MTGs and the Megyn Kellys? Now what with the Alex Joneses, the Hodge twins, the Dan Blizzarans, the Ryan Mattas, the Owen Schroyers, the Tucker Carlsons, who together have millions and millions of people, the Candace Owenses, who have millions and millions of people following them. Now what? You all took your cues from this guy. So now what? Where do you go now? Do you also admit that you're a Democrat? Do you say that's AI? Or do you come crawling back on your hands and knees, begging to become part of MAGA again? Which is it? There's only one revolution, and it wasn't against MAGA after you built your name off MAGA. The revolution is MAGA, was MAGA, and will continue to be MAGA. So when you come back, we'll forgive you, but we won't forget. And from one revolutionary to another,
in the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight. The strength to overcome. The strength to believe. The strength to win. The strength to rise. Rise Up Coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
Get your Rise Up Coffee at jeremyherrell.com or lfatv.us, which reminds me, that is our official website. If you want to become a monthly donor, if you want to help us here, if you want to become part of bringing actual awareness and winning actual elections in the country, and not just a bunch of he said, she said, that person's a man, that person's a woman, he's bad, he's good. If you want actual factual information and you want to win actual elections and you want people to be a part of that too, well, then you can become a donor here at LFA TV. That is what we rely on no matter what. No matter what. In the end, it won't be whatever sponsors we can rake up. It'll be you guys. lfatv.us. There's a video right there on the front page that lets people know who we are and what we're about. You can watch all of our latest shows and programs, all of our latest short clips right there, right on the website, lfatv.us. And again, another way to support us is by shopping with us or shopping with our sponsors. Also, if you want the audio podcast, you can get that as well, absolutely free. Whether you're listening on Spotify, Apple iTunes, Pandora, whatever it is, Apple Music, Podbean, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell, you get Rise Up and you get Live from America. Every single day, 2 shows, 4.5 hours of content. Alice Trevino is celebrating her 77th birthday today. Eli, I know I'm a decent singer, great songwriter, phenomenal rapper, so humble. But you're a better singer than I am. And I think Alice and her 77th birthday deserves the best. And that's not me. That's you, my friend. Take it away. Alice's birthday today.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Alice. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
And by the way, I did not see this. Thank you, Eli. But it's also Heidi's 46th birthday today. So Heidi, I hope you don't mind having second best, but happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Heidi. Happy birthday, you're now my age, to you. And we're 46 years young, and many more. And if anybody else has a birthday out there, you burn up. No, we'll say happy birthday, but we're not singing anymore. We're not gonna, our voices are shot. How about that? Let's go to the Lord in prayer, and then let's get busy with today's Live from America. Now that we got about 3,300 people in here, ready to rock and roll. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Amen. Pissed Off Lady says, it's my granddaughter's birthday today too, Addie. Well, you're about to be even more pissed off because I'm not saying, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Hey, I didn't get to broadcast this morning, so I got a little energy in me, okay? Addie, sweetie, happy birthday to you. If your grandma shows you this, God bless. And thank you for your grandma being so awesome, okay? All right. First slurp of the day. Lift up those Rise Up coffee cups. Maybe you're drinking booze this early. I don't know. I hope not. But either way, let's slurp. Carl says Eli sounds like Bing Crosby. We wish you a Merry Christmas. Eli, maybe you should do a Christmas album, right?
Yeah, that sounds good. Eli, the Christmas album. I like that.
Well, it wouldn't be called Eli the Christmas album.
Actually, I'll remember Simply Dusty, Simply Eli. Is there any other way?
Is there any other way? Actually, Eli, this would be a good time since we're talking about Christmas, actually. And while we're waiting for the shares to pile up and people to pile in, you're working on a little Christmas project, aren't you? You've been working on it for quite a while.
That I am. 4 years in the making. It's the book. It's Christmas themed. It's finally written. I think I've finally got it just about all edited. I've become a perfectionist. I have to, make sure it's, going to make sense when it comes out. But Liz has read it. My mom's read it. They said it flows nicely. Liz cried at the end. Now I just need to get a cover, put some pictures in it. I got to hire somebody for that. Organize the whole thing, get it published, and get it out.
And the LFA audience will be the first people to buy it. Imagine that. Imagine that. And it's a really, really, really original story that is tied to a story that we all know. So you guys will love that. Miss Sexy USA says, I want to buy a copy. Well, if you're that sexy, you might get one for free. No, he's married. He's married. Cut it out now. Says, I want to buy a copy. And others said they want to buy copies too, Eli. So there you go. On your way to independent success. Let's get to the first and foremost section of today, and that is Ilhan Omar in Minnesota. Obviously, did not produce the materials, did not produce the documents that she was, that the Oversight Policy Committee that was in the Minnesota House of Representatives, is in the House of Representatives, and the Republican Party gave her a deadline. Now, yesterday I told you, what happens if that deadline is missed? What happens if she does not produce the documents? And I would say, I said yesterday, absolutely nothing, at least not on a state level. She did not produce the documents. She did not show up after multiple requests from the Republican Party. And they then said, we want to legally subpoena those documents. Well, in order to legally subpoena those documents, those text messages, emails, any correspondence that Ilhan Omar would have had with the Feeding Our Futures nonprofit organization that has already seen their executives be convicted in a court of law for fraud, that and many other fraudulent activities she was involved in, the Democrats blocked it. Of course they did. Any kind of charges that come on Ilhan Omar are going to have to come from outside of the state, as long as Democrats control the state. And I don't see Republicans controlling the state of Minnesota anytime soon. Now, we knew that nothing was going to come of this except for perception. And in this country, perception is reality. And in this country, even though we knew this wasn't going to go anywhere at a state level because the Republican parties are the Republican Party is in the minority there, we know that we can use this as fodder, ammo, sound bites, marketing, advertising, so that the federal government, while they build a case against her, can show all of this that she did frauding their own state. Okay? We knew the Democrats were going to block this, but here is what happened yesterday. Let's go.
We have reached out to Representative Ilhan Omar on multiple occasions, inviting her to testify and inviting and requesting documents that appeared in the trial exhibit of the U.S. versus Amy Bach. Her office or her staff was named in multiple trial exhibits, and we have endeavored in multiple ways to get access to that because, as everyone knows, Representative Omar had some role, whether inadvertent or not. She passed the Meals Act in March of 2020, and that took the guardrails off the federal school nutrition program, which created the conditions for Feeding Our Future. And so we invited her to testify about the law she passed. We invited her to testify and talk about the documents that are listed in the court case, and she has never responded to our multiple inquiries. So then we sent a letter after the hearing 2 weeks ago saying that we would like her to respond with those court exhibits by today, May 5th. Once again, she has not responded in any way to our inquiries. And so the only tool left for us as a committee, if we want to get these documents, is to issue a subpoena. We have never done this, members, in the history of this committee. We have never done this in the history of this body except for ethics investigations.
Yep.
And I
Shows you what
don't
kind
do
of
it
person
lightly.
she is.
But Representative Omar is a public servant.
Yep.
She had a direct involvement in creating the conditions for Feeding Our Future. And as a representative of Minnesota, I believe it's important for the taxpayers to understand the role she played and understand the role her office played in communicating with the defendants in this case. So, under our rules, the committee is permitted by a 2/3 vote to request the issuance of a subpoena in the conduct of any investigation or activity or series of investigations or activities within the jurisdiction of the committee. Our nonpartisan staff has drafted the subpoena, which was in your packets. And with that, we would like to have a vote on subpoenaing Representative Omar for the documents in question as outlined in our letter dated April 22nd and is outlined in the subpoena which is before you. Is there any discussion on the order of business to issue a subpoena? Yes, Lead Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess maybe just a process question. I gather this is maybe a motion that you're making. It seems like I can see some nodding from some of the GOP members, but I just don't know procedurally what's. Just first want to verify that.
Yes, so it's a motion for the committee to issue a subpoena to Representative Ilhan Omar regarding the items in the subpoena which are in your packet.
And then.
So it's referenced here.
And then, Madam Chair, I'll have just a few questions for you, I guess, as the make.
Chair Robbins.
Aye.
Vice Chair Anderson.
Aye.
Lead Pinto.
No.
Representative Altendorf.
Aye.
Imagine voting
Representative
no.
Elkins.
No.
Imagine that.
Representative Greenman.
No.
Representative Nash.
Aye.
Representative Schultz.
Aye.
The vote is 5 in favor, 3 against. The motion fails and the subpoena will not be issued.
Imagine that.
But I will continue to try to reach out to
Imagine that. Imagine voting no. We don't want her subpoenaed. Imagine that. We know she's connected to all this fraud. Her personal name was mentioned 6 times in the report, the criminal report that was done on the people who ran Feeding Our Futures. She campaigned with these people to win over her districts. She knew them personally. So what's the problem? You should have no correspondence with these people that is criminal or negligent or criminally negligent, right? What do you have to hide? Nothing, right? According to Ilhan Omar, you people, I have nothing to hide. Yeah, only a winery that made you a millionaire, right? Which is gone now. I'd like to thank the following people. Cat 352, covering 49 other people for the $1 a day for everyone. Got my bills paid. Use where needed. With a $50 donation followed up by Suzanne. Doing my part to support my favorite show on LFA. Join me 1, 5, 10. Every penny counts. You're dang right it does. Thank you both very much. And we understand that it's not easy for people out there today. It's not easy for us either. It's not easy for anybody. Those who can. Those who can't are here. And that's good enough. So don't ever feel pressured to. Now, Ilhan Omar is absolutely fuming at something else right now. She tried rushing to Minnesota to play savior for a group of illegals to try to save face on all the stuff that's going on. But ICE beat her there and deported them all. ICE pulled a ninja move and got the job done and literally bounced before Omar could show up, virtue signal, and try to get, some favorable media coming from the state that supposedly supports her.
When did you give notice? And I just want to make sure you did not see any detainees.
No, we gave notice 8 days ago. We got confirmation yesterday that we were going to be allowed in. And the last detainee was taken out at 11:30 a.m., 30 minutes before we were set to arrive.
What about the children who were released in T-shirts on Wednesday?
And we also did ask, how many people came through today, which is why it felt convenient that no one was there. They said 10 when we first got there, and 10 were gone, and then they said there were another 5. And so I circled back and I said, can we go and see the 5 that are here because we have privacy release forms? And they said, no, we cannot permit you to go into the...
Thank you. When did you give notice?
I think there's a second part to this here.
And I just want to make sure you did not see any detainees.
No, we gave notice 8 days ago.
Dang it.
We got confirmation.
Hold on. Yeah, so okay, that's... The second part isn't going through. But anyway, you get the gist, right? There were like 10 people there. Now they're gone. Yeah, it's called deportation. Yesterday was Cinco de Porto, right? Now, Slam has a good question. If we're deporting illegals, and the Vice President and the Secretary of State have both said that Ilhan Omar is illegal, then how hard is it to deport her? Well, you're kind of asking 2 separate questions in one question there. If we can deport illegals, and Vance and Rubio said that she's illegal, shouldn't it be that easy to deport her? That'd be great. Here's the difference. They're deporting illegal aliens who have no green card, no visa, no legal right to be here on paper. She, even though she lied to get here, lied to get her brother here, I should say, and committed immigration fraud, and she's originally from Somalia, shouldn't it be that easy to deport her too? Well, officially, she's not only a congresswoman, but she's also a naturalized citizen. So, 2 different kind of illegals, but yes, I wish that was as easy as 1, 2, 3. But 2 different kinds of illegals, unfortunately. That's why. Got your VI said, or got your 6, got your VI. Eli, I feel like Ilhan Omar there with the World War XI. It's got your 6 in Roman numerals, but I said got your VI. She's rubbing off on me, man.
So every time you cut to a clip of her now, I'm getting so sick listening to that voice.
I know.
Everything has to end like this. That is so friggin' annoying. Even if I were her brother, I'd divorce her.
Even if I were her brother, I would divorce her. It is so odd that in the United States of America 2026, that we can say, even if I was her brother, I would divorce her. And that tracks. You know what I mean?
You could make an entire game show that could probably last 12 or 13 seasons. Something called Things I Never Thought I'd Say, 2026.
Yes, Things I Never Thought I'd Say. Boom, time travel to 2026. What is a woman? Can men have babies and periods? Things I never thought I'd say, but 2026.
I identify as a rutabaga.
Exactly. That's hilarious. You know, that should be a shirt, Eli. Things I never thought I'd say growing up. But, ... 2026. And then have like bullet points of stuff listed that just make absolutely zero sense. Like, defund the police. Get out of my face or I'll call the cops.
There wouldn't be enough space on the t-shirt. You would need, I don't know, a canvas or something.
Yeah. A cape. You'd have to walk around with a cape. That's incredible. So, long story short, if hate, real hate, like, almost like I'd like to throw her off a cliff hate existed in my heart anywhere, it would be for Ilhan Omar. It would be for Ilhan Omar. I would like to see her deported over anybody on planet Earth. Right back to Somalia. She'd find her way back here, though. You know how they do it. You know how, like, stray animals and rats, they always find their way back to your house somehow? She would find her way back here somehow, leeching off the system somewhere. She'd pop up somewhere and run for Congress as Omar Ilhan and expect nobody to know. It will catch up to her, though. You know it will, and I know it will. This is going to catch up to her. I said from the very beginning, Ilhan Omar does not walk away from this spotlight on her unscathed. One way or another. One way or another, it's going to happen. Because people like that, especially after a country's rededicated back to God in just 11 days, evil like that doesn't stay around. Carver Jerry says make rope great again. I know, right? World War XI. Victim 91 says, I'd like to see her in prison. David Gowdy says, impeach her. Well, I say just boot her from Congress. We're on a roll with that anyway. Just boot her from Congress and then denaturalize her. Dave said she's somehow protected. Well, let me give you guys a little lesson here on Tim Walz. And I think Nick Shirley even was talking about this as well. Have you ever wondered why Tim Walz was the one that was picked as the vice president nominee with Kamala Harris? Nobody in the Democrat Party wanted him. He was basically a no-name nationally. Nobody knew about him or his children, his son Gus, or his wife that likes to smell burning tires from the riots downtown. Nobody knew of these people. You had somebody with national name recognition, Josh Shapiro, whom, again, just as incompetent, but should have gotten that head nod as vice president. Right? The very day that Tim Walz was announced vice president nominee to Kamala Harris, he raised more money than any nominee for that role, than any politician ever in one day. He raised $40 million, upwards of $40 million in one day. You think maybe there's a coincidence there? He's not even from Minnesota. He's not even a Minnesotan. He's from Nebraska. He's a former football coach, current retard, stolen valor, fraudulent loser who somehow raised more money than any candidate for elected office ever in the history of history. Anybody want to take a guess how that's the case then? You know what I mean? You don't think that maybe his name popped up, somebody said, hey, there's a lot of fraud going on here. They didn't call it fraud. This guy's got access to a lot of money. They got something real nice going on up there in Minnesota. You know, if we get him in here, he could possibly funnel a lot of that money right into our campaign, which is now bankrupt, by the way, and broken. It's still not paid back. The campaign money that they borrowed. And I believe that all of those people are going down. And I will still never, ever stop talking about Vance Bolter and his claim that Governor Tim Walz was the one who hired him to go kill state senators and congresspeople. Vote Mike Lindell for Minnesota governor. Go to mypillow.com, use the promo code LFA, get a discount, and help us out as well while you're at it. Threw that in there. Why not? All right. The Department of Justice, as we pivot to another story, the Department of Justice serves a grand jury subpoena. No, excuse me. Let me refresh and rephrase that. The Department of Justice serves many grand jury subpoenas for information on all 2020 election workers from Fulton County. And guess what? Maricopa County's coming next. Let's get into this. The Department of Justice prosecutors obtain a grand jury subpoena by preparing it in connection with an active grand jury investigation and issuing it under the grand jury's authority. In this case, the subpoena requests, multiple, that the Fulton County BRE brings specific documents and electronically stored information. That information includes information regarding election staff and members who served in the November 2020 general election. The records must identify their name. It must identify their position, their function within that position, their residential and email addresses, and their personal telephone numbers so that they can be properly identified. Now we're going after them individually rather than as a body. Good. Because it takes a village. It takes a village to build and it takes a village to destroy. The records include those who were performing the following functions and duties: individuals assigned to review mail-in ballots, individuals assigned to the voter review panel board, individuals assigned to mobile voting locations, individuals assigned to transfer results or to or from media, or transfer ballots, ballot stock or media, individuals employed or contracted by the Fulton Board of Registrations and Elections, individuals who worked or volunteered for the risk limit audit, individuals who worked or volunteered for the recount, and individuals who served as precinct managers and assistant managers. Now, many of these individuals could potentially have pertinent information about the numerous anomalies uncovered over the last several years. This is huge, folks, because we know that Fulton County did not properly perform signature verification. They didn't. Same thing in Maricopa County on the mail-in ballots. And according to testimony under oath from then Fulton County BRE members, solely this member, Mark Wingate, during the disbarment hearing for former Deputy Attorney General Jeff Clark, Wingate also testified that he was prevented from viewing chain of custody documents prior to certifying the 2020 election, which is a must. Both issues could potentially be explored with the above witnesses. So we got some good traction here in Fulton County and coming up Maricopa County, and I hope they do the same thing up in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, as we know that the Department of Justice has multiple investigations going on in these states and others, and lawsuits in these states and others to get access to this and voter roll information. And literally states are fighting that. Why? The same exact reason Ilhan Omar is fighting to hand over her correspondence with the people that she did fraudulent crimes with. So, Dane's ex said she shared twice. Thank you very much. I'd like to give a big shout out to the 30 people over on YouTube that are watching. We've got another one, Bites McGroin, Scott Rawlings. That's an awesome name. Go Like Hell 1776. Jeremy, I hope it will be a huge win for Iowa in the primaries, especially for governor. I'm not sure how Adam Steen is doing, but we need to make sure that Rob Sand doesn't get elected. Absolutely. Here's some more good news about Iowa, by the way. Iowa passed our property tax reform bill. All we're waiting for now is for Kim Reynolds to sign it, which I think she did. I'd have to look back. I didn't look today. I think she did sign it, which is a $4.5 billion tax cut for property owners here in Iowa. And to pay for that, they're looking at cuts, waste, fraud, abuse, and cuts, not taxing people, not taxing the general public in other crazy ways. And to be honest with you, look, whether you're for it or whether you're against this kind of stuff, if you've got multiple states around you that have legalized pot and they're making billions of dollars off it, and your state residents are leaving your state to go across the border of a state to buy it anyway and then cross state lines back into a state where it's illegal statewide, how long are you going to do that? How long are you going to do that while you have alcohol legal? How long are you going to lose the potential billions and billions of dollars while every state around you takes money from your state? That's the problem. Look, I don't care what another state does. If you want to legalize it, go ahead. But as soon as our people in our state are leaving this state and going and spending hundreds, if not thousands of dollars in your state, and that means Illinois is being propped up by Iowa residents. See what I'm saying? And you want to know the cool thing about the Iowa tax reform bill, the property tax reform bill? It's this. This is the greatest thing about it. When inflation goes up, property taxes immediately by default are going down. To fight it. To combat that. Sean says, love the truth. I drive to Ohio to get mine. There you go. There you go. If you're going to legalize alcohol, you're going to lose those billions of dollars on that too? On that now? Come on now. Real Mama Face says, I'm in Illinois right now. This state sucks. I can tell you this. The fact that when inflation nationally or statewide goes up, our property taxes go down to balance that, how cool is that? You know what that does? That not only helps the taxpayer, but it also incentivizes people that are making money off taxes to not support policies that drive up inflation. That's huge. That's a win-win. Winner, winner, chicken dinner here in Iowa. I said to Eli, I said to Sabrina, I said, not only do we move to a state that is 30 to 35% less of our income to live in, but that state is now actively trying to make it so we don't pay as much in property taxes. I mean, that's the kind of governing you need. And that's why these red states are getting filled with population from people leaving blue states.
Yeah. Well, I'm here in Vermont. It's like being in Delaware.
Well, I want you to look at all the southern states, from Texas all the way around, horseshoe it all the way around up to North Carolina. Okay? Those states are seeing billionaires flood to them. Why? Because they are friendly to your money. They either don't have state tax, they don't have excise taxes on things, they don't have a death tax, they don't have an inheritance tax, something. They have low property taxes, if not trying to get rid of property taxes altogether. Billionaires, if you look at a map, billionaires are flocking to these southern states because it is friendly to their money that they work hard to earn. It's like going back in time and living in an America that's different. One of the biggest reasons we moved to Iowa. Changes your whole life. Now, speaking of going all the way up to North Carolina, did you guys see this? Now, South Carolina Republicans are moving to redraw the radically gerrymandered map for 2026. Look what this says. Legislature considering extending the session to make one seat more GOP friendly. A full 7-0 Republican sweep of the state's congressional delegation. That's huge. The current map has been criticized as racially gerrymandered, and the push is aimed to making one competitive district more Republican friendly. Advocates say the goal is to deliver a complete 7-0 Republican sweep of the South Carolina delegation in Washington. You know what's happening here, folks? Exactly what LFA TV told you was going to happen when we started this gerrymander war. If a gerrymander war you want, then a gerrymander war you will get. And you can't beat us. It's not mathematically possible. And they thought that they wanted to do this. Well, guess what? You picked the wrong fight. You picked the wrong fight. Texas had a right to do it because of the population increase that they got. California did not have the right to do it because the population decrease that they got. But really, they didn't get a population decrease on paper because the illegal aliens that came in actually showed that the population didn't decrease. But of legal tax-paying Americans that were living there, the population decreased by tons. You see, but they get around all of this by fraudulently telling you that our population didn't decrease. If anything, our population stayed the same or increased because you guys got millions of illegal aliens. That's why. Unreal. But if a gerrymander war you wanted, well, you picked the wrong fight and you barked up the wrong tree because you couldn't mathematically win. South Carolina said they're not going to do anything with their maps. Yeah, did they say that today, Slam? Because this is news as of today. So I guess we'll see. They said that before, but so did Indiana. And look what happened to Indiana last night. Look what happened in Indiana last night. Now, will they call a special session and redraw? Because now we got some friendly people in there to redraw. A lot of things happen real quick in politics. Yesterday can be one thing, and today can be a complete opposite thing. Look what's going on with Iran right now. Anybody check the price of oil today? That went down drastically in one day, too. I have a feeling South Carolina is going to redistrict, and I have a feeling we are going to gain a seat. Now, speaking of panicking Democrats, let's take a trip up north from South Carolina to Virginia real quick, shall we? How many Virginians we got in the chat? Well, the panicking Virginia Democrats are now openly admitting that their little gerrymander trick that they tried to do to hijack a special session that had nothing to do with gerrymandering maps, it's going to lose in their final battle, in their final countdown. It's the final countdown for Democrats anyway. Virginia Democrats won a narrow victory that everybody was freaking out about. We told you it wasn't going to stick. Well, here we are, 2 weeks later. Proven right again. And Eli, for those people out there, I didn't hear it on the news. That's why the general public is pretty much retarded. In a clip posted on X, Democrat strategist Dan Turrentine reported that leading Democrats in the Old Dominion believe that their redistricting effort that was approved by mail-in ballots will not survive in court. This is coming from Democrats themselves. The time they don't believe is on their side, he added moments later. And what apparently transpired over the weekend, and this person would know, they're in contact with the people I'm about to say, I'm quoting what he's saying, is that the governor's staff is now snipping at the Senate Majority Leader and the House Speaker that they warned them last fall this would not pass legal review. Ooh, 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 ooh. I think we got a little bit of a video on this right here. Like to hear it? Here it goes.
Well, I talked to some of those same people yesterday, and what I was told is they now think it's less than 50% that the court will let the certification go through. And what really triggered it, they said, was when the court didn't rule by Friday afternoon. The time they don't believe is on their side. And what apparently transpired over the weekend, and this person would know, they're in contact with the people I'm about to say, is that the governor's staff is now snipping at the Senate Majority Leader and House Speaker that they warned them last fall this would not pass legal review.
Wow. Look at that. And ladies and gentlemen, we have, wow, this is just coming across the board. Folks, we got some breaking news here on LFA TV. Ladies and gentlemen, as of 12 minutes ago, we hear that the FBI has raided Spamberger Ally Office as federal corruption probe targets. They've also, hold on. Virginia lawmaker's office raided an FBI probe, part of a corrupt investigation. Got another headline here. FBI raids office of Virginia Democrat State Senator Louise Lucas. FBI raids Portsmouth office of Virginia Louise Lucas's office as part of an ongoing corruption probe. It's not looking good for Democrats in Virginia, folks. Not at all. You know what's amazing? We have heard more about the work that the FBI and DOJ has done in the last month than we heard combined over the last year. Tell me, Eli, what happened at the DOJ over the last month that could have caused the FBI to, I don't know, pull their panties out of a wad and roll up their sleeves and go to work? I mean, did somebody get fired?
Yeah, they dropped a bombshell, a blonde shell. Got rid of that dead weight.
Nobody is above the law. If you think that you're watching this on Fox News right now with my friend Sean Hannity, and you think for 1 second that you are going to commit fraud in this country under this president, if you're going to commit a crime in this country under this president, then his administration will come down on you, because nobody is above the law. Hey, has anybody heard about anything from Pam Bondi or Christine Holm lately? You know the two that everybody said got a promotion. They didn't get fired. Oh, I haven't heard hide nor hair from neither of them. I literally, right now, can hear Eli all the way in Vermont, 1,000 miles away, more than I've heard about anything pertaining to the lives of Scam Blondie or Christine Holm. But I thought they got a promotion. I thought that was what everybody was saying on social media. You're lying. You're spreading fake news. You're spreading false information. They didn't get fired. They got promoted. Well, where I come from, a promotion means that you have more responsibility, more duties, especially if you're in an administration like the presidential administration. You'd think you'd hear from you at least once. I haven't seen Pam Bondi on Fox News since, I don't know, before she was fired. Right? S. Berkey says, you're back now, but that was no coincidence. I'm not sure what happened. Sounds like maybe you lost the feed, but at least you're back. Pissed off Blondie says, Scam Blondie is gone. This all just proves even more that she was working against the president. Actions do speak louder than words, don't they? But let's not let Virginia off the hook, folks. No. Let's not do that. Chaz43 said, I thought Noam got another position. Well, again, if you get another position, why haven't we even heard from them on social media? It's almost like they were fired, forced to resign, told they were getting a different job, replaced, got a promotion, but it was don't say a word until we tell you to say a word, because I haven't even seen them on social media. Alex Ann says, Jeremy, ask Bongino. All you're seeing now was already in the works. It's all Pam Bondi's work. Yeah, I think I have a feeling Dan Bongino's wrong on that one. I have a feeling Dan Bongino might be wrong on that one. And I am not a Dan Bongino hater like a lot of people are. I'm not. He wasn't the FBI director, and I think the FBI director and him could have handled a couple things differently. But I'm not going to criticize somebody who's done a job and left millions of dollars when I didn't. Not that much, anyway. I will say this, I think he's wrong on that one, because everything that has happened the day after she left till now. Back to Virginia, because we're not letting Spanberger off the hook here. And that's this. Remember when I told you that Governor Spanberger, when she got in, she raised taxes so much that by per capita and by ratio, that they were calling it Eastern California because of the rates and the taxes that she put in place the minute she got into office? Well, from dog walking to now gym memberships. Imagine raising taxes for you if you are responsible enough to go to the gym, work out, try to make a better life for yourself, try to become more healthy, try to live longer for your family, and you've got this waste of space, don't even know if it's a woman, looks like it looks like E. Jean Carroll with a wig on, right? Looks like a crazy cult leader dude who wants to be a woman, and now she wants to raise your taxes if you have a gym membership now in Virginia. So I can't walk my dog without being taxed, so that disincentivizes me to have a pet, right? But really, all taxes are raised because can't really just tax the dog owners. We'll tax everybody for dog walking. Are you going to tax people now based on the gym membership, or are you going to tax the entire state because people go to the gym? Well, let's read. Cadino said Bongino didn't lose any money on his podcast. He kept it going. Yes, he did. He lost probably in the tunes of millions of dollars. Yes, he did. He went from 176,000 live viewers on Rumble alone down to Vince, who couldn't even pull 60,000 live viewers, barely 40. When that happens, when you drop that much in your viewership and you are sponsor and donation funded, you will lose lots of money. And I can tell you from being in the media business, by somebody who's never even had close to that, if you've got 176,000 live viewers, you're making millions of dollars a year. Millions. Probably close to $1 million a month. So yes, he lost a ton of money. All right, moving on. Shortly after winning the Virginia governor race by running on a campaign about affordability and not gerrymandering maps, it was widely reported that Virginia Democrats were gearing up to create a slew of new taxes for their constituents, but not telling them about it. Now it's being reported that Spanberger is considering a new tax on gym memberships and possibly on streaming networks as well. Well, how about that? You better not go to the gym nor watch TV. You better not go to the gym. And since you're not going to the gym and you're going to sit home, you better not watch a streaming service or we're going to tax you there too. Pretty soon it's going to be better not breathe or you're going to get taxed. We tried to warn you, idiots, but you just want to vote Democrat because of your hatred for Trump so bad, huh? Huh? How stupid can you be? How stupid can you be? Where's it going to end? How is any of this considered affordability? You want to keep voting Democrats? You want to continue to be a retarded individual? Go ahead, because here's the thing. It's not about just being uninformed. My wife made a good point to me this morning while we were having coffee on this Wednesday morning. My favorite part about Wednesday mornings now. And she said, People aren't as ignorant as you think they are. They're willfully ignorant. They either know that there's an alternative or a truth to what they believe, but they're so prideful they won't allow themselves to adopt that truth, or they don't want to know at all. That they know that there might be something out there that they could change their mind, but they are willfully ignorant. They want to be miserable. They want to get up every day and complain. They want the things that they think to be true, so they are willfully ignorant. And that's the only way you can describe a Democrat voter. They are either so prideful and they hate the other side so much that they don't care if their policies don't work, or they don't even let you tell them. Don't la 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 la. Don't tell me. I don't care. I don't even want to know. Suzanne said chosen ignorance. Absolutely. That's exactly what it is. She's teased that she may sign a new tax on gym memberships and streaming services. If the bills go through legislation and reach her desk, she will sign them, she said. So that means that the legislature is either talking about it right now or they're planning on talking about it in the future. So Virginia, you painted yourself right into a corner. Same thing New York City did. What a retard she is. And guess what? Is anybody else reporting that to you? Is Fox News taking time out of their day to stop talking about Savannah Guthrie's mom or the Iranian war for 5 seconds to tell you about make sure you get out and vote today in Virginia? Make sure you get out and vote today in Indiana? Make sure you know about this bill coming up that could raise your taxes on gym memberships and streaming services. Is Fox News spending their time telling their audience about that? I don't think so. I doubt it. I've never seen any of that in the constant, non-stop social media surfing that I do. La 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 la. These people don't care about the country. They care about today and themselves. And that's the problem with America today. Selfish, inward thinking, inward looking, willfully ignorant a-holes. Terry Sue said Newsmax talked about it. Good. Good for them. Good for them. It's nice to see media organizations bigger than this one doing such good work. Jeremy, SWAT showed up, guns drawn, and several arrests in Virginia raid. According to Nick Sorter, there is a video. Oh, I don't doubt it. We just reported that the FBI raided these places, multiple places, for a corruption investigation. Folks, do me a favor. Let's do a big round of sharing if we can right now, okay? Let's hit that 4,000 mark. Let's get there together. I know we can do it. And I know there's people who come in who haven't quite shared yet. I went to Getter, Facebook, X, and Truth. I challenge you. And now, before we get to the big wins of last night, let's take a quick break, pay some bills, talk about some great people. Okay? Give me a second here. Just see this text message just came in. I want to make sure. It's from Ben. Let's see. I might have Ben on today, so just wanted to make sure. All right. Real quick here. Let's pay some bills and let's talk about our sponsor, Done With Debt. How about that? Speaking of paying bills, Done With Debt will make it so you can pay your bills and keep more of your money. Not your regular bills, not your utility bills. We're talking about your unsecured debt. Your journey to financial freedom starts with Done With Debt, if this applies to you. If you have raging minimum payments coming in and you can't even afford to pay the minimum payment. If your debt seems to never go away. If unsecured debt like credit cards and loans are more like a rent-a-center payment where you never pay it off, then call Done With Debt today. donewithdebt.com or the number on your screen, 888-322-1054. That's 888-322-1054, 888-322-1054. Speak to a trained debt professional today. Put your name in the right side column right there, how you heard about them, and they'll get back to you personally. That's donewithdebt.com. Randall says Newsmax #1. Some good people over there. There's some good people over there. There's more good people at Newsmax than any other news station that size or bigger. We'll say that. I agree with you to a point there, for sure. Also want to give a big shout out to Fatty 15. Ladies and gentlemen, Fatty 15, healthy aging for all. What does that mean? Well, that means that the ingredients, the number one ingredients in this capsule here, the only ingredient, is C15. Now, you can get in pill form, you can get it in gummy form, gummies for kids, or even the advanced formula. And all this does is it gives you gives you access to C15. And C15, if you do your own research, literally changes the way your body cells age. It slows them down, repairs them, and continuously stays active as long as you are putting C15, the essential fatty acid, in your body. And for those who want a 3-month starter supply, if it's your first order, you can go and get a huge discount right now. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Okay? Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Reach out to them now. Get your big discount and start your journey to living longer, right? Kind of like the Fountain of Youth, in a way. Real America's Voice News, when Mike Crispy is on. Is he still on? I thought, I didn't know if Mike was still doing the Saturday show. Last call, is it? I believe it is. Well, we love Mike, and we always wish Mike the biggest and best success. All right, let's get to it. Indiana rhino bloodbath last night, folks. MAGA takes Indiana State Senate after Trump seeks revenge by ousting rhinos who killed the 9 Republican, 0 Democrat redistricting map. We told you, what was this, 4 months ago? We said those people that blocked that redistricting effort in Indiana, which was this close to happening during that session, those Republicans, remember their names. Oh, we did. And the people of Indiana did too. Several Indiana rhino senators got swept in their primary elections last night. Trump-endorsed candidates swept Indiana big time. Now, if you remember, back in December, President Trump unleashed on the spineless Indiana rhino Republicans who torpedoed a slam dunk redistricting bill that would have handed the GOP a crushing 9-0 congressional stronghold in the Hoosier state. The Indiana State Senate stunningly killed a proposed congressional redistricting map that would have locked 9 Republican, 0 Democrat congressional delegation, even though Republican hold 40 of the 50 chambers seats. The bill failed after more than half of Senate Republicans voted against it, effectively doing the Democrats' work for them, right? Let's take you back to December, what President Trump said about that. And I remember the day we reported on it. I remember playing this exact video. And I remember saying, we got your ass come primaries.
It's funny because I won Indiana all 3 times by a landslide. And I wasn't working on it very hard. It would have been nice. I think we would have picked up 2 seats if we did that. You had one gentleman, the head of the Senate, I guess, Bray, whatever his name is. I heard he was against it. He'll probably lose his next primary, whenever that is. I hope he does, but because he's done a tremendous disservice. I mean, think of it. It's a great place. I love the people there. They love me. You know, we won in a landslide all 3 times. Got tremendous votes. I got record votes. And then there's no reason for doing that. And the Democrats do it to us, so I can't imagine that they do it. But I wasn't very much involved. But there's a man named Bray, as I guess, head of the Senate. Was that Bray? Is that the name, Bray? I mean, I'm sure that whenever his primary is, it's I think in 2 years, but I'm sure he'll go down. He'll go down. I'll certainly support anybody that wants to go against him.
That's exactly what happened. And that's exactly what happened. He did support somebody that wanted to go against him. And here's what President Trump said. This was 21 hours ago, so before the results came out. Good luck to those great Indiana Senate candidates who are running against people who couldn't care less about our country or about keeping the majority in Congress. There are 8 great patriots running against long-seated rhinos. Let's see how those rhinos do tonight. Well, how did those rhinos do last night? Well, let's bring up the map, shall we? Yeah, a lot of wins last night. A lot of wins. Taking out Democrats and taking out rhinos. I want to give a big shout out to Trisha Talks, ladies and gentlemen. Trisha Talks just rated this stream. We'd like to give a big shout out to Trisha, and if you want to, make sure that you save her channel and go back and follow her channel, okay? I always love it when somebody raids the stream. That means they, A, know about LFA TV, and B, trust us enough to send their audience over here. Awesome. Didn't work out too well for those rhinos, did it? Let's go around the horn. Let's see how different news stations reacted to President Trump being stronger than ever. And you know, I gotta ask this. What happened to the claim that MAGA is dead? I have to ask. I'm just asking questions, right? It's a valid question. What happened with the statement and the accusation that was made by multiple people with millions and millions of followers combined that MAGA is dead? Because prior to Indiana, we were 98% on Trump's endorsements with primaries that have already went down this year. 98 freaking percent. So you add in all of these wins, which was every endorsed candidate, that's got to push us up close to 100%, right? Jeremy, did you see a city in Texas lost a mayor race flipping red to blue? I didn't see that one. Nope. But send it to me so I can check it out. Let's go see how people responded to this news.
It's coming. There it is. All right. There's the check mark. NBC News has projected it in Indiana's 11th Senate District. Brian Schmutzler, a challenger backed by President Donald Trump, has defeated incumbent State Senator Linda Rogers. Rogers, one of the Republican state senators who voted against the Trump-backed plan to redraw the state's congressional district. That is the 4th pink splotch you see on the map right here. That means that's the color we assigned to the pro-Trump side tonight. That is 4 incumbent members of the Indiana State Senate, incumbent Republican members, including a member of the Republican leadership, have now been defeated. And all of these 4 incumbents who have been defeated, per NBC News projection, have been defeated in landslides.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, come on, Trump, bring it home, baby.
Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. Because I ain't never crushed a man who didn't deserve it. Come on. Come on, Coolio, ladies and gentlemen. Way back in the day. Gangster's Paradise. Trump is like a gangster, though. He is like a mob boss in a way, isn't he? I mean, if you look at how he has to respond to these radical people, the way he has to respond to them these days, he's kind of a gangster. You don't take no sugar honey iced tea from anybody. You know what I'm saying? Go to another channel here. How'd they respond?
Senators voting against President Donald Trump and his request to redraw congressional maps in Indiana early. The Senate voted 31-19 against the maps, and WHAS 11 News was there. More than half of the Republican delegation voted no. WHAS 11's Travis Breeze and senior photojournalist Alyssa Newton pick up our coverage of the historic vote in Indianapolis.
19 ayes, 31 noes. This bill has been defeated.
a no vote after 3 hours of debate.
Indiana senators voting against President Donald Trump.
You don't go against Trump. How many times? Look at all the people who have. How's Ellen DeGeneres doing these days? I'm just curious. Where's she living? How's Tom Hanks doing these days? Where's he living? How's Rosie O'Donnell doing these days? Is she still squatting in Ireland? How's Kathy Griffin? Kathy Griffin? Whatever her name is. Carrot Top. How's she doing these days? Is she living? She homeless? Huh. How's Kevin McCarthy doing these days? You know, since we can switch and talk about Republicans as well. How's Madonna doing these days? Last I looked, she looked like an alien. She didn't even look like a human being. You go against this man without actual reason to, you will lose. He's too big. He's too powerful. His brand is too large. No matter how much TDS is in the world against this guy. Politically, business, whatever, you can't beat him. And if you do beat him, you win a battle. He'll win the war. That's just who he is. He counterpunches harder. When are you going to realize that? Rosie's still getting her herpes out of country. Yeah, I think she lives in Iowa. I don't know. Let's see how CNN responded to the big wins in Indiana last night.
Who defied him and helped defeat his redistricting effort there last year. Let's get right to CNN's Jeff Zeleny for the latest on what you are hearing and where things stand right now.
Well, John, President Trump has been seeking revenge, and tonight he is getting it. He has had a successful effort in at least 3 of the Indiana State Senate primary races, and one of the Trump challengers has failed. So right now the scorecard that the White House is watching very carefully is 3-1, and the Trump-backed candidates is leading in the other 2. What are we talking about here? Why are we talking about the Indiana State Senate? Because the senators, the Republicans, who have served for nearly 20 years, each one of them who lost, voted against the president's redistricting plan last December. They said that they did not believe it was appropriate to redraw those maps. The White House has said, we are going to throw you out of office, and that is what is happening this evening. It was a dramatic campaign, millions of dollars spent, and the White House is winning this revenge war, if you will, tonight. Only one non-Trump backed challenger, Senator Greg Good, is holding on. His race was a bit peculiar. He was running against 2 people named Wilson, but he is holding on. So for the White House tonight, one bit of good news in this challenging midterm election year, John.
Yeah. Somewhere a political strategist making their money tonight for putting 2 people named Wilson on the same ballot.
Who said it's a challenging midterm election? Who said that? I told you from the beginning we were winning these midterms. There were too many obstacles in the way for Democrats to reclaim the House or the Senate. And their biggest obstacle is them. The media wants you to believe that the Republicans and the Democrats are doing this. It's not the case. Democrats are getting their asses blown out day in and day out, and the polls show it. So does Polymarket, so does Kalshi. And the odds were against them from the very beginning. And gas, sorry to say, folks, won't have anything to do with it. It won't. By then, it won't even matter anyway. But let's say gas prices stayed high from now until then. Democrats still ain't winning because the world knows that they're worse. The country knows as a whole they're worse. The only obstacle that we had in the midterms, or that we still have, is actually getting people motivated enough to go vote. Not what they want Everybody knows the Democrats are worse than the Republicans for the economy. Everybody knows that. That's not something we have to drill into their heads. What we have to drill into their heads is get off the couch and go vote like you did in the 2024 election. That is our biggest hurdle. Not even John Thune. Our biggest hurdle is just getting people out there and vote. You want to know why? Because without the Save America Act and without redistricting, we won the White House, the Senate, the House, the popular vote, and the Electoral College vote. We swept with all the bullshit in place, without the Save America Act and without redistricting. I'm telling you, our biggest hurdle is getting people motivated enough to go vote. That's our job. The 3,700 people that are in here every day that stayed strong, our job is to go out and get the other 1,500 that aren't here anymore to go get them and say, hey, we need you again. Let's pin that little honorary star on your chest and let's get you back out there working again. You don't necessarily have to be in this chat, but you do need to be out in the community getting people to vote. Period. Here's Scott Jennings, CNN.
He calls the shots in the Republican Party, and if you go against that, he will pour his wrath out upon you, and it doesn't typically turn out well. As Harry Enton has said before, go against Trump in a primary, and you wind up in the grinder, and that's what happened in Indiana. To me, what I was looking for tonight was the forward-looking lessons here. For instance, what's going to happen in Kentucky in a couple of weeks in that 4th congressional district where Thomas Massie is the one congressional Republican who has been the biggest thorn in Donald Trump's side. They have poured millions into that race, and a lot of people are wondering, could he withstand a challenge from a Trump-backed challenger there? If you look at what happened in Indiana tonight, and you're Thomas Massie tonight, or you're anybody else in a primary right now where Trump's on the other side of you, you got to be thinking, this is a bad night for me. But bottom line is, there's always plenty of money in politics, and it's always a president's priorities and prerogatives.
Against it, and what a petty little punching down bully
what's the
to
matter,
wander over
Van
here and
Jones?
slap around a bunch of state senators and feel better about himself.
Yep.
I would be embarrassed if I were the president of the United States.
Do you think that those sorts of rules apply to, say, Barack Obama when he engages in the Virginia redistricting referendum?
Hey, listen, he didn't. He got involved in a ballot measure. He didn't go poking and picking on little individual dog catchers and everybody else.
He was picking on the Republican congressmen who represented their constituents.
You'd be embarrassed for President Trump, Van Jones? You'd be embarrassed that his endorsed candidates swept the election last night? You'd be embarrassed by that win, you dipshit? You retarded dipshit? You would be embarrassed by all those wins? Would you be embarrassed that punching down meant a state that can redistrict now and get rid of representation for your shitty party in that state that gives us even more of a majority in the House where we actually create laws, pass bills, and send them to that same president? You would be embarrassed? Shut up. Shut up. If I was speaking Spanish, I'd say cállate. Chingada tu madre, pinche otto. That's what I would say in Spanish. Maybe you'd understand that since half the country's Spanish speaking. Now, I don't know. But you'd be embarrassed, bud, would you? I'm not. Eli, are you embarrassed when we win? I mean, I grew up with winning trophies because you won, not just getting them because you played. Are you embarrassed to win? I mean, I'm not.
No, and I find it so precious every time somebody who, well, for better or worse, doesn't matter and has no say in anything makes a statement like that. Would you? Yeah. Well, it's a good thing you're not in charge because you're a loser.
Yeah. Don't you love it when Democrats say, the country doesn't want this. The country doesn't stand with this. How would you know? Last I checked, you lost the House, the White House, the Senate, the popular vote, and the Electoral College vote. How in the F would you know what America wants? Loser. Right, Eli? Come on.
Yep, just like all that crap I see on Facebook every day. New survey says 98.9% of America hates what's going on, and I'm like, well, that's funny. Nobody asked me.
Yeah. Next time somebody says that, I'm just going to go, what's that? Quiet? Turn it up. Oh, you're a loser. You don't know.
Not what I appear to be.
You don't know. Because the country didn't vote with you, so you're lying. And now I have to flush you down the toilet, you fat retarded turd. Returd. Eli, they're retarded.
That's got to be my new favorite, whatever. Retard.
Shut up, retard. Nobody wants to hear from you. You're retarded. Oh, no. Oh, man. That's funny. Eli, that's some funny stuff right there. That's a new word. Don't be a retard or you'll get flushed.
That right there is grade A, top choice name calling.
You know what that is, Eli? That's 1980s name calling right there. That's a 1980s calling back right there.
A little bit of style.
Hey, I want to give some shout outs if I can here real quick. Okay? Because I got some mail, and I also want to shout out Duckman67. Been gone for a couple months, but tag team back again. Check the direction. Let's begin. I see you're all kicking ass. Hope this helps. Eli, look at that. Gone for 2 months, hiatus, right? Comes back, donates $100 and drops a fine, nice comment like that. That's nice to hear. Isn't that some good validation, isn't it? Looks like some people are coming back ready to stomp some ass in 2026.
Almost thought you were saying his screen name was hiatus and he went on a hiatus. I'm like, wow, you can really do what you mean.
Jeremy, can you try to get Spencer Pratt on the show? I would love to. We're going to talk about Spencer Pratt here in a minute, but I have to say thank you. Big, huge thank you. This one, dear Jeremy, keep it going. This check may help. Only you know how to spend it. Please put some towards Eli's salary. Please pray for me. I'm struggling. Love you and everything you're doing. Laurel. Mander's mama in the live chat. When I opened that yesterday and read that and then looked at the check you sent, first thing I did is prayed for you. Second thing I did is call my wife and said, you'll never guess what. The Lord always provides. And that's what that was. And we pray for you, okay? Thank you so very much. Sepharina Hot, thank you. Very, very kindly, thank you for your letter here. I won't read everybody's personal letters, but, you know, I look forward to your shows. But my favorite is the 11 to 2 show of news, laughs, frustrations, and blessings. Of your kindness to those who are in need. I hope this donation adds to your needs. Seffi in West Virginia. You guys are so great. I'm going to personally, by the way, Eli, I used to do this back in the day, and then I ran out of time, but I'm going to make the time again. When you send me a letter, as long as it's not a book, we do get some books sometimes, I will sit down every single week, and I will personally write you back and say thank you. I used to do that back before things got busy, and I need to do it again. Denise, a little extra for Washington, D.C., wherever needed. Thank you for all you do for the LFA family. Safe travels from Miss Denise and Mr. Henry Furman as well. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you. We love you. God bless you. And thank you so much. Eli, in a little bit, we're going to start talking about oil prices and gas prices. But I do, while I have it on the brain, and before I forget it, I just have to say this. Gas was what, oil was what, $115, $120 a few days ago? Price of oil right now is $94.89. That's how we know that the prices are not gauged by production, supply, or demand. You understand? The demand for oil is no different than it was in February. The supply for oil is not interrupted because we replaced what people were getting through the Strait of Hormuz with what's coming out of the United States and North America and Venezuela as well. So there's no supply and demand issue, but yet the price drops $20 within a couple days. Why is that? Because these prices that you're paying at the pump, yes, they are policy driven, but only a small portion of that is policy driven. Okay? As long as there's no disruption in the supply chain. Now, previous presidents that put a disruption in the supply chain and gave you no alternative, then it is very much their problem. But the way President Trump did this is he put a disruption in a supply chain, but then offered an alternative to where you can get that supply. So supply and demand never changed. These global costs are manipulated and run by the stock market and the rich oil executives, period. When there's no disruption, and there are no disruptions. So when you ask yourself, man, I really wish President Trump would get a hold of these gas prices. In this case, it's not the same as Joe Biden's sticker, I did that. Because of the fact that he offered an alternative to get your supply from, and people started coming to the Gulf of America and started filling up with oil from Texas and the United States and barrels coming from Venezuela, and they were feeding the people that were disrupted from getting their oil through the Strait of Hormuz. Does that make sense? Laura says, I'm back. I was gone for a while. Life happens. Laura Phillip, welcome back with open arms, dear. Everybody said, I wonder if everybody saw about Ted Turner. Yeah, we saw. I knew Ted Turner died when the show started. May he rest in peace. Everybody dies. And if you elect a Democrat in California to be your next governor, then you may die too, because these people are ass crazy.
Californians what they need. It's going to take standing up to Donald Trump, calling out greedy corporations, and stepping on some toes along the way. Now, could you guys please get out of my shot?
See how she did that?
Get out of my fucking shot. Okay, it does. Okay, you also were in my shot before that.
Remember that?
Stay out of my shot. Give Californians what they need. It's going to take standing up to Donald Trump, calling out greedy corporations, and stepping on some toes along the way. Now, could you guys please get out of my shot? And the state could lose. Get out of my fucking shot. Okay, it does. Okay, you also were in my shot before that. Stay out of my shot. Give Californians what.
Eli, this woman literally took what was very, very rude and how she talks to everybody in her staff and turned it into a joke, saying, now will you please get out of my shot? These people are nothing but lying jokes, folks.
Not only was that tastelessly unclever, it kind of diminishes what she's trying to portray behind her. Now, you guys get out, like, those signs actually aren't important. Abolish ICE, racism is bad. All right, now get out of the shot. Oh, all right.
Yeah. Hey, Eli, we have a whopping 40 people over on YouTube watching us. It looks like we're starting to catch on over there. Right? Got a whopping 40 people over on YouTube. That's since we've got that YouTube page back, we've not had that much engagement. So big shout out to those watching on YouTube, but a bigger shout out to those watching on Rumble, you know what I'm saying? Because that's the Honeycomb Hideout, folks. This is where the cool kids are. But I know some people have a problem with watching Rumble, so, you know, you guys are cool too. All right? I'm just saying. It is nice to have the YouTube page growing again, so thank you guys. Pete Booty Plug. He's traveling the nation, going to conservative districts, doing town halls to try to get people to understand that Republicans are bad, okay? Here's Pete Booty Plug talking with another retard. Eli, that's got to be the new word, right? I'm not saying the word that people hate, the R word, but everybody knows what I imply. That's a safe, respectable, funny word. Retard. I might use it more often.
Yep. Can't get in trouble for it either because it technically doesn't exist.
That's right. Retard is not a real thing. Unless your name is Barack Obama or Pete Buttigieg or circle back Jen Psaki.
Before about sort of what politics could be, what we all hope it will be again. I mean, these Republicans in Indiana, you probably don't agree with them on much. I don't agree with them on much in terms of their policies, but they knew what was coming if they stood up to Trump. They stood up to him anyways. They decided, some of them at least, that there are worse things than losing an election. I just wonder.
Hold on. You see how they're trying to spin this loss, Eli? The Democrats are trying to spin a loss for Republicans because MAGA Republicans beat the rhinos, which lets you know that the rhinos are establishment Republicans working with the Democrats because the Democrats are running cover and spinning the loss today. And now they're saying they knew what was going to happen. And these brave men, these brave beta males, darn it, those retards stood up anyway to Donald Trump because guess what? Winning this election is not more important than saving the country and standing up for your principles. You've got Pete Booty Plug and Circle Back Jen Psaki, Raggedy Ann, running cover and spinning the loss for rhinos. It doesn't get better than this on Monday morning quarterbacking, right?
How different you think our country and our politics could be if more Republicans had that in them. And do you think, you've been traveling out there and the country, that there are more of them out there?
I do. I mean, I see it everywhere I go. We have been going to a lot of more conservative areas. We did a town hall in Oklahoma. It was great. We had about 2,000 people come out. I was in Marjorie Taylor Greene's old district where we had hundreds of people come out, and the Democratic candidate overperformed by about 25 points. Headed to Montana soon, and there are a lot of people on all sides of the aisle who are fed up with the role of money in politics and taking action to do something about it. So I do believe a different kind of politics is possible. Look, Democrats are always going to disagree with Republicans. I'm always going to disagree on a lot of issues with Republicans. But if we're all actually talking about what we believe in, that is better than Republicans repeatedly having to feel pressure to either lose their career or do something wrong because the president is demanding it of them.
You've talked before.
Yeah. How did you do as mayor again? Same outcome as you did when you ran for president there, Booty Plug? Want to give a big shout out to Will Johnson, the whitest black man on earth in the live chat. Right? Right, Eli? Will Johnson, the only black saltine that I have ever seen in my life.
My new nickname for him is Half and Half. I hope that's okay, Will.
What are you taking in your coffee, Will?
A little bit of Will, just a little bit of Johnson. No, wait, I'm sorry, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah, I don't know if I want Will putting anything in coffee. I'll just take half and half. How about that? Sorry, it's an inside joke that we have with our white black friend.
I'll allow it.
Will Johnson in the chat, everybody. Hey, you're going to want to stick around because his show is next. But hold on. We're not done. We're not done with California here. We got some more to talk about California. It looks like for the Republican Party, it looks like the sheriff is running away with the polls, anyways. This is him and can you please get out of my shot? Going back and forth.
Go ahead. It's the job of the California governor to protect every single Californian. The sanctuary state policy is designed to make sure that our state resources, the taxpayer dollars, the public servants that we have are focusing on doing their jobs, which is not cooperating with the federal immigration authorities. These are Californians. They contribute to our economy. They pay taxes, and they're one of the only ways that our state has been growing in recent years. Go ahead. It's the job of the California governor to protect.
Stop. One of the only ways that our state has been growing in recent years? She just flat out admitted that illegal aliens are one of the only reasons their state has been growing in recent years. Now, we know that redistricting has to happen in California at a congressional level because they've lost so many people. But fortunately for them, they count illegal aliens in the census. Yeah. They count illegal aliens in their census. This is why they're sued by the Department of Justice for their voting rolls, because you can only have legal citizens on a census. She openly admitted it. Let's hear her again.
Every single Californian. The sanctuary state policy is designed to make sure that our state resources, the taxpayer dollars, the public servants that we have, are focusing on doing their jobs, which is not cooperating with the federal immigration authorities. These are Californians. They contribute to our economy. They pay taxes, and they're one of the only ways that our state has been growing in recent years.
Yeah! Think about what she just said all in one sentence. And it's one of the only ways our state's been growing, which means that people who frickin' matter are leaving. Businesses are leaving. Enterprises are leaving. Entrepreneurs and billionaires are leaving. Tax-paying families are leaving. And one of the only ways you can grow is by deporting a bunch of illegal aliens into your state. Importing, I should say, a bunch of illegal aliens to your state. Eli, remember Throw Mama from the Train? She was the same woman that played the mother in Goonies. Katie Porker looks like a young version of her.
Oof. I don't even know if I'd want to insult the mom from the Goonies like that, but yeah, it could be an offspring of that type.
Yeah, it looks like her daughter, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like her daughter, the mother from the mother of the bank robbers on the Goonies. That's her. That's her mom, I think.
I can't believe that on a stage with 30 minutes of interrupting and bickering and name-calling and shouting and disrespect for everyone up here who's stepping into public service, that anyone wants to talk about my temperament.
You were actually interrupting them, too. I don't know why you want to act like you weren't.
Oh, cowboy
Steve and I sat here smiling at each other because we're just watching you all prove to everyone why they can't vote for a Democrat.
Yep.
I can't believe...
Yep. She said, cowboy up, cupcake. Huh. I would have said, put it in your pie hole, Katie Porker. We could all sound cool when we say things. Right? Here's a glimpse into the Democrats that are trying to take over for Gavin Newsom.
Homeless rates in the country. Sheriff Bianco takes issue with the term homeless itself. He says, quote, we will quit calling it homeless. This is not about homes. They don't even want homes. They're perfectly happy where they are.
He's not wrong.
Do you agree that Californians sleeping on the streets don't want homes?
He's not wrong.
Well, look, first of all, I just have to set the record straight on Javier's touting his experience. The Biden administration, President Biden, openly talked about firing him, had to sideline him during COVID because he wasn't delivering results. And I am still in shock in this debate that despite being given the opportunity 3 times in a row by Katie, he was unable to clearly answer the most important question on health care as our former Secretary of Health and Human Services. On homelessness, though, I can't let that slide. I'm sorry. The facts matter. On homelessness,
I did answer the question.
I have led the state in reducing unsheltered homelessness by finding a balanced approach that is compassionate but also accountable.
It's not
I stood up to the system that was building $1 million-a-door solutions, taking years on end, and said this is never going to scale. We're building basic, dignified shelter. We're working with our county to expand inpatient treatment. And when those beds are available, we are requiring that people come indoors. That's a pragmatic approach. It's leading the state. It's what we need to do in every city and county in California.
Sheriff Bianco, the issue of homelessness, then we'll bring you in, Mr. Steyer. Sheriff Bianco.
Yeah, so this has nothing to do with homes, and it's unfortunate for the people there that they were just relocated to a hard roof instead of a tent so he could run for governor. Because he had 4 years to do that and chose not to, but right before he runs for governor, he has to relocate all of them. The bottom line is this: that's not compassionate. because they're still under the influence of drugs. They're still experiencing mental health issues. They're still experiencing the combination of both, and we are not giving them the treatment that they need. This is not about homes. This is about mental health treatment, drug and alcohol treatment, most importantly, the combination of both, and it is not compassion if we are not going to give them.
We're going to give the mayor a chance to respond, and then we'll bring Steyer into the
Yeah, I
conversation.
mean, it's interesting. In fact, first of all, more than half of the candidates on the stage have visited San Jose to see our success in interim housing. We've added thousands of units, moved thousands of people indoors. And just in the 3 years that I have been mayor, we have graduated about 30% of those people to permanent housing. We're saving lives, fewer deaths on our streets, fewer tent encampments. In fact, right now we're in the midst of resolving the last large tent encampment in the city of San Jose. Those are the kinds of results we need to see statewide.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Steyer, the issue of homelessness.
I'm going to jump in. Homelessness is very important. But the number one problem in California is Californians can't afford to live here. And the number one issue on affordability is housing. And we skipped over it. We didn't really talk about how we're going to build houses in this state.
Mayor Mahan, this question's for you. California has among the highest homeless rates in the country.
So here's what I'll say about the California race. We're about to make a historic moment with an incumbent in the White House winning both the Senate and the House during the midterms. Eli, can you do me a favor? Can you look up when the last time the incumbent president was successful in keeping the House and the Senate during the midterms? I wonder when that last was. Because I know it's not very, usually, just the last time an incumbent president has been successful winning the House and the Senate in the midterms. Or keeping the House, winning, keeping, whatever. I'm curious to see when that was. I should have looked that up before the show. I've been wanting to, but it's not very many times. I'll tell you that. What do we have?
Last time an incumbent president's party successfully gained seats in both the House and the Senate during the midterm election was in 2002 under President George W. Bush. In that election, Republicans gained 8 House seats and 2 Senate seats.
So 24 years ago was the last time that happened. And I have a feeling maybe Reagan, it might have happened. I'm not 100% sure. But I think maybe under Reagan it happened. I didn't think it happened under Bush. I thought we were going to go all the way back to Reagan to get that. But still, doesn't happen very often. So we're about to see some historic wins and gains there. But also, we might see an historic win for Republicans in California. There's that cycle, right? That, you know, tough men win wars, and once wars are won, it brings in a time of peace. Peace turns tough men into weak men. Weak men turn society into crap. You know, I'm paraphrasing here, but then a crappy society makes tough men again. Tough men run and clean things up, and it's just a circle, right? That's the way things go. It looks to me like California is at that point where they're like, we just can't take it anymore. We just can't. Rich people alike, we just can't take it anymore. You don't think that the Hollywood people that are rich are going to go behind closed ballot window curtains and mark down Republican? I think they're going to. They want to keep more of their money. That doesn't mean that they'll do it out in public. But California could definitely win. Now, getting to the candidates. There's not a single decent Democrat candidate on there. I don't think there is anywhere anymore. And really, to be honest with you, is that the best we have to offer for both Republican candidates in California? I mean, let's be honest, folks. You're not hearing anything about Mr. Hilton because he's not good. I'm not saying he's not good enough in debates. He's not creating any viral moments. You know what we're seeing? We're seeing the sheriff's, Bianco's moments where he's speaking up. But he's got questionable things in his past, too. Both of them are not, you know, the greatest Republican candidates. You could say good things about both. You could say bad things about both. But wouldn't they both be miles better than a Democrat? Don't they at least have a common denominator on issues that matter? That you'd say, I don't even care who wins, to be honest with you, but we got to get one of them. It's a step in the right direction. That's where when I look at the California gubernatorial race, that's what I see. I really see no great candidates. But if we've got a chance to flip it red, then damn it, let's do it. It's like the 5th largest economy on planet Earth. It's bigger than almost every country. We need California to turn around, and I'll take either of them. I'll take Bianco, I'll take Hilton. Give me one, I don't care. I don't care who it is, to be honest with you. Just one. Let me get that. Sheila says, please try to get Spencer Pratt on your show. Oh, trust me, I'm gonna. We're going to be talking about Spencer Pratt in just about 3 minutes, actually. But until then,
there are some major changes that need to happen within the Democratic Party. It's a moment of reckoning for the Democratic Party in California. But I do think that overall issues like the cost of living, affordability, healthcare, all of these things are still things that people care about in California, and there needs to be major change. And it's not just policies because of the president and the war. It is policies because the governor will be likely be on the presidential ballot in 2028. And so this is also a referendum on him. Brad?
I think you're right, Zoji, about that's a California good Democrats do have to stare it in the face what has been happening inside the California Democratic Party that's led to the affordability challenges. Democrats all across the country this year have decided to try to make the election about affordability, but the most Democratic state in the country is the most unaffordable state. That's why 1.23 million people have moved out of the state and moved into places like Nashville and Texas. And so I only heard Matt Mahan tonight talk about affordability in a real pragmatic way of what he could do about it. He talked about eliminating the CEQA process, which is an environmental review process that makes infrastructure construction impossible. He talked a little bit about the tax problem, about how California is one of the highest tax states. I thought Katie Porter might have had a lane to do that tonight, but I didn't see it from her.
Well, let me play what she said about the billionaire tax. It's been so controversial in California.
This tax isn't going to fundamentally change California's economy in the way that young people and the working people of California need. It's a one-time tax, but we don't have one-time revenue needs. It taxes billionaires, as if half billionaires don't have 2 nickels to rub together and couldn't chip in a little bit more. So yes, to a progressive tax code. Yes, to the wealthy paying more. But this tax is about cheap political points. It is not about really fundamentally changing California's economy for the better. That's going to take real political courage.
Billionaires like me should pay more taxes, and the big corporations should pay more taxes.
Excuse me,
and
you
that's
literally
why...
said...
Stop. Then pay more taxes. Don't wait for the government to tell you. Just give them half your money, dickhead. What's wrong with that? You're like the rich young ruler who walked up to Jesus and said, good sir, what must I do to obtain eternal life? And Jesus said, why do you call me good? There are none good but God. But since you want to bloviate, which is I know your heart, and that's what I know you're doing right here as a rich young ruler, give away all your money and all your possessions and follow me. Well, I don't want to do that. That's what Tom Steyer is right there. Billionaires like me should pay more. Okay, then pay more. Give the government all your wealth. Don't talk about it, be about it.
Katie Porter is betting that some Californians, they want a progressive tax system, but they think that this is like a 2x4 hitting their sort of tax-paying population over the head.
I live in Miami, and I can tell you almost every week right now.
Yeah, we don't care about you. There's 3 turds we have to flush. Anna Navarro, Katie Porter, and Tom Steyer. So, because we have 3 turds in the toilet, Eli, this is going to be a rough one here. I don't know if we're going to be able to, it might take 3 flushes, but I used to be a plumber, so let's see if we can. Didn't go down. It's actually, looks like it might be overflowing. Hold on. Almost. I think we can get it on this one. Everybody help me here. Ready? We're going to plunge. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Air. We flushed those 3 turds, guys. We did it. I almost wish we had a Dora the Explorer. We did it. Yeah, we did it. We flushed those 3 turds and we saved the country. Yeah, we did it. Eli, they called it a returdification.
Jeremy, I just want to let you know, I just got a very special request in the chat. This request comes from Slam, and he wanted me to tell everybody that Donald Trump is a bad man.
Back to you. So everybody wants Spencer Pratt. By the way, someone needs to light a match up in here, Eli. It stinks like dema shit or something. I don't know.
Dema shit. Hey, Charlie, light a match. You didn't fall in there, did you?
Echo Bella. Echo Bella, ladies and gentlemen, donates $5 saying thanks for the flushing. Well, you got it. You got it. You guys need a plumber. I'm your guy. After all, Eli used me as his personal plumber for years. There's nothing wrong with that, right, Eli?
Sounds kind of weird when you put it that way, but yeah, he cleaned my pipes.
Well, I didn't say that. You said you used me as your plumber. You used to do edits for me for my band, for my singing career and all that, my music career, and I used to do that. I never cleaned your pipes though, bud. Just changed some of your valves.
Still kind of worry about that house from time to time. It keeps me up in the middle of the night that we worked on together that one time. I think you duct taped something.
Eli, we've come up with 2 words this show: returd and dema shit. Right? You gotta grab all those returds, flush them down the toilet, and get rid of that dema shit smell. Spencer Pratt. Everybody wants me to interview Spencer Pratt. Well, who is Spencer Pratt? Who is Spencer Pratt? Well, he's running for mayor of Los Angeles. I'm going to play a little video for you here, and then we'll come back to Spencer Pratt and his new campaign ad that is blowing the internet up.
Losing tens of thousands of residents, one of the biggest population drops in the nation.
Everyday life is just becoming unsafe.
One of the most dangerous streets in all of Los Angeles, and now
man killed near the LA Convention Center. Billions in homeless funds were poorly tracked.
It's far more sexy to talk about all these billions of dollars that are missing and blah, blah, blah.
And it's impacting businesses.
Thinking about selling or closing my business.
Lost my job, lost my business.
Are struggling to stay open because of all the devastation.
Business as usual is a death sentence for Los Angeles.
They have lost 50% of their business. A whole lot of stores are being closing down here locally.
Unfortunately, business has been fairly slow.
It's crazy.
Dozens of restaurants across LA closing shop this year.
You never know what's going to happen to you.
The system in Los Angeles isn't struggling, it's fundamentally broken. The city failed everyone. The insurance companies failed everyone. Mothers that want to go to the park, that don't want to inhale fentanyl smoke from the 70,000 drug addicts that the mayor currently lets live on our streets.
Drugs and prostitutes while walking their kids to class.
Angelinos are done.
And it's a humanitarian disaster.
We have 6 people dying every day in the streets. Over 100 restaurants just in LA have closed in the last year. Everyone is done.
More and more restaurants across the city, new and old, are going out of business.
They did everything possible to keep their doors open.
Several businesses along the famed Sunset Strip have closed in recent months.
After 16 years of business,
Restaurants really are struggling.
closing on March 31st. They shut down earlier this month, closing after 3 years of business, shut their doors permanently by the end of the month.
We, the business owners, are being hit so hard.
They say they have absolutely no idea what their future holds.
Laying off employees and closing stores.
We're not backfilling positions. We're not growing in the state anymore.
Worst case scenario, you just said that you may have to shut down.
Stepping on fentanyl needles, human poop, everything smells like pee. It is disgusting.
The number of people who die every day on our streets gets worse.
All over LA, there's people with just fentanyl smoke blowing next to swing sets in every park. This is psycho.
Dogs that are neglected, abused, and sometimes set on fire. Fighting to survive after being set on fire in South Los Angeles. A 1-year-old shepherd mix set on fire.
Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster? No apology for them?
If you're not shocked by what you see, then I don't know what you would be shocked by.
Just giving you needles and pipes on the street and dropping off a sandwich is not helping these people.
Yeah, he's really coming into his own over there, man.
It's far more sexy to talk about all these billions of dollars that are missing and blah, blah, blah.
Blah, 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 huh? You know, those are powerful campaign ads, folks, because they're speaking directly to the people who live there. Spencer Pratt is running for mayor of Los Angeles, one of our once great, beautiful cities. Eli, yesterday I saw an interview that Dana White gave. And you know Dana White, he's the head of the UFC. He's going to be having a UFC event at the White House, right? Coming up here in July. They got a new promo ad out for that event. And Dana White was asked, how much did that cost producing that marketing video, that advertisement? He said, about $100. They're like, what are you talking about? We see you walking up the steps of the White House. You're narrating the thing. There must have been studio time where you went and narrated. You came out of a helicopter. It shows a camera on the side of your car driving down D.C. How'd that cost $100? He said, because the entire thing is AI. They said, what? He said the entire promo is AI. The only thing that's not AI in that campaign or that marketing video is the fighters, showing the fighters fighting in different in some of their different fights. Other than that, everything was AI. She said, what about your voice? He said, that was AI too. He said, our team put that together in about an hour. They came back to me and they said, what do you think of this? Do you know how much money companies are saving? Now, some people go, do you know how many people's jobs are being lost? Well, guess what? You're either growing or going. In the capitalistic country, with things changing this much, you got to stay ahead of the curve. It's dog eat dog out there. That's the way it's always been in America. No time is different than now. And the reason why I tell you that is because Spencer Pratt's new campaign video that's blowing up the internet is also all AI. Not a single dollar put towards this except for the person's time to make it. And this might be the best campaign video I have ever seen in my entire life. As Gotham City. There's Karen Bass, Governor Gavin Newsom.
Please, I'm begging you. There's homeless drug addicts in front of the schools. My children aren't safe.
Look, if you were a transgender migrant, I could get you a free pussy.
Let's move the drug addicts closer.
Bass already solved crime. I endorse her.
Next!
Please, I just want to rebuild my home. It's been over a year.
Mom, look!
This is a machine. If we want to burn this town to the ground, pull through that!
Huge. Huge. Do you know how much money was saved because they didn't have to film anything like that? You couldn't have filmed something like that. Now, that's not a huge endorsement to use or don't use AI, but the fact that it's here, the lady asked Dana White, do you see this as the future? He said, no, it's now. It's not the future. It's right now. One way or another, whether you like it or whether I like it, AI is here. It's either going to be like anything else, used for good or bad, but the fact of the matter is, the world is changing. Technologically, it is changing. And when everybody was mad at President Trump for doing that Middle Eastern tour where he was securing chip deals and precious metal deals and precious mineral deals, it was because he knew that the world was going this route. And that ad right there might bring millions of dollars into Spencer's campaign, where a regular ad would not have. That is the power of it. And that ad right now is taking the country by storm. I love it. It says so much that he never would have gotten out there and never would have gotten across had it not been for AI. It isn't the future, folks. It's here. What we have to do is learn how to navigate it, use it for good, understand it, know when we're being misled, which is very difficult. I get it. I miss a country where none of this existed. I miss a country where the internet didn't exist, where cell phones didn't exist, where AI didn't exist, where I had to actually look you in the eye if I wanted to talk to you or call you on the corded phone that we ended up buying a 100-foot extension so we could walk around the house with our cord phone, wrapping up chairs and people. I wish we could go back to then. But I can wish in one hand, shit in the other, and look and see which one fills up faster. And I guarantee you, the wish is going to remain empty. We are here. Let's use it for good. And I think that's an example of using it for good. So if you really want to help California, LA is a great place to start. Reach out to Spencer Pratt's team. Donate to him if you can, even if it's $5. It's the little donations that win the elections, folks, not the big ones. As long as there's plenty of them. Carol said for the little guy that doesn't have money, AI is the advantage. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. Now, staying in California. A man accused of starting the Palisades fire has said he's become more obsessed with leftist ideas because of propaganda. That's right, those fires were never started by global climate change, folks. How much did they push that? How much did they push? This happened because of global climate change. Remember, Eli, you know who we don't talk about anymore? Maui. Isn't that weird? We don't talk about Hawaii. We don't talk about Maui. We don't talk about Lahaina. We don't talk about the fire tornadoes that apparently went through there. Weird.
Yeah, absolutely. And what was the other place that got decimated? Was it like North Carolina during the floods, I think? It's like already slipped my mind.
Yep, that and then the California fires. But they all capitalized on that, didn't they? And said global climate change is the reason for this. Actually, and made tons of money off it. Passed bills on that bullshit. Because that's what it is. Let's call a spade a spade. It was all bullshit. Well, here we have, in these new court filings, showing that the arsonist who started the Palisades fire that took out all those homes, not climate change, is a deranged leftist who hated capitalism, resented the rich, and was angry at the world. You know what really pisses me off? You know that stupid Met Gala BS, Eli, where everybody goes and they're dressed in some faggy whatever, right? There was protesters there saying, tax the rich, tax the mother effing rich, tax the rich, tax the mother effing rich. And one person who was worth $15 million flew a private jet there and literally was dressed in some stupid thing and had a dollar bill over their eyes as a mask to help protest against the rich. You can't make this stuff up, dude.
Yep. Sarah Paulson, I remember that. I saw that she had little holes poked in the money. First and foremost, if that was a real dollar bill, you just committed a federal crime. And secondly, it's kind of retarded to try to make a statement like that while you're at a private event wearing a dress that's probably worth like 40 to 50 upwards, $100,000, drinking champagne that nobody else is privy to, having private parties and hanging. You're an idiot!
Yeah. I'm protesting rich people too, and rich people should pay more taxes. I flew here in my private jet. Anyway, these findings were presented in a memorandum filed last week in the case United States versus Jonathan Rinderknecht, ahead of his June 8th trial. Rinderknecht has been charged with 3 federal felony counts for starting the Palisades fire, which killed 12 people, destroyed 7,000 homes and businesses, and caused over $150 billion in damage. Oh, there was a catastrophic event that happened, all right, and it wasn't climate change. It was Democrats. It was deranged leftist lunatics who get their view of the world through the FCC billionaire companies' mainstream media outlets. Isn't that great? In the weeks preceding to the arson, Rinderknecht's online searches included phrases such as, ready for this? Let's kill all billionaires. And let's take down all billionaires. And free Luigi Mangione. Yeah. Would you like to see a picture of this retarded little dipshit? Here he is right here. This little asshole, this little murderer, this scumbag who should get the death penalty. 30 years old. Obsessed with the rich. Instead of getting his ass out there and getting a job and creating wealth, 7,000 homes and businesses. Multiple people dead. $150 to $200 billion in damage. I say you let the people of California have their way with this little shit. That's what I say. Let them have their way with him. Unreal. North Carolina isn't built back either. Oh, I know. All right, let's move on to some more good wins, huh? Let's go to the great state of Ohio. By the way, Eli, does it ever feel like this show is 3 hours long? I told my daughter yesterday, I said, I stand. She was like, I don't want to stand anymore. My legs hurt. I said, I stand for 3 straight hours after I stand for 2 straight hours streaming. It doesn't feel like the show's 3 hours.
It doesn't. I have to admit, everybody, I keep flipping staring at the numbers. And when you do that, the time starts going by slower. I'm like, come on.
Never pay attention to that. That's for sure. That's a rat race right there. Ramaswamy. Vivek Ramaswamy wins the Ohio gubernatorial Republican primary, ladies and gentlemen. The biotech billionaire won the Ohio governor Republican primary yesterday evening against Casey Pushy. Rhino Governor Mike DeWine's team ends this year, and this man, the newly Republican elected primary candidate for that seat, is Vivek Ramaswamy. Now, I know that there's some hard opinions on Vivek Ramaswamy, but let me ask you this. Based on what you know of him, helping get President Trump elected, is there a better candidate running against him in the state of Ohio? And I'd like to only hear from Ohioans, please. If you are an Ohioan in the live chat, are you glad that he won the primary? Are you unhappy that he won the primary? Would you vote for him as governor? Are you going to be happy? By the way, we're number 4 on the live leaderboard right now. In the Biz says, Vivek will be a good governor. Let's see what some other people say here. I know that the chat takes a minute to catch up. Vivek is a good businessman. He is a good businessman. I'll give you that. The only thing I don't like about Vivek is the fact that he's not a Christian. That's all. I don't like Middle Eastern descent people running government. But other than that, he showed his loyalty to Trump, so I'll give him that. I'll give him that. I have no problem with Vivek, said Terry Sue. Yeah, no, I don't really either. Ohio is here, Lisa says, and yes, he's the best we have. Chaz says, I voted for him. Deb Grant said, I voted for Vivek. Ohio here, I voted for Casey. Okay. He seems to be a foreigner. Well, he's not, but he's still got those lingering tendencies. That's when I say Middle Eastern descent people, I'm just saying, if you're not a Christian, I don't like that part. But hey, we live in a world of reality here, folks, and I think he's, for people who are running, he's probably the best guy for the job based on his loyalty to Trump, his closeness to the administration, his ability to be able to reach out. He's also in Ohio where J.D. Vance lives. So we'll see what happens. Proudly voted for Vivek. Awesome. DeWine has ruined Ohio. I believe that's true. Yes, he can beat crazy Democrat Amy Acton. Yeah, he can. He definitely can beat her. He's got big. See, that's my point. When you factor into candidates, you got to look at name recognition, money, their relationship with the current administration, their relationship with the people of Ohio, his past record. All of that has to go into play. And I think he's going to be I think overall he's going to be good for Ohio. And I'll tell you why. Because he's got aspirations that are bigger than Ohio. Not to count Ohio out, but I'm saying like administration stuff. And I will say this, he's never shied away from a debate or a question. I will say that now. Though, he's never shied away from a debate or a question from anybody. But one thing we can say about Rhino Mike DeWine is in just a few short months, you can say bye-bye. Baby, bye, bye, bye. Later it says, but are we going to find out if he's deep state? Oh, I don't think he's deep state. I don't think he's deep state at all. Tired, Jeremy just done with debt, work with bankruptcies. Reach out and ask him. Reach out and ask him. Charlie Kirk worked with him better than a Rhino. Well, like I said, I think you can already see that he's proven that he's not deep state by the fact that he was busting his tail for President Trump and even contributing a lot of his own wealth to that as well. So, all right, we're going to move on to why the price of oil plummeted in the last day or two. It's because the U.S. and Iran, or as somebody from that region would say, it's not Iran. It's Iran. I don't give a damn what you want to call it. Call it dog crap for all I care. That's all it's worth to me. Spoken like a true, proud, bigoted American. Yeah, whatever. What are you, jelly? Don't be peanut butter and jelly because I was born in the greatest country to ever exist, bro. I didn't have anything to do with that. That wasn't my choice. But I'll gladly carry the mantle and wear the belt. I'm American. I don't give a damn what you call. I'm calling you Iran. Right? Because I ran your ass right out of town. Killed half your people. America. Half your regime. America. Spoken like a true American. Yeah! Damn right. Rock, flag, and eagle, baby. U.S. and Iran, very close to an agreement to end the war, says the Pakistani mediator. President Trump said, based on the request of Pakistan and other countries, the tremendous military success that we have had during the campaign against the country of Iran, and additionally the fact that great progress has been made toward the complete and final agreement with representatives of Iran, we have mutually agreed that while the blockade will remain in full force and effect, Project Freedom, the movement of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, will be paused for a short period of time to see whether or not the agreement can be finalized and signed. President Donald J. Trump. Do you know how you don't have to deal with any of this stuff, Eli? Kill them all. Kill them all. I'm not talking about the citizens of Iran. Kill everyone in the government and in the regime. Find them, hunt them down, put boots on the ground, kill them all. Then you don't have to worry about a negotiation, Eli. But it seems like we are close to one.
Yeah, I would have done that before this thing was ever even declared technically a war. I don't see what the big problem would be. You know, get in there. I always have this vision of trying to, if it's possible, get in there, save as many innocent people as possibly can, and then just decimate whatever's left.
That's right. Pretty simple. See, President Trump is trying to resist from putting actual boots on the ground. But guess what? Our military signed up for that. Period. They're killers. They're trained killers. They're trained hunters. They know what they're doing. Let them loose. Let them go in the caves of Iran. Let them go down in the underground bunkers of Iran. And let them drag these towel-head sons of bitches out by their hijabs and all their diapers on top of their head. Line them up, one by one, pop, pop, pop. Done. Then we don't have to go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Do we have a deal? Don't we have a deal? Do we have a deal? Don't we have a deal? Suzanne is right. We cannot coexist. Oil prices plunged early Wednesday following the news report that United States conflict with Iran would end in the near future. The sudden change comes after gas prices rose Monday to a national average of nearly $4.50 a gallon. Again, no supply and demand shortage. All manipulated by the markets and people's money and their feelings. When are people going to understand that a president, unless his policies disrupt the supply chain itself, don't really have much to say about the price of gas and oil? In this case, like I said earlier, the supply was alternatively provided by the United States of America. Japan just bought 1 million barrels 2 weeks ago. Okay? We are supplying where people need. So that means that the oil executives and the feelings of the people in the stock market are driving these prices up and down and up and down. And it needs to stop. The price of oil, crude oil, went down by 12% to just above $90 per barrel. I believe it's 94, 95 right now. International Brent crude oil was down 11% to $100 a barrel. Wholesale gas prices dropped 7%. Wholesale. So when will we see that at the pump? I hate to do this. But knowing Trump the way I do, I'm going to not promise but predict that when you travel on 4th of July, you will see all-time low gas prices. Okay? You'll see all-time low gas prices when you travel on the 4th of July. That is at least, from what I'm hearing, that President Trump wants to see happen for the public, general public, that well into the 4th of July, you're going to be like, man, these gas prices are beautiful. Now, I know that's 2 months away at this point, but it just doesn't get to $1.50 a gallon overnight, even though it gets to $4.50 a gallon overnight. Funny how that works, Eli.
Now, what you've talked about before, like the difference between in red states and blue states, are you basically saying they're going to be so low that blue states would have no choice but to go down as low as they can? Because didn't you say like the blue states tack on extra taxes that we don't know about that keep the prices up so that we think Trump isn't bringing the prices down?
No, I mean, that's not why they're doing it. They're doing it to make money, but blue states the price of gas is the price of gas regardless. That never changes. The price at the pump is regulated by your taxes in your states and your policy in your states. California gas will always be higher than any other state because of California gas taxes. That's why. So it's about the gas tax. It's about taxes that's on trucks. It's about taxes that's on climate change that raises the price of trucks, that raises the price at the pump. It's all that bullshit. And when blue states adopt all those policies and ideas, you're going to see blue states be at least $1 more than the national average, always. Especially California.
I freaking hate blue states.
I know, dude. You know what happens when people are fed up enough, Eli? They get out of blue states. Sooner or later, you don't have a choice. It's not that, oh, you know, I like it here because of this. And sooner or later, financially, people are run out. They don't have a choice anymore, especially when they see other people taking vacations and they can't because they're tapped out living week to week. Sooner or later, Eli, anybody with a brain and makes a decent income that they should be able to save and for retirement will leave blue states. You will eventually leave that blue state. You'll have no choice, dude. You'll have no choice.
Sounds good to me.
Colorado gas is cheaper than Wyoming. Iowa gas is cheaper than Illinois. Right? You can pretty much say that anywhere. However, the UN, the United Nations, is running out of cash, and President Trump isn't about to subsidize them anymore after what they've done. The United Nations is facing insolvency. I love it! I love it. In a January 28, 2026 letter to all 193 member states, Secretary General Antonio Guterres warned that the organization faces imminent financial collapse. I played you the video. With cash reserves nearly exhausted and an outstanding dues hitting a record $1.57 billion, more than double the amount of the outstanding balance the year prior, unless collections improve, Guterres warned that the United Nations will run out of cash by July 2026. Yeah. I want to see you out that door. Baby, bye, bye, bye. You know what I love? Trump is... And most people don't see this. You guys see this because you're here every day. Trump is literally burning the world down. He's burning down the old order. And what's going to rise out of ashes is what you will see after these midterms. The world is changing right now. It's not changing in the future. It's changing right now. The crisis is compounded by a structural rule requiring the UN to return unspent budget funds to member states, even when those funds were never collected in the first place. In early 2026, the UN was forced to return $227 million that it had never received, with an additional $72 million offset against arrears. Gutierrez described this as a Kafkaesque cycle, expected to give back cash that does not exist. Oh, well, maybe it's time you be punished for all the money you took when you shouldn't have. How about that? Logan, Jeremy, when will the war in Iran will win? Jeremy, when will we win the war in Iran? We already have. This isn't about a war with Iran right now. If anybody thinks that this isn't a war against Iran, ask yourself, how are they still alive? Jeremy, I finally got my coffee, and thank you so much for my t-shirt that was there too. Thank you to Eli too. God bless you. Sorry for the inconvenience. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. This isn't a war against Iran. This is a war against the system. Iran's just the number one culprit that's in play right now because they think they can play with the Strait of Hormuz. Let me tell you something. Marco Rubio was the press secretary yesterday, which is badass, by the way. Marco Rubio became his own meme, just like J.D. Vance did during Halloween last year. These guys are awesome, okay? You know what he said? Iran was so close to having massive nuclear weapon stockpile. They were so close to developing a nuclear weapon that right now, today, had we not closed the Strait of Hormuz and gone after Iran, has nothing to do with Israel. Had we not done this, today, Iran would have that nuclear weapon. They would close the Strait of Hormuz. They would call the shots. Nobody would be able to fight them because they had a nuke. And your gas would be $9 to $11 a gallon right now in the world. Supply chains would have been disrupted big time. And Iran would have called the shots with the nuke. And they would have done a lot more than what's going on right now. Now, let me ask you, do you think Marco Rubio is a liar? Because there's a lot of people that say Trump is a liar that say that Marco Rubio is not. That Marco Rubio is far more poised, smart, and intelligent when it comes to geopolitical strategies. I would argue that's not the case. President Trump is a freaking genius. He might not present himself as well as Rubio. I'll give you that. Trump has a tendency to... He might not stay on task and on point as much as Marco Rubio, but he's every bit as intelligent, if not far more. That's what I would argue. But does anybody want to sit here today and call Marco Rubio a liar? Because I don't. There was a reason that we went in and we went in so fast. And it had nothing to do with Israel saying, do this for us. Logan said, when will the gas start going down at gas stations? Well, usually when it goes down dramatically, let's say it went down to $80, right? It takes about 2 weeks to see that at the gas pump. Significant. Anyway, you'll see it go down during that 2 weeks, but ultimately it takes about 2 weeks. But what's been happening lately is we've never gotten that trickle down. And the reason we've never gotten that trickle down is because every time it got down to $90 a gallon, it went back to $120 the next day because of Iran. Because of their BS. So because they say, never mind, we don't want the deal anymore, then everybody that controls the markets and the oil companies goes, oh, and they raise the prices. See that? Really has nothing to do with the supply and the demand. Because the supply and demand can't be disrupted within 2 weeks. If you don't have 2 weeks of oil reserves in your country, then why are you even a country? The fact that people don't understand this bothers me, but then I have to realize, well, many people don't really care about this stuff. All they care about is what they see on that sign at the gas station. And I get it. I get it. Sometimes it'd be nice to be ignorant, Eli. Sometimes I almost wish I could go back to a life of where I don't know anything. But I could never willingly go there. I'd have to wake up tomorrow and have amnesia to get back there.
You'd be going back to the Matrix, my friend, and I was actually just thinking of that this morning. It's that scene. You know what I've discovered, knowing all this stuff and being enwrapped in it and having to suffer through, the stories of rapes and murders and illegals? If you were to just be able to put it all away, ignorance is bliss. But that's the problem.
Yep, that is the problem. Hog Brown said, remember when people complained about egg prices? I paid 69 cents a dozen last week, the lowest I paid in 15 years. Exactly. And the same thing is going to happen with gas prices. By the way, Redline Live in the building, ladies and gentlemen, from Utah. He does a devotional show on TikTok. Yesterday, I was looking at my TikTok videos that are always getting flagged, by the way. And what popped up was Redline Lives. And I saw that he had not one person like his devotional show stream that he does. I would urge everybody, if you have TikTok, to follow him. When you're out there talking about things about the Lord, you deserve to be heard. So, there's your free plug, my friend. Others would charge you for that, by the way. Trissy says, thank you for explaining this, Jeremy. Absolutely. What's up, Eli?
I also want to throw out a shameless plug for Michael Pearson, Pearson. He's a LFA fan, and he does his own show on Facebook. Look him up. He also does a devotional. And secondly, I've been seeing a guy lately, Jeremy. I think he goes to Lebanon and Claremont. Always proudly stands out on the side of the road on the weekends with a huge cross and a few signs that say Jesus is, King, Jesus saved. And I make sure to always honk at that guy.
Dude, I stopped and had a full-on conversation with him one time. Got about 4 free crosses, because he gives out free crosses. He stands there with a big cross, but he holds it, but he actually gives out crosses too, and Bibles and little devotional things. I actually pulled over with my kids one day and sat and had a long conversation with them, took a bunch of crosses, gave one to each one of the kids, and thanked him for his service to this world.
Absolutely awesome. Yep, he's doing some good work.
Yep, absolutely. So, we share it here. We don't hog it, right? Before we move on to the next thing, I'm really excited because today, a little later today, hold on. Hog Brown said, I was listening to Fuentes and Alex Jones when they got TDS, and my friend told me to start listening to you. It kind of woke me up. Damn, dude. Wow. What a compliment, actually, Eli. What a compliment from somebody, and and not only that, what a confession to make.
Yep. In a world where so many of these people like Fuentes and Alex Jones, not so much Alex Jones, but Fuentes, he gets on there and he just says whatever's going to catch people's attentions, whether it's true, whether it's false. It's shows like this that suffer because we're trying to get the truth out there. We're trying to bring the receipts, and so that's refreshing to know that there are still people out there that, I like hearing the truth about these scumbags.
And you know something, Eli? I have popped into Nick's streams a couple times because I wanted to screenshot some of the stuff that goes on in that live chat just to show people what kind of people are over there. And, dude, I'm not going to name any names. But let me tell you this. There were a lot of people that are in our live chats in there. Mostly people that aren't in here anymore. But names I recognized that I saw for years that are no longer in here that were in his chat. And some names that are in here. And while I don't want to assume that you guys were there to follow Nick, but to see the same thing I wanted to see, I was a little bit put off by that the names that we don't see anymore in here are in there daily. And that goes to show you how many people have been brainwashed by that self-proclaimed moderate Democrat.
It's like I say all the time. People are like, oh, have you seen this? Have you seen this? Have you seen this? I'm like, yeah, weeks ago. If you would just watch our show. And they're like, well, I don't have time. Yeah, but you got time to watch the show that you just watched to get that information. And I think I told you, one of my buddies he sends me so many messages. It's crazy, like 8 or 9 a day sometimes. And I don't have time to watch all of them, but I have here and there throughout time. And it went from 100% Trump train, pro-Trump, and then it started dwindling to like Fuentes and Ryan Matta. I'm telling my friend, I'm like, yeah, that's Ryan Matta. He used to be on our network. He's a friggin' psychopath who moved to El Salvador and is completely anti-American now. What are you doing? And I said, are you about to start voting Democrat or something in the midterms? He's like, well, I'm going to vote for whoever doesn't, I don't know what it is, AIPC, whatever it is that has to do with Israel. I'm like, okay, that's one thing. You don't go back to a completely different party to bring back gay, LGBT, trans, DEI, all this crazy stuff just because you don't agree with one specific thing. So it is getting kind of crazy out there.
100%.
I care about affordability. I care about foreign interventions. I care about the border. I'm a non-woke moderate Democrat. I think the GOP needs to be destroyed. I think the corrupt criminal government of Trump needs to be slowed down. We need to impeach the orange. It's time to put this nigga in a peach. Trump needs to be placed inside of a crystal. He needs to be impeached. This fat orange, tiny hands needs to be impeached. And then in 28, no Vance, no Rubio. We have to burn down the whole party. I care about affordability.
And he is the one, when everybody started seeing people flocked to his message, they wanted a piece of that too. And that's what happened to Alex Jones. That's what happened to Drew Hernandez. That's what happened to Ryan Matta. That's what happened to Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson. And unfortunately, they took a lot of good patriots with them. So when you say, Jeremy, maybe if you didn't yell at your people all the time, more people would be here. Really? Because it doesn't seem like it's me who drove off thousands of people. It seems like it was a message of, oh, look at that over in the corner. Now, Eli, what I was going to say today before I saw that was, you know how I feel about silver, right? My wife and I do our best to save money to put towards things in the future. We skimp on things now so that we can invest in the future. If we can get a payment ahead on our house, we try to do that. If we can get a payment ahead on either one of our cars, we try to do that because we want to invest in our country. I mean, in our family and in our future now, so that later on in life, we're not struggling as much. And I am very happy to let you know that I will be purchasing a little bit more silver today. We've been saving for about 6 months to buy some more silver, and I'm going to be buying some today. I just talked to the guy. Do you want to know what the guy's name is, Eli, that I'm talking with over at Golden Crest Metals? I couldn't believe his name. Because if I'm actually going to purchase silver, I don't actually reach out to Rich. I reach out to one of his people that handle it. The guy's name's John Bolton. And I said, no, I don't want to buy any silver from John Bolton. Different John Bolton, ladies and gentlemen. Not the guy that's indicted right now for crimes against the president in the United States. Different John Bolton altogether. But if you want to save, scrimp, and buy some silver, or gold, then reach out to goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. And reach out, talk to Rich and his team today. They'll help you out. Check out the Crest Report here on Saturdays. Every single week, 1 o'clock, where we break down everything about precious metals and around the world. Who's holding it, who's not, who's trying to get more, who's mining, what this price is going to affect with this price. And I'm going to tell you what, Eli, 20 years ago in January, 2006, silver was $8 an ounce. It's about $80 an ounce now. So 20 years ago, it was 10 times less than it is right now. If you bought silver at $80 an ounce today, in 20 years, it'll be even worth more than 10 times because we never needed silver like we need it now for technology. Those are some of the things, chip making and all that, AI, it all requires silver. And last month was the first month there wasn't enough mining for the supply that was needed. What do you think is going to happen with silver? Now, I would buy gold too, but I don't have $4,600 to buy an ounce of gold. Silver is a small price point. Eli?
I just wanted to say I got like nostalgically excited there for a minute when you were about to tell me his name. I thought you were going to say it was something like Terry Silver from like Karate Kid or something.
Khaki Danny said John Bolton is who I bought my silver and gold from. Great guy. See? See that, folks? We have testimonies, real testimonies. Not the John Bolton that we don't like, exactly. Not mustache. You know what, Eli, if anybody here buys silver and you do get a hold of John Bolton at Golden Crest Metals, say, I must ask you a question. Is this the John Bolton that I don't like? Or is this the John Bolton that I do like? Now, I spoke ill of people like Megyn Kelly. Because Megyn Kelly has made a big, big, big turn, especially when it comes to Islam. So I have to ask you a question. What would make Megyn Kelly go from saying that Islam has no place here in the West to saying you should stop picking on Islam? What could have possibly have happened for Megyn Kelly to adopt love for Islam? Well, let's go back to January of this year compared to now.
Islam is not consistent with the values of America, of the West. They should stay in countries that don't care about keeping church and state separated. They should stay in countries that don't care about protecting free speech. They should stay in countries that don't care about women's rights. That's where Islam can fester and grow. It's great. I mean, I'm sure if that's like your thing and you don't care about like genital mutilation, you might really enjoy living in an Islamic country. If you don't mind living in a life as a woman where you have to keep every inch of your body except for your eyeballs covered, yeah, someplace in the Middle East could be for you. It's not my thing. It's not America's thing. And it's not a thing that we should want or encourage in the West. I think he's understanding there may be some new listeners over here. You know, like he's gotten very, very popular lately.
Talking about Tucker.
I read with Muslim viewers because he's been standing up for Islam, you know, and I have to tell you, Mark, it's been something I've noticed just since I've gotten sort of more clear-eyed on Israel, that a lot of the anti-Muslim rhetoric that's put out there originates with people who are very, very pro-Israel, who kind of need us to demonize them. Right. And I've taken a look recently at my own rhetoric on this to say, like,
you think that Israel needs you, Megyn Kelly, and Tucker Carlson to demonize Islam? I'm pretty sure their actions over the last, 6,000 years and their book of faith called the Quran is enough to demonize them. I don't think that Israel needed you to do that.
Like, have I been manipulated? I want to make sure I'm not getting manipulated. There's no such thing as Islamophobia. You are not only entitled to, quote, fear Islam, I would argue it's your duty as a Christian to stand up and fight against it. He's having a lot of Muslim viewers flock to him. And so while he may have lost some contingent of the Fox News audience that's very, very pro-Israel and pro-Trump, and you can't say anything about Trump, for every one of those who leaves, there is another newer, younger audience member who does want to hear these traditional lines challenged.
So you're okay with replacing people who view companies like Fox News with full-on Muslims? You're good with that?
And hear just new independent thinking. I mean, I'm experiencing some of that myself. It is not consistent with the values of the West or America, and therefore you have no
flip-flopper, ladies and gentlemen. She is a flip-flopper who clearly is getting paid from someone in the Durka stratosphere. Eli, how many times have I exposed people like this? Tucker, Nick, MTG, Megyn, for months, sometimes years. These people show their own colors.
Yep. Every single solitary time. It's like clockwork. You can set your watch by it. It's a guarantee.
Yep. It's ridiculous. And she should get taken to the woodshed in her comments for that crap. Taken to the woodshed. Who's this? Aurora, Illinois Democrat mayor doxing ICE agents and sharing their live locations. Really? Really? Huh. Well, there's nobody better to put on the case for that kind of stuff than Ben Bergquam.
Lash, this is on behalf of the American people. We say, God bless ICE. Your sedition against ICE. You should be imprisoned. You should be protecting ICE or arresting this scumbag. God bless ICE. God bless the police. Screw scumbags like Mayor Lash. To Mayor Lash, this is on behalf of the American people. We say, God bless ICE. Your sedition against ICE. You should be imprisoned. You should be protecting ICE or arresting this scumbag. God bless ICE. God bless the police. Screw scumbags like Mayor Lash.
You've even got Ben Bergquam out there saying, screw these scumbags. Even Ben, Eli, in all of his self-control, in all of his armor of God that he puts on every day, even he's getting to the point where he's saying things like, screw these scumbags. It happens, man. When you have people that want to kill your country, destroy your culture, destroy everything your ancestors fought for and stood for, and destroy the future of this nation for your kids, are you supposed to go, I'm just going to pray it all away. You guys do you.
Dude, there's no truer statement right now in this country than what people have been sharing around, and I'm not advocating for it, so calm down all you little liberal freaks out there, but that saying that if Washington and his boys were around, right, they'd be stacking by, they would have dragged those scumbags off that council and been like, who the hell put you there?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, there's that shirt that shows Thomas Jefferson, Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, John Adams, and it said, me and my homies, and it shows them like gangsters styled out, right? Me and my homies would have been stacking bodies by now. Eli might say he's not advocating for it. Don't have to advocate for it. Go back to the Constitution. Go back to the oaths of office that people take. I will defend this country from all adversaries, foreign or domestic. What happens when you have to defend something from being destroyed or killed? You don't have to advocate for violence. You get violent to protect, not as an antagonist, but as a protagonist. And boy, let me tell you, you know who you don't want to get to a point where they're violent? Conservatives, former military, gun owners, Second Amendment advocates, moms, dads. Why do you think moms and dads were put on domestic violent extremist lists? Why do you think that they did that? Because the strongest thing on this planet that you want on your side fighting evil is the family. The mom, the dad, the regular people of this country. You know, the same ones that beat the largest monarchy and the largest navy that the world had ever seen with muskets, pitchforks, and their knowledge of the land? Those kind of Americans. Those are the Americans that are rising up today. Those are the Americans that are in this live chat right now. Nobody in this live chat would ever be a refugee, an immigrant, or an asylum seeker. If I don't die on this very soil, then it ain't worth it. You'll never see me run to Canada, take a boat to England, or try to go down through the Darien Gap to get to South America to find asylum. I will die here while this country burns if I have to. And I hope more Americans start thinking that way. Having said that, when I made the statement that you shouldn't just sit there and say, well, I hope nothing bad happens and I'm just going to sit here and pray it all away, that wasn't me diminishing prayer. Prayer is the most powerful thing on planet Earth. There's nothing better than prayer. Prayer to God Almighty is the strongest thing that you could ever do. Which brings me to a thing that my friend Brandon Tatum, Officer Brandon Tatum, put out. Eli, this officer that was not looking for recognition, didn't even know that this car was filming. That's a police officer. Where? Where is that? Davenport. Davenport what? Iowa? I don't know if it's Davenport, Iowa or not. I'm wondering. It says Davenport Police. We have a Davenport here and they look just like that. Same color. Could be a Davenport in another state. Regardless, doesn't matter. That police officer there is huddled down on his knees, praying for and with that poor woman who needs help. That's what we should be fighting against. Not ideas that want to destroy this nation, but evil that wants, and we should be fighting against evil that wants to destroy this nation, not against stupid stuff on the internet. And there's two ways to do it. On your knees first, and strap on that armor of God and get out there and take care of justice second. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, there are right ways and there are wrong ways. But there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out. Oh, it is Iowa. Is that over by Menards in Iowa? I know exactly where that is. I'm going to go to the Davenport police and I'm going to ask them who that was. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask them who that was. Eli?
We ought to get them on the show, too. It's those people that need to be showcased and, made an example of the good that they're doing.
Yeah. Easy said, we live in Davenport. Okay, great. Maybe we should meet up someday. There are right ways and wrong ways, folks, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Will Johnson, another man of God, coming up next. Please stay tuned for him. Give him your attention and your viewership. He earned it and he deserves it. God bless you. Keep your family, your friends, and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face in whatever you do. Never stop spreading the gospel. God bless you guys. Have a great day. Peace.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is The Culture Wars.
We are in an era of maximum warfare.
No one has ever been more dangerous to this country than Donald Trump, and he is a fascist to his core.
That man cannot see public office again. He is not only unfit, he is destructive to our democracy, and he has to be eliminated.
Never before in my life have I called for mass protests, for mobilization, for disruption. But I am now. These Republicans cannot know a moment of peace.
We're in a war right now to save this country, and so you have to be willing to do whatever is necessary in order to save the country.
The Democrats, 100% evil. Evil. 100% evil. That's exactly what the Democrats are. 100%. Anyone disagree with me? Of course you don't. They're so mad. They're calling for more violence in the streets of America. And they're saying it out loud. They're saying the quiet part out loud. Like it's not even an issue for them to say it. They don't even care about saying it. They're completely fine with saying it is evilness. 100% okay with saying it. Now, I want to talk about the violence because it's really important that we understand who's actually pushing the violence that we're seeing in our country, in our world. It is these evil people that reject God. You don't welcome Christ into your life and then turn around and advocate for violence. Now, just like Jeremy was saying, you mess with the family. Put it this way. You go mess with somebody's child and Mama Bear is standing right there. Or Grandma Bear standing right there. What do you think is going to happen? I'm like, oh, no, you're not doing this to my child. See, the left, they've been working really hard trying to tear down the family unit and been very successful with doing it in the black community. Been very successful in doing it in the black community. But now they're trying to tear down all families. Part of the reason why they push the whole homosexual community, the homosexual idea, transgenderism, all this, because they're trying to tear down the family unit. They want to destroy everything that's called good under the sun. Everything. Everything that God has deemed good, the Democrats want to destroy it. Because they hate this country so much. They hate it so much. So talking about the hateful rhetoric, the violent rhetoric, who's pushing the violent rhetoric? Who's the ones constantly saying that they need to assassinate somebody? Who's constantly saying, go out and attack President Trump's administration? Who's going out attacking people for wearing a MAGA hat? Have you ever heard of someone walking around with a Kamala t-shirt on, or a Kamala hat, or Biden hat? You ever hear of any of those people walking around, minding their own business, getting attacked by MAGA Republicans? No. Is there any videos of it? Absolutely not. But we can tell you about people with a MAGA hat going into a restaurant and someone throwing their drink on them, or someone putting something in their food, or getting denied service because they support the president of the United States of America because they're wearing a MAGA hat. The violent left, and as I mentioned multiple times before, the only reason why they say that we're the ones causing the violence because we make them feel violent towards us because of who we support. This don't make any sense. These are like grown tyrant children. You give us what we want or else we're going to be violent. This is exactly how they are. And they're not even hiding how they are. The Democrats are pure evil. Pure evil. And I think they like being evil. I really do. I think they like it. I think they get a lot of enjoyment of being evil because they have every opportunity to change. They do. They could change. They don't have to wake up trying to butcher children. They could wake up and not think, it's today the day that we're going to get Trump. It's today the day. Like, let me, before I play this one, listen to this. This is this tyrant liberal's birthday. It was her birthday when she created this video. Tell me in the chat, who do you think she's talking about?
It's my birthday. For my birthday, I want it to happen.
What do you think she wants to happen for her birthday? What do you think she wants to happen? Anybody? Anybody? What do you think she wants to happen for her birthday? She's a total liberal. And she goes, yeah, it's her birthday. For her birthday, she hope it happens. What? Does she get a boyfriend? Maybe she wants to get a girlfriend. You know, she is liberal. Maybe she's going to think about getting a car. What do you think she's wanting to have happen on her birthday? These people are the only ones calling for violence against American citizens, against President Trump. You know, I wear my MAGA hat out, and I'm happy to wear my MAGA hat out. This one that you see on my head right here, this beautiful hat. I got two of them, actually. I've been wearing both of them out. But I wear it out, and I get people that's looking at me. And I was in one of these hardware stores. I'm not going to say any name because no promotion here. But I was in a particular hardware store, and I'm walking around, and this black dude kind of looked at me like he wanted to say something. See, most of the time, if they're in support of it, they'll go ahead and say something. Dude, I like the hat. I got one too. But if they don't like it, they kind of like looking. And Shannon happened to be with me, and I was like, he kind of almost act like he wanted to, jump, like he wanted to get froggy. I mean, he was kind of acting that way, but he didn't do anything. I guess because he was by himself. He was tall, a little lanky, but he was tall. He could have got dropped, would have got dropped hard because I had to defend myself. But the point is, why can't I, or you for that matter, why can't we just go to the store, wear the MAGA hat, wear what we want to wear, and be left alone? Why do they take it upon themselves to want to be violent? I've had old ladies, old liberal ladies walking past me saying nasty things, but they keep walking. And I'm like, oh, this old lady say something to me, triggered as all get out. But they don't ever stay and say anything. They don't even ask me why. They just say the nastiest things you can think about and they keep walking. Just like they did back in the day when the Democrats wanted to keep slavery in the United States of America. Have you ever heard of Emmett Till? A racist, feminist liberal lied about this black male, said that he whistled at her. He didn't whistle at her, but she, being the feminist liberal, went and told her buddies, and they went and pulled the dude out and hung him because she lied. And then later on, it came out after that she lied. But if that were to happen today and she lied, then they'd be like, well, you know, it was a bad mistake. It was just a terrible mistake. These liberals have never changed. They are still pure evil. 100%. 100% pure evil. And talking about the violent rhetoric. The violent rhetoric is only coming from the left.
Is rhetoric to blame for political violence? And if so, whose fault is it?
There is a level of rhetoric that is too far, right? We would never say someone should commit an act of violence.
Once someone doesn't have access to clean water, they have no choice but to riot, right?
And this so-called White House press secretary wants to lecture America and lecture us about civility. Get lost, clean up your own house.
And everyday Americans who are under assault by an extreme MAGA Republican agenda that is trying to cut taxes. That's not acceptable. We are going to fight it legislatively. We are going to fight it in the courts. And we're going to fight it in the streets.
So there's rhetoric and there's actual violence that has been legitimized by the person who's sitting in the Oval Office.
I mean, so just think about that. Who's actually calling all the rhetoric? You just heard it right there. They're talking about taking it to the streets. What do you think Hakeem Joffrey meant when he said he's going to take it to the streets? What do you think he meant? Do you think he meant that, you know, it's going to be all good, nothing to see here, everything's fine? Do you think that's what he meant? Like we're gonna go out and sing Kumbaya until we get what we want? No, absolutely not. They're actually calling for people to be violent in the streets. I mean, just imagine, and I always go right back to this. Imagine another demon saying that they're going to be peaceful. Think about it. Another demon is, oh, we're going to go out and be peaceful because that's who we are. Demons don't know how to be peaceful. They don't want to be peaceful. They're always angry. They're always mad. The Democrats always angry, always mad, always upset, always butthurt. Whatever you can think of, the Democrats are always that. They can't help themselves. They stay angry all the time. No matter what happens, they're always angry. It's like they can't help themselves. And it's almost like they like being angry. I mean, at this point, you might as well say that they like being angry. But again, listen to this. It's always the left that's trying to point the fingers, saying, well, you know, it's the right wingers. And, you know, the left, there's a little bit of violence, just a little bit coming from the left, but nothing compared from the right. Because, see, those on the right, they made us upset. They made us be angry. They made us be violent. So we're going to blame it on them. All the violence that we're seeing, we blame it on them. It's not us. It's always them.
It's small but meaningful. So the vast majority of political violence, since about 2008, has been perpetrated by the far right. And even today, after an uptick on the left, it's much, much more lethal, has killed, more people by a magnitude of 10, so it's much, much bigger on the right. But the left had been quiet until recently. And since 2024.
Hold on. I want some examples. I want some examples other than what they keep referring to January the 6th. Because January the 6th, the Fed's insurrection doesn't count. They keep pushing back to that one, but it doesn't count. Because it was a Fed's insurrection. They did that because they had nothing. They needed something. So they like, okay, let's make sure we can utilize this. Let's make sure we can utilize this. And that's exactly what happened. These people are pure evil. 100%. I know I keep saying that, but it's like, what else do you say about them? What else do you say?
So since Trump came back to office, you are seeing more attacks from the left that continues in 2025. In fact, there's one statistics that shows that 2024 was the first year where there were more attacks from the far left than the far right. That is in large part because attacks from the far right decreased in 2024. You know, they're guys in power, right?
Yeah.
They have the keys to the Cadillac. So they don't really need to turn to violence right now. But still, you're seeing.
What violence took place when Joe Biden was in office? What violence is she referring to? People that go out and protest on the street every single weekend against Joe Biden, destroying, allowing the illegals to come into the country. Americans weren't protesting against that. Not out in the streets. We did it on social media. We did it where it counted. Well, how many Americans did you see going out, burning up vehicles, destroying buildings, locking people inside of a building, putting the chain on the door and try to set the building on fire? How many Republicans, MAGA Republicans, did you see doing that? Zero, not a zip. Only the Democrats did that. The violence comes from the left. How many MAGA Republicans did you see going around cities and trying to destroy the city? You don't see that because we want this country to remain great. We want the country to remain clean. We want to be respected. But the Democrats, on the other hand, they don't care. They're willing to burn it all down. If they can't have it, they can't control it the way they want to, burn it all. This woman straight up lying. Another mouth breather, just out here running her mouth, not giving a single example.
Seeing it from both sides. They're different. The way they use violence is different, and who they target is different. The far right has overwhelmingly been violence driven by white nationalism. It tends to be targeted at minorities. The three big targets are Black.
See, she started going to, I wish they didn't cut it off, but she's going to go into the biggest targets is Black and brown people. You know, that's what she's going to say. You know, that's what she's going to say. Can I get a show of hand of people who are sick and tired of these Democrats trying to keep racism alive in this country? Anybody? Is it just me? And I know I talk about it. I talk about it because they constantly push it. If we don't talk about it, they're going to take it as, well, no one is telling us that we're wrong, so we must be right in pushing this racism onto the country because no one's pushing back on it. Push back. Let's let them know that they are the racist ones. Look, the Democrats, the SPLC, all wrapped up into one because the racism is not there the way they want it to be. So they create the racism because that's the only way to keep the country, people on the left to constantly look at the Democrats like the Democrats are the party for minorities, women, people of color. When the Democrat Party has always been against Black people and against women, have been against them from day one. The Democrat Party didn't want women voting. They didn't even care about your color. No women voting at all. The Democrat Party. The Democrat Party didn't want Black people voting. The Democrat Party. It's the same party today. There was never, ever a switch. It never took place. The only thing that switched up, as I say many times, are the tactics. The tactics that the Democrats use is the only thing that switched up. They're the ones still pushing this violence, and they push this with hateful rhetoric. Like, for example, listen to this. Do you think they constantly talk about President Trump saying all of these hateful things? President Trump says this and he says that. Well, listen to this idiot. And if I'm not mistaken, he's from Tennessee. And I hope they change. I hope they do the redistricting in Tennessee. I mean, I really do. Because it shouldn't be black people having to do redistricting so they can get representation. If you're Americans, you should get representation from Americans. That's what it should be about.
Trump is a white supremacist domestic terrorist who is seeking to destroy our democracy.
And he's talking about President Trump. Here it is. Listen to him. Listen to him. What a despicable person.
Trump is a white supremacist domestic terrorist who is seeking to destroy our democracy by any means necessary, including by usurping democracy itself and the voices of the people. And Governor Bill Lee, Cameron Sexton, and Lieutenant Governor McNally have all decided to join him in this effort to destroy our democracy, to take away our voice, and to attack black people and black representation. And that's wrong.
So exactly how is black representation being attacked? I really, truly want to know the answer to that. How are black people being attacked by this? Do you know the answer to that? Do you know? Please explain it to me. I really want to know. I truly want to know, how are black people being attacked by this? And again, I'm going to have to repeat this. The Supreme Court, what they just did, and most black people can't even wrap their mind around it because they feel like something's being taken away from them. This is exactly what happened. The Supreme Court said you cannot do any redistricting based on color. You're discriminating against somebody else. And in this case, they're discriminating against white people. You can't do that. If these are Americans, you do the districting based on the number of Americans in the location. That's what you do. But the Democrats don't want to do that. They're losing their grip. And this is causing a major division. And I suspect that somebody's going to get so mad that they're just going to start doing some violent acts in the country. The main reason why I'm talking about violence. Please be on your guard. Please be on the lookout, because I'm telling you right now, and you know what? Maybe Will Johnson's wrong. I'm not going to hurt my feelings to be wrong. Please let me be wrong. I want to be wrong. But if you see what's going on in the country, just like I am, they're going to convince these ignorant black people to be violent. I've told y'all multiple times before. When the Democrats push something like the SPLC, I mean, there's so much to SPLC. But for example, when a white police officer is in a conflict with a black person, the liberal media, just like the SPLC, they will publicize it, trying to get black people to react, because black people have so big, colossal, out of this world emotions. They know they can get black people to react a certain way. It irks me to no end. It's like they act like, the Democrats act like black people are animals, and all they have to do is tell these animals to fight, and these animals go out and fight. You ever see these I've never been to one, but I've heard people getting arrested for having them. They have these pit bulls, and they'll go to a secret location, and they have these pit bulls fighting one another. Did you know that the Democrats back in the day, for entertainment, because they didn't have a television, they didn't have a radio, they most definitely didn't have internet. All they had was pigeon, and you know how long it took to send them? Can you imagine sending a text message via pigeon, and you have to wait until to get the response back, and you got to send another one? That takes forever, right? They used to do that. But for entertainment, racist Democrats used to have two black men, and they put them in the pit, and they would have them fight each other to the death till one of them kills the other. That was their entertainment, and they would all circle around it and watch it. Today, the Democrats, they do that same thing. They get at people, black people specifically, and get them angry so they would go out and be violent. I was talking to this police officer This was maybe a couple of weeks ago, maybe last month. I'm talking to this police officer, and he was telling me during the time of the 2020 riots, George Floyd riots. He was telling me that the police officers noticed something, that when the people would show up protesting, there would be a smaller group. And he says, this is a white cop telling me. He said, we noticed that a whole bunch of white people would show up in a small group versus the large number of people there. These white people would show up, and he was talking about trans Tifa. He said they would show up and they would spread out and they would start chanting certain things and getting people riled up. He says we started seeing this repeatedly. They knew it was happening. They was reporting it, but the FBI did nothing about it. Joe Biden's administration did nothing about it because they wanted it to happen. So what was happening, these group of trans Tifa members would come in and they would incite the violence, and black people would just jump right on, and then the violence would start kicking in. And he said, just like clockwork, they would all slip out. The ones that went in there and incited the violence, they would all slip out. Same thing that they did back in the day. Get the black people all riled up, and then they would slide out. The liberal media is doing the same thing today. They lie through their teeth. Let me give you an example of how the liberal media lied, and they're still lying. Remember, this was President Trump in 2017, and here's what John Carl in 2020. Listen to what President Trump says verbatim. And I have to play this because this is history. They're still lying about this even today. Listen to this. Listen, it's really important. And hit the thumbs up while you're at it. Listen.
And you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? I've condemned neo-Nazis. I've condemned many different groups, but not all of those people were neo-Nazis, believe me. Not all of those people were white supremacists.
Charlottesville was really before 2020, I think the low point of the Trump presidency. The nation was horrified to see white supremacists, neo-Nazis marching. You remember they were carrying tiki torches there at the University of Virginia, chanting the words, "Jews will not replace us." They were protesting the removal of the Confederate statues. The president made some initial remarks, but did not specifically denounce white supremacists. He uttered those infamous words that there were very fine people on both sides of the protest, including, by extension, very fine people marching with the neo-Nazis and the white supremacists.
How do you just blatantly lie like that? In order for him to hear President Trump say fine people on both sides at all, he had to hear President Trump's entire speech. He had to hear the entire thing. My point is, they lied then, they're lying today. They're doing it with their hateful rhetoric because they want people to be violent against President Trump and his supporters, MAGA Republicans. Razmi, thank you so much I want to say thank you so much for the Rumble rant. I saw it earlier. I meant to say something. Thank you so much for that Rumble rant. Rise Up was good this morning, wasn't it? It was really good, wasn't it? Thank you so much. You know what? I really do. I look forward to doing Rise Up on Wednesdays. I really do. I really do. I think it's a blessing that I have the opportunity to share scripture and to share word with everybody. I really do enjoy it. Don't tell Jeremy though. No, it's all good. He knows that I like it. I really do enjoy it. I want to show you another one. Here's another one just completely lying media. Because again, they have to get black people all worked up. They need black people to be all worked up, to be, oh my goodness, rah, 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 rah. That's what they want from black people. If they can't get black people to get riled up and start hitting the streets and being violent, they're not going to get what they want. How many of y'all heard me say that during the Summer of Love, when they were doing all the violence, the Democrats believed that worked to their advantage? right? Because remember, Kamala Harris said, keep going, we'll bail you out. All of them kept saying and encouraging these people to be violent because in their minds, it worked. It's just like telling demons to continue to be violent. Hello?
We are now about 16 months into what has been from day one a concerted and intense targeting of Black Americans, specifically by this president and by this administration. On his first full day in office, he proclaims war on diversity efforts, not only in government, but in any institution in the country over which he can exert leverage, everything from schools and universities to law firms to private businesses of every stripe. He then immediately started firing some of the highest profile Black public officials in the whole U.S. government, seemingly regardless of any other thing about them. I mean, right away, we get the firing of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Charles C.Q. Brown. We get the firing of the Librarian of Congress, Carla Hayden. And then it's Gwynne Wilcox from the National Labor Relations Board. And then it's Robert Primus, the chair of the Surface Transportation Board. And then it's Alvin Brown from the NTSB. And then it's Peggy Carr, the head of the National Center for Education Statistics. And then it's Willie Phillips from FERC, from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And then it's Lisa Cook from the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, and on and on and on.
On and on and on and on and on until the break of dawn. You know why? Because they were all Democrats. They were all going against President Trump. They were all there to try to undermine President Trump. And guess what? Not only Black people got fired, but MSDNC only wants to talk about the Black people that were fired. They don't want to mention the white people, the radical leftist lunatics that were removed, that lost their jobs, that had to go into the private sector. She doesn't want to talk about that. Why? Because the whole idea here is to get Black people to think that President Trump is racist and President Trump is going after Black people and President Trump doesn't like them. That's the point here. Did y'all catch it too? Look, I'm a Black man and I see it. They're hateful. Again, let's get Black people to be angry. Let's get Black people to react. It's so disgusting. And they're just waiting for Black people to pop their tops. And I'm hoping and praying that there's enough people out there with common sense will not buy this crap from the left. I'm hoping that's the case. I really am. I want to share something else with you again, but this one is coming from the Supreme Court. I'll show you when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15. And in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
General, what about poisoning the blood of Americans?
If you could look at those statements in context, again, they're clearly talking about problems like...
What about bad genes, quote unquote?
Again, poverty,
also not racially.
Yeah, I mean, they presented them wrenched from context. You can look at each one of those statements. They're talking about problems of crime, poverty, welfare dependency. Again, problems that have been emphasized again and again by not just President Trump, not just the Secretary, but many others who favor a tough immigration policy. And if the position of the district courts
the position of the United States is that we have to have an actual racial epithet, that we aren't allowed to look at all the context to include the president's insistence that immigrants from certain countries, largely, if not almost exclusively, countries with African immigrants, black African immigrants, are not allowed, and calling these sorts of names and the types of things he said about Haiti.
What did President Trump say that was not true about Haiti? What did he say that wasn't true? What did he say? When President Trump said that Africa has S-hole countries, what part did he say wasn't true? What part did he say wasn't true? It's a legit question, right? What did he say that wasn't true?
At the same time, that it is the policy of the United States to encourage and welcome immigrants from places like Norway and Denmark and white South Africans.
You know why? I'm going to tell you why. Because people coming from these third world countries, they come here and they don't want to assimilate. They don't want to come in and live the American dream. What they want to do, they come in, take advantage of the system. The Democrats have encouraged people to come to America for handouts. That's why. She is such a despicable person. She doesn't even know what a woman is. So because she doesn't know what a woman is, should we take anything that she says as valid? I don't think so. She's confused about what she is, apparently, because she doesn't know. And how many years she's been on this planet and she hadn't figured it out.
Your view is that it's not appropriate for the court to take into account that kind of evidence or the context in which all of this is happening.
It's our view that those statements that they allege, which include statements that were before the court in both Trump against Hawaii and Regents, keep in mind this is the third time this kind of claim has come before this court. It rejected in Trump against Hawaii, rejected it
right,
again
but
in
the
Regents.
immigration policy, the idea, the white South African immigration policy is recent. So that wasn't in Trump against Hawaii. That wasn't the statements about Haiti and eating pets and the names that were called with respect to these immigrants, even though they are lawfully in the United States, those are pretty recent. So,
you know what? Did you know in Haiti it is a custom for them to eat dogs and cats and ducks? And there's actually been cases here where they were questioning what happened to the ducks and some of the cats and dogs. It's part of their culture. And just like the whole find people on both sides hoax that they keep pushing this too, as if none of it's ever true. It's true that they do eat animals like that. There's nothing, I mean, let's be real about it. But see, since we're a civilized nation, we don't eat cats and dogs. And the whole idea that President Trump called out them eating cats and dogs, how dare he? He's not supposed to do such a thing. How dare he? Now, I'm not gonna torture you anymore with her voice. She's a despicable woman. Listen to this.
How can we trust a guy like Pete Hegseth? How can we trust that he'll do the right thing when he has lied, that he promotes conspiracy theories, when he wears a white supremacist tattoo? And that is ultimately a recipe for toxic leadership.
So Pete Hegseth has a Christian tattoo, which the left is calling a Nazi tattoo. But this guy, what's his name? Griffin, whatever, out of Maine, he actually has a Nazi tattoo on his chest, and it's fine. Christian tattoo bad, actual Nazi tattoo good, according to the Democrats. You can't make it up. You absolutely can't make it up. R-Star, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Rumble rant. Keep it up, brother. You hit the wrong button. I saw the first one. I was going to still give you some beautiful balloons. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay. I got another one I want to share with you. And you know what? These Democrats, they get upset when I talk about them. You know that? I've even had some, well, they call themselves conservatives, asking me to stop talking about them. I'm like, well, why aren't you talking about them if you're conservative when they're doing these wrong things? Why do I have to be the one? But this woman here, nasty woman, despicable woman. This is the type of woman that would have lied and said, Emmett Till whistled at me. Have y'all ever heard that story? Is there anybody on here never heard that story? Emmett Till, young black male, a liberal, feminist liberal, Democrat back in the day, says that Emmett Till whistled at her. Never did. And as I mentioned a minute earlier, years later, she admitted that she lied. But he was already dead. They hung the little boy. He was a young man in his teens. And they hung him based on the lies that she said. The only reason I say it because she reminds me of the person that would lie like that, because she just constantly lies. Listen to what she says about President Trump. And I do apologize for the enhanced language in here. Democrats have extra foul mouths. And look, if people want to use enhanced language, I'm not mad at them, really, to be honest with you. For me, they're just words. I just don't, me personally, have the need to use them. I've actually had someone tell me, well, I can't trust you because you don't curse. I'm like, really? So because I'm able to control my tongue, you don't trust me. But you trust people who can't control their tongue. I get it. But listen to this despicable Democrat.
Katie, before we go, any other issues, blind spots that you think maybe not be getting enough attention that you think it's important for our audience to know?
Yeah, I mean, I would just mention two things. One, I've wanted to tell you this for a long time, but I came on Midas Touch a long time ago when I think when I first got ready to launch the campaign, and I've actually made a lot of references to the Midas Touch during this campaign. And what I always say to people is, I get this question about Donald Trump a lot, like what about Donald Trump? And I always say, if you guys heard of the Midas Touch, like, what does that mean? And somebody will say, yeah, like you touch things and it turns to gold. And I always say, yeah, well, Donald Trump, he's got the shit touch. Everything he touches turns to shit. It's like the opposite of the Midas Touch. And people always laugh about that. So that has been really fun to kind of, use that phrase a lot on the campaign trail.
She's an idiot. Yeah, now you see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about? And of course, a demon would say that. When you have someone that's doing positive things for the country, and she said that everything that he touched goes to crap, turns into crap. Of course, a demon would say that. Because demons don't want anyone to do anything positive. So I'm not surprised that she said that, be honest with you. Kind of like, okay, that's who she is. But again, the very fact that she's saying this is actually pushing hateful rhetoric. Once again, hateful rhetoric coming out of these Democrats. Let me go to this one. It's like that clip day. Look at this. Cory Boogersnot. And of course, it's all about their color. President Trump is taking everything away from them because he's saying that our votes are the same as white people votes. It's so devastating that we're finally equal and we don't like it. Stupid liberals.
How significant is this right now, and where do you diagnose we are as you watch one southern state after another announce their intention to essentially purge their states of their lone black and Democratic representatives?
Oh my goodness!
Look, I'm just
hold up. Wait a minute. Put some chicken in it. Here it is. You have the white liberal again talking to the black liberal, and both of them in the same mindset that black people are victims. This is essentially basically saying that, hey, you're meaningless, you're pointless. And now that they've done this, you mean less. What? I mean, did y'all perceive it that way too? Because that's essentially what he's saying. He's telling Cory Booker, because the Supreme Court did this, you as a black person, you are less now. Really? Listen to it again. Maybe I'm just reading too much into it. Listen.
How significant is this right now, and where do you diagnose we are as you watch one southern state after another announce their intention to essentially purge their states of their lone black and Democratic representatives?
So does this mean that they're going to go into the states, because purging something means you remove it, right? You remove it. So they're going to go in and say that you're black, you can no longer run in this political position. You're black, you can no longer vote for this person. Even though they're on the ballot, you can't vote for them. Are they going to do that? No. Can they do it? No. But they'll have black people believing that they can and that they will.
Look, I'm just back from Birmingham, Alabama, where people paid for the rights that Americans enjoy right now in sweat, blood, and even death.
Oh my goodness.
The hurt and the anguish in that community was palpable, especially because it's history in a convulsive way repeating itself. Remember, right after the Civil War, so much blood, so much struggling. They had fair elections, and they were the first wave of African Americans that came to serve in Congress, from the first black senators to the first black House members. But by the 1870s, we saw the powers that be able to rejigger their elections by violating people's voting rights, and suddenly there was no African American representation. In fact, states from North Carolina to Alabama would not see, from the late 1800s, it wasn't until the 1980s, 1990s, until they got black representation again. And so here we are, after all of that history, all of that struggle, all of that sacrifice, 6 people erased the work and the progress of millions of Americans who bound together and said, we're going to create a free society with free voting. And so it is absurd in states where the black population is 20%, 25%, that there should be no federal representation that reflects the multicultural democracy that we have. It is systematically allowing states to stop African Americans from having just representation. This is not about right or left. It's right or wrong. And this is us revisiting dark chapters in our history that so eviscerated our ideals, our common shared principles of fairness in elections.
Create a problem that's not there. We're all victims. They're taking our rights away. Me as a black person, what will I ever do? I'm in Texas. I was told that Governor Abbott is going to prevent Will Johnson from voting simply because Will Johnson's black. But the person I was talking to, I said, really, did you actually talk to Governor Abbott? Did he tell you this verbatim? He goes, no, he didn't have to tell me. I just know he's going to do it. Really? You know what it makes me think about? It's the whole thing with the Supreme Court. They say that the Supreme Court removed the capabilities of just putting a blanket statement on white people being racist. This is exactly what it is. So now you have to prove that the white person was actually discriminated against you when it comes to voting. You have to prove it. So now white people are no longer guilty, because that's what they want. They want white people to just be guilty. How many of y'all caught that? White people are just guilty. So now you have to, oh my goodness. So since they removed this, we just can't give white people the ultimate just guilt. They're guilty just for being white. Now we have to prove that they actually are discriminating against us. And they go, it's really, really hard to determine if they're actually discriminating against us because of our color. It's really hard to do that. You think they might not be doing it? Is that a possibility? Just because they're white doesn't mean they're being racist. But according to the Civil Rights Act that the Democrats have created it to be, you are whites, so we have to do these redistricting to make sure that we can say black people have representation. It is the most despicable thing they could ever do. It is discrimination, it is segregation, and it is racist movement pushed by the hateful Democrats. I'm calling it out for what it is. I'm calling it out. And I'm really, you know what? I'm not going to be ashamed of telling the truth. I'm going to always tell the truth. I don't care who it upsets. I'm going to always tell the truth. And see, that's the one thing I've constantly mentioned to people here watching on LFA TV. You know that we're going to tell you the truth, even if you don't like to hear it. You know, say, well, you know, I don't like him saying so and so and so, but he's telling me the truth. You're not supposed to like things that are bad, even when it's true. You're not supposed to like it. No one is telling anybody to like the bad things. But these people just straight up saying that white people are just guilty and racist without proof. And now they're upset because they actually have to prove that white people are racist? Man.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
Trump is live. We're going to go to him right now. Trump is live. Just popped up on the feed.
Sport event, and Gwen, what an honor to fight on the ground, red and white and blue. I know Justin is only American, but he's an honored guy from France, Spain, Brazil. But America is the dream. All these guys live in the American dream, and all of us live in an American dream. It's an honor to be in Oval Office, and it's an honor to have a president actually welcome the people. Welcome the people. Most of the presidents are just too good to do other things with other people. But this is the greatest president of all the time in any country, in any world, in any time. And thank you, President Trump.
I tell you, I like him. I made a good move by asking him to say that. That was very good. Thank you.
Oh, I thought Trump was racist.
I appreciate it. Well, you're one of the greats and one of the great managers too, and a very good friend of a very special fighter that we know, right?
Yes, sir.
Khabib.
Yes, Khabib.
Who fought 29 fights, and I think he won 29 fights, right?
Yes, sir.
He had a tough fight with this guy right here.
I was his 29th.
That was some fight. So they're going to be going outside. Would you guys, anybody like to say something? I mean, if you want.
We want to thank you for giving us this opportunity to build the biggest event in sports history.
I also want to thank God to give us this beautiful day and to give us the opportunity to experience how it feels to be in our Oval Office. So it's going to be amazing. And we want to thank you for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
I thought he was racist.
So kind.
Well,
I mean, come on.
I have a false image.
Yeah. And why you wanted to give the toughest test to you, the friend of you?
To which?
The friend of you. You said he's friend of you.
Oh, yeah.
You wanted to give him the
Because he knows that's what I want. I do want to give. I want to give the hardest test. Is right. We're going to give the hardest test, and actually, each one of you are fighting your hardest test. I think, right?
Yeah.
How do you think you know your opponent very well? Very tough.
I know
How
a
do you
very
think?
tough opponent.
Do you feel good?
Very good.
What are your chances of winning?
Me?
Yeah.
I have complete faith.
100%.
That's why you're here.
And they believe that too. Would you like to
And
say
I hope
something?
he has the same faith.
That's right.
That's going to make an amazing fight.
It's going to be great. Yeah. That's right. Would you like to say
Queria
something?
agradecer a oportunidade de estar lutando na Casa Branca, como o senhor falou. Um evento único onde todos queriam estar lutando e a gente está fazendo parte desse feito tão especial.
I would like to thank the opportunity to be fighting on the White House. We know it's a special event that everybody would like to be present to make the feel special. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One of the greatest punches in the history of the business. And just shook his hand. He's a large hand. That's a powerful hand. It's, they're very unusual people, born with great talent, and then they hone the talent. I'll save you for last, okay? Because he loves his country so much, but I'll save you for last.
Yes, sir.
Please, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. It's an honor. I'm really proud. It's going to be really special one time in your life. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you very much.
It's an honor to have you here.
It's an honor, yeah.
And we'll all be there watching, and this is something special, so we'll all be there watching. I don't know how the hell you do it, but they wouldn't have it any other way. They love the sport. They really love the sport. They come out of a ring or the most incredible fight you've ever seen, and they say, this is the greatest sport. I could do it. I'd rather sink a 3-footer personally. But
that's awesome. So President Trump is talking about them going to have the boxing at the White House, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be televised all over the world, and the Democrats are going to lose their minds. You know what I would like to see? Get their best Democrat, and we'll select our best Republican, and let's put them in the ring. Would y'all like to see that? Would you like to see that? I mean, I really would, when I'm thinking about it, I would we'll put boxing gloves on them, or maybe they won't go MMA style. We'll let them decide. But I would like to see that. One have on the American flag, shorts, red, white, and blue. And then we'll put the Democrats with I guess we can use they'll use trans shorts. Because that's who they represent the most, right? Okay, we're getting ready to run out of here. Kevin's going to be coming up next. But I want to share this one with you really quick before we get out of here. I want y'all to listen to this despicable person here, if we have enough time to play it. Because listen what she says at the end.
And by the way, another piece of what is unprecedented and a bit historical about that race, it is the closest presidential race in the 21st century in terms of the outcome.
Really?
Yeah. The closest.
Say that again.
Really?
He likes to say over and over again, he's got a mandate.
And that's part of why I wrote this book. Because history will talk about this race.
Yeah.
It is part of American history. And it was important to me that when history is written, that my voice be present about what that experience is.
That's all she cares about. She goes, that my voice is present. Like, you remember me forever and ever and ever and ever. That's what you call a narcissistic person, right? That's all she cares about, her legacy. She didn't care about destroying this country. She only cares about her legacy. That's it. Everything else, she doesn't care. She doesn't care. All right, everybody, that is it for me. Kevin's coming up right here on LFED TV. He may bring President Trump back on, talking about the fighting at the White House. God bless you. Don't go anywhere. I will see you tomorrow in the Culture Wars.
everybody? What's going on, everybody? Wednesday, May 6th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning into Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. In just a second, we're going to throw it to the Oval Office, where President Trump is currently sitting down with the fighters for the UFC event at the White House. We're going to throw that there in just a second. Before we get into that, guys, do me a favor. Once again, hit the thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We'll catch you guys back live on the flip side. We're going to have a little bit of fun today at the expense of rhinos in Indiana. But before we get to that, here is President Trump.
Iran and a couple of other things.
I can try on Iran.
Go ahead.
I'll bridge this. Here you go.
Yes,
You're facing... Well, I'll try. Wait, this will work. You're facing an opponent right now in Iran that has refused to submit. You seem optimistic now that you may be closer to a deal. What's different about this moment now than in other moments where a deal has seemed close?
Well, why do you say they refused to submit? You don't know that. You don't know what's going on.
They were firing on U.S. ships a few days ago.
Yeah, I know. A few days ago is a long time ago. You know, in the world of war, a few days ago. No, they want to make a deal badly. And we'll see if we get there. If we get there, they can't have nuclear weapons. You know, it's very simple. But what's not to submit? So they had a Navy with 159 ships, and now every ship is blown to pieces and lying at the bottom of the water. They had an Air Force, lots of planes, and they don't have any planes. They don't have any anti-aircraft. They don't have any radar left. Their missiles are mostly decimated. They have some. They have probably 19%, but not a lot by comparison to what they had. And their leaders are all dead. So I think we won. Now it's only a question of, look, if we left right now Iran, it would take them 20 years to rebuild. You would call that, we're in good shape, right? We're in good shape. And now we're doing well. Now we have to get what we have to get. If we don't do that, we'll have to go a big step further. But with that being said, they want to make a deal. We've had very good talks over the last 24 hours, and it's very possible that we'll make a deal.
So,
Yeah,
Mr.
please.
President, thank you, Mr. President. Good to see you. What are the status of these talks? Said they're very good. Just give us some insight as to where we are at this point.
And we've had some good talks before, as you know.
Right.
And all of a sudden, the next day, they're like, they forgot what happened. You know, they're proud, like these guys are proud. Nobody more proud than these guys. Sometimes they fight on pride because, you know, they're injured, they're hurt. No matter how great you are, you get hit by somebody else that looks like them. It's very tough, but they have great pride. These people have great pride. The others do too. Enemies have great pride. We went into Venezuela. Smart people, great people. They have a really strong military. We won it very quickly, and we have a fantastic. It's been a great thing for Venezuela. The people are really happy. They're dancing in the streets because they have a lot of money coming in through the big oil companies that are all moving in. I was with ExxonMobil last night. The chairman was here, and we were talking about Venezuela, along with a lot of them. Chevron, they were all here last night. They all want to go there and elsewhere. We just hit a new high in the stock market. The stock market's the highest it's ever been. And I expected that the market would be down 20-25%. I was willing to do that to get rid of a crazy country. Crazy. The people, look, you know, you talk about regime change. Their first level leaders are dead. Their second level leaders are dead. Some of their third level leaders are dead. I call that regime change. But I thought we'd be down maybe 20%, and we're up. The stock market's higher now than when we started this war. And I thought oil prices would go to $200, $250. It's at $100 now. And I think you're surprised, and I'm surprised. But even if it went to 200, it would have been worth it. I understood that. We had just set a record, 50,000 on the Dow, 7,000 on the S&P, a record. And I said, I hate to do this, but we have to make an excursion down to Iran because we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Look, and this is very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon because as tough as they are, we want to keep them alive. We want to keep all of you alive. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't. And they've agreed to that, among other things. Yeah.
Mr. President, you've had some recent back and forth with Pope Leo.
I understand Secretary of State Marco Rubio is going to meet with the Pope tomorrow. What message do you hope he delivers to the Holy Father?
Well, I can tell you this, that as far as the Pope is concerned, and it's very simple. Whether I make him happy or I don't make him happy, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And he seemed to be saying that they can. And I say they cannot. Because if that happened, the entire world would be hostage, and we're not going to let that happen. That's my only message. Okay? So they're going to go out now, and they're going to have some great pictures taken, and we'll see you guys on June 14th. But I know, in your case, we're going to see a lot more. We'll see you probably tomorrow.
Of all the events on the South Lawn, why this event?
I think it's going to be the biggest event we've ever had at the White House. I mean, the White House doesn't really do athletic events for the most part. And these are all the greatest champions in the world. They're the greatest fighters in the world. You can tell by looking at them. These are the greatest fighters in the world. How do you think if you went into heavy training? Do you think you'd be?
I think those days are behind me.
It'd be a little tough. Right? Have a good time, everybody. Thank you.
Deadline. When you expect your back?
Never a deadline.
Thank you,
It'll happen. It'll happen, but never a deadline. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Alrighty, guys. So that was President Trump live in the Oval Office, welcoming in the fighters for the 250 event going on at the White House. Definitely one of the hottest tickets in the game. I can tell you that. I know a bunch of people that are aching, begging to get tickets for that. I'm one of them. We'll see how that goes. Once again, guys, my name is Kevin Smith. Thank you all so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live. Hit the thumbs up button wherever you're watching. Hit the like button. Hit that share button. Help to grow the page, as you heard President Trump say. In the White House speech, look, things have leveled out quite a bit over the last couple of weeks. We got the Dow Jones almost back at 50,000, up 1 1/3 point today, with the NASDAQ being up almost 2 percentage points. So I am absolutely dancing. Life is good right now for sure, but life is good for another reason, and it's what happened in the Hoosier State last night of Indiana. And I got to tell you, sometimes we are not always so happy with President Trump's endorsements in primaries. I think that goes without saying. When we see him endorsing people like Lindsey Graham, we think to ourselves, why the hell are we doing that? Or the fact that he's not endorsing Ken Paxton in Texas. Sometimes it can become incredibly frustrating. But I think last night showed what President Trump's endorsements can actually do when he is challenging bad incumbents. So Donald Trump last night endorsed every challenger in the Indiana State Senate primary of the people who voted against redistricting in Indiana. We know that we're in the middle of a huge redistricting fight in red states all over the country. And the state Senate in Indiana voted against redistricting. So President Trump endorsed all of their challengers, and here's what happened.
Huge political shakeup in the Hoosier State. 5 Indiana Republicans backed by President Trump have all defeated, dare I say, walloped GOP incumbents in primary races overnight. We're going to take a closer look at the power of the presidential endorsement.
Plus, a pause on Project Freedom to get ships safely out of the Strait of Hormuz.
Joanne's his supporters as, let's face it, stupid. But there you have it. You're watching Fox and Friends First here on a Wednesday morning. I'm Todd Piper.
And I'm Carly Shimkis. We begin with brand new results from several big primaries overnight. Madeline Rivera has that for us this morning. Hi, Maddie.
Good morning, Carly and Todd. The results in Indiana were a clear display of President Trump's influence over the GOP. The 5 Republican state Senate incumbents who lost to Trump-backed challengers overnight all opposed the president's push to redraw the state's congressional map. One incumbent survived. Another race has yet to be called. A Republican source says Team Trump operatives put in a lot of money into these races, heavily outraising the incumbents. Pro-Trump groups say it should put other GOP members who don't back the president's redistricting plan on notice. Meantime, in the neighboring state of Ohio, former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy emerged as the Republican nominee for governor. He will face Amy Acton, who ran uncontested in the Democratic primary.
People in this state are struggling.
They are doing
And real quick before we get to Indiana, the irony of the Ohio race is actually kind of funny. Democrats are celebrating the fact that this woman won her primary. She ran unopposed. She literally couldn't have lost. Could not have lost whatsoever. Now, with Vivek Ramaswamy picking up the win in that primary very handily, it leaves no doubt who Ohio Republicans want in that particular race. But let's get back to Indiana because, look, Indiana being one of the most red states in the country, of course, that's a state where former presidential candidate Mike Pence is from. Mike Pence, a guy who has really been left behind by the party. For some reason, he's still a mainstay on Fox News. I really don't know why. I don't know if I've ever met a Republican, at least in the last, 5 years, who sits around and thinks to themselves, I wonder what Mike Pence thinks about the current situation. He's certainly a vestige of the past. But Indiana Republicans did not get on board with the redistricting efforts. And I've said, look, blue states are going to redistrict. They've been doing it the entire time, despite what people like Kathy Hochul have to say. They tried to redistrict Nicole Maliotakis' district on Staten Island just 2 years ago. So for the Democrats out there, Trump started this. No, he didn't. Democrats did. But none of you noticed when that happened because you guys only care about raw power. So much so that Democrats are actually willing to go out and say the quiet part out loud because they know there will be no repercussions from their voters. What do I mean by that? Well, Katie Porter, y'all remember Katie Porter? She's the woman, that's funny. She's the woman who routinely freaks out on her staffers for walking into her camera shot while they're not live. She's also the woman who decided to throw a pot of boiling hot potatoes at her husband. Lovely woman. Lovely woman. Well, she's in a bit of a primary race right now with Javier Becerra, who, of course, former member of the Biden administration. And yesterday, there was a debate in California where she made a very interesting claim. Very interesting claim. I believe this would be a good moment to drop the line that sometime the lady doth protest too much.
It's the job of the California governor to protect every single Californian. The sanctuary state policy is designed to make sure that our state resources, the taxpayer dollars, the public servants that we have are focusing on doing their jobs, which is not cooperating with the federal immigration authorities. These are Californians. They contribute to our economy. They pay taxes, and they're one of the only ways that our state has been growing in recent years.
Wait, what was that there at the end? What was that? Illegal immigrants are the only thing keeping California sustainable? Yeah. We know. That's kind of what we've all been saying the entire time because your pro-illegal immigrant policies have forced hardworking Americans to flee to states like Nevada, Arizona, and Idaho. And that's why those states are becoming redder and redder. And California Democrats are forced to double down on their pro-illegal immigrant policies in order to what? Maintain their voting base. It's almost like I have a theory, a great theory of replacement. It's like it's a great replacement theory. It's almost like California Democrats have decided that they are going to dilute the vote of American citizens in order to attract more illegal immigrants in to secure more congressional seats. I'm not saying it. They're saying it. Katie Porter just said it. We're already seeing LA councilmen out there trying to get illegal immigrants the right to vote in local elections, which, of course, leads us to the slippery slope argument of, well, if they can vote in local elections, why can't they vote in national ones? Democrats are doubling down because they don't have any other options. And in order to win a Democratic primary in California, they don't necessarily have primaries in California the way many of the other states do. They have jungle primaries, so the way it works is the top 2 vote getters, no matter what party they may represent, go to a runoff. Well, we've gone over that several times on this show. Obviously, somebody else vying for that seat is former Biden administration official Javier Becerra, who decided to get slapped down by Steve Hilton. It turns out, Javier Becerra may have broken the law, and Steve Hilton just wasn't having it yesterday.
My view is that it's a bit rich for Javier to talk about following the law when he is mired personally in a corruption scandal where his former chief of staff, Sean McCluskey, when Javier was appointed by Joe Biden to be health secretary, he wanted his chief of staff to go with him. The salary wasn't enough. So what did they do? They took money from Javier's campaign account to top up his salary by funneling it to Dana Williamson, Gavin Newsom's former chief of staff, so that it was paid to this guy's wife. All of that is illegal. It is against state law. It's against federal law. My running mate for Attorney General, Michael Gates, has this evening written to Javier Becerra to make it clear that when he is Attorney General, Javier will be investigated and, if necessary, prosecuted for these crimes.
Now, Javier Becerra obviously doesn't care because he assumes that a Democrat is going to win that governor's race there, at which point he won't have to worry about it anyway, because Democrats stick together. Democrats continue to fight. Democrats bring bazookas to knife fights, where most Republicans, sit back and lose their pair as soon as they get into elected office. Oh, no, we can't do that. And luckily, some people are beginning to call this nonsense out. Some people are beginning to say, I have had enough of this, and it's time for Republicans to grow a pair. Here's Benny Johnson.
My encouragement to the Republicans is to grow a pair and to deliver back some reparations for Republican voters. We deserve reparations for being disenfranchised by the racist Democrats who stole the civil rights of American voters and rigged our districts racistly. So, time for reparations for the Republican Deep South.
Do you think Republicans need to go negative on Democrats in order to win, or what needs to be the right messaging ahead of midterms, in your opinion?
Well, hold on. What do you mean go negative? I want to set the table here. I think it's really important because what I heard from Democrats for the past decade or so as they were burning our cities to the ground and attacking me and my friends in the street is that it's not enough to just be against racism. You have to be actively anti-racist. And so here's us picking up that mantle and carrying the anti-racist Supreme Court decision saying that you're not allowed to create congressional ghettos and DEI districts based on the number of black people who live in these Rorschach blot test Jackson Pollock districts all throughout the South, where the Democrats have been able to rig through white guilt the elections for the last 60 years in states that vote for Donald Trump by 40 points. You're not allowed to go get racist congressional districts out of that and DEI hires. And I think that's a wonderful thing. I think that's something that all of America should embrace. If Democrats want to go back to their roots, back to the KKK, back to the segregationist South, well, then make that argument to the American people. The other thing that an argument that I'd make is that in New England, where no doubt you are broadcasting this program, there is 27 different congressional seats. There's 40% Republican population. 0 of those congressional seats go to Republicans.
Well, that's because the majority of them are blue states, with the exception of New Hampshire. The majority of those New England seats are, of course, coming from Massachusetts, which is run by some of the most radical Democrats in America. But Democrats don't care. Democrats get on message and they get on board, where Republicans can find 250,000 different reasons not to get on board with the program. And the people in Indiana learned last night, the rhinos in Indiana learned last night, that if you're not on a national, you may not be on a national stage. I cannot tell you the names of any of those Indiana state senators that lost. I also cannot tell you the names of any of the Indiana state senators that won. Why? Because if I'm being totally honest with you, I don't really care about the Indiana State Senate. I just don't. I care that we have a national message coming from the top on how we can secure the midterms. Because let's be clear, these lean red seats in blue states are in danger of being lost. If you're in an R+1, +2, +3, I don't see any reason why Democrats aren't going to gerrymander you out of your seat. So it would be time for you to make sure you lock down the base. I'm not talking to anyone in particular, like, I don't know, a Republican from Rockland County, New York. No one in particular. It might not be a great idea to piss off the base right now. No one in particular. Get on board, get on the train, or get the hell out of our way. Get the hell out of our way. Continue to expose the fraud. Continue to show people exactly all of what is happening out there. Because it shouldn't come as a shock to anybody that since Nick Shirley and his team exposed the sort of the Somalian fraud going on in Minnesota that you weren't allowed to point out because you didn't want to be called racist. Since that, it turns out they've been plucking out fraud all over the place from blue states, but also from red states. We'll start in California.
About some questions of the care that you provided to individuals up in the Central Valley.
At the moment, I have some workers here doing some stuff.
Okay, you want us to wait outside?
Please don't go.
Okay, you want us to wait outside?
Graceful Care Hospice is located 200 miles away near Los Angeles. It enrolled a few dozen patients in 2023 and 4, but last year claims skyrocketed, with the company billing Medicare $1.3 million for 109 patients on claims submitted by their physician, Dr. Stephen Pine, an 82-year-old OBGYN.
Did you ever speak to a doctor?
No. No.
Dr. Pine, this is William Lajeunesse with Fox News. I reached Pine by phone. He initially claimed not to know Graceful Care, denied wrongdoing, and yet here's his name on Enrique's prescription. Ma'am, we have some questions about Trini and Enrique. That you signed up for hospice?
There's not Trini and Enrique here.
No, they're not here. They're patients of yours up in the Central Valley. We went and interviewed them yesterday. They were signed up for hospice by one of your employees.
He proceeded to sign her and her husband up for hospice, but never disclosed to her that it was hospice.
Graceful Care says that's not accurate. And yet, take a look at these receipts. A hospital bed, oxygen system, wheelchair, and dozens of more supplies from Graceful Care.
You can see it does say Graceful Care here.
They're billing Medicare for these things, yes.
They're billing Medicare?
They brought the patient on and accessed the patient's hospice benefit and then didn't provide hospice services.
Darren and Diana Peterson of American Hospice took over Trini and Enrique's case.
I want these people to be caught or out of business.
They only saw a visit by a nurse for 15 minutes twice. According to Medicare rules, you have to have an RN visit once every 14 days. That did not happen. Do you have an explanation for us? Graceful Care claims it did nothing wrong. Recently, movers cleared out their office. Last year, federal records show 17 hospices associated with Dr. Pine filed more than 3,000 claims for 900 patients, billing Medicare for $16 million.
Anything over 100 patients at a given time that you have responsibility for as a hospice physician should start to raise red flags.
17 different hospices using your NPI number last year to file 3,000 claims on behalf of 900 patients. Pine told me that can't be true and believes some hospices used his provider number without permission. Back in Visalia, Trini and Enrique hope other seniors can learn from them.
The way I see it, we were just taken in.
Absolutely. And look, as much as we take shots at the mainstream media, when people on the internet, when independent journalists go out and expose these sorts of things, organizations that some people may not be all too happy with, like Fox News, they just have more resources than some 25-year-old kid does on the internet. And naturally, they go and they end up picking up the story and digging more into it. And that's the goal. That is the goal. More transparency, more figuring things out. Because, hey, look, $1 million here, $1 million there. After a while, that money starts to add up a little bit. And we're starting to figure out that if medical fraud in this country is just tamped down a little bit, just a little bit, maybe we wouldn't see the aggressive bloat all over the country. But more than that, maybe we would actually be able to get people who need the services onto the programs, the ones who actually need it. Because the more people that rob from the system, the less resources there are for the people who are actually sick. But this isn't just happening in Tim Walz's Minnesota or in Gavin Newsom's California. This is also happening in places like Ohio.
So as our investigative reporter Luke Rosiak broke just today, there is a wide-scale fraud effort underway in Columbus, Ohio. In this instance, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of examples where individuals were allegedly pretending to provide Medicaid aid and assistance to individuals. A lot of times it was family members that they were saying, oh, I'm taking care of them. And they were taking hundreds of millions of dollars through the Medicaid system fraudulently. What is your reaction to this story that came out today?
Well, it feels like the Minnesota fraud scandal 2.0, although this may be even bigger and worse. I mean, it's incredible reporting from you guys, first of all, something that the mainstream media should be doing, but obviously isn't. So good on you. But second of all, this is the problem with having both a welfare state and what is effectively open borders. Milton Friedman famously said that you can have one or the other, but you can't have both. I don't think you should have either. But whenever you have mass immigration, legal or illegal, from low trust societies into a country like the United States, where you have a very generous social safety net, this is what you expect. Again, I don't think that we should have a welfare state to begin with, but this is so egregious. These are, once again, foreigners coming into the United States and plundering hardworking American taxpayers. And this is the kind of stuff that people are sick of. They're sick of finding out that their children's future is being mortgaged because of some hostile foreigners who shouldn't be in their country to begin with.
Naturally, Brandon Gill on top of this, as always. Brandon Gill doing a phenomenal job. But what exactly were they doing with this Medicaid fraud scheme in Ohio? Well, it's very simple. So if you have an elderly parent that lives in your home, the state of Ohio was basically going to give you money to take care of that person. Maybe you got to take off work to bring them to the doctor. These sorts of things happen. Well, what a lot of people were doing was they were signing up their mom, their dad, their father-in-law, their mother-in-law, their auntie, their uncle, and then collecting like $250,000 a year for people who may be elderly but not actually banged up enough to need it. Check this out.
So these individuals tried to report the fraud that was happening in Ohio and then eventually came to me to say that we're watching providers rubber stamp paperwork for home health. So in Ohio, and there's many states like this, Pennsylvania and other states too, where you can go in and you can say my aging parent needs a home health care and I want to provide it. So the state will, as long as a doctor has approved it, continue to pay you. It could be for 10 hours, 12 hours, up to 24 when it's critical care. So you could sit at home without caring for an elderly parent who really doesn't need it, make about $75,000 to $90,000 a year. Now you add two parents, that's $180,000. Now you add your in-laws, $250,000. You continue to add this and you wonder, what are the services being provided? So a lot of providers came and said, fraud is occurring because we said we weren't going to rubber stamp this paperwork, so they went to other providers. Their home healthcare network saying, we'll make it worth your while. Well, sounds like a kickback to me. So we really need to investigate the Medicaid system and how much it's increased since the Somalian population came and who really needs critical care, because that's meant for our disabled, our elderly, and people who really need it. not to just live off our system. And that's what's happening in Ohio. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's despicable. But authorities are now looking at it from the Attorney General's office to the U.S. Attorney's office. I flagged them all because this is Ohio tax dollars and we have to take it seriously. I'm tired of people telling me, well, this is the way it's always been. It's subjective and we can't really check. No, you can. Audit America, audit Ohio now. And I'm pushing for that in every single state.
Every single state this has been happening in. And look, here in New York, they offer the same kind of program. They offer the same program here in New York. So if it's happening in a relatively small city like Columbus, Ohio, how rampant do you think this is in cities that don't care to check, like Los Angeles, like Chicago, like Pittsburgh or Philadelphia or New York? Places that don't have Republican governors that are willing to look into these things. The Daily Wire ended up breaking that story, and they have the receipts on what was happening. Check it out.
But it's totally fraud-ridden, particularly a lot of what we hear in Minnesota, that's Medicaid stuff, but Ohio, too, a number of other states, including red states like Ohio. So one of the waivers that they have that lets you do Medicaid, use Medicaid funds, which come from all of us and the whole government, they're federally funded, but state administered. They basically give free butlers to immigrants. They're home health care aides, but then it's been expanded where they don't actually have to do health. They can just be your aides. They can clean your house. They can cook you food. And you don't, a lot of times it's actually the people's own relatives who are getting paid to hang out with them. And so I went to Columbus and you see all these buildings that are advertising these services and they're like, you can get paid to provide, quote, conversation and companionship to your own family members. And so this is what, we've come to in Columbus. There's a whole immigrant portion of the city where you drive down the road and you do not see any business other than these home health care scams where people are billing your money to hang out with their own relatives. It's erased everything else in the whole economy. And it was very jarring to see. It's almost post-apocalyptic there in Columbus.
Now, hopefully this election cycle, we can begin to get people in office that actually care about this. Vivek Ramaswamy in Ohio has been talking about it for quite some time. These things have to be changed because, look, I think that as a policy, it's not the worst policy in the world. It is, however, a terrible policy if nobody checks up on it, if nobody follows through, if it is allowed to run rampant. But like we saw in Indiana, some Republicans sit back and just go, can't do it. I say it on the show all the time. Democrats are, there's a clip I'm going to show you in a minute of a woman running for Senate in Michigan who voted in California. It's so flippant and it's so rampant that even Manu Raju on CNN called her out. Democrats don't care. And we have Republicans who are still playing by the old rules of yesterday. So I'm so happy that President Trump finally backed some non-incumbents, some challengers, so that we can begin to shake things up. And look, like I said, I don't know these people's names. I don't know what they stand for. I don't know if they're pro-choice. I don't know what the hell they're. But it shows President Trump that if he is willing to back challengers to bad incumbents, we can win these primaries. And by winning these primaries, we can begin to get some of the old guard out and some fresh blood in. We're going to move on to some Republicans out there willing to fight in just 1 second. Before we do that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That's tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. So some Republicans are beginning to fight back, and one of them who's decided to fight back is Harmeet Dillon, who is has long been a culture warrior. She was on the short list to be I guess she technically is still on the short list to be the new Attorney General following the departure of Pam Bondi. I wouldn't mind Harmeet Dillon, but obviously I've got my pick. Lee Zeldin, for like 24 different reasons. But she is diving in to more of the culture war stuff, and the culture war stuff is what is going to win us this election. Obviously, we've got some Iran updates that, if we have time, we'll go over, but it seems like the Iran war is over. Maybe things can start leveling out again as far as gas prices and whatnot. Hopefully, thank God. So we'll see. But if we can continue to fight these culture wars that Democrats simply will not get away from, they will not give up on, despite the fact the majority of Americans have clearly and very loudly said they've had enough of it, we can continue to use this as a wedge issue in the election.
Prosecutors say they helped children change genders without telling their parents. The review is also looking at whether the districts violated parents' right to opt their child out of lessons on gender and sexuality. Senior correspondent Mike Tobin reports from Chicago. Mike, this just keeps happening.
Yeah, and Harris, if Illinois schools are transitioning students without the consent or knowledge of their parents, the Department of Justice is going to find out about it. As you mentioned, the DOJ has launched an investigation into some 36 schools in Illinois. The investigation is going to probe whether the schools are pushing woke agenda on the students, particularly if they're pushing sexual orientation and gender ideology. Now, the investigation will examine if parents have been notified about how sexual orientation and gender ideology is being presented to the students, whether parents are being kept in the dark about a child taking on another gender, and whether students are forced into locker rooms and bathrooms with a person born the opposite gender. Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon tells Fox News parents have a right to know the curriculum being presented to their kids.
If the schools are mandating this and not allowing parents the opportunity to opt out of content that may be inappropriate for them based on religion or values, they would be afoul of that Supreme Court precedent. And so we have reason to believe that these school districts in Illinois are not obeying the law.
Now, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker dismissed the new investigation as a sham aimed at punishing states President Trump does not like. Democrat Illinois Senator Dick Durbin said if President Trump cared about students, he would reverse a decision to dismantle the Department of Education and stop attacking the rights of LGBTQ students. The ACLU says the Trump administration is wrongly interpreting federal law. Now, Assistant Attorney General Dillon says the state may be forcing this curriculum on the school, and therefore federal intervention will be needed to stop what she calls an illegal practice.
And it should be. Of course, Dick Durbin sits there. You're infringing. No. You're not infringing on the rights of LGBTQAI2+. Add as many letters and numbers as you want. No, you're not. You're not. An 18-year-old boy does not have the right to go into a 14-year-old girl's locker room. They don't. And it's bananas that we have to sit through this. Here on Long Island, you had 3 school districts sue the state of New York for this exact policy. And naturally, the state of New York sided with the transgender activists who insist on forcing this upon people. I've said this many times on this show. There's a lot of people out there who think that because President Trump won, that we somehow won this war. Yet, that was simply one battle in this. And we all need to get ready and get prepared for the midterms that are coming up ahead. Because I promise you, Democrats are not stopping. Democrats and the radical left are not stopping. So much so, you guys remember when we used to sit back and joke around about, hey, whatever happened to all those pro-Palestinian activists that were committing violence all over New York City? Well, I guess they got bored again yesterday and showed up.
Are you crazy? Get back! Move back!
What are you doing? It's a zone that you can walk. What the fuck are you doing? Jesus, fuck, back up. For what?
Go fucking back! Go back! Go back! Go back! That is it! That is it!
Do these seem like people that are planning on giving up anytime soon? Or are these people just going to continue to push their nonsense cultural agenda? If we let our foot off the gas at any point in time, if we give in at any point in time, they are going to keep pushing. I actually know one of the cops in that video. I grew up with them. I won't tell you which one. But I worry that too many people are going to think that someone else is going to handle it. Each one of us needs to handle it on their own level, in their own world. And people, once again, I'm telling you, people are beginning to push back. And I love to see it. I love to see it so much so that the other day, I've been meaning to show you this clip for like 3 days just because it's so good. It's so good. Katie Miller, wife of Stephen Miller, went on Abby Phillips' show. Now, Stephen Miller has been smeared, slandered as a white nationalist on that show numerous times. And, we keep hearing Democrats, oh, we all need to tone down the rhetoric. No. I think Republicans need to tone up the rhetoric. We need to increase the rhetoric when it comes to defending ourselves against the ridiculous attacks from the radical left. And Katie Miller was, I'll put it gently. She was not having it.
Whether he can speak freely. It's about whether someone like Tucker Carlson, who is a very powerful force in the conservative movement.
You host people on your show all the time who call my husband and myself a Nazi. So how is that any different from Tucker Carlson going on? Nick Fuentes having Tucker Carlson on his show? It's not different.
He's actually
anti-Semitic. He's anti-Semitic.
A Hitler admirer. Nick Fuentes is actually a Hitler admirer.
But he literally is not a good human being.
That is a different thing.
Excuse me, you have Jennifer Welch on your show very often, and you've never pushed back as she has called my husband a white nationalist.
Hold on.
That is no different than Nick Fuentes going on Tucker Carlson's show. It's not, and you should admit it.
Well, hold on. Wait, hold on. How is it anything similar? It's not remotely similar at all. Nick Fuentes sits around and says that he likes Hitler. How is that similar
to do with it? What does she have to do with it? She has nothing to do with it. Literally nothing.
Scott, Katie is the person who just said to me that it is comparable to say that Nick Fuentes, who is literally a neo-Nazi, is the same as somebody, a liberal, who has an opinion who is not a neo-Nazi. They are not
a hateful opinion.
The same.
How do you want? Excuse me. Just let's go back to the point one more time.
But
Nick
Katie,
Fuentes can espouse an opinion on Tucker Carlson's show.
It is not
and
the same
he didn't push
thing.
back the same way you didn't push back when someone called someone in my family
Hold
a
on
Nazi.
a second.
It's not different.
Hold on a second.
It's not.
If someone comes on this show and says, I love Hitler and I admire what he did, they would never, first of all, I would never invite them on the show and they would never be invited back. So those two things are not the same thing.
But yet you've gone on Jennifer Welch's podcast. It's the same thing.
They are not the same thing.
What I find so,
but Katie, but hold on, Katie.
No, we can
do you
agree to
believe that
disagree.
Jennifer Welch has a right to say something negative about your husband?
The same way Nick Fuentes has the
but
right
hold
to
on.
say what he wants
so
to
you
say.
think
No difference.
you think that it's okay? Hold on. Do you think it is okay for Jennifer Welch? Is she allowed to say something negative about your husband?
Absolutely, and it's your job as a moderator then to push back.
So that's the first thing.
It's the same way you're asking Tucker Carlson to push back against Nick Fuentes.
But hold on, Nick Fuentes.
Is it not different?
Nick Fuentes is espousing. He's not describing someone else as a Nazi. He is saying, I admire Nazis. You don't think that's a different thing?
Do you believe my husband's a Nazi? You allow someone on your show to say it.
Do you think those things are different or not?
I believe it's the same equitable comparison for Nick Fuentes to go to Tucker Carlson's show as you to have people to have on your show.
You are making a comparison of two things that are not in any way the same. I acknowledge that and listen, when
it's
people
happened more than once, Abby.
But hold on.
At one point, it's a common occurrence.
When people say their opinions, I don't endorse them, but I also am not responsible for their opinions.
So doesn't that apply to Tucker Carlson?
That is different from a person themselves describing themselves as a hate monger.
Is Tucker Carlson responsible for Nick Fuentes' opinions?
But hold on a second. I am also not a Republican Party official or a Democrat Party official.
Neither is
and
Tucker
so I'm
Carlson.
asking you about you as a Republican and who you think is the leader of your party, right?
Right
and
now it's President Donald Trump.
And I'm asking your opinion. Your opinion, okay? If you think that J.D. Vance is that person, do you think that he should be sitting at a table and nodding along with Nick Fuentes? Yes or no?
I don't believe J.D. Vance has ever sat and nodded along with Nick Fuentes.
Do you
and
think
that would be
Tucker Carlson? Do you think it is okay for J.D. Vance to think it's okay for Tucker Carlson to sit and nod along with?
I think it's okay for Tucker Carlson to have Nick Fuentes on the show the same way you have people on your show who espouse similar views.
Hold on, that's all I asked you, and we can just leave it at that. Because at the end of the day, that is what the Republican Party has to decide. Do they care whether or not someone who has a loud voice of their party is bringing on somebody who is encouraging neo-Nazism?
Wait,
and if you think that was
have to decide?
Wait, if you think that's okay, let's go back to the murder of Charlie.
Yeah, Abby, you're doing that, you dumbass. You're doing that. Look, anyone can have on anyone they want on their own show. I'll have anybody I want. Tucker Carlson can have whoever he wants. Abby Phillip can have whoever they want. But if somebody comes on my show and says something insane, I, as the host of the show, we are supposed to push back on that claim. I do it all the time. But Abby Phillip is like, well, she's just espousing an opinion on my show, and I don't push back against it. However, Abby Phillip thinks that she has a right to say who Tucker Carlson can then have on his... Like, she's mad about a third and fourth party having a conversation on a third show, but thinks she bears no responsibility to the words said on her show. Meanwhile, we're told by Democrats that we have to tone down the rhetoric. No, I'm not. I'm not. Because there's only one side out there trying to kill members of another side, and it's yours, Abby Phillip. But you don't care because you're friends with Jennifer Welch, even though Jennifer Welch is a giant who has way too much plastic in her face. I'm sure the chat can figure out what word I just said. I don't really care. Because she is. Some, like, half-wit reality TV star now thinks she gets to go on television and dictate national policy. But Abby Phillip gives her a platform. You know why? Because Jennifer Welch says crazy shit, which then gets reposted and reshared, and the network makes more money, and she gets more viewership. So she doesn't really care if Jennifer Welch comes on there and calls Stephen Miller a white nationalist. Stephen Miller, who is actually one of the more principled people in American politics. I've played the clip before. He was one of the only people willing to go on television during the Duke lacrosse case and say the very obvious part out loud, that those three boys did nothing wrong, while the entire media dogpiled on three innocent kids way back in 2006. That 20 years ago? How the hell, well, first off, time out. How the hell was Duke lacrosse 20 years ago? That's never the point. But he's one of the more principled people, one of the more effective people. He's not some reality TV hooker who thinks she's going to come on and dictate and discuss global oil prices. I said it on the show the other day when we played you the Scott Jennings clip with that TikTok star. I don't blame Scott Jennings for getting very, very upset on that show. He's got to argue with basically an e-hooker, a TikTok star, and Geraldo Rivera every single day on that show. I'm sure he does at some point get incredibly frustrated, and I don't really blame him for that. I don't blame him for that. But some Republicans are beginning to fight back, and I'm happy to finally see it. I'm happy to finally see that people are beginning, as we're getting further and further into this midterm cycle, people are starting to understand what exactly is at stake here. And some people out there are beginning to use every single tool at their disposal, because I cannot tell you how annoyed I am by some candidates out there who seem to be running the same campaign from 1982 and thinking that they're going to get the same result. But some people, some outsiders running, are trying things a little bit differently. And one of those people is Spencer Pratt. We're going to get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed, because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code LOUD for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code LOUD. So, very excited tonight to see the LA mayor's debate. I am jacked up about I'm going to be glued to the television set. Now, some of you, if you're over the age of 40, you may not be familiar with Spencer Pratt. Spencer Pratt was on a show called The Hills like 20 years ago. It was like, I don't even know what you'd call it. Like a reality TV show, kind of before reality TV was like a huge thing. Or maybe it was right at the beginning of it. He was actually kind of a dick on the show. But he's running for mayor in Los Angeles. And he is putting together some of the best commercials I have ever seen in politics. One of them he put out the other day was a completely AI-made video that it took the internet by storm.
Please I'm begging you. There's homeless drug addicts in front of the schools. My children aren't safe.
Look, if you were a transgender migrant, I could get you a free pussy.
Let's move the drug addicts closer.
Bass already solved crime. I endorse her.
Next!
Please, I just want to rebuild my home. It's been over a year.
Mom, look.
This is a machine. If we want to burn this town to the ground, pull through that!
Use everything you've got because you're going to need it. You're going to need. I cannot wait to watch this mayor debate tonight. I've long said that if there's a long shot kind of seat like LA mayor, that the best thing the party could do is put up a wild man who's actually willing to set the narrative, who's actually willing to change the conversation. Because I don't know if Spencer Pratt's going to win. He might win. It's a long shot race, for sure. But when he puts out TV ads like this one, I think they're incredibly effective.
This is where Mayor Bass lives. You notice something? Or here, where Nithya Raman's $3 million mansion sits. They don't have to live in the mess they've created where you live. This is where I live. They let my home burn down. I know what the consequences of failed leadership are. That's why I'm running for mayor. For my sons and the rest of us Angelinos that want to stop these corrupt politicians from destroying our city. We are going to get the golden age of Los Angeles back.
Set the narrative, man. That's a great ad. He decided to run for mayor of LA because Karen Bass won't let him rebuild his own house after the Palisades fire. Sometimes it just needs to be the right person in the right place at the right time for the right reasons. I'm actually talking to some friends out in LA. I'm thinking about going out and helping Spencer Pratt. But I'll keep you updated on that one. Guys, do me a favor and head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. It is 4 p.m. You guys can use promo code SPLC to get free shipping. Giddy up, let's go. Flyover Conservatives coming up next, right here on LFA TV. Until tomorrow, everybody, stay loud.
Conservative Podcast with David and Stacey Whited, where we break down current events and examine culture through the lens of conservative Christian values.
They say time flies when you're having fun, and since January of 21, we started this podcast. We've had a lot of fun and had a lot of work as well. We start out with the Dream 100, kind of who do you want to have on, and then as you research guests, you find other books and topics and guests, and you kind of, branch.
And as the world changes and new things are brought to light, it's like, okay, I didn't even think of that topic.
Or new trees we're chopping.
Yes, exactly.
Kind of they're popping up, and some guests you have on, you think, wow, that was really interesting, and that was probably exhausted. You pulled all the water out of that well. Mm-hmm. Some it's like, man, once a year, and there's some topics we do more frequently. We had on a guest about a month ago, and through the rest of the day, we kept talking about things that she imparted to us. Multiple members of our family are now reading books that she either wrote or recommended. She keeps coming up in our conversations, and we're like, actually, the very next day after we interviewed her, we're like, we'd love to have just keep going.
Exactly.
From that,
we have more questions.
Feel like we barely scratched the surface. You got like the little sample at Costco, and there's like this giant box store of knowledge and information there. She's a policy analyst at the Heritage Foundation. She's the winner of the Hill's inaugural Top 50 Women Shaping Policy Award in 2026.
She's amazing because she's a young lady. It's like top 50. That's like, wow.
Top 50.
In 2026.
A lot of women in the world, too.
I know.
Top 50 affecting policy. She's a wife and a mom. She's author of a book called Lead Like JL, Miss Emma Waters.
Yay! Welcome.
Hi, guys. It's so fun to be back with you today.
We are really looking forward to this. Again, like we said earlier, we've got more questions, and we can't wait to get the answers.
Interviewing you is like if you're at a really nice restaurant and they bring by some bread and it's hot and you take like one bite and then they come along and smack it out of your hand and say you got to leave, and you're like, I was just, my mouth was watering, just kind of getting started. You're so insightful, and I think that's because you do a lot of heavy lifting and work in private, and then when you come into public, you've thought through things really well. And so you articulate them in a way that all of a sudden it's like it went from foggy and confusing to clear on so many of the biggest issues that are facing Americans and people in the world today.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's a really good way to put it because you're absolutely right. I think of myself sort of as like the deep dive expert who loves to read all of the material, learn everything I can, but then my real joy isn't just sitting with that or making it apply in an academic context, but actually communicating that to everyday people to think through, okay, as a Christian, as a conservative, as a man or woman, how do we need to address these issues and apply it in our own life? And I think with all the topics I work on, from family policy to reproductive technology to what it means to be a woman today, ultimately, those are just deeply practical questions about what it means to be human. And so these conversations are always my favorite.
Well, we also did something that we almost never do. I've never done, I don't think, is gone back and listened to an interview we've done. I still am at this place where I hate the sound of my own voice when I hear it on. I'm like,
That's not me, is it?
So
That's not what I sound like.
Annoying. And Stacey went back and watched the interview with you again. So we're going to have that in the links down below. So whether you're listening to this on Spotify or Rumble or Apple or wherever you're at.
It was such a great interview. We laughed, we cried, every emotion in between. Truly a phenomenal interview.
It was the whole orchestra.
Yeah.
Whole orchestra was playing. And for those that have not watched the previous episode, can you give us kind of a quick 60-second overview on your book, Lead Like JL, because she's a biblical character that probably doesn't get, her PR department was lacking and didn't get all the press and hoopla that she should have.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so I wrote Lead Like JL, 7 Timeless Principles for Today's Women of Faith, to dive into key questions about what it means to be a woman, a wife, a mother today, and particularly how we think through these roles when it comes to topics like work and leading in the public, but also, and crucially, most importantly, leading in our homes. And so I chose JL as a very provocative character. She's the woman in Judges 4 and 5 who takes a tent peg and drives it through the Israelites' enemy's head. And so many feminists have sort of captured her as this woman who embodies embodies feminism, which is she subverted the patriarchy, she threw off the demands of her time, she overthrew the men around her. But as I did a deep dive into her story in particular, I found that it was actually this incredibly compelling vision of biblical femininity, a woman who prioritized her home first and foremost, and it's through the prioritization of her daily duties and responsibilities that she was able to lead and really, I think, step up in this incredibly strong way. So it was just this really encouraging exploration for me of, as a young wife and a young mother, what does it actually look like to prioritize the home, not as a weakness, not as a detraction from what the Lord has called you to, but actually as the central way that God works through you, especially in this season of life, and really wanting to paint that picture for women today.
So good.
So for guys out there, Jason Bourne has nothing on this gal. She drove a tent peg into a dude's skull.
True.
So this is not for the faint of heart. It's not like, Esther, and you're getting your nails done in a spa day or what, this kind of stuff. This is brutal.
It is.
Not for TV.
No.
Rated NC-17 or something. If you've gotten this, it's got some gore and drama in it and some military strategies and all kinds of stuff in the real story. So woke me up to it. I went to Christian school and grew up in Bible quiz and this whole thing and all this.
didn't know a thing about her. So I was kind of shamed.
Very inspiring story, no doubt about it. And this book is phenomenal. In fact, we were away on a weekend with our son and daughter-in-law, and she talked about this book and absolutely loves the book. And I'm really excited about that. So for moms, this is a really, really great book. For women, this is a really great book. So Lead Like Jail. So good. All right, we want to talk to you something that we didn't get to dive into much the last time we talked about it, but the birth rate in the United States and how that's affecting, in fact, not just in the United States, around the world. We wanted to definitely touch on this and get your take on it because this is a major issue.
Kind of dive into this question this way. If I were to go out on the street, if I was going to the mall and interview 100 people, or if you're just at dinner with friends and talking, most people are under this impression there's too many people. There's not enough resources, not enough water. There's not enough air, not enough light, not enough food, not enough of everything. And the people are these pesky insects that are destroying this beautiful earth, and music and sitcoms and movies and everything, all the space travel shows, they all, even when they remade Noah with Russell Crowe, basically the theme of that movie was, we ate up all the food and we're bad stewards of what God made, so he has to destroy all the people in order to save, because they create this image of like the earth is here, and then humans are these parasites that live on it. And there's just subtle programming everywhere you turn that there's too many people, not enough resources, and if we had less people, all the better, is kind of the unspoken. People don't talk about it, but that's the impression that I think most people would have from all of the facets of media that are out there.
Yeah, and this is coming from a concerted effort in the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s to push the population crisis. So you all have maybe heard of the book, The Population Bomb, which was written by Paul Ehrlich. I think Ehrlich is how you pronounce his last name. And he actually recently passed away, but he is known for popularizing this notion that within an imminent time frame, whenever that was in the 1970s, that the world was going to reach a point of overpopulation where there were going to be way too many people and not enough resources. And that kicked off so many national policies around an attempt to suppress the birth rate. And so there's no direct correlation, but if you think about the timeline, what happens in the 1970s, you have a heavy push for birth control, which setting, discussions of morality aside, the goal of birth control is to reduce how many children people are having. You have Roe v. Wade decided in 1973, erroneously deciding there's a right to abortion in the Constitution. And you have all of these other policy measures taking place with the goal of reducing the number of children people are having. And the reality is it worked. So prior to 1973, the birth rate was sitting around 3.7 children per woman on average, I think, which means that on average, every woman had over 3 kids, which is just way higher than you see if you're on the street today or talking to people. Yeah, especially outside of religious communities, right? And so since 1973, the birth rate's been below the replacement rate of 2.1, and we have never recovered. But what's so crazy is that the population myth that we were overpopulating has actually been disproven on every level. And as an interesting tidbit on this, one of the fascinating uses of technology as a positive good is that right around the 1970s, 1980s, there was actually this innovative breakthrough in how we were farming with our agriculture that made it more possible than ever to produce way more food than ever before. So the population crisis was based on this older agricultural method, and their solution was, instead of improving our agricultural method, we should just reduce humans. But then they just improved our agricultural method, and now we have more than enough food. And so you're exactly right. There is this idea that we have too many people, and yet in no way has that actually been borne out. And the sad reality is that the policies and the cultural norms we've put in place have actually been very anti-family, very anti-child ever since then. And now the United States and every developed nation is actually well below that replacement rate, and it just keeps declining.
In fact, there was, I want to show you guys something that came on X. This is from Andrew Wilson. And he said, yes, it's accelerating. Tesla owners, Silicon Valley, that's what it actually came from. But it said Italy is dying and the numbers are brutal. Italy just recorded its lowest number of births since 1861. Only 355,000 babies were born in 2025, while deaths reached 652,000. So you look at that and think, wow, look at the chart.
So what's the number to sustain a civilization?
Did you say 2.1?
2.1 is that's the floor. That's like, okay, that's your budget. That's zero. That's what you need to continue.
And there's the 1970. Look at that, down 54% since 1970.
The guy was effective with his book.
Yeah.
So the way that I'm understanding this is there's a website that I'm going to bring up here, and we'll put it in the links below for people to look at because it's just a fascinating wormhole. It's ourworldindata.org. They got a graphic map of the world. You can kind of hover over any country. And when you look at these ones that are in green, they're basically in danger of non-existence. The United States is at 1.6, on here. Canada's 1.3. Even these Latin American countries, Brazil 1.6, Argentina 1.5. So 2.1 is the floor. And why we don't see this as much, it seems like in America, is because of open borders, and we're flooding in from some of these, bluer nations, as well as, because you think of immigration as like coming from Mexico and it's coming from some of these places. And while that has been a part, Somalia and Chad, Central Republic of Africa, the Congo, some of these countries are 6, 5, 6, per one. So they're well above that. And so they're basically the immigration from there into the UK, into, the United States kind of keeps the body count, a little bit higher. But the majority of these developed nations, and maybe you can kind of give us more than one reason why this is in these developed countries with better medical care, probably lower, mortality rate among births and deaths at birth. You watch these old Westerns, and it's always like, the mother dies in childbirth and, these things like that's almost non-existent, today. But the populations in the more advanced countries with the best care and, the most access to, Bill Gates may be a part as well. I don't know. Maybe you can break this down, why this would be.
Yeah, and it's important to keep in mind there is no single driver of declining birth rates, which is part of what makes this such a complicated issue, because it means there's also no single solution to address the problem. And so what you're looking at here is the impact of massive technological changes. And so that includes everything from the birth control pill to abortion, even IVF, which we can get into later, to things like our smartphone technology and social media and the ways that work is now no longer just a place you go, but it follows you everywhere. And that's impacted our dating and our marriage habits. So the technology question is huge. There's the marriage question. So in the United States, birth rates within married couples are sitting at that 2-ish replacement rate. And so birth rates are largely holding steady in marriage. The problem is that fewer and fewer people are getting married today. So my generation, Gen Z, I think they're on track for a third of Gen Z to never get married, which is significantly higher than any previous population where majority, at least at some point, were married, whether they divorced or had a spouse die or whatever the situation, at some point they were. And so with marriage rates declining with each generation, you're seeing the birth rate effect. Then there's questions of the economy. So since 2007, around like the 2000s, I'll put it this way, we were seeing a bit of a resurgence in the birth rate in the United States. But with 2007, we saw a massive drop off with the Great Recession. And that's largely to be expected when you have a period of economic hardship. But with 2007 onwards, we did not see any increase in births. And in fact, births have only continued to pretty significantly decline ever since then. And with the cost of housing being so high and practical things like groceries are really high and work dynamics are really difficult, and many families feel like they have to have 2 people in the workforce, which then affects how many children you have. And it goes on and on and on.
Yeah.
And then there's the cultural side of this. So think Sheryl Sandberg's 2020 2012 movement of Lean In, which really prioritized this career first movement of girl boss feminism, which told women in particular that their status and their success first and foremost came from their corporate success and their career success, which is really what I get into in Lead Like JL in particular, is thinking about the cultural messages we sold women, which is to say you should delay marriage, you should delay kids, and prioritize yourself first. And the reality is that women and men to a degree, but especially women, do have a biological clock. There are times it's going to be easier to have kids in your 20s and 30s, and late 30s onwards, it's going to get a lot harder. And so if you have more and more women who are delaying when they have kids, which is what's happening, 50% of 30-year-old women don't have a child today. In 1976, that was only 18% of 30-year-old women.
That's a big difference.
So even right, it's a huge difference. So even shifts in how we're approaching childbearing are having a big impact. And then finally, as I sort of mentioned at the beginning, you're looking at a lot of policy changes that either intended or with unintended consequences really influenced birth rates. So it's a very complicated question on the one hand. And what's actually really interesting is you're exactly right, David, pointing out the immigration concerns. You'll hear many on the left who say, well, it doesn't really matter. We'll just keep importing more immigrants, problem solved. And aside from certain minorities, what's really interesting is that even the children of immigrants assimilate to the birth rate patterns of Americans, which means that first generation immigrants may have 4, 5, 6 kids, but second generation are probably actually going to look just like the American born population. So it's not just a question of do you import one immigrant family, it's a question of every generation having to import that many men and women. So the short answer is it's really complicated, and it sort of affects every aspect of our social life together.
And you may have brought it up and I may have missed it, but another thing that is the homosexual move, where a major increase in that, at least it seems like there's an increase. I think at one time it was like 3% and it seems a lot higher today, or transgender or different things like that.
Just being somewhere in this mob of confusion.
Yeah, exactly.
And then still having this need to nurture, and so becoming heavy activists and school teachers. And, you see a lot of, these demographic changes become from family of school teachers. And, that looked a lot different in the 80s and 90s than it does now. You almost have to say, hey, I'm a school teacher, but I'm not crazy. Libs of TikTok in this world is you almost need a disclaimer, ahead of it. It seems to really be impacting Asian nations that have low immigration numbers like China, Japan, South Korea. China on this map's is at 1. I don't know if South Korea in some of these countries I don't know how they will rebound.
Yeah, well, and that's the concern. So the New York Times has pointed out that there's a point, especially when you're below 1 for your replacement rate, where demographers call this the point of no return, where it's actually incredibly unlikely that a nation will be able to ever recover to its previous levels of families and children being born and national security. And so South Korea has the lowest birth rate in the world at 0.7 children per woman. And so to put this in context, for every 100 adults of grandparent age, that means only 7 children are born. So you have 100 grandparent aged South Koreans and yet only 7 grandchildren between them.
Wow.
Which is so sad, because it's not like the birth rate problem. Like some people say, well, this is just about forcing women to have babies, which it's not. And it's not even about national security and dynamism, though that's important. But ultimately, it's about all the silent homes, the lack of family reunions, the lack of grandchildren. Like imagine reaching that point in your life and realizing that you and most of your peers will never have grandkids to play with because people aren't having babies, and how sad that is as a reality.
Yeah.
It's
and what about the
very sad.
economic
We love being
impact? Because, as you have people aging out of the workforce, there's less people aging into the workforce, to kind of keep, you have the economy, but then you even have households, like people to help take care of the elderly and to check on grandma and, these kind of things. They're just these stranded little islands alone with no network.
which puts significant pressure on things like in the United States, our social security system, which relies on workers paying into the system to support those who have retired. And so when Social Security was enacted in the United States, there were between 20 and 24 working adults for every one retiree. Now there are only 4 working adults for every one retiree, which means we have seen a
That's a problem.
significant, it's a huge problem, right? So, I mean, think about all of the debates around Social Security reform and how much of a I mean, it's a very sensitive topic, to put it lightly, for any administration to deal with. And so, yeah, part of the problem is like if you don't have people, you don't have people to support other people. And so then you have a crisis for your elderly, you have a crisis for the children who are coming up. So, like schools across the United States, school districts are actually preparing to downsize because they're not going to have enough children to support the current infrastructure that they had, whether that's 2 middle schools that are now reducing down to 1, or even counties having to partner together. There's just a lot of downstream effects that most people don't think about. And they're not, I think, the primary reason to care about this issue, but they're certainly very important when you're thinking about economic security, national stability, things on that ground. Yeah.
So it's interesting. You were talking about, where it was at 20 to 24% versus 4% now working for Social Security. But what's going to happen? Is it declining where less and less babies are being born? So what does it look like 20 years from now? Do you think it'll be even less?
I mean, if we continue having fewer and fewer children, as we have had for the past 20 years, then yeah, it's going to be even smaller. Now, some demographers will caution and say we're not at a point in the United States that we're at a demographic crisis, in the true capital C crisis. Like China and South Korea are in true crisis mode. The United States is not there yet. However, if things don't change and if they continue declining year after year, we're quickly working ourselves to that point. And maybe it takes 10 to 20 years, but that becomes a really big problem when you get there, because then it's not an easy solution to fix, right? You can't just magically have a bunch of different kids at different ages. It's something that if you don't address it now, you will inevitably find yourself in that position.
It's unbelievable. You know, someone who's talked about this a lot, and he tends to look at things very analytically in a very spreadsheet kind of way, is Elon Musk. He also practices what he preaches. I think he's, been more involved in procreation than most NBA players. And you can afford him, so we had to have all, these other, comments to the side, just strictly from a numbers standpoint. And he was like one of the first ones kind of ringing the bell of that tier. Most political leaders don't even have children. We have Kamala Harris, she had adopted, kind of stepdaughter, kind of thing. But a lot of them, for the most part, people in leadership positions are not necessarily pro-family. Most of them don't even have one. Elon's made a lot of interesting comments. We kind of put a little series of these together of some of his comments on this topic. Let's play that real quick.
You can really, at a fundamental level, you can think of things as a fight between expansionist and extinctionist philosophies, and that's what really matters. Like everything else is like if humans go extinct or civilization collapses, whatever policies we may have are irrelevant. So first and foremost, we must have an expansionist philosophy for civilization and for consciousness. We must seek to, go beyond what we've done in the past to increase the number of humans, this is incredibly fundamental. So, one way or another, this must happen.
I think we should be cautious about civilizational decline and we have plummeting birth rates most places. Yeah.
Right, and also plummeting resources.
Resources will be fine.
But they're not fine.
I know a lot about
they're not fine now.
No, look, I'm not suggesting complacency. We do want to move to a sustainable energy economy as quickly as possible, but we're not in any danger of resource collapse.
But lots of people don't have enough food or water. Water, we will run out of water. They're running out of sand.
No, Earth is 70% water by surface area.
But you can't drink that.
But desalination is absurdly cheap.
Why don't we do it then?
We do it. It is done.
You have a lot of free time.
It is done. There is a lot of desalination done.
Okay,
there's plenty of water. This is not an issue. My recommendation really would be do not delay having a family. Even if things are tough, there's a baby crisis. The birth rate has plummeted. The birth rate in the United States has been below replacement rate since roughly when I was born in 1971. So that's a long time. And it's continued to decline every year. If there's no humans, means no humanity. So something's got to happen to turn around this crazy low birth rate, or we'll simply disappear. I think even if things are financially difficult, it's still, go for it with regard to a family.
And it kind of goes on and on. If you follow him on X, there's not a day or two that goes by he doesn't have some kind of a tweet about this topic. He's the most consistent person, ringing the bell, and he kind of brings up several of the big issues there. What's your comment?
Yeah, so I am incredibly grateful to Elon Musk for that very reason, that he was one of the most prominent people to really legitimize this concern. So I think for many years it was seen on the hidden parts of the internet or within very niche social circles, but no one really took it seriously until he started making it a big deal. And that's had a huge impact on things like the Trump administration and even how national policies are being set. And I will say, for the elected leaders, I think our current administration is like one of the craziest exceptions in the last 50 years, with JD Vance expecting his 4th child this summer, which will be the first time in over 150 years that we've had a baby in the White House. You have Caroline Leavitt, who's on maternity leave right now. You have Katie Miller, who's expecting anytime soon. Multiple others, I'm forgetting others, but multiple others who are in the admin or wives of those who are in the admin who are expecting. And if I'm looking at this, I think of it as just this incredibly encouraging sign that if the nation is seeing those who are in charge, who are responsible for leading the nation, having so many babies, that actually goes a really long way without ever getting into policy, setting the message that babies are good and that even despite all the chaos in the world that's happening right now, they're doable and you should have them. And so I do think there's a lot of hope there. But yeah, Elon Musk has been one of our best advocates. I think it's interesting. We certainly frame him, and he frames himself as a pro-natalist, which means more babies. It's just like the breakdown of the word. And he is truly a pro-natalist, right? Because he has at least 13 children by 4 or 5 different women. He's used IVF and genetic selection. He's used surrogacy. He has a lot of different dynamics. And so I've oftentimes categorized myself a little distinctly and said, we love everything the pronatalists are doing, talking about the goodness of babies, but we recognize that approach is actually not the approach we want to advocate. And so I say that we're actually for a pro-family approach, which is to say that we first and foremost want to see healthy marriages established. And then within those marriages, children brought forth who know and are being raised by ideally their biological mother and father, right? Where children are most likely to do best. But certainly along the lines of the pronatalist message that babies are good and we want people to have more of them as they desire, very much aligns. And thinking of this, even just on a spiritual level, we tend to see that happy and hopeful people have babies. And if more and more people in the United States are foregoing children, then what does that ultimately tell us about the spiritual state of the nation? Yeah. That we lack hope, that we lack joy. And that's certainly not something that Elon Musk lacks, and many others, it appears. But it seems just like a very sobering wake-up call for the state of so many Americans who don't feel like they have that hope or that joy and that desire to have children.
Absolutely.
Nothing better than a baby.
Yeah, we spent most of our life in the business world and found myself in an environment where I did lots of small group meetings and it's like business strategy stuff. And there was a lot of young men that were like, how do I make money and stuff? And I would, guerrilla warfare, always work in this idea, the best advice I can give you as a young man is, first and foremost, marry the best girl that you possibly can as early as possible. Weed out the ones, if you're Jewish, she's Muslim, something like that. Get the big things out of the way. But the idea of waiting for this perfect one, because here's what you do is, first of all, put a ring on the very best girl that'll possibly put up with your crap as early as possible, and that'll tolerate you. And then you spend the rest of your life serving her in a way that helps you become the man God intended you to be. And it's through that service of others, first serving, protecting, providing for, going without so someone else can. I'm going to pull the car around. I'm going to, sacrifice. Like all of the things involved in taking care of that woman is going to produce then a family that you care for and gives you something to live for that will produce more income than you could ever imagine as this like single Instagram guy working on your muscles to impress other guys mostly. When you look at the comment sections, it's like, hey, look at, I'm going to get this car. It's going to impress a girl. It's like, most of the guys are the ones looking at the cars,
Most
stuff.
girls are like, yeah, it's a white one. I don't know. It's a white car. Yeah.
But
I don't even know what it is.
Get the best girl you possibly can as early as possible. And then from then forward, spend as much of your energy serving her. Because the kind of man you become by understanding her the best that God can give you the ability to and serving her is going to ultimately sand off all of the little selfish edges that you're not even aware of and help you become someone who's worth of producing and creating value to customers and solving problems in the world, because you're a problem solver first and foremost. When your feet hit the carpet is the best thing that you can do, as a man.
Amen.
Yeah, and all the studies back this up. Men who are married and men who have kids in particular make more money than their unmarried, childless peers. So even if you're concerned about resources and finances and pursuing your career, you're going to be 10 times more motivated as a man if you're married and you have a wife and kids who is relying on you than you will be if you're single. And for women, even married women make more over the course of their life than unmarried women or women who don't have kids. So even if you distill this down to just a financial discussion about resources, marriage is the winning strategy to take.
That is so good.
If you want to make money.
Yep.
Make babies.
You had brought it up earlier. I'd love to dive into IVF. This is something David and I don't know a lot about, and we are definitely wanting to hear what you had to say. You said, hey, we can kind of go into this topic. Can you kind of educate us on this and kind of your thoughts?
Some of it's our age and technologies that were around. And the other part is, we had our kids at like 20 and 22 by accident, there was no strategy involved of like, hey, we were just like, hanging out. And so, and so it's not a space that I understand to even articulate, the different arguments in my own mind.
Yeah, and I think you guys are sitting where most Americans are. If you have walked through infertility, if you have a close family member or friend who has, you may be more familiar with what in vitro fertilization is. But I think the reality is that it's still a very niche topic for most Americans. And even those who are dealing with infertility might still have a lot of questions. So this is one of the biggest topics that I work on. And I want to start this by saying, just with like all of the sympathy and with all of the grace in the world, that there are few things that are more difficult than the struggle with infertility. There are few things that I think weigh more heavily on our spirits than this desire to have a child unfulfilled, and the frustration and hopelessness that comes when you feel like you're doing everything you can and yet it's just not working. So I just want to make space for that and really recognize that this is a very real, I just think one of the most painful things you can walk through. And statistically speaking, infertility is on the rise in the United States. In the last 2 decades alone, it's risen multiple percentage points. So it's not just that you're hearing about it more, it's that there are more people who are genuinely walking through this. And yet, I think in many cases, still lacking the resources they need to really proactively address it. So what IVF is, most basically, it's where you extract eggs from the woman, sperm from the man, and then you place them within a petri dish in a fertility clinic lab to hopefully create human embryos. Now, a human embryo, just biologically speaking, is a genetically complete and distinct human organism at that moment of fertilization. And there's this really beautiful video. It's called the Zinc Spark video that you'll see different pro-life groups post occasionally, where at the moment the sperm enters the egg and new life begins, right? So it goes from being these 2 distinct parts to this one new thing that's never existed before. There's this incredible flash of light that explodes on the screen. And it's technically when the It's amazing, right? And it's technically when the zinc chemical interacts and, there's the whole science background, but it just makes me think of Genesis 1 where God says, let there be light. And there's this incredible moment where God speaks life over this new entity that never was and now is and will be through all eternity, right? And so I think especially as Christians, as pro-lifers, yeah, this is the one. When you're talking about this issue, it's so important to keep in mind that human embryos created through IVF are not potential persons. They are persons. From that moment of conception, that beautiful zinc spark that you just saw light up the screen.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and they will exist into all eternity. So how we treat these human embryos, how we approach IVF isn't an inconsequential question. And it's not just about the baby that's born, it's about every human child created in that moment. So this is something that's just an incredibly weighty reality, especially when you think about the fertility industry. And I think the fertility industry as the industry, right? Is unfortunately very anti-life. The fertility industry doesn't view human embryos through this light of personhood. They view them as human tissue that can be created or destroyed at will. And so while there are doctors who were exceptions, and I think most, right, have really good intentions, and there are even pro-life doctors, and while there are many pro-life parents and Christians who use IVF, and I think almost all parents, I would say, are well-intentioned going into IVF, right? Except for maybe some of those extreme cases. At the same time, the way that we approach IVF it is just incredibly complicated. So what tends to happen is that fertility clinics want to see high success rates. And success rates means how many children are ultimately born per cycle. And a cycle is just as many eggs as you can get at one time, as many sperm as you can get at one time, and however many eggs you can create in that single attempt. And so in doing that, they'll try to create as many human embryos as possible. So for some couples, that might only be 1 or 2 human embryos. But for some couples, you can create 20 human embryos. And I'm as pro-family as the next person, but I'm not planning on having 20 children unless the Lord has something crazy in mind. Very real sense that if those human embryos are human persons, we're creating far more than we ever intend to actually carry to live birth. And part of that's because not all human embryos make it. Some fail to implant in the womb or miscarry. But the sad reality is that a lot of human embryos in a standard IVF procedure are just destroyed, either because the fertility doctor decides that they're not very healthy or not very strong, or because parents use genetic testing to test the health or the sex, and in some cases, even the personality and predicted health outcomes to choose what they call the best human embryo. And about 40% of all IVF cycles in the United States use this form of genetic screening to eugenically select some human embryos and discard the others who aren't considered healthy enough. And I put that into parentheses because it's just a screening test. It's not actually a confirmed diagnosis of any condition. So it's one of those things that when I think about IVF, one, it's incredibly emotionally charged because you're talking about, in many cases, right, you think IVF and you think my ability to have a baby. And so anyone who challenges IVF is perceived as someone threatening your ability to have a baby. And that's not at all what I'm saying here. But I do think that as we walk into it, we have to be very sober-minded about what's taking place. Because once that human embryo is created, you can implant the human embryo, you can freeze it indefinitely, and we have about 1.5 million frozen embryos in the United States. Like 1.5 million.
Wow.
And
Take care of that
those are
birth rate number in a jiffy.
which is what the pronatalists argue. But that's a whole other topic because they say artificial wombs and frozen embryos, birth rate crisis solved. And you're like, that's just not what we were going for here.
Solve the birth problem, increase the fatherlessness problem, in the family.
Isn't there,
wow.
I think I've heard before that you can actually, there's Christian organization that people can adopt those embryos. Is that correct?
Yes. So Nightlight is one of the largest embryo adoption agencies. And it's very important that it's actually an embryo adoption agency and not just a tissue adoption agency or some sort of, non-pro-life entity. But
Yep.
yes, this is an incredibly powerful route where there are so many human embryos that are left over that are put up for adoption by parents who no longer are able to use them. And this is good, right? This is like very life affirming because if
Yes.
you don't put them up for adoption, you either indefinitely freeze them or you destroy them, which is not life affirming at all. And so this is a life affirming way of giving your child a chance at life with another family. And so I have many friends actually who have adopted embryos, who have kids through it. And
Wow.
I'm actually on the board of a new organization called Frozen Orphans. And Frozen Orphans is actually doing an entire documentary about the first snowflake baby to ever be adopted, and the IVF industry as a whole. And really thinking about this through the pro-life lens of what do we do with all of these frozen embryos? Yeah, the teaser is actually live, the trailer. It's very powerful. You all should go and watch that later because it's so good.
We'll put
But
it in
yeah,
the
so
notes below
And
so
maybe you could
everybody will
connect us
know.
with
Yeah.
some people there that are part of the production. We'd
We
love to
can
have them
have
on.
them on.
I would
Yeah.
love to. They're just incredible. Yeah. So this is where I've approached the issue is in working in policy, for example. I have spent many, many years thinking through ways that we can pursue IVF in a life affirming or life sparing manner, right? We don't want to destroy human embryos. We don't want to create more embryos than we need. We certainly don't want to genetically screen them, very eugenically so. So, how do we approach this? And there are a few clinics that do it this way, but they're so rare compared to the norm. And it struck me in this process that even if we were to get all the protections in place that we wanted for parents, for human embryos, and most of them don't exist, and sadly, the political will for these regulations are very, very low, that even then, IVF still has only about a 25 to 30% success rate per cycle. So you're looking at like 2 to 3 cycles before maybe having the live birth of a child, over $100,000, tons of ethical dilemmas. And so you're sitting there and you're like, we want to help couples who are struggling infertility. So the question isn't actually, do we want more IVF or less IVF? But the question is actually, what's the best way to help couples who desperately want a child but are
Right.
struggling physically? And so that's where our work in restorative reproductive medicine has really been crucial. And frankly changed the game on how so many different groups talk about infertility. Because the reality is that infertility isn't just a standalone disease. Like you don't get infertility like you get a cancer tumor or you get a ruptured appendix. But infertility is actually a symptom of underlying conditions. So if a couple's diagnosed with infertility, what that diagnosis is telling them is that something in yours or your partner's body isn't working as it should. And so ultimately, IVF actually bypasses the body altogether and creates human embryos outside the body, but it does nothing to treat the underlying conditions that are causing infertility. And studies have shown that infertility is actually shared equally between men and women. And so it's not just a woman's problem. It's actually something where 50% of the time it could be your husband too. And in most cases, you're looking at 4 or more underlying conditions that are at play. And that's between you and so that can be things like endometriosis, PCOS, a hormonal imbalance, blocked fallopian tubes, a host of different things on the side of the woman. For men, it's things like low sperm count, low sperm motility, which, by the way, have been declining globally the last 50 years. There's a ton of research available on this. Lots of really good books written on it too, actually. Low testosterone rates, lifestyle behavior, things like that. Like all of these factors, and there's like over 100 different factors that could contribute, actually result in a couple's ability or inability to have a baby. And so as a way of thinking about the bigger question of treating infertility, we've approached this from the perspective of how do you actually treat the root causes of infertility and restore a couple's natural ability to conceive and have children. Because if you're looking even at IVF statistics, even when it is successful, and about 2.6% of all babies in the US are born from IVF, that's actually disproportionately referring to first births. It's For second births, it's less than 2%. For third children in a family born via IVF, it's less than 1%. And so it means that, like, if you're a couple and you're like, it's not that I just want one kid, you're like, Lord willing, I would love to have 2 or 3 kids, right? IVF is actually going to be an excessively expensive and difficult way to go about that. Versus if you actually heal what's causing the infertility, restore your natural health, your embryo quality, your egg and sperm quality, etc., your success rates can be just as high. And sort of the final thing I'll say on this, and I'm very passionate about, as you can tell,
It's so good.
is that
Great.
he's done looking at approaches for treating infertility at its root causes through natural procreative technology or FEM or neofertility, which are the primary medical specialties. And their success rates are just as high as, if not slightly higher than IVF success rates. And so it's not a question of, it really is like the matter of like, they're both about the same, if not natural causes, actually slightly more successful. And so it's not a matter of like sacrificing success to, quote, do it an ethical way. It's that you both get to treat infertility in a way that is more ethical than IVF, and your success rates will be just as high, if not higher, which I think is just so telling of the goodness of the Lord, is that in honoring him, he doesn't give us less than the best, but actually gives us his best, whatever that may be, right? And not every couple will be able to have a child. But just statistically speaking, there's no loss in pursuing it this way, success rate wise, at the end of the day. Yeah.
Wow.
That is beautiful.
It's so complicated, and there's so many, issues, involved there. And it is heartbreaking when you know someone is going through that. And there's, the challenges of the cost of, these procedures, and then, kind of repeated heartbreak and disappointment in the adoption process and costs involved there. And, every front, we as the church need to come around this, as a way, as well as policies, to make, I can't think of anything that is more fundamental to the policies that are pro-human than having humans and making it cost effective to do that. If we can cut down a couple of Leering centers, here or there, and redirect that money towards, children is better. There seems to be so many things changing in our world all at once. We went from, just say the last 50 years, everybody's got a phone in their pocket and plasticky clothes. And when you pick up a box of whatever, it's like, half of the ingredients aren't food. They're some, weird
Chemical.
word you can't even pronounce. And, there's so many factors in the EMF, and people have stuff, these testosterone rates seem to be dropping, globally, and vaccination schedules went from a handful to countless, number. Is there anything that you specifically, I know we're kind of running out of time here, but that you would point
as you wrap up,
that you could point to that be like, hey, for parents raising children, these are things maybe they're going to help them, the best as possible, for both boys and girls, I know 100 years ago we didn't have, plastic microfiber non-sweat underwear, and all of these things, you read articles and they all kind of point towards it. But is there anything that kind of fundamentally you could point to help parents as they're raising children, that they'll be launched into this world of parenting as successful as possible?
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, to everything you've said, yes, 100%. There are so many studies done just in like documentaries, like microplastic documentaries, studies done in academia that all point to the impact that environmental toxins and chemicals are having on our fertility, and significant impact, right? This isn't just like, oh, maha, like you have to go live on a farm somewhere. Like, no, these are having a big impact. So I think one, for parents, really being proactive in, to the degree that's possible, providing healthy whole foods for your family, as little processed food as possible. Be smart with microplastics. And I can point resources in that direction, the chemicals that we're taking in. But I think the two things I would say crucially is, one, for women, young women in particular, oftentimes what will happen is that a young woman will start experiencing very painful symptoms with her period, irregular cycles, excessively heavy cycles. And when she goes to the doctor is going to, by and large, point her to hormonal birth control to regulate her cycle. And this is sort of the norm for women who are experiencing these very severe symptoms. My caution to parents is to not settle for just a birth control prescription, because what happens so many times is that all of those severe symptoms are actually pointing to an underlying reproductive health condition like endometriosis or PCOS or another cycle problem. But birth control doesn't actually address the problem. It suppresses your cycle. It doesn't improve your cycle, right? It puts you in a state of medicated menopause, as Dr. Sarah Hill says. And she wrote a book, This Is Your Brain on Birth Control, that I think every parent of a daughter should read. And so then what happens if a woman goes on the pill for 5 years or 10 years, she may feel better in the moment, but that endometriosis will grow from stage 1 endometriosis to stage 3 or stage 4 endometriosis without her realizing it. And stage 4 endometriosis is exceptionally difficult to have babies with because of the horrible impact it has on the body. So if you have a daughter who's struggling with that, first and foremost, don't settle for birth control. Actually find a doctor who wants to figure out what's going on and treat it. And then for young men, it's prioritizing getting outside and doing things that increase testosterone and keep it up. So working out, drinking lots of water, don't be on your phone and playing video games all day, get outside, like things like that are like the proactive things I would start with. And really educating, I think, along those lines just goes so far in making sure men and women are set for success. And then, as you said, David, get married young if you can, have lots of babies. The sooner you start, the easier it is. Not impossible when you're older, but it's easier when you're younger.
I love it. This is so good, as always.
Just like last time, I got more questions than answers. Ran out of time.
Such a great
time. I hate
time
this.
with
I hate
you.
having Emma Waters on.
Again, you can go to EML Waters on X. EML Waters on X. You can go from there to get her book. Emma, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver.
Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, who we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver, he offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
Do your feet ache and throb in pain with every step you take every day of your life? Kiss those days goodbye with slippers from MyPillow.com. How about that flimsy, flat little excuse for a pillow that's nothing but 8 hours of disappointment, causing you pain in your neck every single night? You can wake up with nothing but butterflies and rainbows around your head with a MyPillow pillow. Those hardwood floors hurting your old bones? No more with the MyPillow dog bed. Are your towels worn thin, flimsy, more patchy than Joe Biden's memory? There's nothing better than absorbent towels from MyPillow.com. For all of these products and more, go to MyPillow.com, use promo code FLYOVER for up to 66% off.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, why, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did.
All right, Flyover family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order for my pillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some My Pillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. Hey, dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and flip it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
Hey everybody, Jeremy Herrell here. Look, I want to talk to you a little bit about gold and silver. When I was a kid, I always wondered what Fort Knox must look like. And when I was a kid, I always envisioned that when you would walk into Fort Knox, you would see just gold everywhere, literally raining gold, kind of like what you see behind me right now. Unfortunately, as a grown-up, I don't have that kind of imagination anymore, and I don't even have that much trust that Fort Knox has the 5,000 tons of gold that we're supposed to have there. Meaning that decades ago, we went off the gold standard in this country, which took the value of our dollar down to just mere pennies. And since our federal government doesn't want to go back to a gold standard currency, then it's time to us to take matters into our own hands. Have you ever thought about buying gold and silver? Have you ever thought about taking portions of your IRA or your 401k or your nest egg or your savings and putting it into gold and silver, either all or a portion of it? Have you ever wanted to purchase silver like this in bullion or premium? I know I do. And I know I wanted to take matters back into my own hands, which is why I have worked with Golden Crest Metals to do that. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA is going to be your go-to, absolutely transparent and trusted partner. Now, you can go to that website or you can call 888-308-4202. And what the good thing about this is they're going to guide you. They're going to talk to you. They're going to guide you. They're going to give you all the answers to your questions. And there's going to be no hidden fees. It's completely transparent. No hidden fees, no pressure, no surprise markups whatsoever. Clients get to see everything before they purchase. They've even agreed to lower the minimum investment to the LFA audience in order to make sure that everybody has access to this. Free IRA storage, free insured shipping, and a full range of precious metals from gold, silver, palladium, and platinum. And if it's easier for you to just maybe click a QR code, well, guess what? We've got that available for you too. Right here, ladies and gentlemen. Click this QR code on your screen and it'll take you right there. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Again, GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA, or call 888-308-4202 today to reach these guys. They're going to be a great partner for you, just as they have been for me, and we absolutely recommend here at LFA TV, GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA.
Hey, folks, welcome to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. We got a great show for you. We're going to talk about redistricting. We're going to talk about more what KFC Steve Cohen is saying out of Memphis, because he's going to lose his seat, as well as the guy from the Democrat from Mississippi going to lose his. But I want to start the show talking about this hysteria that, well, I'm calling it hysteria. These reports coming in that a group of pastors were briefed about coming UFO disclosures and how it's going to send shockwaves across Christendom. And I want to talk about that because to me it just seems totally overblown and totally overhyped, regardless of what the government comes out and says, because it's not like trying to prove God a liar is a new strategy from a cosmic standpoint. That's what the enemy, that's what the devil has always tried to do. So what we tell you on the program today is that God is in control. Nothing new is under the sun. Jesus Christ is king. And the Paul Herrell program starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
All right, everybody, thanks so much for being with us. As always, we're broadcasting from the great state of Arkansas, and I am joined in seat number 3. We got Eric Haynes with us. Eric, how you doing, sir?
Great to be part of the conversation, sir.
It's always great to have you. So, yeah, there you see it, or you saw it in the thumbnail, this UFO hysteria. Now, we've kind of heard this for the last couple of months. You've heard it from people like Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna. You've heard it from Congressman in Tennessee Tim Burchett, talking about these coming UFO disclosures. What is a positive development, at least it's a positive development from what I can see, is many of the narratives, many of the words that are coming out of these people's mouths are saying the idea that these are green spacemen from Mars is not entirely accurate. And so you're hearing this term interdimensional being being thrown around, which, this is something that for the last 20 years, I would say, is kind of where I've been on it. I've always suspected that that's the case, that you can categorize these things from what we know of the Bible, what we can read in the Bible about, the different categories of life and that sort of thing, and that spiritual forces are real, and that it would be to the advantage of the enemy to mask around as some green space alien when you're really from the pit of hell or have allegiance to the pit of to the gates of hell. So in that sense, I think a lot of people have been kind of vindicated that this is the new narrative. But with anything, we want to be cautious because there's always a psychological operation around the corner. Many people think there's going to be some sort of fake alien invasion in some really ham-fisted attempt to unite the world under, the communism. I mean, that'll be the solution, right? That's always the solution. Global warming. Well, how do we solve climate change? Well, communism, actually. How do we solve our democratic problems? Well, communism. How do we solve wealth inequality? Communism. How do we solve an invasion and an attack by aliens? Communism. Well, gee golly, wouldn't you know? That's always their solution. So we do have to be very careful.
The little green men are here to fix minimum wage and the ozone layer, huh?
That's exactly right. Exactly. The little green men are here to tell us that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is correct. And we've just been so stupid all along, right?
Tell Starbucks their lib coffee's way too expensive.
Yes.
They're going to fix all these things, huh?
The little green men are here to tell us that artificial intelligence is our friend and data centers are good for you.
And no, Lindsey Graham, will not be taking you to our ship for the probe that you seek.
Yes, that's true. Lindsey Graham's like, now, I would really like a tour of your spaceship. Can you give me a tour, please? No, seriously. We do have a great Graham Watch segment for you planned later in the show because our friend of the show, friend of mine, Noel Fritch, was on Timcast in real life last night, ripping Lindsey Graham. Really, the entire ensemble was there ripping Lindsey Graham. So that is our Graham Watch coming up later. So congratulations to Noel Fritch. I really appreciate you. I really appreciate the friend that you've been to me. If it wasn't for Noel, this show would not be where it is right now. And it's great to always interview him as well. It's just great to see his success and getting on a show like that, and also being able to raise even more awareness that Lindsey Graham doesn't doesn't really make sense for a state like South Carolina at all. But speaking of weird, let's go to this story. So over the last 24 hours, from what I can tell, it's mainly focused amongst Pentecostals or people who are Pentecostal adjacent type denominations that are out saying that there was a group of pastors that was briefed. Now, first we were told that this group of pastors was briefed, by the government. Then I've heard that no, actually it wasn't the government. It was just some UFO researchers who know people in the government, or maybe there are people there that used to be in the intel community or oligarchy, or anyway, it's kind of unclear exactly, but there is an account. I mean, there are people with official accounts saying that they had a meeting where they were told to turn their phones on airplane mode. They were told to, which, by the way, that's a big deal, like the idea that airplane mode would matter. I'm pretty sure you just need to have your phone off in a completely other part of the building, like airplane mode. Like, that's going to really turn off the microphones that are listening to everything we say. But this is what we're hearing. We're hearing stories like this. I believe somebody named Dr. Dan is saying this was not a major official government prep meeting for churches everywhere. It was a small private Airbnb meeting with Alan Didio and Joseph Z. Phones on airplane mode. These are some of the accounts that have kind of sent Christian X into a little bit of a tailspin.
You and I recently just had a clandestine meeting in the middle of the woods, Airbnb in the middle of nowhere, Tennessee.
Yep.
And it was a very serious meeting. I mean, we're not having this conversation today just because we're trying to find something to talk about.
Yep.
This was some information that filled in some spaces, filled in some holes with people who know what they're talking about. We had to turn our phones on airplane mode. We did. This was a very I don't want to say confidential, very confidential meeting. It was. So we're going to be in a veiled way, because there's some things we can't disclose.
That's right.
That we're going to be sharing some things that we learned in the last 24 hours. So
First of all, we were approached because of both of our programs.
Yes.
And some of the prophetic things I've shared, and the reams of information you've put out over the several years. They are gearing us up for the great deception that I believe what they're going to release is going to so fit the narrative. They're going to say Jesus was a spirit, enlightened being that came down, however they frame it with their terminology. He came down and he was one of these star people. And they're going to go down this whole avenue, and they're going to try to lay over Scripture all of their narrative, which is really demonic in origin. Can you share some of that?
Yeah, and they're not going to be defamatory. They're not going to attack Christianity. They're going to say, "Oh, you're close.
You're close.
You're close. Here's what actually happened.
Come on. Yeah,
Here's
Alan,
what really
right.
happened." And I've written about this, I believe, in Summoning the Demon, but for decades, for a very
you
long
have the
time.
other book. What is it? Antichrist?
Yeah, AI, Aliens, and the Antichrist.
Yeah, that book is awesome. We're seeing three things. I'm just going to go here and just try to write this out, because I believe that we've actually been, in some ways, vindicated of things we've talked about. So when we're talking about the alien, UFO, whatever, okay, so let's just call this UFOs. Number one, tech, and the data Alan and I just received, I think the stat was something around 95%, or the UFOs we see is high-level tech. Alan, do you want to comment on that at all?
Yeah, they mentioned most of what we're seeing are either technology from the United States government or adversarial governments that are making incursions in United States airspace. Now, a lot of that tech, that 95%, is reverse engineered tech.
Yes.
That's being used.
And they began to share things. We actually saw images of creatures.
Yeah.
And that was startling.
Yeah.
And number two, and Alan, you are so versed on this. Number two, Blue Beam, and I'll let you explain it.
Yes. In order to bring everyone under a one world religion, one world government, there is a plan for this. The globalists, the elites have a plan. And their plan is, number one, there'll be some sort of catastrophic event. It could be an earthquake, it could be a tsunami, that will uncover some documents that will show the Bible isn't entirely true. And that we bring it all under one world religion.
They say is like 5% of what's actually going on out there. But the real...
So here's a few thoughts on this. Number one, it's not as if the Bible being true is something that is promoted by secular governments right now across the world. As a matter of fact, most of the people who are in charge of all governments across the world don't actually purport to say that. They don't believe that the Bible is true. So right now, the people that believe the Bible is true are Christians. So the idea of this huge potential false flag or something like that, it would just be focused on Christians, to get Christians to doubt their faith, to get Christians to somehow, get on board with the one world communistic system. I don't know. Well, I mean, I guess that could be. I'm not saying that there's nobody out there that's going to have their faith challenged or questioned if something like this happens. I do have this question. This is my main question. The idea that the government is all of a sudden going to be truthful to us about the conspiracy theory to rule them all. The one conspiracy theory of all conspiracy theories would be aliens or interdimensional.
51.
Really taking it into the, actually, no, they're not aliens. They're interdimensional beings that are proving spirituality is real, proving that, to me, you're telling me that we're about to do this, we're about to disclose this, and yet at the same time, the same government tells us there's no one else to arrest in related to Epstein? Now, seriously, because the whole thing is like, well, they can't release all the Epstein files. This is kind of the idea. They can't release all the Epstein files because there's too many powerful people. The entire government might collapse if we do that. So we're to believe that we're going to still continue towards this line of corruption, but we're going to be totally honest about the conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
To rule all conspiracy theories. Yeah. Like, I just don't buy it. I think that's, I don't know.
The least credible people in the world.
Yes, there you go.
Expect us to believe that they are credible.
Exactly.
In this.
Exactly.
Luckily, I'm a child of the 80s and 90s and grew up with Flight of the Navigator, the movie, with Pee Wee Herman's voice as the...
okay.
And so I'll be fine with that high-tech stuff that this guy was talking about on his dry erase board, and just I'll be fine with that.
Okay, here's another clip that
I think they came from Mars.
Here's another clip that was making the rounds. I'm going to set this up here.
This is going to be a really important conversation.
Yes, thank you, Bishop Allen. And Tony, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me. I was here till about midnight last night at the studio. My son woke me up at 3 o'clock this morning. I've been up since, so I should have just stayed here all night.
Well, there's so many things going on. We, the three of us, and a few others, just a handful of people, were pulled into a meeting, and we really got data and information that not all of it can we talk about because there's an investigation going on higher ranks of issues. And so we'll talk about the things that we can and should talk about, but we're going to give a lot today. And so what I'd like to do is Bishop Allen, if you could just start with us, my friend, and just begin to talk about what you're understanding and some of the takeaways you have. And then, Tony, I'd like you to respond to that. Let's begin.
Well, I've got to say this was one of the most unusual meetings I've ever been a part of, where the three of us, along with maybe three others, it seems like a half a dozen people were gathered in an Airbnb in the mountains of Tennessee, discussing an investigation that's going on in the United States government against crimes they have committed in the process of retrieving and reverse engineering technology from non-human intelligence. The meeting also went forward to discuss the propaganda plan that was in place leading up to disclosure. And so it was interesting that as we were preparing for this meeting, I think, Tony, was it 2 weeks before we actually had the meeting, you reached out to us and said something about this.
Yes.
As we were getting ready, the urgency of the meeting was there's about to be disclosure. We need to have a conversation with key ministers who have a big reach and a big influence so that the body of Christ is not unprepared and is knocked back on their heels when this information comes out. So the interesting thing about the timing of this meeting is, as we were gathering, we saw Obama come out, we saw Trump come out, and then we saw more statements that we're going to talk about here in the future. So that's kind of the gist of the meeting.
So what they're talking about is when Barack Obama seemed to talk about aliens, and then Trump on Air Force One came out and said, he was asked, hey, what do you think about what Obama said? And Trump said, oh, well, he just divulged classified information. Maybe I'll have to pardon him for it. Seemingly confirming this. And then I mentioned earlier that you have people like Anna Paulina Luna saying this.
So the interdimensional beings is what our witnesses will call these things. I have seen evidence in a skiff that leads me to believe there are things we cannot explain, and I have observed things that are of non-human origin and creation. That's my opinion. But there has been a declassification order from the president, and you will see as soon as that stuff comes up.
Right. So do you think...
So, again, and that's not the only time she said that. Her and Tim Burchett have been saying that. This is how the liberal, or this is how the mainstream press is covering this, Eric. The Daily Mail U.S. headline, religious leaders told prepare now for UFO disclosure to unleash Bible-changing revelations. Bible-changing revelations. Obviously, the revelations, whatever they may be, or we may be here a year from now and nothing has happened, by the way, because, I mean, this could very well end up being a phenomenon like, hey, we think, I'm predicting the day and time Jesus Christ is going to return, and that day comes and goes. But religious leaders told to prepare now for UFO disclosure to unleash Bible-changing revelations. What a loaded headline that is.
Yeah.
There's nothing that is going to be disclosed that's going to change the Word of God. There's nothing that's going to be disclosed that's going to change the Bible. Now, it may send people to the Bible looking for biblically based answers as to whatever it is the government's telling you. But what you said earlier, the least credible people in the world, the United States government, when it comes to telling the people the truth, when they clearly actively lie to us most of the time, I honestly think a lot of this is a big overreaction in terms of there are so many people who are awake right now, Christians chief among them, who aren't going to believe this at all. I mean, I was talking to somebody at lunch the other day who brought it up. Like, hey, fake alien invasion is probably next. The next thing to get everybody distracted. So I think this whole exercise is, again, as I said at the opening, the strategy of the enemy is always to prove God a liar. And the enemy fails every single time. But you see it in the Garden of Eden. Did God really say, if you eat of the fruit that you will die? It's always to challenge the word of God. So it's no surprise. And everybody's going to think, okay, this is the end. This is the end. And look, everybody throughout church history has thought that this age is the end, and yet it's actually the church goes on. People go on, and things continue to grow. More babies are born. More people have a relationship with Christ. Here is now I do believe Jesus is coming back at some point. Don't misunderstand me. He
like
is
a thief in the night.
Yes, exactly. So here is. So here was one of these claims. Listen to this real quick, because there's been some an amendment here.
Only a handful of pastors are invited to come to a private meeting with a group of men who are connected with the intelligence world that are believers, but still have very high security clearance. These are legit, true men of God that are still connected to Washington and even this current administration and all branches of military. And they literally told us, we had a sitting congressman, a very well-known congressman from Missouri. He called into that meeting as well. That was just for pastors. And this is what he said. On speakerphone, this sitting powerful member of Congress said, "Are the pastors listening to me?" I'm getting chills right now because this happened to me. He said, "Are the pastors in the room listening to me?" And I said, "Yes, sir, we are here." And he said, "Listen to me. Go and tell the church they are not ready for what is coming. The narrative that is coming, what they are going to say is going to be like nothing you can even imagine. They are preparing to tell us that they are from another dimension, that they are our creator, and that these beings, these aliens, or whatever you want to call them, they were the ones that seeded us here. There is no such thing as God."
I get that. Like, I've seen I've seen some of these sci-fi movies that have claimed this. So just because the government says that these things are our creators, that means Christians are going to all of a sudden believe it? I don't see that happening. Now, he's actually that same guy has made an apology video to Congressman Eric Burleson. Listen.
I want to address this video that's going around of me in regards to the meeting of pastors that gathered to discuss the upcoming so-called UFO disclosure. In this video, I stated that a congressman from Missouri had called in to speak to the pastors. And of course, it's being revealed now that that is Congressman Eric Burleson. And he did call in but he called in to encourage us and to thank us pastors for the work that we're doing, and that we are, speaking the truth to our people and pointing them to Jesus and not get distracted of things in the world. In that moment, I began to state things that I have always said. That is my opinion, and my opinion is, and that's exactly all it is my opinion, that when this disclosure comes out, that it will be spun, that it is, that the aliens have always been here, that they seeded us, that they created the first religion, and all of that. I should have stopped and paused and said, and this part is my opinion. In the heat of that, I didn't. I led with saying that he had called the pastors, and I went straight into my opinion. So I want to make it very clear that Eric Burlison did not say those words. Those were my words. And I want to own it, and I want to apologize directly to Congressman Eric Burlison.
Okay, so anyway, these are the videos that have been going around, and this is not all of them. I don't even think I have the first one that I saw exactly. But the point being is, when I saw all of this, I get it. Like, if I had gone into one of those meetings, I mean, sure, I guess I would be, I guess I would report about it too. I'm not criticizing them for reporting about it, but I've just seen it kind of explode, and it's just kind of, everybody's talking about it, and this idea that we've got to prepare the church, and I just kind of feel like if you're already going, like if you're already at a church that believes that the Bible is the Word of God, and that the Bible is good for instruction and how to live as a Christian, I think we're going to be okay, folks. That's what I'm saying. I think we're going to be okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. I've been sitting here the whole time just like trying not to be offended. And I think a lot of the folks in our audience would feel the same way. Like, do you not think that we can handle an announcement that sounds a little pathetic to us about from the government saying that we're not alone in this world, and something ridiculous like there is no God and that actually these little green guys made you? Like, blowing that off seems so easy to do.
Yeah, even with technology, even if with it coming, you have this technology or you have evidence or whatever. It's
we as Christians know that there was no direct mention of extraterrestrials in the Bible. There is literally not a single direct mention of it. There are plenty of mentions of angels and spiritual beings.
Demons.
Plenty of those, and demons.
Mm-hmm.
But God has sovereignty over all. And that's the floor. That's the basic foundation. I don't have to be explained it to by someone from the government that, well, actually, we've found a few things that might have you scratching your head, Eric. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
My faith is stronger than that.
Yeah,
right?
I completely agree with you, and I think you're spot on. And I also think there's answers within Scripture, just like you mentioned. The Scripture has categories for different life forms.
Yeah.
Right?
It was a little weird conversation with my children when I said, yeah, Moses grabbed his brother's staff, threw it on the ground, and it turned into a serpent and ate all the other serpents that were in the room when Moses went to go see Pharaoh.
Right.
And yes, Moses lifted up his staff, and the waters parted, and they all crossed across where there was a whole bunch of water before when they probably should have drowned. And yes, I mean, all these great stories from the Old Testament, and it's like
it's supernatural.
It's supernatural.
We literally
and they're
worship.
Cool to talk about, but
yeah.
I don't have to say to them like, and just as a little buffer, we know that stuff can't happen today, but that's just how God did it back then.
You don't say that, right?
No.
Yeah. Or nor do you say, oh, and do you know what they've, by the way, I think they have. Oh, they've found Egyptian chariots in parts of the Red Sea. Like you don't have to say that. Like because as believers we're like, well, the Bible says it, so we believe that it's true. We believe it's inerrant. We believe it's inspired. And to your point about supernatural, like we worship a man who was raised from the dead.
Yes.
We believe Jesus conquered death. And so you're going to now, so people are now afraid that if the government reveals that they have scientific evidence of interdimensional beings that are claiming that they're really God and need to be worshipped, do I think there'll be people that will worship them if it plays out like that? Yeah, there's going to be people that do. Absolutely.
Like the people on top of the big tower in Independence Day,
Yes.
right before they attacked.
Yes, the stripper.
The people with the signs.
Yes.
Yeah, let's have a party. Come hang out with us.
Absolutely.
Right before they got zapped.
It's
There
so-
will be idiots.
She's like, it's so pretty. And then,
yes.
no, so to your point, like, this is, and I can also say, hypothetically, like, the Christians that reject this, the Christians that were to call it, hey, this is evil, this is bad, we disagree. Could we be marginalized? Could we be hated? Could the rise of the neo-Amish really be about rejecting alien technology? Yeah, I mean, all that could happen, but you know what? Jesus said the gates of hell will not prevail.
That's right.
Over his church.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, we may have interesting times ahead, but guess what? It's going to cause people to go. It's going to cause people to run towards God and the Word of God with even more fervor.
I'm just so glad you said that a while ago about like
we're going to be okay.
We're going to be okay. We can handle this information, and we can.
Well, it just seemed to me a little bit hysterics, and I get it. But I don't understand. Like if you're going to church that preaches the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ,
yeah,
and you've got will there be members that have their faith shaken? I suppose. I mean, I suppose it can happen. But
there's been plenty
the
of
idea
movies
that
and
it's just
SNL
going to
skits
totally
that have prepared us.
uproot it. Galatians 1:6. Paul is writing to the Galatians and says, I'm astonished that you so quickly deserted him who called you in the grace of Christ and are turning to a different gospel. Not that there is another one, but there are some who trouble you and want to distort the gospel of Christ. But even if we or an angel from heaven should preach to you a gospel contrary to the one we preach to you, let him be accursed. As we have said before, so now I say again, if anyone is preaching to you a gospel contrary to the one you received, let him be accursed. So even, and I pulled that verse specifically, even if an angel from heaven, or one claiming to be, preaches to you a different gospel, let them be accursed. The Bible the Bible is an inexhaustible resource. The Word of God is inexhaustible. God Himself is inexhaustible. Yeah. And you know what? I mean, we can have a God contest. We can go old school and have. There's a book that I read to my daughter, and it's about Elijah and the God. It's called the God Contest.
Oh yeah.
And it's when Elijah, goes with the prophets of Baal and everything else, and the fire from heaven that burns the altar that's soaked in water, and then of course the Baal altar. The Baal was the Baal god was using the bathroom, according to Elijah. Maybe he's using the bathroom. Maybe that's why he's not answering you. I say all that to say, folks, we're going to be just fine. So I posted this. Some guy named Mike Signorelli says, the rumors are real. I was brought into a private meeting with other pastors. No phones, no cameras, no recordings. We were told plainly disclosure is coming, and what follows will shake the faith of many. And I just wrote, God is in complete control. There is nothing new under the sun. Pastors who teach their flock that Scripture is foundational to the Christian life have nothing to worry about. If anything, this will cause us to cling to the Word of God with more fervor, with more zeal. So do not be afraid. Do not let your heart be troubled. If that is you, and maybe my cynicism here is misplaced. If I'm wrong about this, that's fine. I've been wrong about a lot of things, but fear is not. We are not called to be afraid. We were not given a spirit of fear. We're given a spirit of love, power, sound mind, or discipline and a sound mind, and that's how we should interpret all of these events, and know that. If God is for us, who can be against us? We're on God's side. There's no mountain we can't take. There's no hill we can't try to take, because if the worst case scenario happens and we die, well, now to die is to gain. So anyway, that's my take on that. So, but there is some funny memes on this. Look at this. So remember the Epstein binder gate? So now people are like, it's time. And they've got the grays, which, by the way, so L.A. Marzulli, who I had the privilege of interviewing, L.A. Marzulli, he has written books like On the Hunt, On the Trail of the Nephilim, and he actually thinks, I'm just letting you know, he actually thinks that the Greys are basically like automaton flesh suits that are created technology that are that enable demons to possess. Right, so basically creating for themselves skin suits. Well, somebody's got to build those things. I know it raises a lot more questions. I'm just telling you, I'm pretty well versed in a lot of the different theories, and I'm comfortable with pretty much all of them. I mean, I can see how somebody can take what's in the Bible to kind of try to categorize what we may be experiencing, what we may be about to disclose. But yeah, I thought that was funny. And actually, DC Drano, who was one of the ones that was at this meeting, the Epstein meeting. Look at the folder say UFO Files Phase 1. This is great. DC Drano says, happy to report that I will not be helping release the UFO files. If someone tries to hand me a binder, I will let it fall to the ground. Thank you for your attention in this matter. So I think it's funny that he could make light of that. So what do you guys think in the comments? Do we have any interesting comments? We'll look at them during the break because we are now half past the hour, so we're going to reset here. We're going to take a quick break. Before we do, though, I do want to tell you about red light therapy from Redvive and the great folks at redvivehealth.org/Paul. That's redvivehealth.org/Paul. Why should you use red light therapy? Well, because we are surrounded with toxins all the time, whether it's our food supply, whether it's the air we breathe. And we also are being encouraged with Big Pharma to take their drugs to alleviate the symptoms. But have you ever thought that you're not getting what nature already has for you? When the sun rises and the sun sets, it emits red light. But then these red light panels, you get it in targeted doses. Red light and near-infrared light, 2 different wavelengths in the same panel. The red light is great for your skin, your collagen, your anti-aging, and then the near-infrared light penetrates deep into your cells, your tissues, your organs, stimulates your mitochondria, and triggers biophotomodulation. It's a real science. Look it up. Go to redvivehealth.org/Paul. That's redvivehealth.org/Paul. Save 35% off of these red light panels. When you mention my name, you can also call 844-RED-VIVE. That's 844-RED-VIVE. If you mention my name, Paul, you get 35% off. If you can prove that you're a veteran, you'll get an even bigger discount. redvivehealth.org/Paul. 35% off. Back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Redvive.
Why is Redvive different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near-infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Redvive devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
Behind every precious life, there was a choice. Behind every family moment, behind every special memory, there was a choice. A life of joy. A life that is beautifully and wonderfully made. At 7 Weeks Coffee, we are funding the pro-life movement, one cup at a time. Will you let your coffee serve a greater purpose?
All right, welcome back.
The
Welcome
Paul
back.
Band.
Thanks so much for being with us. Having too much fun today on the show.
As always.
Let me pull this volume down here. All right, so
So much alien talk.
yeah, a lot of alien talk. We do have one.
Perhaps.
I did see one comment. Hang on, one comment that I thought. Let's see, where did it go? Kimberly.
Yeah, a lot of good conversation.
Kimberly 0464 says we must stay close to the Holy Spirit to have discernment during these times. I agree, all the time. You should always do that. So we've long reported on this show that Abigail Spanberger and her takeover of Virginia is a intel oligarchy backed plot to allow the deep state to have a beachhead right there in Virginia. They don't have to go very far from D.C. to kind of have a place for people to run to. And so we know that. We know that redistricting thing was all part of that as well. I think it was also part of the Supreme Court decision leaking to them. I made that claim the other day. Well, we have news. It looks like the DOJ is looking into local officials there in Virginia to try to ferret out corruption, and it looks like they may have found some. There was raids at least 10 places across the state of Virginia today, implicating the president pro temp of the Virginia State Senate, Louise Lucas is her name. Matter of fact, let's throw this up on the screen here. Did you hear about this one, Eric?
Absolutely. They caught her, or they put a camera and microphone in front of her face when she showed up for work today. It was super awkward. Did you see that?
I think I've got that.
I don't know what's going on.
I think it has to do with. I think this has to do with drugs, or actually, it's like marijuana dispensary. But Port Smith, Virginia, the FBI is raiding the office of Virginia Senate Pro Temp Louise Lucas, a Democrat and close ally of Virginia Governor Spanberger. Federal law enforcement sources tell Fox this is in connection to a major corruption probe, and the FBI is serving multiple search warrants approved by a federal judge at her office and a next-door cannabis dispensary. So.
She doesn't look 63 in that picture right there, obviously, but she's like 63 years old.
Wow.
And when she showed up to work today, bless her heart, she was just like, you could tell, it was definitely caught off guard, but the cluelessness of the look on her face, because all of her employees were outside. They'd all been told to go outside. You cannot come back in. And meanwhile, the FBI is just like loading up a Brinks truck full of boxes coming out of her office. And I mean, what a moment to then have a camera put in your face and be like, what do you think about what's going on in your office today? Like, oh, shoot.
Yeah, she actually said something like, I don't know what's going on.
Really? Do you not?
I don't really. Let's see here. No, I don't. I thought I had it pulled, the clip of her responding. Maybe I can find it here in a minute. But Nick Sorter is saying that according to the New York Times, this has to do with bribery.
Yeah.
And so it's the marijuana dispensary is right there by her office, or at least one of the places that was raided in her office, and then the marijuana dispensary.
It's next door.
Right, yeah, right next door.
Isn't that funny?
So, yeah. You got to wonder, like,
get some kush, and
What's
then go to work.
What's the snack closet like in this in her office? Like, what kind of munchies does this lady have?
So many munchies in that office.
It's like the happiest place to work in all of Virginia. You covet that job. It's like, it's like becoming, I don't know. It's like becoming
Come get all the cheese puffs you want over here.
Yeah, it's like becoming a successful J.P. Morgan banker, I guess. It's like the pinnacle of what you want. So, is this her reaction? The reaction of Democratic President Pro Tem of Virginia? Yeah, I think I do have it. I think it's right here. Hang on, let me see here. Take a look.
She arrived here. I asked her about being here as the FBI raided these locations. Take a listen.
Say about what they're doing? I don't know what's going on. I just came from another billboard, so I'm just gonna wait until they tell me.
All right, so she doesn't know what's going on.
She arrived here.
Maybe she.
What's that old meme of
maybe
like?
She doesn't. Okay.
She may not.
Maybe she doesn't. I'm not jumping to conclusions here, but if she does, it's gonna be pretty funny. Because by the way, this lady's way high up in the Virginia government.
Right.
I mean, way high up.
Right. What is that, man? What is that? Who me meme? Just hanging around. What is that? Just hanging around.
What is this?
Oh man, I can't find it. It's this. Oh, it's a great meme of this black guy. It's. I don't know. You guys will probably know it, but it's just like, what are you doing? And he's like, who me? Oh, nothing. Just hanging around, and it's clearly he's clearly up to something. But anyway, I can't find it. But all right, so bless her heart. Bless Senate Pro Tem Lucas's heart.
Senate Pro Tem. That was what I was looking for.
As we,
which means what? She's one step away from.
I don't know what the hierarchy is, or like the rules of secession.
Okay.
Or not succession. I'm not really sure exactly, but normally the president of the Senate is the guy who's going to control legislation. He's going to control, committee assignments. In this case, I think she's a she. It's a powerful position. Somebody's, it's basically the same thing as the majority leader.
Okay.
Or the Speaker of the House.
That's what I was looking for.
Most of the time, in most legislatures, that's that position. So it is a powerful position. And most of the time, the governor is going to handpick or have some kind of say of who they want in that position. So it very much is a blow to CIA-backed spam burger. And then we also have this, just a follow-up. The city of Memphis is going to lose their Democrat racially based district. It was interesting to hear on Timcast last night, our good friend Noel Fritsch. It was interesting to hear him talk about how basically the liberal justices in their dissenting opinion on this are arguing for Jim Crow-based districts. Like they are actually arguing for Jim Crow laws to remain in place.
Yeah.
Like that's what they want to happen. They want race-based districts. And, to kind of hear it put that way, you're like, wow, how did we get here? But it was a fascinating discussion about how things are changing. This is the new map. As you see there, Memphis is now going to be, if you compare the two here, right now Memphis is just this little district. And then you've got this big one to the east.
Imagine it. They are now for segregation.
Yes. Yes, they are. Well, and compare it to the South being against segregation. Or, I'm sorry, compare it to the South being for segregation. Civil Rights Act, the Little Rock Nine right here in our own state,
right,
which gave Arkansas very much of a, I believe that whole thing gave Arkansas very much of a Stockholm Syndrome.
Yeah.
When it comes to trying to defy the federal government, especially, it really kept us in line, let me tell you. I think we're kind of breaking out of that, but you see the difference here. What they're doing is they're taking this big swath of land here, and they're dividing it up, basically parallel with the state borders, for the most part, into three districts.
Yeah. So it'll go from 2 to 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Memphis, they're basically splitting Memphis. If you look at it, they're splitting that Memphis district in half, and they're giving it to the northern district, and then giving it to the one in the middle there. If you can see that, it's pretty fascinating what they're going to do. And of course, they're freaking out about it. They're also doing this in South Carolina. South Carolina House Rules Committee has voted to amend the sine die. Sine die is what you do when you're about to leave session. You're about to end the session. South Carolina is now saying we're going to amend the sine die, and we're going to allow redistricting next week. So it looks like South Carolina is at least going to have a shot at it. Then we go over here back to Tennessee, back to Memphis. Here is the congressman famous for his fried chicken stunt.
Mr. KFC.
Steve Cohen, he is not happy about this because he's going to lose power. He's losing political power. By the way, it has nothing to do with the people of Memphis as far as he's concerned. And I would have there's got to be people in Memphis that would at least be like, yeah, this guy really doesn't care about us. He just wants his salary and his I'm assuming this guy's made a lot of money on the stock market since he's been in power. Listen to this.
The state, you're changing the House of Representatives from the People's House to the Republican Party MAGA's house to the governor's house. And that's not the way government's supposed to be. I'll tell you some stories. When I was a senator, it was from 1982 to 2006, there were more people up here in the Senate and the House that said Memphis should be part of Mississippi. They constantly said it. If it weren't for John Wilder and Jimmy Navy and Ed McWhirter who had power then, Memphis would have suffered more. Right now, Memphis does not have a friend in the higher spaces of government. We've got two great state senators and Justin Jones, who's a great state representative. He's the real deal.
And Justin Pearson.
Cool it.
Justin Pearson.
And Justin does a great job. The fact is, Memphis has been eliminated by this Jim Crow bill.
It's the opposite, though. Yeah. This is actually trying to keep Jim Crow. It's trying to keep segregation. Right now, these are segregated court-enforced districts.
By the way, this guy's net worth is $8.8 million as of last year. He has $3.4 million in stocks across 47 holdings. So look, him going down there on the steps in Memphis and telling these people that Jim Crow is the problem for them and that this is Jim Crow, what an absolute idiot.
I'm going to go back to my phrase from last week. I lied earlier when I said I was like you. I took a helicopter here.
What? Such a joke, man.
I lied earlier when I said I was like you.
And there's the dork to the left of him right there. The guy from yesterday. Yes. There he is again.
I got $4 million worth of stocks.
Mr. Trump's white supremacist Nazi or whatever he said.
Yeah, how much did you say he's worth though? $8 million?
$8.8 million.
Yeah. I lied earlier when I said I was like you.
It's a Jim Crow Supreme Court opinion.
That's as of 2024. It's actually grown to $10.3 million.
Okay.
In 2025. So somehow he made an additional over $1.5 million in a year.
Yeah, and Memphis has just gotten worse and worse and worse and worse.
Governor Lee jumped on it to effectuate their promises, to make this all Donald Trump country. It's about Donald Trump and his agenda. And it's about saving him from oversight in the Congress as Democrat. But as the lady who let us off here said, and she's right, it's about an agenda that's about the wealthy. It's about the wealthiest of all, and it's about corruption at the highest level. And that's what they want to do. That's what they want to do, and it's a shame. But I'm happy to see all of you out here maintain the faith. We're going to fight to keep this district for at least 2 more years, if not longer. We're going to use the courts, and we're going to fight Donald Trump.
It's literally. I'm sorry,
old man.
Yeah, with the columns in the background, it's like it's not unlike a plantation owner giving his speech in front of his house. Like, we got to stop them from taking away our slave. I mean, representation.
He's just an obnoxious, demented old man. It's sad. These people should be ashamed, and somebody should go take the microphone away from him. It's just hilarious.
They think that he represents them. The problem is,
how is that though?
Yeah, you kind of wonder, right?
Like, really?
Yeah.
How is that?
He's really done a good job. What a good politician. Because I mean, why is Steve Cohen not like? Why is the representative for Memphis not black? Can we ask that question?
I guess, yeah.
I mean, you would think that would be the case. But it's not, anyway, it's not just Steve Cohen who's upset. It's also, we got this Congressman, Benny Thompson. He's a Democrat from Mississippi. He is the chairman, is that right? Chairman of the J6 committee, is that right? Here's this clip. Take a listen to this because Mississippi's gonna redraw eventually. We'll see if they do.
Are you talking about the committee that?
Yeah, I didn't think he was the chairman of that. But anyway, listen to this.
This is equivalent to a second civil war. We're going to have to get our act together. As everybody's saying, we're going to have to resist with every fiber in our body. We're going to have to take this system on at every election, because it's not just members of Congress. We're talking about state legislatures. We're talking about county commissioners. We're talking about city council.
Down to city councils.
Absolutely.
Second Civil War, he says. Second Civil War. Benny Thompson. So I mean, it's
what a disgusting comment.
Yeah, it's no surprise. The second congressional district. Let's see. Let's go to his website here. No, I don't want to sign up.
I think
yeah, he's from Mississippi.
Oh yeah, I remember him now. Yeah,
super serious. He gets down to business. So yeah. Anyway, they're going to continue to claim that this is Jim Crow or this is racism, but I mean, this is just the South finally being able to fight without having a governor on our golf cart. This is the South finally being able to have the representation. It's just incredible to me as somebody, it's never really dawned on me that politically speaking, we've had to do this with one hand tied behind our back while New England just gets to run roughshod. And essentially, the apportionment scheme has just been designed to punish the South for the Civil War. The Civil War happened a long time ago, and we're still paying for it because of these court-enforced Jim Crow racial districts.
Yeah, this was Lynn Cheney's buddy right there.
That's right. Yeah, so he was the chairman. I forgot because when you think of the J6 committee, you just think of Liz Cheney. Right. That's what I think of. But the Democrats did control the Congress at that time, so that's why it happened like that. We're going to check in real quick on liberal white women. So this is an update on liberal white women. What are they up to? Well, they're protesting on climate change. I think this lady's actually from Australia. So for those of you who don't know, a topless white liberal woman decided to hang herself from the feet down, hang herself from a bell to protest climate change. The image is successfully blurred, but the bell actually worked. So, a lot of people don't know this, but after that happened, climate change was ended.
Oh, good.
It actually worked.
Good.
A lot of people didn't think that, but the bell was magic. It just needed the right dose of estrogen.
She cooled it down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So she cooled the planet down. Everything's fine now. She did it. She absolutely did it all.
Bless her heart. Thank you, ma'am, for your bravery.
Yeah. Yeah, this is from Not the Bee. Nice to see liberal white women are still taking their SSRIs. This is actually this took place last week, so it just made the news cycle this week. It took place last week in Venice at the city's 61st Art Biennale. One of the world's most prestigious modern art events. Australian artist Florentina Halsinger created an exhibit at the Australian Pavilion called SeaWorld Venice to warn humanity that climate change is going to destroy us all.
She's so brave.
She's not worried about a fake alien invasion. She's worried about climate change.
That's right.
By the way, the solution to climate change is communism. A lot of people don't know that either. All of our problems will be solved by communism, folks. That's what they say. That's their solution to everything.
That's right. It's Mother Russia.
It's insane, dude. It's absolutely insane. That's funny. In other news, this was an interesting article that came across my desk. ICE immigration enforcement has harmed U.S. workers, according to research. Now, how?
This is in Forbes?
This is in Forbes. ICE immigration enforcement has harmed U.S. Now, operative word there, U.S. workers. How do you think they define U.S. workers? Does that U.S. workers here doesn't necessarily mean American citizens?
Oh.
It could mean American citizens or just workers who are in the U.S. who are not citizens. Listen to this. New research finds that immigration and customs enforcement activity has harmed U.S.-born workers. Now, it does say U.S.-born workers.
Oh.
The findings contradict a central policy justification for ICE raids and the arrest quotas in U.S. cities. Earlier this year, ICE and Border Patrol agents killed 2 Americans in Minneapolis and generated widespread protests. The new research shows ICE activity also caused economic disruption and failed to deliver on the administration's promise to improve the economic situation of workers. Under the Trump administration, ICE and Border Patrol agents surged into Minneapolis, Los Angeles, other major cities. Economists Chloe and Elizabeth, I'm just saying their names are Chloe and Elizabeth, examined the impact of immigration enforcement actions in a new paper published by the National Bureau of Economic Research. While immigration enforcement has increased nationwide during the Trump administration, the researchers compared areas that experienced a sudden large increase in ICE arrests to places that did not. One research finding is unsurprising. Among individuals identified as likely undocumented immigrants not physically removed from the labor market, ICE activity produced a chilling effect of interacting with ICE, leading to a 4% reduction in employment. According to the research, in an average area, approximately 6 undocumented immigrants dropped out of the labor force for every 1 ICE arrest.
Oh, gosh.
This is a good thing. Like, this is what we voted for.
That's what I thought figured they were going with this.
Yes, a chilling effect, meaning when you arrest illegals,
right,
you have less illegals are more afraid to go and get American jobs.
Americans have to work harder.
I mean, yeah, I guess. Is that why they're upset?
Americans have to pick up the slack.
Yeah.
Lazy. That's where I thought they were going to go with it.
Yeah, they say that may help explain why employers often express difficulties in finding workers well beyond the number of people arrested or deported. The research finds ICE arrests have not helped and indeed likely harmed U.S.-born workers, including those with a high school education or less. There's a negative impact on employment of the U.S.-born male workers. I don't believe that. This is consistent with the model. I mean, how is it a negative when they literally just said that there's a chilling effect from illegals working?
You came into our office and yanked Benito and Consuela, and now I have to work harder.
That's got to be what it is. That's got to be what it is. Anyway,
I'm having to do the job of 3.
It's just hilarious. It's hilarious. And the Jessica Vaughn wrote about this on X. She says the new study validates attrition through enforcement strategy. And she highlights what we just pointed out. According to the research, in an average area, approximately 6 undocumented immigrants dropped out of the labor force for every 1 ICE arrest.
And this is what one of the disgusting things about what like the libtards on The View and Kelly Osbourne and others would talk about illegal immigrants and why we need them so bad was because they only do the jobs that Americans are too lazy to do or that are beneath them. Mm-hmm. No, like cleaning toilets and stuff like that. Remember, liberals say this, have been caught on camera saying this regularly, many times. And so I thought that's where they were going with this. Like now we have to get all these lazy Americans off the streets and get the needles out of their arms and all this stuff and put them to work. Golly, what a dumb article.
Well, here's another one. ABC, this is another one here. ABC News, they're reporting they have found cases of sophisticated. Now, this is crazy. This is so funny. Like anything to try to make the plight of illegals here sympathetic.
Oh, yeah.
ABC News is now reporting that they have found cases of sophisticated immigration scams across the country as bad actors seize on the Trump administration's mass deportation agenda. So if you get arrested and you're going to be deported, there's going to be some process, and so you need attorneys. So ABC News is now discovering that there's a lot of attorneys that are not real attorneys, and they're scamming people out of money and not actually representing them, and we're supposed to feel bad about this.
This is how deep the fraud goes in America. Lawyers will literally defraud the illegals and not represent them.
They report fake courtrooms, sham hearings, immigrants targeted by scams amid Trump administration's deportation push. Now, I wonder who the scammers are.
Yeah, right.
In this situation, could they be H-1B visa holders?
Oh my God!
Which, if that's the case, this is like an example of somehow turning our enemies against our other enemies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If it is Indians that are scamming out illegals,
oh gosh,
claiming to be attorneys, this would be.
No, I would really represent you.
Yes.
I'm really here to represent you. I just need $500 and we'll get started.
Yes, let me install this. Let me install.
Terrible.
Go to my PC. And then you see your computer for a second. Give us your bank account information, and then we will have an attorney at your doorstep momentarily. 20-year-old Edith from Guatemala has remained in her home with her 1-year-old baby Justin for weeks after selling her only means of transportation. Being stuck at home, locked up inside, is very, very difficult for us. Edith, a U.S. citizen who was raised in Guatemala and requested she only be referred to by her first name out of concern for her privacy, sold her car, spent her life savings to pay someone who she thought was an attorney to help her husband, Demas, who was arrested and placed in immigration custody in March. After Demas, the undocumented breadwinner of the family, was quickly sent to detention center in Georgia, Edith sought an immigration lawyer on social media. Probably not the best place to look for lawyers, but when a stranger recommended a supposed Florida-based attorney. Edith retained the woman, so I was scheduled for a video call. The woman who said she was a lawyer said that to get someone out of immigration detention, a habeas corpus needed to be filed. Edith retained the woman and began communicating with her frequently. She completed documents the woman sent her and began sending the woman payments. She even received documents that appeared to be from U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, the federal agency that oversees immigration services. She began asking for money, $500, $600, $1,700, $4,000 for bond petition copies of forms. But last month, when the woman was scheduled to participate in a video call for Demas' initial hearing before the immigration judge, she never appeared on the call. Edith's husband later told her that the judge said that the attorney wasn't registered in the court system. He said, "They're scamming you." I said, "By why me?" I started to feel really bad, and I didn't know what to do. After confronting the woman she had hired, Edith realized that she had been scammed out of more than $10,000, her life savings, and with all her money gone, she was unable to pay for a legitimate lawyer to represent her husband, who last month was ordered deported by an immigration judge. Edith is one of many victims across the country that law enforcement and immigration lawyers say are being targeted by bad actors seizing on the Trump administration's mass deportation agenda. So, yeah, this is Trump's fault that this is happening, is what they're telling you. Some scammers, according to officials, are using artificial intelligence to hold fake immigration court proceedings, with scammers wearing judicial robes and law enforcement uniforms using fake documents that appear to be from federal agencies. Wow. I've just got to know, are they Indian? Do we have a picture of this one? No, let's see this husband.
You'll never know because it's all AI. A lot of that stuff is AI generated. I've seen 2 or 3 different mentions about artificial intelligence. So it's.
I'm just trying to say. It doesn't say who the scammers are, but folks, come on.
TikTok lawyers, baby.
Come on, you got it.
TikTok lawyers are us.
You got to know, and you feel bad for the U.S. citizen. You do, that this happened to her. You feel bad for her.
Same way I felt bad for my 88-year-old grandmother that was scammed by one of these guys. Out of a lot of money, but this doesn't mean that you slow down or stop deportations.
Exactly right. And that's what the stories are designed to do.
That's what the stories are designed to plant seeds of,
because
are we really doing the right thing here?
So this woman was scammed about $10,000 by a fake attorney, so we should open up our borders and let everybody come here. Like that. That's ridiculous.
That square doesn't circle.
But that's what they want us to believe. No. So, hey, it is time for Graham Watch. I think it's the perfect time for Graham Watch, and Graham Watch starts right now.
Senator Lindsey Graham loves New Wars.
Loves New Wars.
This segment is called Graham Watch, and it's dedicated to him. We see you, Lady G.
You Lady G. You Lady G.
So for this edition of Graham Watch, we're going to highlight the broadcast last night of Timcast in real life, where a friend of the program, my friend Noel Fritsch, who is working as a consultant for the Mark Lynch for Senate campaign, was a guest on Timcast, where they proceeded to, rip Lindsey Graham several times throughout the program. And I thought it was really good. And so Lindsey Graham didn't have a very good night last night, especially for people who are watching Timcast. So I'm going to pull this up here. Here it is. Here is a friend of the show, Noel Fritsch, where Tim Pool and Noel Fritsch and the usual cast of characters are talking about Lindsey Graham and his alleged sexual proclivities come up, and this is what it sounded like.
Princey, the GOP, NRSC, NRCC exists solely to protect their leadership shills inside of their key committees, the Appropriations Committee, the Budget Committee. Lindsey Graham, chairman of the Budget Committee. We don't have a budget like Finance Committee. Those are those A committees. They literally tier the committees, right? And so that's what they exist to do.
I mean, the one thing I can say for South Carolina is, it's very progressive to elect a homosexual man as oftentimes as they did.
Jeez.
That was my favorite part. It's very Tim Pool just comes in from the ropes.
I was going to say.
It's very progressive of South Carolina to elect a homosexual man as often as they did. It's like, whoa, what?
Whoa, man. Shots fired.
Now, he goes on to clarify that we don't know that he's gay, but if you ask anyone in politics, like anybody in politics assumes that Lindsey Graham is a homosexual.
I know that's kind of a joke, but most people think he's a gay man. I'm surprised South Carolina would be willing to vote for him.
Can I tell you what?
To be honest,
can I tell you what he does? So there are.
It's so funny. I just think it's hilarious because it is true. It's like the worst kept secret. And everybody assumes it, and then you look at a state like South Carolina,
the top ropes, like Macho Man Randy Savage,
and I'm gonna get you. Boom. And so it's just funny to me because you got South Carolina. It is a Bible Belt state, and it's a conservative state. It's full of Christians, and I think a lot of them, everybody knows, but do the people back home know? Does your average I love South Carolina, beautiful state, so I'm not trying to disparage you, but does your average, South Carolinian really know, the guy that's, somewhere in a rural area, which most South Carolina, with the what is the moss? What's that moss that hangs down from the trees there? It's beautiful. Anyway, does your average South Carolinian really know, hey, this guy's got to go because I don't want a homosexual representing me. That's the question. Noel Fritsch goes on here. Listen.
Rising number of South Carolinians who are not aware of the widely known proclivities of Mr. Lindsey Graham, in his private life. And the reason is because he actually spends a lot of money essentially propagandizing them with pictures of his nieces and nephews as if he has a family. He literally lies and kind of pretends to have a family.
I want to clarify. I'm not saying he's gay. I'm saying most people in politics believe that he is.
That's right.
So when you see he's 70, right?
66, I believe.
66-year-old bachelor, and you go to the belt when everyone's like, you go to D.C. and you go to anybody who works in politics, they're going to tell you he's gay. I'm just saying that's surprising that South Carolina would have elected him so many times,
Yeah, that's right. And it's a Bible Belt state.
Yeah.
It's very heavily Baptist and dispensational and Protestant, right? And that's not the kind of vibe that they tend to go along with. And I think that it's becoming more and more widely known now that there is this challenge. And Lindsey's desperate. Lindsey's buying Mark Lynch all kinds of name ID in the state that Mark's got $5 million and he's spending it. It's a real deal campaign. And we need all the help we can get, by the way.
That's just the primary.
Just the primary. And what a patriot.
This is his own money?
All of his own money. What a patriot. Mark Lynch is a true patriot. And
Wow.
a true Mr. Smith goes to Washington kind of a guy. Says, I just want a better life for my kids and my grandkids. And he says, I'm taking $5 million out of my retirement account, and it's going to help the Republic.
Why does Lindsey Graham want to go to war like all the time?
I don't know. Lindsey, I don't know him. I haven't talked to him yet, but he seems like he's...
This was fantastic. We're going to keep listening here.
Detached when he talks. I don't know if you guys listen to him like do interviews and talk. He seems like he's kind of like not really with it.
He's the kind of guy where it's like you and your friends are going to hang out. It's like a Saturday night, and you're like, "Hey, yo, Tate, like, what do you want to do tonight?" And Tate's like, "I don't know. There's like a new Cosmic bowling alley that's opened up." And you're like, "Ian, what do you think?" And you're like, "We can go. There's an open mic." And then Lynn's like, "We can go to war with Iran." And we're like, "Anyway." So there's a bar, there's bench warmers and rants, and he goes, "War with Iran, anybody?" And we're like, "What are you talking about? Nobody wants to go to war with Iran, dude. Why do you keep bringing it up?"
He's been drunk on air. I don't know if you guys have seen a couple of times in the last month or so.
I think that's also a rumor.
He's literally been drunk on air, and he was drunk. He was getting in his car, and
He was drunk on air. Let me see if we can't
played that.
Let me see if we can't find that, because I would actually like to rehash that to see. There was one where he's getting in the car and he looked kind of sloshed, but there was one when he was like, I think it was on Sean Hannity's show, and
he was just
slurring his words.
We commented about that. We're like, he sounds like he's had a couple of V&Ts.
Is this it right here? Let's see. When was this? March the 10th. Oh, Mark Lynch is like the first hit on this. It's only 5 seconds long, though. It may not be the full one. Let's listen.
I want sanctuary city policy to end.
Hang on. It's like literally. It's like it sounds like it's been altered.
Holy cow!
Like all of a sudden you're listening at like minus 1.5 speed or something.
I want sanctuary city policy to end.
The hiccup. The drunken hiccup.
then there was this one. This is another one that
Calm
comes
down,
up.
Aunt Edna. Get back in the living room. Here, come sit down. Let's get you a gin and tonic.
How you doing? Is there a foreign war you don't support?
I support wars that make America safer.
I support
wars that make America safer.
I support wars that make America safer. Let's see. Is this another angle?
I support wars that make America safer.
Literally, he has a little gin and tonic there for that one. I was wondering if we could find the fuller, more the. Is Lindsey Graham drunk? Yeah, here's another one. I think it's happened multiple times.
So I think President Trump is in a good spot. My advice to him would be continue the blockade, but blockade plus, which means try to open up a lane in the Strait of Hormuz to take Iran's leverage away. If they continue to be provocative to the region, then let Admiral Cooper finish his target list, and we have Cargill and sort of an insurance policy, and try to pivot to peace where Saudi Arabia and Israel can go back to the peace table. But to those people throughout the world who believes that this operation against Iran wasn't necessary, you have to buy into the idea that weren't close to having a nuclear weapon, and they don't desire to have a nuclear weapon. I don't buy into either one of those concepts.
All right, so
I'm with Darlene. Like, if I were Hannity in that one segment, I would have had to have said something like, "Hey, are you okay?"
Yeah, dude, are you okay? Or like, Lindsey Graham was too drunk.
They're friends, so I'm sure he didn't want to call him out on air or whatever. But man.
So here's another one. Let me see. That last one, he didn't seem that intoxicated. I mean, his eyes looked kind of weird. But this is another. Is this another one? Let's listen.
This thing is over. To the American people, I know gas prices are high, and I know we're suffering right now. But you pay now, you pay later against thugs like Iran. They tried to get a nuclear weapon, and if you don't believe that, you shouldn't be allowed to drive.
I think maybe it was just that one. You had that one instance, but I mean, he was sloshed. Here's another one. Let's listen to this.
Could have done it. And as to this commander-in-chief, he did something people talked about doing. You just wait for Cuba. Cuba is a communist dictatorship that's killed priests and nuns. They've preyed on their own people.
Doesn't seem drunk in that one. I think what's happened is...
I don't think Trump has a lot of respect for him, by the way. I'm just going to go ahead and say that.
But he endorsed him.
I know the endorsement's there, but I really... Because Trump does not forget. Trump never forgets. And Lindsey Graham has said some things about President Trump before.
Yeah, I mean,
that are inexcusable. And so I don't get the endorsement, but I really don't think
he turned on him on J6. You know, he turned on. Obviously, he wasn't a fan of him during the 2016 primary. But I mean, you know what he did with him on J6. I'm done. I'm done with you. You know, this enough's enough. I mean, Lindsey Graham, if he survives this, I think he will happily, happily stand by and let Donald Trump get impeached. In the House, and who knows what happens in the Senate. I'm just telling you, this is, you're playing with fire here to trust this guy.
I want sanctuary city policy to end.
So it really upset. Now, when that happened, I remember it because it really upset the donors, like his donors. They were mad at him being sloshed going on Fox News. It's hard enough to support this guy as it is. Yeah. He's not a very likable guy.
No.
And so you're just compounding your issues when this happens.
He's a suck up when they're up and a kick 'em when they're down type guy.
He is.
And I'm not saying that doesn't follow along the lanes of a lot of politicians in our government, but he's kind of a joke now at this point.
Real quick, just a little bit more from Timcast. Noel Fritsch last night. Congratulations to Noel Fritsch for going on Timcast to rip on Lindsey Graham.
He's drunk, and he was actually literally carrying the drink.
Oh wow! Wait, he was driving?
No, well, say he has drivers, right? He was.
Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna.
He's got drivers. I lied earlier when I said I was like you.
Complain about a guy having a beer.
Of course,
but I'm gonna complain about him wanting to go to war with Iran.
And also with Lindsey Graham, and with Lindsey Graham, you got to look at this guy as just a pure ladder climber. And if you are in and around DC. Consistently, the worst people you'll ever met are these ladder climbing types, and he's the epitome of that. Where if you go back to 2016, where he ran for president, by the way, I don't think people would even remember that. He tried to run for president. He called Trump a xenophobe, a racist. He called him a jackass. He was cruel to President Trump, and then he said he voted for Evan McMullen.
He did.
And it's okay, it's one thing if you're one of these
CIA.
neocons that just said, I didn't vote or whatever. But it's to actively try and undermine the Republican is crazy. And that's kind of unforgivable in a lot of ways. If you haven't directly come out and made amends for it by supporting Trump's policy in any meaningful ways, just coming back out and being an establishment shill is far different than guys that have sort of rehabilitated. J.D. Vance is a good example of a guy that was opposed to Trump, far less consequential because he wasn't in elected office at the time. But then he's reoriented his policy to actually reflect what the sort of Trump base supports. Lindsey Graham has not done it at one instance. It's just no humility. He's just a loser, quite frankly.
Let's jump to this story from the New York Times, published today.
Good segment last night on Timcast. That concludes our Graham Watch for today, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to listen to it one more time.
Loves good Graham Watch
today, buddy. Thank you. It was a good Graham Watch. It was good.
This segment is called Graham Watch, and it's dedicated to him. We see you, Lady G.
You Lady G. Yeah, Lady G.
Every time it gets me, every single time. It really does. We're going to take a quick break. Before we do, though, I want to tell you about Pet Club 247. That's Pet Club 24/7. So if you go to Paul Herrell .petclub247, you're going to see a screen that looks like. Let me see if I can't find it. It's going to be this. So I just got some of their great products in the other day. And it was pretty cool because they sent me the mushroom the mush puppies. Actually, it was like a dog treat, type of mushroom dog treat, kind of like a beef jerky type thing for my dog. Also gave me some really cool stuff to sprinkle on the food, like some.
For good breath?
I don't know. I just think it's for general this. It's an immune system support.
I need to get some of that from my black lab.
Yeah, the stuff that they have here is pretty consequential. And I mean, I just got the product. I also got some coffee for like actual coffee, for like humans to consume. And the way it works is it also has some of this immune system boosting mushroom in the coffee. I had some this morning. You can't taste the mushroom at all, but apparently it's incredible for you. But you got to go listen to the testimonials, which we'll show you here in a minute. But I just want you guys to know this is a way, especially if you have an aging pet, they're not getting around, and you want to try to have a couple more years with them. The testimonials are off the charts with people that think that Pet Club 24/7 is the way to go. So go check out all of their great products. We interviewed the Ludlows last week, and it was just a pleasure to get to talk to them. And we're going to do it again. But the link is built in. You save 15% off. I would encourage you guys, if you like it, to also sign up for the monthly subscriptions as well. But 15% off, paulherrell.petclub 24/7. And we're going to take a break here and be back in just a moment.
This is our family dog, Bubba. He is a Shorty Jack Russell, and he brings a lot of love and laughter into our home. We just want to thank Pet Club for making healthy food and treats for our animals. Bubba has been on Pet Club food for a little over a year now. He really likes the Sequoia dry food, and then I put a scoop of the Sequoia wet dog food in there with some hot water and stir it up, and he absolutely loves it. And he likes the mush puppies, but his ultimate favorite is the antlers. Those keep him busy for a really long time, and he really likes them. It makes us feel really good that the food and treats that we give him have healthy ingredients in them, because we want him to be around for a really long time. Our previous dog was a lab, and his name was Titus, and we fed him in bulk, and we would just get his food from the big box grocery stores. And unfortunately, that food wasn't very healthy for him, and he ended up getting cancer and passing away. So we didn't want to make that mistake with Bubba, so we were really fortunate to find Pet Club and find some really healthy food for him to eat. So we would just like to thank Pet Club, and we just really appreciate the healthy food that they make, so we can keep this guy around as long as we can.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or red VIVE works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vive.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Hey, folks, welcome back to the show. Broadcasting from Arkansas here on LFA TV, as well as the Paul Herrell Program YouTube page. We really appreciate you being with us. Can't do the show without you watching every single day. Just please like, share, subscribe. Do all the things, whether you're watching on Facebook, whether you're watching on X, whether you're watching on LFA TV, whether you're watching on the Paul Herrell Program YouTube. We would really appreciate you. Like, share, subscribe, everything you're supposed to do, because it helps us get the message out and grow. On my personal Facebook post the other day, by the way, I've been getting more followers on Facebook, my personal Facebook, from the LFA TV audience. You guys have friended me, and I made a post last night about the whole UFO disclosure thing and the hysteria, and how yeah, you saw that. So how it doesn't really make sense to the government's going to tell us the conspiracy theory of conspiracy theories and then not
prosecute anybody else related to the Epstein files.
Freak out.
Yeah, exactly. But I had a lady from Oregon. She reached out and she said, "Hey, this is totally off the subject, but we love your show. Our family loves your show, and we're from Oregon, and so." I don't know how you do it, though. I will say this: I don't know how you do it, because when she said she was from Oregon, and don't get me wrong, like up there in the Northwest, like I've got family that used to travel a lot and used to be be musicians and stuff, and still are, but used to travel around and do that. And they were telling me they spent the 4th of July one time in rural Washington State, and they said it was the most good old boy. It felt like the South, like. I mean, they were allegedly blowing up propane tanks. I mean, they were celebrating the 4th of July. They were celebrating Independence Day. So I get it. You've got a lot of rural areas in Washington State and Oregon, and so you assume that those are going to be just like the rest of the country. We have totally different values than Portland or Seattle and that sort of thing. But I honestly don't know what you do. Like, I don't know how you do it. And I think if Arkansas all of a sudden went blue and became like California or something, I guess I wouldn't leave. It would take a lot to leave Arkansas, if you've been here for a long time, and like my ancestors have been here. The Herrells were in Arkansas in the 1800s. We got to Arkansas in the 1800s. I can trace my roots on both sides back, one to North Carolina in the year 1770, and then on the other side of my family, my other side of the family, my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather's name is on the Pennsylvania Charter with William Penn.
Wow.
So, but obviously we have been in Arkansas for a long time now. We've been in Arkansas since the 1800s. So to all of a sudden up and leave because the state goes in a crazy liberal direction, it would be difficult, because this is my home. This is my homeland. This is where I love this place. So I don't know if these people up, that were watching the show have lived in Oregon all their life, but it does make you think, like, why are you still there? Why have you not moved? And the only explanation is maybe at a local level, people are still okay, because they may not be leftist crazies, but they're, figuring out a way to survive in a leftist state. That's actually a great question for the comment section. Those of you out there who are on the right and you're living in a blue hellscape, like, how do you do it? Like, what's your thought process? Why do you stay? It may just be as simple as, well, have a good job. But are there other things? Are there family connections and family roots?
Or do you just all have the patience of Job? Like, because I'm the same way. I mean, I travel a lot for business and work, and go to a lot of courses in different parts of the country, usually in big metro cities, and I'll be there for a few days, and I'll try to get out and get around. I've spent time in New York, Chicago, Houston, LA, Seattle, other places, and it's not like the minute I'm there, I can't wait to get out. Because, Paul, there's beauty in all those places. There's some good in all of those places. Right. And there's some entertaining and culinary and artistic beauty in a lot of those places. And I always try to seek that out as best I can and enjoy it for what it is. But when I do get home, I get exactly what you're saying. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm glad I'm home.
Yeah.
Because I do see the things. I talk to my colleagues around the country and other big cities that and hear what they have to deal with, and the prices that we have, that we make fun of, that we laugh about here, about our brisket and our gas. Like, I have friends and colleagues of mine that laugh at me and tell me to shut my mouth, because me whining about $3.75 a gallon is idiotic compared to them, because they're paying $6 a gallon. And, everything for them is just absolutely insane, and they don't have a choice. And all of their taxes are wildly higher than ours are. So I don't know. I didn't mean to go on a rant there. But
no, that's good.
It's like, I get it. But but there is definitely beauty in this great country all over the country. And I'm not saying you weren't saying that there wasn't.
No,
but,
I mean,
there's good in a lot of these places, but it's just so hard because the people that are making the laws for these places have ruined them from a lot of good and a lot of things that I think maybe you and I take for granted around here, because we're like, try that in a small town. Try that in a small town in Arkansas. We see all these news reports throughout the day, and we'll text each other and comment and talk and send each other little clips and stuff. Like, that would never happen here, you know. Or if they tried that, like, it would just, would not go well.
So anyway. a couple of comments. Calpurnia 61, because we can't afford to move, housing prices are asinine.
Yeah.
Okay, that's one reason. We got somebody else here. Where did it go? Everything's moving too fast here. Somebody was saying because of their job. Oh, yeah, here it is, Bite Chomper. In Dane County, Wisconsin, here, because of family and work. Still hope, but not in this county.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I really feel for people who are in those situations. But, hey, you're there for a reason. You are there for a reason.
Be a light in the darkness.
That's right. That's all you can do.
You can be a city on a hill. I mean,
you can do that, and you can also, try to organize and move the needle, move the Overton window politically, too. But it's got to start local. It's got to be real local, I'm sure, there in order to get some traction there. Whatever happened to the secession movement? Wasn't there a secession movement where people were wanting people in I'm failing at my geography right now, but were people wanting to kind of petition to become part of the state of Idaho? Is that a real thing? It seems like it is. Where people were trying to petition to secede and become a new state. Let me see here. New state, Idaho. I feel like there was something like that. The Greater Ohio or the Greater Idaho Movement is an active political effort advocating for many rural eastern Oregon counties to secede from Oregon and join the state of Idaho. As of May 2024, 13 Oregon counties have voted in support of this border change, which aims to align their rural communities with Idaho's more conservative political, legal, and economic environment. So it's a real thing, specifically with Oregon, where there are people that want to leave and become part of the state of Idaho. So anyway, that's nuts, dude. All right, here's the Gateway Pundit story. Gateway Pundit is reporting that the Department of Justice serves grand jury subpoenas for information on all 2020 election workers from Fulton County, Georgia. On April 17, 2026, a grand jury issued a subpoena to the Fulton County Board of Registrations and Elections to appear in the U.S. District Court in the Northern District of Georgia on May 5, 2026. Department of Justice prosecutors obtain a grand jury subpoena by preparing it in connection with an active grand jury investigation and issuing it under the grand jury's authority. In this case, the subpoena requests that the Fulton County BRE bring specific documents and electronically stored information. That information includes information regarding election staff/members who served in the November 2020 general election. The records must identify their name, position, function, residential and email addresses, and personal telephone numbers. The records include those who were performing the following functions and duties. They're listed there. Many of these individuals could potentially have pertinent information about numerous anomalies uncovered over the last several years. The Gateway Pundit has previously reported that Fulton County did not properly perform signature verification on mail-in ballots in Fulton County. According to testimony under oath from then Fulton County BRE member Mark Wingate during the disbarment hearing for former Deputy Attorney General Jeff Clark, Wingate also testified that he was prevented from viewing chain of custody documents prior to certifying the 2020 election. Both issues could potentially be explored with the above witnesses. So the Gateway Pundit also reported that the risk-limiting audit performed in Fulton County was subject to intense scrutiny from the UC Berkeley professor who invented the risk-limiting audit, Dr. Philip Stark, and Curling versus Ratzenberger. I'm sorry, Ratzenberger. Ratzenberger is the guy from Cheers. So in Curling versus Ratzenberger, he submitted a sworn declaration that criticized hundreds of thousands of missing ballot images that would make it impossible to perform a valid risk-limiting audit. Anyway, the DOJ, this is one of those things where we are on this long march of accountability. I'm not really holding my breath, but at the same time, I do know what's right, and I do know what we all saw in 2020, and I do know what needs to happen. And so there are grand juries assembled. There's one in northern Florida. There's one down in northern Georgia. There's one down in Florida. There are things happening. James Comey was indicted for threatening the president of the United States, which he absolutely should have been. He should be indicted for much worse, but we may be down to an Al Capone situation where you just have to get him on tax fraud. I don't even care. I just know these guys have got to be held accountable, or we're all slaves. This is my hypothesis. The longer these guys, you've got Eric CIA Ramella is now under even more scrutiny for being maybe the chief guy that organized Obama's fake intelligence assessment that we now know because of Tulsi Gabbard and Rick Crawford. By the way, we're back in touch, Eric, with Congressman Rick Crawford's office. Going to get him on the show next time they're in town for recess, or at least we're trying to make sure that happens. So that'll be a great episode if we can get Congressman Crawford back in on that side of the table, and hopefully we can do it with where both you and Rob are here, and the congressman. We'll have a great conversation and a great time, like we did the last time. But there's new developments that we got to get to. The most recent one was what was the most recent one? Can you remember what was the Rick Crawford? I mean, he was making the rounds, and it was another Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard exposed. What was the latest thing that she exposed? It wasn't the Obama faking the intelligence, but it was. It's escaping me right now. But
that was the last one that I remember.
Oh no, there was another one that came out recently because I know Rick went on and he did some press about it, but I'm blanking right now. I've got to find out now. Now I have to know. Let me see here. Let's see. Tulsi Gabbard. See what happens. I think it was. It would have been the Eric CIA Ramella fake impeachment. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah, that was the latest one. Was Eric CIA Ramella, and how Adam Schiff was working with the whistleblower, and then it was DOJ criminal referrals. Eric CIA Ramella, as well as Michael Atkinson, the Inspector General of the intelligence community, was also referred to for criminal prosecution.
But unfortunately, that was the last you've heard about it.
Yes.
You heard about it for about 5 seconds, even with...
It was April 13th.
Yeah.
April 13th is when that was. DNI Tulsi Gabbard exposes conspiracy used by Congress to impeach President Trump. So that's what it was. Yeah, but... all I'm saying is it'll be an interesting conversation.
It's not like I expect The View or, MSNBC to pick it up as their lead story. Like, Obama caught red-handed.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great point. I was trying to find a punchline there. I couldn't find one. But
why did we ever trust him?
That's what I want. I want the headline.
He's dead to us now.
I want the headline that says, Obama birth certificate was a fraud. I want that.
Are you a birther?
Oh, 100%. You're not?
I don't care. I really don't care.
Well, I'm just...
not that I don't care. It just doesn't matter now.
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. Yeah. But it would matter if it came...
I'm a father of 4 now, so I have to only deal in what matters now, because if I get too far in the weeds, my bandwidth and my brain just can
let me tell you. But let me tell you why that would matter. You realize why that would matter, right?
100%.
It would matter because America's first black president was a total fraud. And it would be hilarious. It would be like getting the first woman, it would be the kind of the equivalent of like if Joe Biden had resigned and Kamala would have become the president, it wouldn't have been from being elected. It would have been the first woman and first black female president would have been appointed, not elected. And that would have been hilarious. That the glass ceiling was broken, but not really, It would have been really funny.
Yeah.
But thankfully, President Trump's superpower is keeping women from the Oval Office. He's got a superpower. Hillary Clinton got denied. Kamala Harris got denied. But no, it would be huge if no one ever talks about the birth certificate thing anymore. I mean, but if it were ever to be, revealed, and I don't think it ever will be, but it would be incredible because I don't know for certain, other than the mysterious deaths, the airplane and everything else with the person that was apparently the custodian of the real birth certificate. President Trump was kind of the guy that was like, he wasn't born here, know. And he pushed the birther conspiracy. That's the one that's been out there for a long time. Oh, that's just a conspiracy theory. I mean, we're kind of waiting. We're waiting around. We're waiting around to see. I don't know if anything would ever come of it, and as us get like concrete documentation. But that would certainly be amazing if that ever happened. Supreme Court justices that he appointed. I mean, it would all be pretty much null and void. Obamacare, null and void. But anyway, here is, let's talk about Katie Porter. You guys know who Katie Porter is? She's running for governor in the Democratic state, the blue state of California. And you may not remember her, but she is the lady that went viral because, she was treating her staffer like a, piece of dirt, telling her, "You're in my effing shot." You're in my... Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But you were in my shot. Okay, that's who this lady is. Let's refresh your memory.
Give Californians what they need. It's going to take standing up to Donald Trump.
All right, let me stop. This is a juxtaposition here. So she's got a new ad running for governor where she tries to lean in to her "get out of my shot."
Give Californians what they need. It's going to take standing up to Donald Trump, calling out greedy corporations, and stepping on some toes along the way. Now, could you guys please get out of my shot? And the state...
Oh, Katie, you're so witty.
Listen to the laughter in the background. Oh, Katie. We love you, Katie.
They better pay those people at least $50 or more.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Stand there and do that.
Yeah, here it is.
My shot. The state could lose... Get out of my fucking shot. Okay, it does... Okay, you also were in my shot before that.
She looked so
Stay
ridiculous
out
on the
of my
stage of that
shot.
debate, by the way.
So
I actually watched it.
Oh, you watched the debate? Well, so I've got a clip of it. So this is what's so great. Because this is what she's known for, and because there's other Democrats running against her in a jungle primary. I mean, there's Republicans too. But it's kind of a rarity where we get we get Democrats to make female stereotypes actually, count again. And what I mean by that is now, because of this, they're using it saying, can you really trust Katie Porter's temperament?
Yeah.
And it's fantastic. And we celebrated on this program that she is now being criticized essentially for being a stereotypical woman who is not in control of her emotions.
Yeah.
And I am 100% here for it.
Go ahead and lean into that.
I'm here for it. Yeah, question her all. Yeah, I don't trust her.
Go ahead and lean into that.
And I don't think the people of California trust her either. But
no, they don't.
We're all here for it, 100%. Gateway pundit Katie Porter squirms during debate when confronted with her meltdowns. And there was there was another one here.
Oh, yes. This is why I didn't want to... I need the lights off. The bright lights. I'm so sorry, but I am about to get on. Bernard, I need you to turn these off. These that are killing me. Hang on one second, everybody.
Man, I can't wait.
Yes, we should have. Yes. Okay, everybody. I got that.
Look at it.
No,
Just
that dark is what the people want, hon.
Yes.
Ma'am.
So then they turned it off. Does she ever come back?
Bless her heart. Jeez.
Okay, everybody, I'm sorry about that. I am in a TV studio getting ready to go on Cuomo, and so I had all those studio lights on me, and I couldn't see myself or see you guys.
I couldn't see myself. It's like, oh my gosh, I think this woman is going to murder me. Like, she's got this intensity, this fire in her eyes. And she's literally holding it back, like she's holding back the rage of
Red said, wasn't Katie Porter in the movie Misery? She's Kathy Bates.
Yes. Holding back the rage of 1,000 hells in her eyes. You can see it. This lady, you can see this lady is very upset. So that's why.
It does look like Kathy Bates.
That's why this clip is so good. And the Democrats they're making issue of her temperament.
That highlighted your opponent here, Congresswoman Katie Porter, threatening to cut off an interview with a reporter. That came after a video surfaced of her berating a member of her staff.
Get
if a senior
out of
official
my
in your
effing shot.
government acted as she did in those videos, would you fire them?
Yes.
And you've put out an ad of your own, now making light of that interaction that you had with your
That's not
staffer,
correct, Caitlin.
which you said you apologized for.
That is not correct. The ad is about showing Californians what they've had a chance to see on this stage tonight and in every other debate stage that we've had, which is that I'm able to take responsibility, I'm able to follow the rules, I'm able to say I'm sorry, and I'm able to do better. Everybody in California had a chance to see me on stage with that reporter in the last debate and see exactly how I conducted myself. Californians can decide for themselves about my temperament based on what they've seen here tonight. And if these boys bullying and bickering hasn't been enough to raise questions about their temperament, I would really challenge that. I have taken responsibility at this point hundreds of times, and that's appropriate because I made a bad decision and I treated someone badly. I apologized 5 years ago for it, and we worked together for 4 more years. What I haven't heard is the people on this stage who have made other bad decisions and other mistakes and other failures of leadership. Not one of them, not one of these men have said in this entire campaign, I've made a mistake. Not for not being able to account for undocumented children who wound up in child labor. You called that MAGA talking points and a hoax, Mr. Becerra. I could go down the line. I don't even want to waste my time on this. I just want to say to California, I have taken responsibility. I have shown that. And what that ad is about, Caitlin, is about showing that I can laugh at myself. I can hold myself to account. And I have the fitness, the temperament, and the best ideas to be governor. And everybody's had a chance to see now in 3 debates how.
Thank you, Congresswoman Porter.
So, barring any election fraud that just like totally swings the state to Katie Porter, that's a wrap for her. She's over. She's done. Yeah. Even a leftist would watch that and be like, "Yeah, we've got red flags all over the place."
Yeah,
without even bringing up the whole Karen stereotype, like, "No thanks, we'll pass."
even California is smart enough to pass here. I mean, these people. She hasn't changed.
You can tell.
Nobody believes that.
You can tell she hasn't. I mean, you really can. You can just tell she is a loose cannon.
She just wants to get through this, deflect enough. I haven't heard one man here on this stage admit to any mistake that they've made, but here I am making videos, making fun of myself. Aren't I great?
Oh man, okay,
dude.
I'm launching. This is it's kind of out of left field, but. There's a new conspiracy theory that I heard.
Well, but if it's a conspiracy theory, then it's probably right.
And this one's probably not true. But they claim this conspiracy. I think this is probably totally unfounded. And I didn't do any research on it at all. But they claim that every October, the coffee places start pumping out pumpkin spice lattes, right?
Oh, where are you going with this?
And they say that in women, it triggers like hormones or something that increase their nurturing, their nurturing instincts, their empathetic instincts. And they were saying that this is because the elections are right around the corner, and that it's going to create more women are going to vote for Democrats because of their pumpkin spice lattes. Again, I know it's out of left field. But it is kind of interesting when you think about Katie Porter, and there's not enough pumpkin spice in the world that's going to get her elected. Is my point, I guess. So
not enough pumpkin spice lattes or SSRIs.
Yeah, exactly.
To reference back to that again, like she's obviously had a nice full dose of Prozac before she came up on stage, but it's not going to help.
Didn't stop the crazy. She also said she wanted illegal immigrants in California to get free health care.
Congresswoman Porter, your thoughts on the idea of funding health care for undocumented immigrants statewide?
Yes.
Yes, and
that's, by the way, what I think Californians deserve as answers
really well
to
for
these
Kamala.
questions, Alex.
And for critics who say that we can't afford it, what do you, Congresswoman Porter?
Yes, that's what Californians deserve. So, illegal immigrants are Californians, she says. Pretty ridiculous.
Yeah. Get that transgender surgery for illegals, because once you say health care to illegal aliens, like, okay, do you have any parameters around health care? The answer is no.
Mm-hmm.
So that once that pendulum swings, it's sky's the limit. And
it's a blank check.
All your ERs are full. All of your clinics are getting messed up, and you got surgeons being asked to perform mutilations, surgeries on illegal aliens.
Yeah, so we have this other story here as we kind of wind things down. So Christopher Nolan, accomplished director.
Sure.
Did the Batman Begins thing, Dark Knight, The Prestige, some of these, movies that I grew up with that I thought were really good. So he's coming out with this new...
Inception.
Yeah, Inception. Yeah, he's coming out with a new movie this summer called The Odyssey, right? The story of Odysseus after the Trojan War, after the story of the Iliad.
No way.
No, I'm dead serious. Now, I don't know. This has not been confirmed. She is in the movie. Okay, Ellen Page, who's a trans, who now goes by Elliot Page. She is confirmed to be in the film, but nobody knows what part she's playing, and there's speculation that she is going to be cast, or she has been cast as Achilles.
No.
Now, the reason, so people, this is already, if this is true, this is already the second blunder that they've made, because they cast Helen of Troy as, this black lady actress, who doesn't look like Helen of Troy, right? The idea that Helen of Troy was black is preposterous, and people have had that, that comparison. And so now they're saying this would be another blunder if this is true, and she actually is Achilles. I can't imagine that they've actually cast her as Achilles. I will be shocked if that's the case. I don't know what her Achilles heel would be. Maybe, I don't know, maybe not having the equipment to actually be Achilles would be your Achilles heel. But this is, I was kind of excited for this movie.
It'll flop.
Oh, it's going to flop. Yes.
Yeah, it'll be.
And
Troy was awesome. I mean, Troy was a huge success.
It was.
Great movie. I like that. I like the movie Troy, but this will flop.
There's already been talk about, how the movie just looks really dull and dark, and it's not accurate. They've got soldiers wearing plate armor, which didn't exist back then. Now the only possible way this movie is good is that this is the Odyssey, not the Iliad. So Helen of Troy is not really in it. She should be in it at the beginning of the movie, and Achilles is not in it except for the beginning of the movie. It's the beginning of the story because the Odyssey is Odysseus' journey home. But it just goes to show you that the zenith of filmmaking in America was The Lord of the Rings in the early 2000s, and it is all downhill from there, and it's probably never, ever going to recover.
This cast is big, man.
Oh, it's a huge cast.
Matt Damon, Tom Holland.
Yep.
Anne Hathaway, Robert Pattinson.
It's a huge cast.
It's big. Charlize Theron.
Yep.
Wow.
But I don't know. I mean, stuff like this doesn't. The fact that they cast Helen of Troy.
They have Elliot Page, and there's no character name underneath, along with Lupita Nyong'o. Sorry.
Yeah. So this is who they cast as Helen of Troy. You see it on the screen right there.
Yeah.
So this is the original Helen of Troy from the movie Troy, and then this is the actress they cast, Lupita Nyong'o. And so
she's good. I mean, she was great in Black Panther.
Yeah.
There were some other movies that I've seen her in, like
right. But this is just it's just this performative based virtue signaling that they feel that they have to do if they're going.
By the
to...
way, that picture on the right's not right.
Okay.
Not that it matters, but anyway.
This is the same one. That's not a picture of her.
Mm-mm.
I think it is. I mean, it's
what movie is that from?
I don't know. It's not a movie. It's not a picture. It's it's another movie she was in. I don't think it's
Okay,
a picture.
gotcha.
It's just a picture of the actress. So yeah, it's just gonna flop. It's just insane. You go woke, you go broke. Speaking of going woke and going broke,
This will be the next Snow White.
do you remember Rachel Zegler, the Snow White, who was actually Snow Brown?
Oh, I didn't know you were going to even say.
Literally, that's the next. You didn't know, huh?
No, because what I assumed what would happen is the reason it would flop is they'd get Elliot Page and whoever else on the circuit to start promoting this movie, and they would say something ridiculous, and then it would flop.
Well, that's
like
what happened.
She did.
Well, that's what happened with this is Rachel Zegler girl, but it also flopped because she's brown. Like she's not. The whole movie was Snow White, and they cast somebody who was brown in it. I mean, she's got Latin heritage, right? And she's also just really strange. She can sing. I'll give her that. But she recently was at, where was she? This is, she was at the Met Gala, and she turned heads all the wrong reasons. Watch this, Eric.
She's fine, guys.
Oh, God.
So people are wondering, like, why is she putting like her bottom teeth forward? She got this really weird underbite. She's trying to look sexy. You can see it there.
She's Billy Bob Thornton in Sling Blade.
It just is so strange.
She's Billy Bob Thornton in Sling Blade.
And she did the same thing in Snow White. That's an image from her as Snow White.
There it is.
And so, yeah, it wasn't. And that movie was a giant flop too because they couldn't help with these Disney Live remakes.
They're idiots.
So somebody thinks they have a role for Rachel Zegler, and they put her in this. They put her in a Special Olympics helmet. Rachel Zegler stuns with a red retard safety helmet.
Bob says a man not to lay with another man.
Like that's what she looks just ridiculous. Oh, there it is.
Insane, man.
Poor thing.
Yeah, failed Snow White actress Rachel Zegler, who cost Disney more than $170 million in her role as the princess, is being brutally mocked for her Met Gala appearance, particularly for her odd jaw moments. I would say odd jaw-dropping movements, because it's just very strange. And again, I'll
the only thing you can do is just laugh at this.
Because
these are not real people. These are not. I mean, these are not people to be taken seriously. No one cares.
Thank you, Eric.
No one cares.
Yes.
Her thoughts. No one cares about her politics. No one cares about her nonsensical, what she's mad about at the world. Like, nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Thanks for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it.
Thank you, brother.
Folks, that's all the time that we have for this edition of the show. Like, share, subscribe on LFA TV on Rumble. Make sure that you like, share, subscribe over on the Paul Herrell Program YouTube page. I want to give a shout-out to Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, 7 Weeks Coffee, Sherrod Chiropractic. God bless, and we'll see you tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell Program.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I am Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and we have some very special guests for you guys today. It's a special 2-hour episode, and you'll see why in just a moment. But first, real quick, I want to talk about our sponsor, Max Associates. And Jay, as you know, as we've spoken about before, they are an excellent source to get the USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel, the #1 place. I mean, if you're thinking now with the 250th anniversary rolling around, this is the time to show where you stand in America. This and Max Associates has the best products. If you go anywhere else, you're just going to get the generic stuff. But if you go here, you can get specific stuff like, T-shirts that say Americans over illegals, or, this lady loves guns, or I bought a flag that says, support the country you live in or live in the country you support. So, they have a lot of stuff, but they also have the generic stuff too, which is why you want to go here rather than anywhere else, because there's a great deal if you go here that you're not going to get anywhere else. Tell them about it, Jay.
That deal is absolutely fantastic. It is 20% off everything over $20 and free shipping throughout the United States. You can't beat that anywhere. I'm just telling you now. I used to own a T-shirt business, and you said it last night. Well, I don't even know how he's making money, but he is. So he's doing that. That is an amazing deal for an amazing product. Just look it on the poster right there. You got bags, T-shirts, mugs, cell phone covers. Jack says he's got a flag. I saw the flag. It's awesome. I bought my wife one of the shirts. It's great stuff. It comes quickly and top quality. It's the 250th anniversary of the United States this year. There is not a better time to possibly go on this website and get some stuff. Please do it.
Absolutely. So real quick, I want to show everybody the thumbnail for the show, because you know how Eli always makes great thumbnails. So check this out. This is, nice. This is the thumbnail for the show. We got the Secret America, poster in the background, and we got Sean Johnson wearing the FBI stuff, which is really cool. I think it's pretty cool. And you got Stephen Myers there too. What's unique about this is that you have, the person, one of the principal accomplices to the bank robberies, and then you've got the man, one of the principal people that caught him. So that's what makes this so amazing. So I also want to mention real quick the book by Stephen Myers. This is really good. It's called The Treehouse: The True Story of Hollywood, the Bank Robber. We're going to talk more about the book in a little while too. So we'll be bringing this up a few times throughout the show, because it's definitely something that you guys are going to want to check out. I mean, it's going to be, it's going to be really good. So tonight on Secret America, we've got one of the wildest pairings we've ever put on the same screen. One man became infamous for pulling off a string of real-life bank robberies so unbelievable they inspired the hit Netflix documentary How to Rob a Bank. And the other is the FBI agent who helped bring the whole thing crashing down. This isn't Hollywood fiction. This is the real story, from the robberies, the disguises, the adrenaline, the manhunt, and the mistakes, to what was really happening behind the scenes that the public never heard. So you got Stephen Myers and the FBI agent Sean Johnson, who hunted him down together, live, unfiltered, face to face. This is not something that you see every day. That's why this is really, really special. So I want to go ahead and welcome in Stephen Myers and Sean Johnson. How are you guys doing today?
Doing great. Really well, really well.
Before we get started, real quick, I got to ask, are you guys friends? Did you guys come be friends after this whole ordeal?
Yeah, our friendships evolved over the years, but just recently, beginning last year, we actually met up for the first time since 30 years ago when the case went down. So
that is
a lot
awesome.
of interaction since then, and continue doing shows like yours, and I think it's an opportunity for us to tell the story. There's a lot behind the story that wasn't actually told in the Netflix show. I think this forum provides an opportunity to tell the real story, what behind the curtains.
Well, let me ask you real quick, Sean. Were you the one that put the cuffs on Stephen?
No, not technically. So the story begins as Steve and I were talking on a dark and stormy night, like most novels do, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
It was a dark and
wanna go
stormy
ahead
night.
and-
Was when we first met.
Yes.
Physically.
Yeah, you guys are free to go ahead and just, tell the story however you see fit, and, things that the Netflix documentary didn't show, things that they got wrong.
Well, I'll let Steven start because we wouldn't be sitting here without him.
Well, the fact that we became friends wasn't over the years from the initial capture shootout on the Seattle streets that took place. I knew Sean Johnson without him knowing that I knew him, and it was through a Seattle Intelligencer newspaper up there that had a 2-page article on us, and this was halfway through our 4.5 years run. And at that point, he became fixated in our heads, in my mind and in Scott's mind. Scott is Hollywood. And we finally had a face that we knew. As I've always said to other people, I said the SPD, the Seattle Police, it was never a problem for us. I mean, it wasn't a problem. It wasn't that they were not a problem, but they were easily calculated and figured out, and we knew how to maneuver with them and around them and through them. Whereas the FBI, we had virtually no knowledge of, although we knew they were always there behind us. And that, for us, especially Scott, was our nemesis. We had not to have the knowledge of who it was. And when he came out in the newspaper, that's when the whole game changed. And we had a deep respect for the man. And it just, over the years, it wasn't as if we were friends or anything like that, but there was a
mutual respect, mutual
synergy,
understanding.
Respect.
Let me ask you, just for people that don't know, this happened from 1992 to 1996, and you robbed, was it 19 banks that you robbed?
19 or 17?
19
yeah,
total.
and it was about 2.3 million, which today is probably like 15 or 20 million. Total.
It would have been more if the last one would have been successful. It would have been a lot more.
Oh yeah, it would have been a lot. And that whole three bank robbery, I actually, believe it or not, I thought that was pretty ingenious. But we'll get to that later.
Yeah, that's a story in of itself.
Oh yeah. So tell me, how did this start? I mean, how did you, for everybody that doesn't know, and by the way, everybody, you got to make sure that you see Netflix's How to Rob a Bank. It is really amazing. Both of these gentlemen are in that documentary. Obviously, it's about these gentlemen, and it's a really great documentary. So tell us, how did you come about wanting to start robbing banks? How did that happen?
This is the first question everyone asks, and it's not as simple as to say it happened this way, because Scott and I were friends long before he started robbing banks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in the Netflix, it came out that he prior to robbing banks, he was a cook for crystal meth, and he was an excellent. I mean, this was long before Heisinger and Breaking Bad ever came about.
You know what? Hold on one second, Scott. Stephen, when I was watching it, I was like, "This is Breaking Bad." I said, "This is Heisenberg."
Oh, yeah, and the treehouse is all woven into all of this existence. Because the reason I titled the book "The Treehouse" is because without the treehouse, none of this would have taken place. And it was a mythological. It was a haven of symbology. It was a spiritual abode for everybody. But anyway, we had worked together in remodeling and real estate when I was living in Chicago. And initially I met him. I was called out to help renovate a barn he purchased some property south of Olympia, Washington, toward the coast in the sort of foothills of the mountains in that area. And I was sort of a front man to be renovating this as a sort of why the person's there. Well, he'd set up this crystal meth lab in this big old barn, one of these classical American red barns. And that's when I first met him, through my brother, actually. And through that encounter, I was working on the barn doing certain things, but he'd already been there and set up the water, irrigation system and everything that had to be set up for his laboratory. And I went up to the top floor of the barn, and this laboratory looked like something out of Star Wars. And from that moment, this guy was so meticulous, and not fanatic, like a crazy fanatic, but just very analytical, very precise, very clean, sober. And this went on for 2 weeks doing this. And I think I can't remember the exact, but I think it was 180 pounds of crystal meth that that he had manufactured. I mean, we ended up all helping, and I was totally naive. I mean, this is the first time I ever was introduced into something like this, and I had no idea the laws of drugs because I've never, I didn't use drugs at that time and ever actually. And he, I just had a great respect, and we worked well together. And then after that, things evolved. We started working together in building, construction, and I helped him build a tree house. I helped him renovate, and on and on. And to get to the point of what you're asking, how did I finally come to rob a bank? I had a warehouse in Chicago that was my studio, and I lived there because I've been a sculptor most of my life. And so he comes rolling in a hot summer day, and there he is at the front door on the Milwaukee Avenue in Chicago, and banging on the roll-up door. And I run up there. I was in the middle of work, and he's, we hug each other. How's it going? What are you doing here? I didn't know. He just showed up. So we end up going down to an Italian restaurant. This is all in the Netflix. They have that. And by the way, all of these little stories in the Netflix they were all taken from my book because nobody knew about that.
Can you just tell everybody about the treehouse? This is not a regular treehouse that you see. But I want people to get the picture of what this treehouse is.
Yeah. Let's finish the story that you were in real quick.
Okay, and so we go down to the Italian restaurant, and then he's going on and on and on. And he said, he finally says, I've stopped crystal meth. I stopped cooking. He always hated the drug business. He didn't do the actual business part. He handed the material off, the product off to his one contact who did all of the sales and all of the distribution, and he just got paid. And that's all he wanted. He didn't like the drug world. So he quit. This guy got killed, got murdered, and that was the end of it. And he said, now I'm going to rob banks.
Safer job.
His whole childhood, he's always wanted to rob banks. And he'd been studying it for some time after his partner got, eliminated. And he had just robbed the first bank with these two other friends of his, accomplices, that it was a bungled job, which Sean will get into later. And he asked me, he said, I need you. And I'm going, man, you're crazy. And, I asked him how much he got, and it was, 20,000. I said, you're crazy. What are you doing? It doesn't make any sense. It's not the money. And plus we got to learn more. This is the easiest thing in the world. And there's millions to be made in this. And I go, man, okay. And then, then he starts going on elaborating about the prosthetics, and he wants me to sculpt his prosthetics and really better and more efficient. That's what I was a sculptor most of my life. And I said, that was kind of cool to me. I go, yeah, sure. But man, I'm not going to get into robbing banks. I mean, I'm not into that. He says, you don't have to. All you got to do that. And then, when I need you for surveillance or to work the radio and the walkie-talkies, and the Motorola's back and forth. And he said, you'll never be in jeopardy. You'll never this. And I said, yeah, I'm okay. There was no moral issue for me robbing a bank. I mean, everybody probably at one time in their life wants to rob a bank. I mean, but this was real life. Yeah. This was real life. And I go, well, okay, if I can help him. And we were close friends, and I didn't want to see him go through the debacle that he had gone through this first one. So then it evolved. I moved from Chicago. I sold my building and I moved out to Chicago. I started building his front house on the property of 19 acres with the tree house. And the tree house was in the very back in the forest. And up on the road was a small little cottage that he wanted me to work on. And we both actually, rebuilt it, repaired it, and so on.
That tree house was very impressive, I got to say.
Yeah, the tree house, and that morphed over years. There was no design. There was no plan. He was at Evergreen College, just a crazy liberal student, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Typical. And he knew that, that was all the environmentalists and back to the woods and all of that sort of mentality back in those days. And he started building this treehouse on his own. And I mean, it grew and it grew and it grew over the years, and it morphed into this thing that when I first saw it, when I first came out there for this job that I spoke about, going out for his crystal meth thing, I went there, and it was in the evening, late at night, and I had a flashlight, and I go up, and there's lights up in the trees way up there, and I look at this thing, and I go, what on earth is this? I mean, this is just so unbelievable. But it wasn't unbelievable in a design way or in a, really, it was just, he just was this elemental human being. The guy, Skurlock, had this vicious energy in his body and his mind. He forged life as he wanted it, how he wanted it, when he wanted it. And it was everything he did, whether it was having fun, whether it was his women, whether it was whatever it was. He was respectful to people, and he wasn't at times. You know, he was just one of these guys that was well-rounded, well-traveled. But when he did something, he did it all the way.
So you made the prosthetics. You're the one that came up with those disguises?
Yeah, I was the one. I mean, we both did it together, but you know, somebody has to mold your face. You first have
That's
to.
impressive.
You first have to sculpt the things that are going to change his face. So I'd have to sculpt those that fit his face and all that. It's a process. It's a 2 or 3 week process.
Because I always thought if I was going to rob a bank, right? And by the way, I loved Sean's face when you said everybody's thought about robbing a bank at some point. You should have seen his face.
I didn't see.
I love it.
I don't remember what it was, but
no, but I've always thought that if I were going to rob a bank, you know, doing the prosthetics and the facial thing, I'd probably go in looking like Miss Doubtfire. You know what I mean? Because I thought that's brilliant. You know, an old white lady's who they're going to be looking for. So that's pretty smart, I got to say. Back in the 90s to come up with this, that's smart.
Well, it was inspired by the movie Point Break, correct?
Yeah. Well, the first robbery, which Stephen was involved in, was Scott and Mark and an accomplice. And that was June of 92. It was a First Bank in Seattle. And it didn't go very well, not at all. And Mark wore a Ronald Reagan mask, and Scott had some kind of disguise on.
Well, he'd done some half prosthetics. It was bad. Yeah, what he had was bad. Yeah.
So they walk in this bank, and it's on the show, and of course this is the first time they've done it, so there's a big learning curve in robbing banks, right?
Hey, so, is there a way you guys can move the microphone a little closer to you guys? I'm sorry. It just I want people to be able to hear the whole thing, and it's cutting just a little bit.
Yeah. As I said, there's a big learning curve in robbing banks, and with the president's mask that Mark had on and the whatever disguise that Scott was wearing, and again they went in. You know, this was well before they started going to vaults, so the take wasn't very high, but it was. Scott had gone to the bank. Mark comes in afterwards. One said, put everybody on the floor. The other person says, everybody stand up. I mean, it wasn't very well rehearsed. Of course, it was their first experience. And they hadn't really planned their getaway very well either, because Mark had to find a customer that had car keys. They had seen him pull up in the bank before they went in. And he went over to the customer and said, may I have your car keys, sir? And took the keys out of his pocket or he handed them to Mark, and they tried to make their getaway, and the car's not starting well. And they managed to get away, and they bail out of that car and run across the golf course to try and get away. It was just, Keystone Cops.
Keystone Cops. I mean, I laughed when we were in that restaurant in Chicago. I laughed. I said, I don't even know how you about doing this. It was just crazy.
And for us, for the FBI and the police, I mean, any given year, Seattle had about 300 bank robberies.
Wow, really?
Which was in the top 5 in the country.
That's
LA was capital of the world.
300 per year, 300 bank robberies.
I think 320 was our max one year. So, a robbery like that really didn't draw our attention because, these guys really didn't know what they're doing. And typically we catch, after 2 or 3 robberies, you'd end up catching them anyway. They'd make a mistake and, that was typical. So at that point in time in June of 92, when this all started, it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't a big deal for us. But
that makes sense. That makes
sense. It evolved.
But that's why. I mean, actually, that brings me to something I wanted to ask you. So you robbed Stephen. You robbed 19 banks and stayed ahead of the FBI for years. I wanted to ask, what was the single closest moment where you thought, that's it, we're done, but it didn't end up happening?
Well, there was never a point when we said we were done. Well, there was one
like where you were almost caught.
Yeah, it was never almost caught, but there were times when we would drive right in front of the police. Or, when I would have to call him out of the bank to abort, so on and so forth. And there, one time in Portland, which one I really was upset about, and we had 2 vehicles. His getaway vehicle that he drove away from the bank with was going to be left for the FBI. And I rendezvoused with him in my van that I had, and he got in, and then we were going to drive back to Olympia. Well, the thing is, I had to call him out. This was an interesting bank robbery, very interesting. And it wasn't a debacle, but as he said, as soon as the vault was opened, he'd never seen so much money in his life. From floor to ceiling, it was just stacked with money. And as soon as he got the vault, it was one of these old-time vault doors and big, huge.
Yeah.
And I had to call him out. And so anyway, at that point, I told him before we even started this thing, I said, listen, we've got to get different plates. We can't have 2 California plates, because we had purchased, I had these cars brought from California up, because we wanted to leave the one with California plates for the FBI so they would be diverted to San Francisco.
And did you guys use, I think I saw where you guys used like women's hair and other stuff that you put in the vehicle to
Sometimes we did, if we were leaving it. Yeah. If we were leaving,
to kind of throw them off.
We would put different stuff that would throw them off, possibly.
But see, back in the 90s, that's really smart. A lot of people, I mean, I have never heard of anybody else thinking of that, especially back then, you know, throwing them off with the hair or the DNA or whatever it is, and then the prosthetics. I gotta say, you know, that's, I
mean,
probably,
you know, I've got to attribute most, I would have never done this on my own, ever. And it was Scott who was meticulously possessed by, he would read go to forensic libraries, read FBI files on bank robberies. He learned a lot of stuff. He was always, during his cooking period, he knew the laws and what to do and what not to do, how to not to get caught. I mean, the things he was doing, buying ephedrine from pharmaceuticals, which you can't do today. I mean, you know, he had people, he infiltrated the psyche of banks, how to do it. And because of that, you know, he was successful.
Yeah, and the first 4 robberies he did were, again, not high profile by any means. And you know, typical bank robber in Seattle would walk in the bank. A disguise would be maybe a baseball cap and sunglasses. That was it, if there were anything at all. You know, verbal demand or write a demand on a piece of paper. That was what, you know, probably 70% of the bank robberies were like that. You know, we didn't have groups of professionals like these guys were until they showed up.
Yeah, I mean, there's no school of bank robbery. So for us, our biggest successes were our mistakes, because that's where we really learned what to do and what not to do. What mistakes we made, which got us, you know, luckily got us not caught. But, you know, there's all kinds of little details you have. And, you know, going back to what I was saying about these 2 California plates, I told him to get Washington plates on our car that we were driving back, but they were California too. And we came to a stop on the road that we wanted to turn to go back to the highway, back to I-5 to Olympia. And right across the street from us was a cop car looking right at us, which would have turned the opposite direction that we were going if he was going to the bank. He was obviously there on the call. Yeah. And I said, man, don't get up. He's right in front of us. You know, if he sees these California plates, what's the likelihood of 2 California cars within the same neighborhood?
Exactly.
And I said, man, I'll kill you, Scott, for not doing this. You know what I mean? And this is the kind of thing. And, you know, when we got back to Olympia, the cop went to the bank. We went on our way. Everything was fine. But that's something that we got down when we celebrated more from our losses, from our aborts, because it was like, okay, yeah, wow, we did it. We made it. We learned something. Yeah. You know, and we would go back to a restaurant we always frequented in Olympia, and he'd buy a bottle of Dom Perignon, and we'd sit and celebrate, and everything was cool. And then we'd get, you know, once an abort happened, it was lights out. Okay, now we'd always have 3 or 4 banks that were in our pocket to do.
Well, you know, so with the whole thing with the prosthetics and then the leaving the cars behind with the DNA and the hairs and all that stuff, Jay actually has a very interesting question about that.
Yeah, well, as you're going through this process, you're doing your aborts, you're having some success, obviously. You're not getting caught. That's a success in itself, right? Did you look at him as this genius? Obviously a smart guy. But did you ever just think he's not a genius addicted to thrills, but he's actually mentally unraveling? Did you ever think that of him? Or did you just always think of him as this genius who just was in it for the thrill and that's it?
I mean, I never thought of him as a genius like that, but he had a backbone of steel. He had a determination, and whatever drove him, whether it was the cooking, whatever it is, if he would go to the Galapagos, he would go into the ocean and do things that nobody would normally do. He wasn't an Olympic swimmer. He just was daring to build a treehouse. If you could see what he did to have the idea to do that and the will to do it, I mean, you know, it just doesn't happen every day. I can't.
No, the will to do that is very, because that's going to take a lot of work. I remember you guys in the documentary, he said he did it in like 2 weeks or something. Is that what he said? But it actually takes. Then he admitted that it took a lot longer than that.
Years. It was morphed over years.
I know but at first he tried to say he did it in a couple of weeks or a couple of months or something.
Who said that? Who said that?
It was in the documentary. It actually said that.
Scott said that, then he smiled or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
maybe. Yeah. No,
I'm thinking there's no way he could have built that fast.
No, there was no. Like I said, when I first got there, it was really, really rough. And then after I'd moved out there, then it started improving. I mean, I wasn't the only one that helped him. People would love to go help work for nothing, just to be there. It was an abode. It was a sanctuary for people to come and live and experience. And it was a safe haven. It was a world away from the world.
Yeah, it was actually beautiful. It was a beautiful. Once it was done, it was actually really cool. It looked like, I mean, it was an actual treehouse. People don't know it was actually in a large tree, and it was almost like, I think it was like a 2-story. It looked like a 2-story house. Anyway.
It was more than that. It was three and a half stories, and it was built in seven. It was built between 7 cedars. That was the name of his compound, 7 cedars. And then he had walkways and decks going out, meandering out into the forest. We had outdoor bathrooms, showers, toilet, everything. I mean, it was, people, what can you say? He had all kinds of people up there. He would have lawyers and politicians from Olympia ask him to rent the place for the weekend and stuff like that.
Hey, that would be an awesome Airbnb, right? I think that'd make a great Airbnb.
Did Sean ever get to go after it was over? Sean, did you ever get to go to Treehouse to collect evidence or anything like that?
Yes, I did. So the way that transpired was the evening of the shootout. I followed the ambulance to the hospital, hoping to talk to Mark or Steve, because we had a third person that bailed out of the van the night. We didn't know who they were yet. So I let everybody else stay back in the crime scene. I went to the hospital, and Mark was unconscious, but Stephen was conscious. And I started talking to him. I probably spent a couple hours at the hospital with him and asking questions and this and that. We finally got to the point where that Scott Scurlock is Hollywood and lives in Olympia, Washington. So I started looking that up, and Stephen at the time said he lives in the world's biggest treehouse, what I remember saying. And I thought, well, maybe that's the pain medication telling me that, right? The world's biggest treehouse. What is that about? And so through the night, I worked on getting search warrants for the house, arrest warrant for Scott. Met up with the tactical team down at his house Thanksgiving morning, about 6 o'clock. And we hit the house and, cleared that. Through the course of the search down there, we found some weapons. We found some guns and about $30,000. Anyway, we cleared the house. Next thing we went to was the barn right behind the house, which is where the makeup studio was, where they put the prosthetics on before they came up to Seattle. So on the makeup studio, everything associated with that, there's a trap door into a lower level of the barn we had to clear out. So then we hit the trees and we're walking back. How many yards back in the trees was?
I don't know. It was probably 15 acres back.
Yeah, it was a long walk in the trees.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you get to this somewhat of a clearing and we look up, here's a treehouse. Here's this structure that Stephen was describing the night before. And 3 stories, about 60, 70 feet up, walkways, ladders, ropes. I mean, it was out of a movie. And my first question was, how the hell are we going to clear this place? Because we didn't know if Scott was back. He could have come back to his house that night. So we had no idea if he was there. But that was my first exposure to the treehouse when I showed up Thanksgiving morning.
Let me ask you real quick. So when I want to fast forward to the end, because I got to ask a question that was just, that's really on my mind. One, the first one is for Stephen. Did you think that Scott would ever actually kill himself? And Sean, the thing is, there's a lot of people out there that are not certain that he did. So that's why I wanted to ask you guys, did you think he would do that? Because based on like journal writings and stuff like that, kind of seemed like a guy that might be a little depressed or whatever it is. But what do you guys think? I mean, did you ever see him killing himself? And Sean, how did that happen? Because we know he was cornered. So what transpired there?
I mean, this was a man who loved life.
Yeah.
When we would take our hikes up in the Olympic Mountains, that was when we would sort of get to a point of exhaustion, and we'd start speaking about how we were going to do another robbery, how we would do this. And he would always say to me, whatever you do, don't ever let someone else decide your life or death. It's always in your hands. and he always carried a small PPK on his ankle.
Mm-hmm.
And if ever his 9mm was lost or dropped or whatever, he always had that option. He knew that that's what he was going to do if it came.
Is that the gun that was used?
No, his 9mm, his Glock was what he used, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and we found both the Glock and the PPK in the camper that evening.
Let me ask you: Did police use the Glock back then?
Yes.
Yes. Departments, I think, it varied 6 hours Glock, Smith and Wessons. It varied.
I did. I did mid-90s. Yes.
Yeah.
Very interesting stuff.
But he was his father. When his father saw the body in the autopsy, there was a wound in his leg, which was older looking than the rest of the bullets that were obviously the headshot that he had. The other bullets that the police were, riddled in the camper when he was in there. So because there was no way he would have hid out in a camper. He had the jump on them. He could have gotten away, his disguise taken off, go to a cafe or a bar somewhere and just mingled and did what he had to do. So he had to have been injured.
Yeah. After talking to Stephen the last few months, at the time I didn't know. He had multiple wounds when we found the body. And of course, one was himself, but.
Is that from with the shooting in the back of the vehicle when they were trying to escape?
I believe that he was probably wounded before he bailed out of that van.
You think so?
I think he might have been.
Listen, we were ambushed by Michael McGann, the SPD. I mean, that's just, they shot, we were not even going, the story's so involved, and if you read the book.
They tried to say that you raised the rifle.
It's
first,
a lie. All of that.
The way he was talking, it seemed, I mean, if you want the God's honest truth from me, the way he was talking, it seemed like he was lying.
No, he's a liar. He was a liar from the very beginning, and he has to lie. There's multiple reasons why he has to lie. And it's not that I have a animosity for a guy shooting me. We knew that that's what the only way they could ever catch us is to kill us. And we knew this. In this last operation, we knew that this was it. It's going to happen because we were dealing with the forensic they finally put in the ProNet tags, the tracers, and the money. We knew we had to get rid of that. And there's the backstory of why we actually entertained the idea, which the book explains, which goes into the story. But they ambush us from behind, which should have never happened. I was driving the van the whole way, and after they'd gone through all the money, we'd gotten rid of one of the tracers, and then Scott suddenly. This was where he unraveled, and he goes, "I want to drive now." I said, "No, man, we can't stop. You can't stop and be stable because they can triangulate you." And I said, "No, we can't." And he kept arguing, and I said, okay, get in the back. And I looked in the back, and there was this pile of chaos. I go, "Oh my God, what'd you guys do?" And then he's sitting up there, and he's taking his prosthetics off in his coat. And I said, "Get out of here. It's raining. Nobody's going to see you. What do you stop for?" Anyway, he was there for 45 seconds or a minute. And I'm yelling at him to get out of there, move. And as soon as he pulled up on the knoll and turned left, then the cops started coming from behind. And he wasn't speeding or anything. And I don't know what he was.
Did you guys fire any shots at all?
Biggins, once they started, Mark Biggins was shot. Mark Biggins was shot first, and he fell flat face down. And I don't know where he was shot, leg, whatever. And then at that point, Scott got out with shotgun, with his rifle, because his whole idea was to shoot the engine out of the car, he had bullet piercing bullets, which you don't need for something other than shooting an engine out, which he'd learned from a previous robbery in Chicago years ago, the FBI files. And so he thought that would work. Well, anyway, it jammed. Okay, great. Then he gets back in the vehicle, and then they start shooting at us again, and they shot my left arm off. I mean, they didn't shoot it all, but I thought it was shot off, and it started going off, swerving around in front of my head and everything. And I screamed out what they did. And then he drove a little bit more, and then he got out, and then he shot. Then Biggins, what he told me, Mark, which we lay side by side, lifted his gun up, his 9mm, and shot out the window. And that's when they stopped shooting, is whenever something was happening. I didn't hear it happen. I never knew that. I guess I was in shock after being shot in the arm. And then Scott got out with a shotgun, and I heard one shot go off, but I don't know. And then he left, jumped in again, and then they shot my other arm. So I had no arms to shoot anybody. And I wasn't there to be doing that. I was a driver. I didn't even have a gun. I had a holster on me, but I didn't have a gun. I didn't have it near me. And it doesn't really matter. I mean, for me to say that, it's kind of like, you're robbing a bank. You want to be a tough guy. You want to be this, you want to be that. Why wouldn't you have a gun? Why wouldn't you have go out and that was never our methodology. That was never our plan. Our plan was always to abort when tension ever hit, just abort.
Sean, what's your recollection, or you were the FBI, and you were working with the Seattle police. What's your take on what Stephen just said about how that went down, the official report that was put out?
So, speaking of the van, there were 7 full entries into the back of the van, all on the driver's side. The rear window on the passenger side was blown out, and that's probably where Mark had shut his round through. I arrived at the scene just minutes after the shooting. So at the time, our task force was operating under FBI deadly force policy, and it had to be imminent danger to use deadly force. Issue was putting innocent third parties at risk.
Yes.
Also shooting fleeing vehicles, which was against policy. And in my mind, in the show, I said at the end, if I was Mike McGann, I would not have shot in the back of that van that day, because we had no idea whether or not they had taken hostages from the bank. They could have been in the back.
And because of the Tennessee versus Garner case, are you allowed to shoot fleeing felons at that point?
If there's an imminent danger, yes. But
I mean, if they're just trying to get away, but if they've already
getting away that's a different story. I mean, there's a violent crime involved here.
Yeah.
But in my mind, you don't, no matter what the circumstance was, you don't shoot into the back of the van, not knowing who's in that van.
That makes sense. How did you ID? I got to know. How did you ID them? How did you first find out? I mean, for people that don't know, they had these disguises and everything. How did you find out who they were?
I didn't find out till that evening. The last robbery.
For the last robbery?
Yeah, I had no idea who these people were before that.
Did anybody know their identities?
No, not law enforcement. No.
Oh, wow.
But Sean, you're the one who kind of figured it out when you started timing when they were going to run out of money.
Yeah, somewhere during the course of this, up until a point, the law enforcement response was react to this robbery, react to this robbery. I mean, that's our job. But I'm thinking, well, if reaction's the only thing we're doing, we're not going to accomplish what we need to do here. So we need to be proactive in this investigation. So I went back and reviewed all the robberies up to that point, locations, neighborhoods, streets, time of the day of the week, weather conditions, everything like that, to come up with a proactive response. And also that's when we initiated the tracking devices and the money too. And I supervised the installation of those tracking devices in various vaults and banks in Seattle. So at that point, I made a prediction at one point that they were going to hit January of 96. They had robbed a bank in January 95. They were gone sometimes a few days, sometimes a year. So the pattern wasn't there, but I looked at how much money they were going through. And at that time, we knew at least 2 people involved, either one the outside, Scott inside, or sometimes Scott had Mark come in, at least 2 people. And they were going through approximately $21,000 a month in some form or fashion. Well, I kind of put that all together in a formula and said, okay, these guys are going to come back one of these 3 days a year from now. And the first day, our task force is out there in surveillance, nothing happened. Second day, we're out there in surveillance, nothing happened. By the third day, people are kind of looking at me like, this is crazy. They're not going to come back just because you predicted it a year ago. I said, whatever you think, I'm going out again today. I went out that day. I was within a mile of the bank they hit up the road that day, after a year.
That was very impressive.
When I heard the call, I heard the description of shit. That's how damn. If we had people out there who had followed up with what I wanted to do, we might have caught them that day.
Wasn't this Thanksgiving Eve?
Yeah, it was Thanksgiving Eve. But you told me during
what I predicted. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but you said during the debriefing, you said you asked me my getaway, and I told you the roads and everything. You said you were 2 blocks away from.
Yeah, it was just a couple blocks away
from our getaway.
Right down the street. That was really impressive. I got to say
that was frustrating as hell because this was. I mean, Jay, in law enforcement, some cases kind of become your life, right? After a while, and this was bank robberies are unusual because We didn't have a suspect. We had a few clues. Like Steven said, they left some cars behind for us. Robbery, I predicted. I went up the street to the bank. I was the first one there. They located the station wagon. And I went over just to sit in the station wagon because I'm thinking minutes before that, they were here. They were here. And now they're gone again. They got away again. It was so frustrating.
When did it become personal for you, Sean? When did it become personal? Because eventually it has to. Where you're saying, I got to get these guys. This is consuming my life. And I'm going to win. I need to win. That's
it was. Interaction with Stephen and Mark were professional, but the case was personal. It took on a life of its own. And being in the Bureau for 29 years, I have to say that it's not a case I don't think about more often than this one. And even after this came down, I was, for a while, I was tempted to not retire, but quit the job because I'm thinking it just took a toll on myself, took a toll on my family. Everything, is this worth it? And it didn't end as I wanted it to end either. I had no intention that somebody would die in this. I mean, things happen, right? But my family had planned this big celebration when this case came to culmination, right? But what happened with Stephen and Mark, especially what happened with Scott, there was no reason to celebrate. There was nothing to celebrate. And then it turned into, professional mode and talking to Stephen and Mark during the plea agreement. But no, it was very took a heavy toll on us.
Well, speaking of a heavy toll, I got to ask you, Stephen, tell me, how psychologically exhausting is it to wake up every day knowing the FBI could kick in your door at any moment?
Well, that we never feared.
Really? You never
we
thought
knew
about that?
We knew what they had. If we left them anything, there was never any fear of that. But what the stress is once you walk into this world and you accept it. And my part in all this became, we were like double gonger. There was no longer him and me. It was just, people would think we were brothers when we go into cafes and bars and stuff. But the stress is hard because you can't tell everybody what you do, even though you want to. It's True. Not, especially girlfriends, you have to. But fortunately enough, because we would do an operation, maybe take preparation and finality a month and a half, maybe 2 at the most. Then we would just separate and go our ways. I'd go to where I lived and I worked, I did what I did, our normal life. He did what he did. He traveled, he worked, he did what he did. So there was not this, sitting here, okay, let's go do another one. Let's go, it was not an adrenaline based thing. It was more a meticulous mental progression. And in Scott's mind, and believe me, it became stressful to me because, logically, just it has to come to an end. Yeah. But we wanted the end to be our way. And our whole goal was to come to a finality of taking 3 banks at the same time. And we had prepared for this for over a year and a half, 2 years. He thought about it long before that, but we got enough experience and enough knowledge and enough know-how to be able to do what we needed to do this. We purchased the vehicles we need for it. We purchased the electronics, the transceivers. We were going to jam the radio frequencies of the police, frequencies in Seattle.
Did you guys ever think about going to another city or another state,
well,
robbing a bank there and then coming back?
We did in Portland.
2 in Portland.
2 in Portland, but as we did, and he wanted, one time he wanted to do Chicago, but I'm saying the reality of Seattle was, because it's a very liberal city. I don't, at that time, I didn't think like that, but I see it now as what it is. Mm-hmm. And they knew us, and we knew the FBI trained the bank tellers or trained them,
I trained the bank employees out there in security training. Just what to do, what not to do during the course of a robbery.
So they obeyed us. One time, 2 banks we did 3 times, the same banks, and he would go in and he would have one of these hiking nylon bags you could waddle up like that, but it would unfurl like that, Mm-hmm. And he ran out of space, and then the teller said, "Can I get you another bag, sir?" And he says, "Yeah, but make sure you don't have any tracers in it." I don't want any electronic tracers in it. Sir, we don't have that in our bank. We don't have that in our bank.
They're basically handing you the keys. Here you go.
Yeah, that's smart though. If they're gonna just comply the entire time, then yeah, I can see why you guys would have wanted to stay there. Let me ask you, though,
and it's also the logistic of the city. It's hilly.
Yeah,
it's the weather,
and you're more comfortable with that area.
We know it. I mean, I did surveillance in Denver. We did some in Chicago. I didn't want to touch because it's a grid, and it's a massive kind of it's a different nature altogether. Midwestern
it's like
cities,
a whole different world.
St. Louis, Kansas City, Chicago, all those places. It's another, and you got to set up. You just don't go in and do it. You got to program all the frequencies. You got to monitor deliveries and pickup and deliveries from armored cars. You got to find the bank. You got to logistically, you got to have a place to go. You can't get hotels because if our MO in Seattle is such, and we do the same thing in Chicago or Kansas City or wherever, they're going to say, well, that's the same MO as these guys in Seattle. And they're going to say, okay, look at the hotels. Look, there's just too many conduits so, Seattle was perfect because they obeyed. As Scott say, they obeyed.
Now, what about the tracers though? At the end, on your last time, the last robbery you guys did, there were tracers, I guess, that they put inside like the $20 bill packs. Did you guys? I'm assuming you guys didn't have enough time to just like flip through them real quick and see, because there were some that were in there that you guys threw out of the van, I guess, while you were driving.
Yeah. What? Yeah. That's it took 4 years before they put them in. We had hired a girl to work in the Seafirst Bank for us to give us, all anything that would take place, gave us all the security manuals and all that.
That's smart.
So we could study and all that. We paid her, I think, $30,000 or $40,000, and she would be a spotter for us sometimes as well. But so we knew that she was supposed to tell us, when and if they put the tracers in there. It never happened. We were on one afternoon or one early morning, we were on our way to the Olympic Mountains to go hiking. We stopped to get coffee at some place down there in the peninsula, and we were reading the newspapers. And sure enough, there was a bank robbery in Seattle, one we had done a year or so before. And one of the employees of that bank actually saw how easy it was that Scott went in there and got whatever it was, a couple $100,000 or whatever, and he thought he would do it. Well, he did. He robbed his own bank, and then the journalist or the cop, whoever said that, said, yeah, when we found out who he was because we traced him back to his house. And so he said, oh, okay, they got tracers. And so our friend in the banks confirmed.
But he's an employee of the bank, and he didn't know there were tracers that they put in.
Well, he must not have worked there. He must have been after he quit or something. I don't know that. I don't have that detail, but yeah.
We tried to keep that technology off the media. Yeah. We didn't want people to know they were in the banks.
No, it's pretty amazing that you had that technology back then.
Well, they did. LA had it all the time, didn't they?
Like LoJack.
LoJack,
yeah,
right.
LoJack, yeah.
So I worked with a company out of Texas called ProNet that developed the technology and then supervised the installation of these. And we didn't have enough to cover every bank in Seattle. There were too many. Yeah. But logical targets that we thought they might hit, right? That was the plan.
So here's the situation with the tracers.
Out there. I couldn't hear the end.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So go ahead.
So that just trying to find logical targets that would be places to put the tags. And we put them in the vault specifically because at that point, these are all vault takeovers. So I think we put probably 60 banks in Seattle.
Now, was there somebody at each bank that knew which role these tracers were in?
Oh, yeah. The managers would have known, and probably the employees. They had to know. Yeah.
Did you guys ever think about telling the manager to tell you where these were?
No, we never. It all happened within a short period. Let me backstory this thing. Okay, when we found out tracers were in there, that stopped us from being able to do 3 banks in a row. There was no way we could logistically do all this, get rid of the tracers. Plus, we didn't know the frequencies of them. We didn't know how to jam them. It wasn't like you had the internet back in those days. So you had to either go somewhere to electronic shop and then it's traceable. Somebody could come in and ask these questions. What's the frequency of these tracers? I mean, they're going to make a phone call, and then see what I mean? That's the kind of paranoia you have to be aware of. So what I said to Scott, I said, let's do this. One of these small banks in the district that we'd chosen this big bank that we did. instead of the 3 that we had already, programmed ourselves to do. So we decided to do a very large bank. And I said, before we do that, let's take one of these small banks in the same area, the same district, and we get the tracers, just go in and just get the tracers. We don't care about, just we'll de-disguise him. What we did, we put him on a ski mask. So he'd go in there like a normal bank robber. And they wouldn't respond to Hollywood. They would be responding to another bank robber. So we did that, just he and I together. And we were in the van. I was driving and he was in the back. It wasn't that much money. It was maybe $30,000. And he went through it within 10 minutes, maybe 8 minutes. He got 3 tracers out. It was just so easy. It was just very easy. And we threw him out, and that was the end of the thing. And so I said, okay, well, we're going to be doing this big one. So we're going to need Mark, because it's just too big. It's going to be too much money involved. And
how much money was that last one in the van?
The last one we got was $1,080,000.
$1,080,000.
But there was a lot more left. I mean, he had to. I had to call him. I had to call him out.
Yeah, now that's a ton of money now. So I got to ask you though, Sean, sitting here and you're listening to the man, one of the men that you chased for years, and talk about the crimes that he committed. Now, obviously, he paid his debt to society, but how does it make you feel to sit there and hear these things, knowing you were chasing this man for a long time?
Well, interesting part of us being together now is we've been sharing stories about things that Stephen knew that I didn't know at the time, and vice versa. So there's so many things that I didn't know at the time, which I wish I would have known. But
can you give us some examples of those?
Well, I can give one that I showed Stephen a few weeks ago. So I had this 7-page handwritten document, which was entitled Procedures. And it was procedures on how to rob a bank from A to Z. You could pick that thing up and go rob a bank. And I picked it up somewhere during the search of Scott's property, either in the house, the car, or the treehouse, or someplace. So I've had this with me for years, and it's very detailed. And so I took it out. I said, Stephen, does this look familiar to you? He goes, what's that? No, does this look familiar to you? And he says, well, that's my handwriting. Can I see it? I said, sure. I handed it to him, and he started reading it. He goes, I wrote this. Why did I write this? Who would I written this for? Why? Where do you get it? Where did you get it?
I mean, I don't remember writing it. And the only thing I can imagine is that it must have been written down for Mark for the last robbery to tell him how and what to do and what to expect, what we're dealing with. That's the only thing I can imagine, because if it were left in the treehouse, like he said, or in the house, it had to. I don't know why I would do it, but it's an amazing. I mean, I could publish it. And
yes, I would love to get a look at that. I was thinking about what you were talking about, how everybody loves to rob banks. I'd just like to get a sneak peek at that, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, I'll take pictures of each page and then I'll forward it to you.
There you go.
You have it here still?
Somewhere, yeah.
Okay.
And I told another story too. They left those 2 station wagons behind. The second one we recovered. First one too, I brought the previous owner up to take a look at the car, because it had been purchased about 2 months in advance for cash. And so that's where I had gotten 2 composite sketches also for the purchase of the car, hoping that was our subject, but it was folks that they had hired to buy the cars for them.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, I brought him up, and it's anything about this car that's different from when he sold it 2 months ago. He's looking over it, and he says, well, those are not the tires that were on the car when I sold it. Those are new tires. So we didn't have a lot, going for us at that point in time. So I didn't know, but I found out you can trace tires back to where they were purchased from. There's a serial number on a tire. So I did that with the tire manufacturer and found out that tires had been purchased in Tacoma, Washington about 2 months before the robbery. Cars were purchased down there. They're purchasing tires. So I knew at that point in time that somebody out of this crew was operating in that area at least a couple months in advance. That's another thing I shared with Stephen. He had no idea we had traced the tires to a tire shop in Tacoma during the course of this.
That's pretty awesome, I gotta say. Did you serve? I know you were given like 21 years, I think, in 10 months or something like that. Did you serve the entire time? Did you have to serve the entire time?
No, I mean, you get good time. If I'd have served the entire time, I would have gotten out 18 years. But a situation encountered in prison with a CIA agent, and I was years after. I think it was maybe 10 years or 11 years I'd been in, And I got subpoenaed by visits by the FBI, counterintelligence coming. I had no idea what was going on. They kept beat around the bush. They didn't go direct. And, they kept saying, is it about this person, the CIA agent in prison that I'd known? And they said, yes. And I go, well, what do you want me to say? I don't know anything. What did he do? And they wouldn't tell me anything. This was the first encounter. And then maybe a year later, they come to another place that I was in. The same thing happened. And the third time they came, and I'm going, man, I'm tired of this stuff. And then he tells me, here's my card, if you know something. And I go, I don't know what you're asking me. I don't know anything. And then I go into the TV room that evening and watch the news. And there he is, his picture. And he's got his son who he incorporated in prison to come and visit, and gave him biblical verses to smuggle to the Russians in Ceylon and in Cyprus and Argentina, making money, sending them information. Well, I said, man, he used his parent, he used his kid for that. I said, that's pretty tough, because he was there. He was an intelligence agent training foreign people in Eastern Europe and Asia for their work. And then he would that's why his initial arrest was, and then he would turn them over to the Russians, let them know who he had just trained. So, okay, he's doing this, and I'm going, and they kept pursuing me like, I don't know why. And I finally said, okay, that's screwed up. And the other thing that made me mad, but it didn't really, instigate me to do it, is that I told him when I left, we were cellies, and all the things that he did, he had planned escapes. He wanted me to help him with escapes. All of these different, wild things going on, and all the things he did. When I wrote this book in prison, and I had a typewriter. I had an IBM typewriter in our cell. So he would use the typewriter on the weekends when he was there, and because he worked all week long. And after he used his cassette tape, he would unravel the tape and flush it down the toilet. I mean, he was always doing something clandestinely, because they can't just send post out like normal inmate. It goes to the prison, reviewers.
So wait, you're saying this guy was an inmate? He was a CIA agent.
He was a CIA agent. Yeah.
And he was an inmate. And he was still, even though he was an inmate, he was still selling information to the Russians
through his son. Yeah.
Wow.
And so I finally, when I heard he did that, and plus he wrote a letter to my daughter, and I told him never to write to my daughter. If you wanted to write to me, have your son send it to my daughter or somebody.
Why did he write to your daughter?
I don't know how I'm doing something, whatever, but that connected the FBI, the counterintelligence to me, I think, is what he's.
Well, now they're going to start, obviously messing with her too, though, if she's right.
Well, no, they never did her, but
they
came
did.
to me, plus my profile of my case. And so anyway, I saw that, and I go, okay, that's enough. I'm tired of getting these calls in prison, So I called the agent, and then they flew me out. The federal prosecutor in Portland flew me there because they reincarcerated him. He was in prison in Sheridan, Oregon, and they put him in the hole on a new charge. And so I'm there for 4 days. I go to a grand jury, and I'm telling the stories of what he wanted to do, what he was wanting me to do, because I had a paralegal I was working with in San Francisco, and I could get all of his information, send to her without it being seen by the prison. That's what he wanted me to do. I never did it, but that's what he wanted me to do. And he wanted me, my brother who lived in Italy, and he said, go to the Roman, to the Russian embassy in Rome and deliver this letter. I go, man, the stories were 100.
Was he brought up on treason charges?
He did, yeah.
I mean, was he brought up? Was he charged with treason?
Yeah, he got another 10 years, I think. After he got an initially 20 years, which he finished, and then he got another 10 years while he was in prison.
So how long did you end up actually serving then?
I think I ended up serving about 14.
Wow, that's an incredibly long
time.
Yeah,
it's a lifetime, but it was a creative lifetime. I mean, people look at, it's an ugly, it's the good, bad, and the ugly. I mean, there's probably 3% of geniuses in there, really good people. I can say that. And I've met some really cool people that I would never meet on the outside world. And but, it's an ugly environment, but you learn a lot, which you would never learn. The outside world is the same as prison, only it's filtered. It's diluted.
So what was the difference though when you first went in to when you came out? What was the biggest difference you noticed in the world?
The crackheads were becoming less, and the pedophiles were becoming more. So the federal system makes money off certain crimes at certain times in history. So the crackheads, because they got all this government, whatever, judicial release or something, I don't know. A lot of them got out, and then they started putting in all the pedophiles. So, it goes, what are you going to do? You know what I mean? You just have to sort of do what you do and hope you don't, bump heads. You try not to bump heads, but there's good things. There was positive things.
So, Stephen, I have one for you and one for you. Well, Sean, actually, you first. You made the big break in the case because you put together this timeline of when they were going to run out of money. That was in the documentary. What was the biggest break? Was there another big break or something else that helped you that wasn't in the documentary that led you to come closer to catching them? And then after you answer that, Stephen, you guys have families. How did you keep it from them, or did they know? But I'll listen to Sean first.
Well, as far as breaks in the investigation, again, recovering 2 vehicles, predicting when they would come back after a year, but we really didn't have enough. And Stephen was talking about the robbery they did before the last one. It was about a week before, when Scott wore the ski mask, and they went in specifically to get the ProNet tags to see how they worked, how to defeat them. I was thinking that if they had stopped before that last robbery, we may have never caught them. I don't think we would have, because we didn't have enough. And so I was hoping in my strategy that, again, being proactive, but also the fact that, and I didn't know Scott, but maybe the greed, the adrenaline rush, the challenge, how is he going to stop? And that was what I was counting on, was they're going to come back at some point in time, but this time we're going to be ready for them, right? Setting up surveillance in the banks, having electronic tracers, the money in the vaults. So it was just a waiting game to some degree, hoping that they'd make a mistake, but also hoping they'd come back. Sounds silly, but another bank robber would help us.
Yeah,
that
makes sense.
Yeah, I was, for me, that's one of the questions as far as keeping a lifestyle away from family and friends and people you love and so on, was the hardest part of, it's a split personality. But because of my life, I mean, as an artist and a sculptor and, builder, I was always doing that. So it wasn't, I would say I'm going on a vacation for 3 or 4 weeks, and I wouldn't contact them in a month. When we were in operation mode, surveillance and planning, we never contacted family or friends.
Did they ask where you got all the money from?
Oh, I didn't show the money. I mean, nobody, you don't go around, having parties. Listen, Scott was not opulent. He drove a 1989 van. He never changed. He didn't have a lot of clothes. His house, he was always in debt. He always used credit cards.
What was the money spent on then?
Life. He spent it on life, on travel, on things. I mean, we bought property. We bought.
Was any of it laundered? Like his money?
Every robbery I laundered. I'd go to Vegas and Reno, and I laundered every time. Sometimes he would help, but usually not. And it was always me. I would spend 3 or 4 days during the football and basketball season. Is the best time to do all of that.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, a lot of people romanticize, like bank robberies and what you would do with the money. Did the lifestyle actually live up to what people, would romanticize, what they'd think about, what they'd imagine in films? Does it live up to that, or is it not as great?
It severs you from. It makes you look at the world in a different light. It makes you look at the world that you're no longer a part of it, but you're there in a way, and you have a knowledge that other people don't have, and it gives you a strength because you're able to leave the system, and the system is something that does exactly what we did, only a million times more. And
that's right.
And you have to, as I always said, when you go after the jugular vein of their vitality, of their livelihood, that is more vicious to the system than rape, murder, incest, pedophilia, because they're all that anyway. I mean, the whole of Congress should be in federal prison. And you know what I mean? And, here we are. We're small. This is small compared to these people in Congress. I mean, look at it. I mean, they're multi-millionaires on $150,000 a year. Come on. I mean, what kind of brain dead people? I mean, laundering money is so obviously, with all of this, the fraud that's,
But there was
That,
also
the
part of this
Ukraine funding and everything. It was crazy.
And I think Scott was playing with it sometimes too, because one of the robberies he was wearing it was Herrell's Club, which was a casino in Reno.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
he
right.
wore it in a robbery.
Yeah,
and they're going down laundering money in that city. Another robbery, you wore a dare hat.
Oh wow!
So-
the keep kids off drugs program.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It was a game to him at some degree, I guess.
Well,
right?
it was also the dare thing was partly he wanted to make them at least assume that it could be a cop robbing the bank.
There was
That's
somebody.
not a-
And also
not a
the
terrible
Glock.
idea.
He carried his Glock in a way that only a professional would.
Index the trigger finger.
Yeah.
That's pretty smart. I got to tell you, a lot of the things that you guys did to throw them off or to divert attention were pretty ingenious at the time.
I mean, it was solid, and we made mistakes, but the last robbery, it wasn't a mistake; it was an indulgence, and because of our successes, we felt we could do it, and because of that small robbery a week before this one, the big one, we felt okay, we can do it. The thing we missed is that they're only in the $20 bills, and all we had to do in the last robbery is not take $20 bills.
That's
They're
true. That's true.
They're not
too.
going to waste the $200 bills and $250 bills. They're only going to waste $20 bills.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever think about stopping at some point? Like what you were.
This
done.
was the last. I told him, I said, "This is it, man. I'm done." I was going to sell my place in New Orleans, and then I was moving to Europe, going back to Europe.
That's how it always. That's usually how.
But
it
I
happens,
was saying tonight to Sean and his wife, I was saying, I had before this took place, months before. I was saying, man, if we get this over with, I think I'm going to come back to Sean after 5 years after the statute of limitation and tell him who I am. I
like
really
that.
would have done that. I really would have done it because it was in my mind back then. Because, like I said, when I saw that article in the Seattle Intelligencer, something clicked.
And
that
one other point on that article, again, trying to be proactive with the media. Sometimes media's your friend, sometimes they're not, right? In law enforcement. But this article came out. It's a picture of me with one of the agents in the office. In the background were all these surveillance photographs of the various robberies that Hollywood had committed. I was holding up some pictures. And towards the end of the article, I mentioned that during the first robbery, Scott actually used the name Mark inside the bank. So we knew somebody name was Mark.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So, hoping somebody would call in, and we used to have a program, maybe still exists, the Thursday edition of the Seattle paper. In the entertainment section, we'd post surveillance photographs of subjects.
Wow.
It's called Roar Rat on a Rat.
I
Good
like
name,
that.
right?
Yeah.
So anyway, we got, there was a $1,000 reward, led to an indictment. Somebody called in, but I knew it probably was going to work. But I put pictures of Scott of Hollywood in the paper. Of course, he had this elaborate disguise on, but what the hell? And I had folks calling in to me saying, "I know who that is." I go, "How do you know that? Well, he looks just like that." I said, "No, he doesn't."
Did you
look
ever
like
get a
that.
tip of one of the correct names? And
No.
then you went back and said, "Wow, that was actually
Well,
correct."
Mark, he had Mark.
I had Mark.
Yeah, you had Mark.
I mean,
and that
like,
was his
did
name.
someone ever call in and say, "Hey, you know what? I think that's Stephen Meyer. I think
No.
that's Scott." Nobody
Never.
ever called in and said that.
Never. But when that article came out, and when Stephen found it at the treehouse reading the paper, name's Mark. You got to tell that story.
Yeah, when I was in the treehouse, I mean, I was in the front house, and I went. It was early in the morning, and I went to get coffee in the paper because we always got newspapers every morning to read any news, any bank robberies, whatever. And I opened the paper, and I go, "Oh my God, there it is!" And this man sitting on the top of his desk, leaning on it, and the billboard behind him with Scott's photographs. And it was a 2-page article, and I read the whole thing. I go, "Man!" And then I saw Mark, and he yells out, "Mark!" as he comes. I go, "Oh!" And you got to understand, Mark is 6'4". His voice it's dominating. It's powerful. In
So he's
Olympia,
recognizable.
yeah. And in Olympia, a guy like that, everybody knew him. He was a bar hopper. He was one of these bar flies. Everybody knew him. He was a great guy, great personality. Could drink you to
Did
the end of the
anybody,
world.
tip his last name to you guys? No, because I was.
We hired people off and on different things to purchase vehicles that knew what we were doing, but because they got so much money from us and they were friends there's a lot of people who knew, I mean, not a lot of people, but people who did know that they wouldn't have entertained the idea of informing because first of all, they made money and they didn't have a problem with it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they probably thought, well, if I did, I'm going to get in trouble. I'm going to get indicted or whatever, But it just wasn't in the mindset at that time. It wasn't like you go around talking about it. Everybody knew his girlfriends. They knew he was doing something, but they all thought it was marijuana or whatever he told them.
That article, that's the first time that the name Hollywood came out.
Really?
Because we gave our bank robbers names. We didn't know their real names.
Monikers.
Monikers, right? And with the makeup he had on, we called him Hollywood. That's when Scott found out about that too.
And then Scott, I would say, man, that's a great name. It's perfect. He says, don't ever say that. Don't even say it to me while we're alone. Don't say it because I don't want it to slip out. And
That's
I go,
true.
okay, yeah.
That makes sense. But let me ask you, Sean, did you ever plant like fake stories in the media to try to, maybe coax them out or kind of maybe make them think you didn't have something when you did, or maybe make them think you did have something when you didn't?
I would say no. I mean, we weren't allowed to really put out fake stories. And I was just hoping that somebody in the inner circle would at some point come forward. And that's why we progressed from that $1,000 reward up to a $50,000 reward, which was put on by the banks, put up the money, hoping that $50,000 would maybe convince somebody, hey, this is worth the money to call in and provide us some information. Of course, that didn't happen either, So their circle is very small. As Stephen said, there's folks on the periphery, but, for whatever reason, they didn't feel like that was something they would be willing to do.
They were loyal. They were loyal.
Or loyal.
Yeah,
I guess.
These were normal citizens. They had little businesses. They had salons. They had organic food distribution. Just normal. The girl that we hired to work in the bank, she was a previous boyfriend and girlfriend, the two of them together years ago when they were in college, and they ended up being friends. They were no longer lovers any longer, and she was dedicated. She loved us both. I mean, we were all close, the three of us. Her name, we called her Mustang. Her first name was Sally. I mean, everything is ended.
That's cool, Sally Mustang.
Yeah, so her code name was Mustang, but she did sometimes when the entrance and exits of the police patrols where they would come in on a call or have to leave, I couldn't cover everything. If it was just one entrance and exit, I could cover. But if we had two or three, we had to hire other people to sit in a car with a radio to see, we gave them code words to say. They would call me, then I would call Scott if it was a call out with police. So we would hire. Then I think we gave them $5,000 or $10,000 just to sit up there for 5-10 minutes or whatever.
Wow, that's amazing. We got two questions real quick from the audience. One, Raina says, "Are you still married?" And then the other one, Deborah says, "Did you ever have to pay anyone off, like specifically like law enforcement or anything like that?"
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm not married. I'm not married. No, it's been years.
And did you ever have to pay anyone off?
No, we never had to pay anyone off. No, other than people we hired to do work for us. I mean, we paid the person, whomever he was. I never was privy to it, but we had, when that article came out on Sean, we had to pay this guy to do surveillance on him for a couple of weeks to find if we could get some smut or something on him.
Did surveillance on Sean? That's pretty
good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but back in the day, I didn't even suspect that, but my wife had the suspicion about people watching us, and I'm going, well, I don't know. I don't think so. It actually was true.
It was
Scott hired somebody to see something I was doing wrong they could use down the road. Of course,
that's true.
I did nothing but go home, go to work, go home, go to work. I didn't. That was it. Right?
So you didn't get anything you could use against him. Dang, man.
The wives, they always have those spidey senses. The wives, they always have.
Yeah, I know.
So
one second, Jack, real quick. So right now, like what I'm seeing is this couldn't happen today, in my opinion. Like what you guys did for that long, I don't think you can get away with it today because there's cameras everywhere, and they would have had so many more clues just by tracking and seeing.
Yeah, the forensics alone.
Yeah, forget it, even that. But just the amount of surveillance that's everywhere. I mean, Sean, your opinion, what do you think? Is this something we'll never see again to this extent for this amount of time, for this amount of money?
I agree. With the technology they have now, facial recognition, advanced cameras. Back in the day, we had 35 millimeter film, and half the time it didn't work, or half the time they weren't serviced, or there wasn't any film in the canister.
And now everybody has a cell phone, and then there's the
everybody in the
flock
bank has cell
cameras.
phones. I personally, I don't see how this could happen today.
No, not to that, not with 19 bank robberies and getting away. That's why it makes it so impressive too. It wasn't just 5 or 10. It was 19, at least like 19 bank robberies. That's impressive.
I mean, the first 4 or 5, like we say, they were small takes, but it was a learning curve. And the learning curve, you have to learn, you have to feel, and it took him guts to go to the vault. It was also an electronic apprehension he had, not knowing if he could receive my call if he was in the vault, but that was a moot point, really. But people say that, you say everything is more difficult, but at the same time, I would say it's more why it can never happen, because it takes such a mental transition in will. And today it's too easy to make money elsewhere in a way that, do you see what I'm saying? I mean, if you want to go corrupt, it's too easy to make money corrupt without doing something like that. I mean, it takes a spine of steel to do what he did. And it's you have to be theatrical. You have to be a chameleon. You have to be kind, and you have to be forceful at the same time.
Well, they also have to have a Stephen Myers that can help them with the prosthetics and stuff.
You need all of that, and you need to have two. We were like friends. We didn't really travel on trips together, but except maybe Vegas. Sometimes we go, but we never overdid being together because it was too. We didn't want that possibility to make. You see what I'm saying? Because at the point when they realized there was somebody outside, that was the time that I became more concerned for myself, because I knew that if he ever fell, then I was going to fall too, because we were just too forensically connected.
Yeah, and we had witness statements at a couple of the banks where they overheard radio communications coming in to Scott, right? And one of the surveillance photographs, his coat was a bit back, and you could see the radio on his belt. We knew, again, somebody was on the radio outside, probably monitoring the police frequencies.
Yeah. So at that point we were like melded together, and it was going to end when it was going to end. And his goal was doing this he wanted to show them we can do what we want to do, and that was like a psychological victory for him.
We have a question real quick from the audience, from Jim Bob. He said, what's the craziest thing you ever did with the money?
Craziest thing I ever did with the money. Oh, when I bought my home in New Orleans, this is a beautiful story. I did a no documentation loan, and we went to the closing and did all the paperwork, and the woman that was filling it out at the bank and everything, she says, yeah, with these no doc loans, back then it was pretty frequent people did no doc loans for real estate. She said, God, it's just so you could go rob a bank yesterday, you could go rob a bank and come in and buy a house today. And I go, God, really? I'm just like, I don't know. There was nothing really crazy. I mean, we laundered money. We laundered money in Vegas, but I was not, I gambled, but not big. Scott gambled, but I would say nothing crazy.
No. And in my opinion back then, they were going through, again, approximately $21,000 a month. So they weren't saving money, and you expected them back when that ran out, right? There's always suspicion, did you find any money at the treehouse when you did the search warrant? And I said, well, we found 30 grand, which pretty much was
that one. Yeah.
Stephen's take from the last robbery before when they did the Pronet thing. But, hidden cash, buried money, that didn't exist. It wasn't there.
The only thing that did exist is that he had one of his girlfriends worked for the Swiss bank in Basel, Switzerland, and he would send all of his money through her. Once it was laundered, he would give her the money because it was all cash. And however they did it, she maneuvered it, got it in, and she had a numbered account for them. And so that's why he would run up his credit cards. It was part of he would say, look, if I ever get investigated, if they're onto me for something, and they see I'm $80,000, $90,000, $100,000 in debt, and I'm driving a 1989 van, and I live in this little cottage, they're not going to think I'm robbing banks for all this money. And then he would rob a bank, pay the credit cards up, and do it again. He said, yeah, if I fall, if I get killed or whatever, I'll have robbed them twice, with the credit cards. I mean, that's pretty crazy too.
Now, he was like you were talking about how he would. I was watching a documentary, and there were times when he was back there in that vault, and there was really nobody controlling the front of the bank.
Oh, because the psychology of this is that people are more obedient. I mean, if you use that word obedient, that sounds strong. I don't mean it like a dog or anything, but they're more persuaded to obey when you're not showing fear. And when you show control and when you use certain words that only a person would technically know within the bank. I can't specify exactly. He would reiterate to me after a robbery. I said, how'd it go? What'd you say? Da, da, da.
Wasn't that girl giving you guys information? The girl that was with you giving you information?
Yeah, plus we had her security documents. I mean, they're still buried on the property, actually. I don't think anybody ever found that.
And we had no idea that she was working with them. The only time her name came out was after the last robbery. Her name came to our attention, and I went and interviewed her with another agent, Mustang, and she lived in the Seattle area, not too far from where the banks were, and she was cooperative to a degree. My name is this. Yes, I know Scott Skurlock, this, the other thing, but never to the point where she admitted any involvement in this, such as working the banks, providing inside information. That did not come up. And that's the last interaction we had with her. And then I found out when we were talking to Steve last year that she actually committed suicide some years later.
Oh, wow.
He had a business in Sun Valley, Idaho. And she would visit me when I was in Oregon in the prison there every Thanksgiving Eve. Every Thanksgiving she'd come up and visit me. She was like Scott was her soul, Mm-hmm. They were lovers, and then they were close friends, and then confidants and partners, and then we all three became. And she just felt guilty that she was free and we weren't. He was dead. I was in prison. Then she couldn't take it anymore. I got a letter from her sister after I was in Sheridan, I think, in Oregon, and she wrote that she'd committed suicide and she just couldn't bear it anymore. It was sad. I mean, she was a beautiful young woman.
And she was never charged because you just didn't have enough on her, Sean?
No, we had her name that came up. Allegedly, she was out there that last evening, but we had no way to prove that.
So how crazy was it, though, for you, Stephen, that shortly after Scott died, the treehouse fell down? I mean, that's pretty crazy, right? I mean,
it took a minute. His girlfriend, who was the reason why all of this treehouse came about, is because Scott was fraying on the edges on this last robbery. Mm-hmm. And he never would. His girlfriend came up Thanksgiving Eve, the day we were on the robbery, said, "You're crazy. You can't have this. You can't have this woman here at the treehouse. You can't have it." And, we were arguing and screaming, almost fighting. I said, "You can't do it." And finally, I really, he's a stubborn man, and because it's his operation. I mean, it was mine too, but it was his, And he said, "It's going to be all right. It's going to." Oh my God, Well, that was one of the reasons why I had to when I was in the hospital, shot up, and he's asking me these questions. I figured, one of his guns that he had, he never got rid of the serial number. For some reason, he bought it. He didn't have another person buy it for him. That was in the car. I said, "Would just run the damn serial numbers and get who it is. Don't ask me these questions." Yeah. And anyway, it comes and I go, "Man, they're going to go to that treehouse. They're going to find it. They're going to get to the treehouse no matter what. They're going to get to his property. And this girl is going to be up there and seeing what they did to us, ambushing us and shooting the hell out of us." Mm-hmm. Said they'll kill her.
So we get to the property, and again, walking back to the treehouse, looking up at this structure. We did a call out. Anybody in the treehouse come out now? FBI hands up. Mm-hmm. 2 seconds later, this woman walks out of the treehouse onto the walkway. That was his girlfriend, had shown up the night before to Seattle, flown in from Arizona to spend Thanksgiving with Scott. Mm-hmm. Of course, Scott was, I think, supposed to pick her up at the airport. Of course, he wasn't able to do that. Yeah. So we bring her down, start talking to her about where's Scott, everything else. And she claimed she had no idea that he was robbing banks. He was getting money from probably something illegal, but she had no idea it was bank robberies.
Right.
Later that day, when we had the standoff at the camper that Scott was in, I had her brought back up to the scene to hopefully call into him and try and convince him to come out. Of course, at that point, it was too late.
So what about Hollywood I want to ask you, what is it about Hollywood that frustrated the FBI more than any other criminal that you chased? Was there one specific thing?
I would say how damn good he was. I mean, he just didn't make major mistakes. He made minor mistakes, but he planned again months in advance.
Mm-hmm.
He had his team, right? That was professional. They did their homework. I mean, he was again a very intelligent person, but I think he perfected his craft over those 4.5 years and up to the last robbery. So I think it was just the professionalism that showed in the planning that he put into it, the initiative he put into it. That all played into his success for, again, 4.5 years.
It was one of the other problems on our last robbery is when we did the small bank to get the ProNet tags. It was also when I arrived from New Orleans for this last job, I always go into Seattle and I monitor all the frequencies, and do the surveillance and, get back into it again. Well, when I went up there to start monitoring on the scanners, nothing worked. Everything was gone. You have your scanner programmed to the frequencies that you're working with. None of them worked. And I go back to Olympia. I go, what's going on? And they're not there. It's no longer there. So I ended up calling an electronics shop in Seattle, and they go, oh, well, they changed the fire department and the police. They all changed to a trunk system. I go, well, what's that? They go, well, they got like 26 channels, and it's just scanning all the time, nonstop, so that there's not a channel clogged up. If you got one frequency in a district and it's being used, somebody else can't call in. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Another emergency. Whereas they got 26 channels. So I said, yeah, we got a problem. So that's one of the reasons. That's the second reason why we took this little bank. It was in the same area. And then I could log in when I heard what frequency it came on. I could log that in and know that that's the frequency that I could log in on our big bank, because I couldn't risk having it scanning and then missing a call if it came out. You see what I'm saying?
Have you had any interest in I know you wrote this book. Show people the actual manuscript of the book, because most of the stuff that was in there, it's so massive that it couldn't make it into the book. Have you thought about, take a look at this, everybody. This is actual
single type pages. Look at single type, single space.
Whoa, those are single spaced pages.
Single space, and it's 500 pages here, single space, front and back.
Wow.
Now, that all doesn't say all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, does it?
No, this is in a prison cell, 8x12 prison cell.
My God.
Every day working.
Man.
I probably worked.
Had any
3
interest
hours
in a
day.
movie being made out of it? Have you thought
Well,
about?
this is what it's going to be. This is what it is. This is epic. This is a series. This is a 3-4 year series.
That would be
there's
awesome
so many
too,
there's so many sub stories in this, and to work with the director and a writer. I've got more stories that imagination can't pick out there, and I couldn't put it all in the book. There's a lot of humor in the book too, police humor, all kinds of things. When you read the book, you're living how to live a bank, how to be a bank robber. You hear when I'm in my car scanning, and when the police radio when the dispatch comes over, you're listening. You're reading the dispatch, what they're saying. You're listening to the police talking to the dispatch. You're in the bank with Scott. You're in the car with me. You go through the whole protocol, the whole saga of 4.5 years.
When I got the book last fall to read, I read through it the first time, but the only thing I was reading was descriptions of the robberies when they're actually doing the robberies. And I also flipped back and forth to my proffer when I interviewed Stephen for the plea agreement. The interaction that we had in first person, I'm reading this, go, how the hell do you remember what I said, what he said? And so I went back and read the book in entirety. After that, everything went on behind the scenes. But there's so much I didn't know before I read that book.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much, and I didn't even know. Actually, one of the things was I had no idea that Stephen had been involved in so many robberies. Because back when I interviewed him, he been into like 5 or 6. He actually did about 16.
I did everyone but the first one. Everyone but the first one. Yeah.
What?
You see, because I knew my only card I had to play. Scott was dead. Okay, Mark knew nothing. My only card that I had to play was try to mitigate my culpability, try to lessen what it was. I made myself look like as much of an idiot as possible.
That's the smart thing to do.
I knew that I only made $5,000 a robbery. is what I said. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
I said, that's it? You got $250,000? You only got $5,000?
I said, yeah. I said, what am I doing? I'm just in a car. I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, right. This guy must be.
Okay.
He must
the
be.
book
an
is
idiot.
composed. The book is composed. It goes in and out of time. So I use the proffer. And you start off, and he's asking me these questions. He's going from one robbery to the next, okay? And he's asking me, okay, what happened here? And I tell him, and I'm telling him, you know, and you're reading it. And then after the proffer's over with, then I click back in time to 1992, whenever the robbery was. And then you really hear what really took place. So you see that I'm lying to the FBI and that what really takes place and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that is really cool. I mean, we got to get Netflix. Okay, so they made the documentary about what really happened, but we got to get them to make this like a Netflix original series or something. You know,
one of the streamers has to. I mean, it has to be. I want a top-notch director and a top-notch writer.
Well, I have to ask, who do you guys want to play you in the movie?
There you go. Who do you want to play? Like, let's say they make a movie, and then let's also say they make a series, because you know a lot of times they can make both. Who would you want to play in the movie? Who would you want to play in the series?
I mean, I had it worked out, but you know, right? You know who Scott looked like when the actor was young? They looked exactly like was Mel Gibson.
Yeah,
Scott
you're right with the hair and everything. Yeah,
looked just like Mel Gibson. You know, and he would have been a great character for Scott, but he's too old. I mean, I can't recall now because you have to look at younger.
Well,
we were 40s.
I was 35 when this went down.
Yeah, so we have to get younger.
So I don't know any 35-year actors.
Yeah. So who looked right now? Who looks most like you when you were, you know, in your 30s at the time?
You know, I was thinking Ethan Hawke for me, possibly at one point.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
You know, because I don't know if you've seen photographs of me when I was that age. I mean, I had some, you know, I looked a lot younger than I do now. You know, I mean, Scott and I were the same size, really. 5'10", you know, same build, same everything. You know, he had darker hair than I had, but we both.
I think Sean wants. What you said? You wanted The Rock to play you? Is that what The Rock is going to play you in the?
I'm a big professional wrestling fan, so why not?
There you go. That'd be awesome, right? The big.
Yeah. No, you know, one thing Sean wasn't that the photograph in the newspaper. You know that he's not one of these tough cops, you know, city cops or anything. I don't, you know, everything has its place. He's a real FBI agent, professional agent, objective, analytical, get to the point. You know, there's none of the in our sense, we acted the same way. There was not violence. You know, the theatrics of having a gun, you have to show that. You have to do, you know, it's all part of it. But that's what kind of felt close to them. You know, with the Seattle police, it's their job to go out, and if they see it, they're going to shoot. They're going to shoot to kill. It's just the way it is.
Did you worry about somebody getting accidentally? What you had multiple people that were in this with you. What happens if one of them gets pissed off, or if somebody tries to come at them? You ever worry about you would go to prison for the rest of your life because that's felony murder? You're in the commission of a murder. I mean, did you ever worry about that?
If someone were in the bank with Scott, what do you mean? I don't.
Like let's say even if you're the driver, if he goes and kills somebody, you're going to be charged with that.
Well, yeah, but I mean that's not look. Our whole modus operandi was if there's ever a confrontation, just leave. You abort. There's no upside to shooting. There's no upside to fighting it out. Even
you were never worried that something might happen because I would have
a citizen that was armed. I mean, it's Seattle.
Yeah,
that could have been that he could. Yeah, but I don't think he would have pulled a gun to shoot.
Or if it was an off-duty cop. And you got a lot of
all of that. I agree with you. It was always the case, and you know that's part of the surveillance we'd have. That was also one of the things the timing of the day. We learned never to go in from 11 to 12 to 12:30 or 1 because it's a busy time. It's lunch hour. People go to get cash. They go to the best time is very early or in the evenings.
You're going by percentages.
Yeah. Or, you know, 3 o'clock. We always tried to mitigate as much as possible any pedestrian.
What day was the best day?
Well, usually before the weekend, Thursday.
Usually, yeah, it was Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, typically around 5:30 in the evening, or maybe late morning.
Sometimes we did some early mornings, but we refrained from that because in summers we're not the best because it was just too clear out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you have to have
we are not giving you advice here, people. So don't.
No. You have to have different disguises. I would also trained his wardrobe, his different clothing he wear. You know, in the
That's
winter
cool.
cold, it's good in the Northwest because you could have hoodies and parkas and he could hide all of his stuff. Whereas in the summer when it's hot, you know, he's got to have a sport coat.
Well, as Steven's saying that, we could have come up with a different moniker for him. Could have been the Converse Man.
Oh, yeah.
Because he wore Converse tennis shoes all the time.
In the very beginning, until I told him to take them off, until I had to.
Well,
Yeah,
like
that's good. Make him
Taylor's?
easily recognizable if you wear
Yeah.
this. Yeah.
The Chuck Taylor ones?
Yes, Chuck Taylor.
Yeah, the
Yep.
short, the low cut.
Low cuts,
I mean, we
yes.
went mountain climbing in those. Those are what he mountain climbed in. He didn't wear boots and all that. His Converse, he could run. He played basketball in them. That's what he felt flexible and free. I said, I don't care how free you feel. We're going to be unfree unless you get rid of those shoes. You know what I mean?
were you and Mark good friends? Were you and Mark friends at all?
Yes, we were. He was closer to Scott. He was not a type of guy. He's a really warm guy. I like him, but he's just not the type of guy I like. He's not analytical. He's not like Scott and I were thinking. He's a worker. And Scott,
He's a soldier.
a soldier.
Yeah.
And because of an intimidation of his size, and he's a mild mannered guy, and you know, but it's not his game. It's not.
Do you guys ever get together and reminisce or talk about it and reminisce?
I was out in Colorado, Western Colorado. That's where he's at. I was out there visiting my brother, and he doesn't live far from my brother. Happenstance. It's all very weird, but he's on a horse ranch and he's taking care of horses.
I've talked to him on the phone since then, and funny story. The first time I talked to him through a mutual acquaintance, hey, somebody here in the car who wants to talk to you. Who's that? You'll find out. I get the phone. Who's this? Mark. I said, Mark who? Mark Biggins. Oh, okay. Well, this is Sean. Yeah, I know. He said, how you doing? I said, I'm doing well. How are you? I said, I'm doing well. He was working. I can't remember what his job was at the time. He had been out of prison for a couple of years. And he said, well, what are you up to? I said, I retired from the FBI about 2 years ago. And he said, well, I retired from bank robbing too. So good for you.
Around the same time. Yeah.
Yes, we're in the same career path.
Difference is you got a pension. He didn't.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. Yeah. No, he's a good man. But I don't know. He's just not a type of guy.
Well, I remember the first day I sat down to talk to Mark for the plea agreement, and I brought another agent with me. And the first day, like the first 3-4 hours, we were talking about unrelated topics because he grew up in Minnesota, where I grew up, not too far from each other. So we had a lot in common with Minnesota sports, fishing, outdoor stuff. So we were just chatting for a while. I remember taking the first break, and my partner goes, "What are you doing?" I said, "What do you mean I'm doing?" He said, "You talked about the bank robberies." I said, "Exactly. We have things in common. We're building rapport here. We have plenty of time to get into that, later on."
Right.
I mean, when
He
in the
left
book,
for a while,
in my
right?
book,
He kind of went on his own way for a while, and you guys brought him back.
yeah, in the end, we had him do 2 robberies with us, and the second one he did. Well, it's a long story, but he did one, and then we sent him back to he's a loose. He's like, I don't know how to explain it. He's not a baby Huey, he's not stupid. He's a smart guy, but he's just not focused in a way. He's too friendly, too this and that, very loud. He speaks very loud, very deep voice. And then the last one, because we needed someone, because the size of the bank was such that Scott couldn't control
You needed crowd control inside the bank. Yeah.
He couldn't
Is
be
that
in
the
the
largest
vault.
bank you ever did?
Yeah, it was the largest, geographically the largest. Yeah.
I got to ask you both real quick though. Steven, this is something for you both to answer. Why is it always seem like the criminals are caught, after they say, all right, this is going to be my last one, I'm going to get out of the game, then they're caught? It seems to happen. Why is that?
Maybe it's God. Maybe it's destiny. If we'd have said, okay, if we had been more sober in our minds and not so convinced of ourselves and so in our successes, and especially when we did the small robbery and got rid of the ProNet tags and how easy that was, I figured, okay, it was just the end. It came to an end. The tension of your inner psyche builds up and builds up and builds up. But when we wanted to do a $5-10 million robbery at the end, which this bank probably had at least $5 to $7 million in it.
Wow.
And I don't know why. If it hadn't have been, we wouldn't. We wouldn't be here now. And
no,
the
but
book,
it's,
the
it's
book
weird.
wouldn't
This
have
is how
been
it,
written.
how it seems to happen to a lot of serial criminals. That happens, right at the end. Like they're like, all right, you know what? I just got to do one last one, then I'm going to get out of the game. As soon as they say that, it's like a thing that triggers, like somehow some small thing goes wrong.
I think before this last robbery, everyone on both sides had a feeling that this was going to be the end. I don't know, because Scott was having
his emotional fray. He was fraying, and the tension was building up because when you create something like this, and you've gotten in your mind, and this was 2.5 years before to evolve into the three bank robberies where we could really. I mean, we were surveillancing Federal Reserve banks in Tacoma, and I said, "You're crazy. There's no way we can do something." Yeah, there's no way we got to work on it. I go, yeah, we got to work on it.
That's a tougher target. But
What is this? What is this? Die Hard?
Yeah, I know it. But so you build this goal. If it wasn't like it came to the last, but this was what we were building for, and we developed. We got the technology of getting the transceivers. I purchased those on the East Coast and brought them out, and we had a vehicle that we're going to set up as a roving vehicle to be able to block, to jam the frequencies of Seattle. And all of this fell. They changed the frequencies. Everything changed. And yet we still did it. Okay, sober-minded, if this would have been in the beginning, yeah, we wouldn't have done it. We would have sat back and figured something out.
And that's another thing, what you just said right there. A lot of times when they say it's the last time, then certain little things, kind of give them signs, like that with the frequencies changing or things like this.
Oh, God, yeah.
And right before that last robbery, I had a dream. People believe in dreams or not, right? But I could see this camper in a backyard in my dream. I had no connection what that was about. But of course, days later, that's where Scott ended his life.
Yeah.
And that morning, Thanksgiving Eve day, I went to work because we typically got out early on a holiday break. My wife, as I'm walking out the door about 6 o'clock, whatever it was, said, "This is the day.
Yeah,
this is the day you're going to catch Hollywood." And I kind of looked at her and go, "Okay."
Yeah.
So
wow,
things were coming to our minds, not just mine, my wife's mind, and things going on with these guys that seemed to be coming together.
We were getting closer and closer, and we didn't know it.
We didn't know at the time.
Yeah, headed on a collision course.
Yeah, the symbology, the beautiful symbology. When I look at Hollywood, he spent his life creating this symbol, this beautiful, incredible treehouse, freedom, creativity, just everything you could imagine as a human being wanting in your fantasy. And then he dies in a cold, musky, dank, old plastic tablecloth cover over to hide in a camper.
The irony is incredible.
The irony is just so profound that to me it's divine.
And
it is.
I look at the whole thing as it was meant to be. I never felt like we were there on our own. I always felt we were being pushed somehow.
No regrets. No regrets, Stephen.
Oh, I don't regret a minute of it. It changed my life. I'm a better man for what I did. I mean,
and you wouldn't be here now also if you had.
No, I mean, my life would have gone the way it would have gone. But would I want to take a chance and roll the dice to see where it would have gone? I mean, I was an artist exhibiting and doing all that, but what?
Let me share one story because I'll say I knew Hollywood. I don't know Scott Scurlock. Never met him, never talked to him, which was something I wanted to do because if this had come to a point I had a chance to sit down with him like I did with Stephen Mark, what would you have said to him? I said, well, I would have shook his hand, said, hell of a job. It's over with. Let's talk. Right.
That's actually one of the things I was going to ask you is, are you frustrated by the fact that you never got to talk to him?
Very much so. Yeah, very much so. But a story that gets me into his mind was at that camper that day. He was held up overnight. About 2:30 is when the call came in to the police that somebody was in this camper in the backyard. They show up. They approach the camper. They put pepper spray or gas into the camper. At that point in time, they heard a gunshot. They retreated back to cover. They put 42 or 44 rounds into this camper.
Jeez.
That's where the standoff happened. And 4 hours later, gas gets shot into it again. And then finally, we made entry in the camper. And I had taken photographs from his house because we didn't have pictures of Scott. And when I went in with the team, looked down underneath the table and I had a picture of Scott and I looked down at him. Scott. But a story that was shared to me by one of the police detectives, no, sergeant that came to the scene when that shot came out, they retreated back after the fact. He said, I appreciate that man. I respect that man. Why? Because he could have shot me. He chose to take his own life. He could have killed me easily.
That's true.
And didn't do it.
See, that's who that man was. When you asked me earlier, would he ever commit suicide? He didn't want to commit suicide. No, you know, yeah, it was maybe closer to a samurai effect. I don't know. I don't want to go there, but he would have never just shot a cop. It would have never come about. It was never, or an innocent person. It was never part of the game. It was either success or failure. And it ended up being what it was.
Well, at the end, you guys, it made, well, not at the end, but you guys always knew that if it went bad, it was every man for himself.
Absolutely. We all said, before we did this robbery, we said, listen, there's too much forensic connection between us. So if one gets caught, we're all caught. Just do what you got to do to get out of it alive.
And is that why he was able to jump out of the van and take off?
Yeah, because we were both shot up in the back. He knew it was over. He was shot up in the back, and the police were there, and his only chance of getting out was to go. You know,
do you think he had no intention of ever? Here's my thing: he could have surrendered right there, knowing it was over, but he chose not to. Was it that he just said, I'm not going to hurt anybody, but I'm not going to be taken alive, basically?
Exactly. He said, he always told me in intimate moments when we'd be hiking, never let them decide your life. Never let anyone else in your life, never let anyone decide your life for you.
So you took that as him saying that he's never going to go to prison.
No, because he always carried the PPK on his ankle, saying that if it all has to be, I have that at least for my last.
Oh, and that's what that was for. Okay.
Yeah, for suicide. If he lost his gun or whatever. No, it was never in his intention ever to even think of that. I mean, we respected the police. We respected the FBI. He should have been an FBI agent or CIA agent. He studied Mossad. He studied CIA. The Russian KGB back in the day. I mean, this was his mind. This was what he was, And what can I say? I was affected by it. I didn't pursue it like he did.
Well, I gotta ask, Sean, had Scott surrendered, based on everything that you've seen with like Steven and everybody else, how much time do you think he would have actually gotten for his responsibility in the crimes, for what he did?
Well,
I asked that question too. Yeah.
So the situation was they were indicted on 4 counts: bank robbery, use of a weapon during the bank robbery, assault on a fellow officer, and use of a weapon on assault on a fellow officer. Now, we talked about the shooting before. If the circumstances weren't as they are, discussing what happened that night, it would strictly have been the bank robbery. So I think they didn't deserve as much time as they got.
That was pretty heavy. Yeah, I gotta say that was a lot of
21 years and 3 months.
Yeah,
for getting shot up.
Yeah. And I think
I think the shots should have taken some years off, right?
You say, listen, boys, let's get with the program here. You know what I mean?
whatever the charges that would have been, he would have received the same amount.
Really, even with him being like the main culprit and the one that had the gun in there.
Conspiracy to bank robbery. It doesn't matter.
How come they weren't charged with like possession of a firearm or
use of a firearm? They
were.
They were charged with use of a firearm.
Were any of you guys previous felons at any point before that?
No, none of us. No.
Scott had been arrested 3 times during the years of these robberies. Minor offenses.
Minor, just misdemeanors.
Yeah. Mischief, something.
Was he
fingerprinted? Because obviously, as you know that. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jay.
No. Was he during his arrest? Was he fingerprinted?
I assume so.
Scott? Scott or what?
Scott would have been. Yeah.
He was printed
if he was arrested.
Usually, if you're arrested when they book you, they usually.
We had nothing. We had nothing to compare it to.
No prints.
You had no prints. Wow. No. When Stephen, when people, I know people are going to say to me, and they're going to, as I'm the former law enforcement on here, what does he expect? He was robbing banks, and he seemed surprised that he got shot. I mean, people are going to say that. Yeah. How do you?
No, I didn't feel surprised that I got shot. We always knew this was what would, if it was going to end, that they would. This was how it was going to end. They were going to shoot to kill us. We knew that, or we assumed that. assumed it as much as we knew it.
So tell everybody what it felt like then. If you're being shot and you're thinking, okay, they're going to shoot to kill me. I mean, the first time you get hit, the second, what does that feel like? Not just the pain, but the thoughts.
Yeah, to me, the most dramatic thing was the end. When you're facing a wall, it's the end. You can't go anywhere else. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the pain was something because they shot my left arm, and it must have been a 45, or maybe the bullet was splayed coming through the back of the van, because the scar I have is a much bigger than a 9mm, and the arm just started flying in front of me. I mean, I thought they blew it off. I mean, I screamed in the car. This is when Scott bailed. I screamed. I said, they shot my fucking arm off, the faggot son of a bitches, you know? I mean, screamed it like vociferously in the van.
Yeah.
And then that's when he pulled up, and then they shot again, and they shot my left arm, and my hand was clawed up like this. Yeah, it's the end, and it's like your whole life.
Did you ever think they're going to, oh my God, they're going to kill me right now?
I didn't even care. If I'd had arms, I probably would have acted. When the shooter, Mike McGann, was the shooter that was ambushed us. Mm-hmm. You know, he comes up with a shotgun and his dog, and I'm on the ground, laying on the ground. I probably would have, I didn't have a gun on me, but I probably, just to get it over with, I probably would have, if I'd have had arms, acted like I had a gun. So he would have shot me, because he had the gun. He wanted to shoot me. He wanted to kill me. I mean, that was the guy was a crackhead. He was like on crystal meth or something.
But what does that feel like, knowing that this man, if you move, he wants to kill you?
I didn't care at that time. It didn't matter to me. I mean, I looked at this guy. I call him the albino, because he's like this white, pinkish face, white hair at that time, and he's just crazed. He had his dog. The dog I liked. The dog was called Beethoven. You're going to read it in the book. Okay, cool. I liked him. I was sitting there, and I could kind of make comical jokes with him. But he was there with his shotguns, over me like I'm a threat. I don't have any friggin' arms, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I don't know. It goes beyond it. My thoughts then were more beautiful. I started seeing visions. And, I looked back in the van, and there was just like this beautiful dance, because all of the bullet holes and all of the smoke from inside the van, and just like flittering particles. It was so beautiful, and you saw this mound of money. And then I started hearing all this angelic music in my head. It was like overtones of this beautiful choir, not earthly music. It was something, unearthly. You know what I mean? And it was just like God. It was like love. It was beautiful. I felt beautiful.
One thing.
And then Sean showed up, huh?
We got time for one more question, Jay.
Yeah, Mike McGann, he in the documentary said if Steven's moving his lips, he's lying. That's his take. Obviously, he's got his side of the story.
He's been saying that from the beginning.
Right. Now, and I think Sean can maybe answer this. Sean knows now how you guys were, that you didn't want to kill anybody, you didn't want to shoot anybody, you certainly didn't want to shoot at the police. But at the time, they don't know that.
So I agree with that.
No, that's great. No, we treat armed bank robbers. Treat them with potential for violence. Definitely. Sure. No,
absolutely.
No doubt. Now, but at the time, no, but I want to make one comment about, we're talking about Detective McGann and watching the Netflix show and seeing some of the inconsistencies in the actual story. Mike took a lot of credit for things he did in that investigation, which he never did. And his participation in that investigation of 4.5 years basically boiled down to the last 4 minutes during the pursuit and the shooting. Everything else he said in that show was false.
Well, he seemed like the kind of guy that would do that kind of thing, because it kind of came off as disingenuous when he was talking about how they lifted the rifle first, so that's why he shot. Guys, real quick, I'm sorry, I want to give you guys just a couple of minutes to tell people where they can get your book. I want to put it up real quick, because we've only got a couple minutes left. So I want you to tell people about your book. Where can they get it? And and anything else you want to tell them, if you guys want to tell them anything else.
You can get it online, Amazon online. Just type in my name and The Treehouse, the true story of the bank robbery. Or you can get it Barnes and Noble online as well. There's Kindle. And audio will be released soon. I don't have the link yet for that, but it's coming out. So
that is wonderful.
It's a beautiful book. It's an interesting book. It's not written in a true crime genre. It's a voyage, and you learn our personalities, who we are through my dialogue, through our events, through our escapades, through the planning, and it unfolds. It goes in and out of time, and it unfolds into the very end.
I think that's
So
better than a true crime story. It's more like a novel, but a true
Yeah.
novel. You know,
Yeah.
I think that's much better.
The book begins in the ending at the shootout, and then
Oh wow.
and then it goes into then it goes in, and then finally gets to proffering, and that's when you start going into what really happened. You know what I tell the FBI, and then it has the ending. And people may ask, how did I know the ending? Well, his girlfriend, I asked her when I was in prison. I said, can you please write me as much as you can remember all the characters, the police, all the different individuals, reporters, and as much of the dialogue as you can tell me what they asked, what you said. And she wrote me about a 25 page letter of all the different people. So between that and newspaper articles, when I was in prison, I was able to create a dialogue and create the ending to what it was, you know, pretty accurate, actually. So
That's amazing. I want to thank you guys for taking the time to come here and talk to us, tell us your story, tell the audience, you know, the things that the Netflix documentary didn't cover. And we really hope that there's going to be, you know, end up being a film and, you know, a series. And I'd love to see, you know, people play you guys in the show, especially now that we've actually met you guys. It'd be so cool. I'm going to go back and watch the documentary just so I can say, you know what, I met those guys.
Hey, you two are wonderful. This
fantastic.
is beautiful what you've done. You have a great presentation.
Thanks,
Really
guys.
great.
And,
You guys
Jack,
were wonderful too. It was a lot of fun, I gotta say.
Jack, I have to ask Sean one more, and we'd be remiss if we didn't.
2 minutes
We have
left.
a former FBI agent here on Cash Patel, A, B, C, D, or F up to right now, real quick.
Well, I'm retired. So during my working career, I would have to say my favorite director was Louis Freeh.
Okay.
Fantastic person. Met him a couple times. I can speak directly about Louis Freeh.
Well, how about just the job he's doing from a former FBI agent's perspective? A, B, C, D,
Early?
or F. Yeah.
I think he's doing very well.
Okay.
Grade
Excellent.
level. I mean, he's doing a fantastic job. I think the Bureau is taking a turn in the right direction and doing a fantastic job, which we always have.
Especially recently, it's gotten
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot. I gotta say, it's gotten a lot better.
Rank and file I still work with occasionally, you know, have very good, high respect to the man. I think he's doing a fantastic job.
Very
Thank you.
good. Excellent, guys. So thank you so much for coming on. We'll have to have you guys on again
Please.
some other time because you guys are a lot of fun, I got to say.
Hey, just contact us or our agent, and you know we'd love to come on again and go deeper if you need to. Love
That
it.
would be great. That would be great. Thank you guys so
Thanks,
much.
guys. Thank you,
Really
Jack.
appreciate it.
Take care, guys. Take care.
All right. You have a great night.
You also.
Thank you. Jay, tell me what are your impressions, man? We got like 1 minute left. That was awesome. I gotta say.
Oh, that was great. No, great guys. I mean, listen, you had when I've made a lot of arrests in my career, I've never had the chance to sit down with somebody I arrested, but I was also never involved as a detective in a case like this. I couldn't even imagine. I mean, what the relationship, I think it's a beautiful thing that they have a good relationship.
I think it's
now.
awesome. Are you kidding? How often do you see that?
You don't. And you know, one thing about Scott, that the shame of it is he could have been an asset if he had survived to to them, and to say, hey, this is the thing, like a Frank Abagnale did.
But at that point, when you're talking about you're going to get like probably at least 20 years, you're thinking, I can't spend 20 years of my life in prison.
Yeah, and you watch the documentary, he had no intention of being taken alive.
No. But I'm glad that Steven didn't have a gun that day, so that way he's still here now and able to do that, because otherwise the story may never have even been told the way it should have been told. So guys, make sure everybody go out and get The Treehouse. I'm going to put it up here one more time. Check it out. It's The Treehouse, the true story of Hollywood the Bank Robber by Stephen Myers. And again, I want to thank Sean Johnson. I want to thank Stephen Myers for coming on the show. We'll have to have them back again another time to we can go in deeper, ask some more questions, and it was a lot of fun. Real quick, everybody, I want to say make sure you guys visit maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. I got the QR code up here in the top right. You can scan it, or you can go to maxassociates.etsy.com and get the best 20% off any order of $20 or more, and free shipping anywhere in the United States. Make sure you guys also follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Instagram, and you can follow him on TikTok at @Penionsberry with an A, and we're on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Instagram, Secret America TV. It's the same screen name for every single social media site, and we are live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Jay, you got anything else to say before we go?
No, man. Awesome show. Great guests, great guys. I'm glad I hope everybody enjoyed it as much as we did.
Absolutely. And Steven and Sean are still in the background. If you guys want to hang out for just a minute, right after we play the outro, we'll talk to you guys for just a second. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to let you guys go. We're going to let everybody go. It was a great show. It was an absolutely great show. And I really enjoyed this, guys. That was a lot of fun. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.